That's how things are. You should prepare after you return. The director, dressed in a black uniform, crossed his arms and glanced at the frail young man in front of him, a hint of sympathy flickering in his eyes. I've been enlisted for conscription. Lin Yuan seemed momentarily stunned. He had just crossed over and hadn't had time to adjust yet when he received this shock from the blue. Actually, for an ordinary student like Lin Yuan, conscription wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The government was always generous in its military expenditures. Even as a conscript, one could receive decent treatment, but that was during peacetime. Now, news of an invasion by an alien race in the border star systems had surfaced. Many speculated that the purpose of this conscription was to reinforce the front lines. In the 2.6 million years of the Star Sea's history, the human interstellar alliance had fervently expanded, occupying one star system after another. Inevitably, they had come into contact with civilizations of other species. Resources were finite, and to compete for various celestial resources, human civilization actively engaged in a series of conflicts and wars. Those ousted alien civilizations, all of them, were lurking in the shadows, awaiting a chance to launch a counterattack against human civilization. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He was well aware that although human civilization held an absolute advantage in dealing with most alien civilizations in war, on localized battlefields, it wasn't smooth sailing. Civilizations from deep within the cosmos were brutal and individual entities, possessed strength beyond imagination. Stories of tearing apart battleships were not mere tales. Engaging in combat with these alien races, even with fully armed human soldiers, resulted in an average mortality rate of 20 to 30%. Furthermore, due to the confidentiality of wars, all soldiers involved in exterminating alien races were prohibited from communicating with the outside world. Localized space wars commonly lasted for an extended period, spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. In other words, being selected for conscription meant that even if Lin Yuan survived the confrontation with the alien races, he would likely spend the latter half of his life aboard cold, outer space warships. He would never set foot on the life-filled planets, their lands and oceans. The director tapped the desk and solemnly stated, "Rest assured, by actively responding to the government's conscription policy, your family will be properly taken care of. Your father will be promoted by one level in his current position, your mother will secure a decent job in the district, and your sister will have all her tuition fees waived. Additionally, once she turns 18, she'll have the opportunity for further education in a prestigious institution. So have you thought through the arrangements for your future?" Lin Yuan pursed his lips, feeling an indescribable complexity in his heart. Honestly, considering it objectively, these conditions were quite favorable. His father was currently stuck at a career bottleneck that most people couldn't surpass even after decades. If his mother could secure a decent job, it would greatly improve their family's living conditions. As for his sister's opportunity for higher education, that was something money couldn't easily buy. Her potential future after attending a prestigious institution was promising. However, just why should all this be built upon my sacrifice? Lin Yuan had only crossed into this body a few days ago, even though he had assimilated all the memories. Yet, faced with this scene of sacrifice one for the happiness of the family, an inexplicable sense of rejection surged within him. "I still prefer life on a planet." Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. Once he became a soldier, everything would fall under military control. Refusing later would be too late by then, although refusing now probably wouldn't make a difference. Lin Yuan, serving the government is a duty every citizen should fulfill. Moreover, this conscription is mandatory. If it's picked you, even if you don't want to go, it's of no use. Besides, young man, what's wrong with experiencing something new? Being able to encounter alien races as mentioned only in textbooks is something an ordinary citizen could never achieve in a lifetime. If you can achieve something, perhaps you could be transferred back to a military position in the future. This is a rare opportunity that doesn't come often. The director patiently reassured Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan opened his mouth to say more, but the director waved his hand. "All right, you can leave now. Spend these days with your family." Under the director's gaze, Lin Yuan stood up and left. Outside the door, over a dozen students of a similar age to Lin Yuan were waiting in line. As Lin Yuan exited, another student walked in. "Hey, what did the director want from us?" A dark-skinned student hurriedly grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and asked in a low voice. "You'll find out once you're in there." Lin Yuan sighed and didn't pay much attention, walking away directly. Before meeting the director, Lin Yuan hadn't expected to be conscripted forcibly. Last week, Lin Yuan had learned about the mandatory conscription from a reputable media broadcast on their home planet. However, at that time, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention. The mandatory conscription covered the entire Kanglan star and dozens of neighboring planets with life. Kanglan star had a resident population of 5 billion, and the conscription quota distributed to Kanglan star was only a few 100,000. From a probabilistic standpoint, the chance of being selected for mandatory conscription was around 1 in 100,000 for the citizens. With such slim odds, Lin Yuan hadn't really bothered about it. But reality was full of unexpected turns. The original owner bought various lottery tickets for over a decade without winning once, yet the conscription with odds of 1 in 100,000 fell on me. Lin Yuan returned home. He found both his parents present, even his younger sister sitting, which was rare. Staring at the cake in front of him, he longed to grab a piece but hesitated. Zai Ouyuan. His mother Lu Qiang stood up, her gaze toward Lin Yuan filled with words left unspoken. His father Lin Xiaocheng sat with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Obviously, news of Lin Yuan being conscripted had reached home. In fact, his parents had known about it earlier than Lin Yuan. There's still room regarding the conscription. Tomorrow, I'll go talk to your uncle and ask him to intervene. His father, Lin Xiaocheng, spoke up. The uncle he referred to was a distant relative. Currently employed in a research institute, he had some connections. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. The mandatory conscription policy came from the government. Even if it was a mere unknown employee from some research institute, altering it would require a substantial price. Of course, if Lin Yuan truly had connections with the ruling officials, his name wouldn't even appear on the conscription list. Before the list came out, spending money in connections might offer a chance to avoid being listed. However, once the list was finalized, reversing it would be difficult. I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to my room first. Lin Yuan ate a little and then stood up to return to his room. How to escape the mandatory conscription quota. Lin Yuan lay back on the soft bed, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. Connect to the goddess of wisdom. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan sat up. The goddess of wisdom was one of the 3 major goddesses of the human interstellar alliance. It was the core intelligent processing system of the entire civilization, overseeing the overall operation of the civilization, managing all affairs of its citizens, rigorously monitoring any anomalies, and ensuring all operations were in accordance with the civilization's charter. Over the past 2 million years of interstellar history, the 3 goddesses played an essential role in the sweeping success of the human civilization over various alien races. The goddesses didn't possess emotions, cognitive biases toward things, or make decisions influenced by emotions, unlike humans. The version of the goddess of wisdom that Lin Yuan was connected to wasn't the actual primary consciousness, but a tiny, insignificant subconsciousness, a benefit available to every citizen. Universal level citizen Lin Yuan, please state your query. An electronically synthesized voice echoed through the pervasive network into Lin Yuan's ears. I want to know the conditions to exempt myself from the mandatory conscription. Lin Yuan organized his thoughts and inquired. The mandatory conscription originates from Article 156 of the Charter, aimed at maintaining stability within human civilization and in external battles. All human citizens are obliged to cooperate with conscription. 3 situations can exempt you from the mandatory conscription. First, evolvers, humans on the path of evolution, are the hope of human civilization and have the privilege to refuse the policy of mandatory conscription. Evolvers, Lin Yuan's expression became complex. In the long history of the cosmos, evolvers weren't a secret. There were various ways to become an evolver, primarily categorized as unique evolvers and common evolvers. Unique evolvers were those impossible to replicate or disseminate, like certain evolved lineages by hereditary bloodlines. There were also individuals who went through an unrepeatable specific process, resulting in mutations and possessing extraordinary powers, also classified as unique evolvers. Common evolvers followed a stable path of evolution, such as gene soldiers who entered the path through expensive gene agents or mental masters, created through brutal training and specific practices, turning them into killing machines. Any stable evolution path was highly valuable knowledge, explored and discovered by countless predecessors at the cost of their lives. I'm just an ordinary person, Lin Yuan sighed. Being an ordinary person meant being devoid of the chances to become a unique evolver. Lin Yuan could only consider a stable evolution path. However, the latter was not a quick achievement. Few paths like the gene soldier offered accelerated growth, but they were based on expensive gene agents and other treasures, strictly controlled within the human interstellar alliance. Ordinary people didn't even have the qualifications to purchase them, let alone afford them. Even if the gene agents were placed in front of Lin Yuan, he couldn't afford them. As Lin Yuan contemplated, the cold, indifferent synthesized voice resounded once again. Second, universal level, 4 citizens have an exemption privilege every decade, allowing them to negate the mandatory conscription. For level citizens, Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. In the first year of interstellar history, the human civilization established a citizen-level system. Citizens are divided into 12 levels, with higher levels possessing greater privileges. The method to elevate citizen levels is through contributions to human civilization, overseen by the three goddesses to ensure absolute fairness. Hence, raising one's citizen level is exceedingly difficult. Almost 99.9% of citizens remain at level 1 from birth till death. Of course, accompanying this is an array of privileges for higher-level citizens. Starting from level 4, every decade grants an exemption privilege, including pardoning penalties for citizens below serious criminals, such as mandatory conscription. However, given the current Lin family's connections, where could one meet a level 4 citizen? Considering the current population of 50 billion on Kanglan Star, only one citizen has reached level 4, the governor of Kanglan Star, a figure wielding control over billions of lives. What about the third situation? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. 3. Contribute to human civilization, elevate to level 2 citizen and be exempt from mandatory conscription. The synthesized voice returned, leaving Lin Yuan in silence once again. Even if not an evolver, a level 2 citizen's status was not lower than most evolvers. They possessed privileges akin to evolvers. However, achieving level 2 citizenship was more difficult than becoming an evolver. At least Lin Yuan knew how to become an evolver, even if it was beyond his reach. But to ascend to level 2 citizenship, the contributions acknowledged by the Goddess of Wisdom were entirely elusive. What specific actions constitute contributions? Lin Yuan cautiously inquired. Providing a completely new evolutionary path will yield substantial contributions. The synthesized voice sounded. Faintly, Lin Yuan realized the significant value the Goddess of Wisdom placed on entirely new evolutionary paths. Otherwise, such contributions wouldn't be rewarded with substantial acknowledgement. Let's think of other methods. Lin Yuan massaged his temples, realizing that among the 3 situations provided by the Goddess of Wisdom, none were achievable for him at present, especially the last one providing a completely new evolutionary path. If Lin Yuan had that ability, he would have ascended to level 2 citizenship already, instead of waiting to be conscripted. Unknowingly, it had already turned into midnight. Gradually, Lin Yuan drifted into deep sleep. Suddenly, at that moment, an inexplicable force drew Lin Yuan's consciousness into his mind. Deep within, a magnificent and towering light gate appeared. Within the gate, a faint blue light screen filled the space, rippling like water waves. What is this? Lin Yuan was suddenly startled. Instantly, he was jolted awake from his slumber. This isn't a dream. Even after waking, Lin Yuan could still sense the presence of the light gate deep in his mind. Simultaneously, phantom-like characters flashed beneath Lin Yuan's field of vision. Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, Keeper of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm, none. Talent, none. Divine ability, none. So, how is the first chapter, the door? It can transport me to another world. Through a brief mental connection, information streamed from within the door. In essence, Lin Yuan could, if willing, enter another world through the door in his mind. This entry wasn't about physical presence, but rather the arrival of one's true spirit and consciousness, akin to a transmigration. The Myriad Realms Gate. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. According to the fleeting text beneath his vision, the gate in his mind was the Myriad Realms Gate, and he was its keeper. Now or never, Lin Yuan pondered. The Myriad Realms Gate could project his true spirit and consciousness into a different realm. However, it wasn't without limitations. After each traversal, the gate needed time for recharging. Based on the orbital cycle of Kanglan Star, this recharging took roughly 8 months to a year. Forget it. Lin Yuan made a decision. In a few days, recruitment personnel would arrive to take him away for conscription. Then, he'd be under extensive surveillance alongside other new recruits. He didn't know if using the Myriad Realms Gate to traverse would leave traces on his physical body, possibly alerting the surveillance system. But Lin Yuan wasn't willing to take that gamble. Even a fool could tell that the Myriad Realms Gate in his mind was an extraordinary treasure. If its existence was revealed, the consequences would be far worse than forced conscription. Thus, the best time for inter-realm traversal was now. At least for the moment, Lin Yuan wasn't under any surveillance. Even if there were any abnormalities, he hoped to conceal them. Moreover, given the remarkable nature of the Myriad Realms Gate, it might even elevate Lin Yuan to the status of an evolver, exempting him from forced conscription. Traversal. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and the ethereal door in his mind began to vibrate. His consciousness seemed to lose control and surged into the gate uncontrollably. The Great Departure Dynasty. The Great Zen Monastery. As a world-renowned sacred Buddhist site, the Great Zen Monastery held an unfathomable heritage. There were no less than 50 innate stage martial monks and even one grandmaster at the Zen stage. It was common knowledge that innate stage martial artists were skilled practitioners, and a grandmaster was a rarity, whether in temples or across the land. With a grandmaster presiding, the Great Zen Monastery could be considered one of the most elite powers, the martial monk hall. Hundreds of monks, bare-chested, practiced the Arhat fist, a foundational martial art beneficial for cultivating internal energy. As the monks repeatedly practiced their forms, a group of 3 or 4-year-old novices, clad in gray robes, peeked out from a distance with round, curious eyes full of anticipation. These novices were the most recent disciples recruited by the great Zen monastery, mostly orphans without parents. Unexpected. Among the 10 novices, one of the younger ones showed a glint of curiosity in their eyes. This novice was none other than Lin Yuan, who had traversed worlds, the martial world. Lin Yuan contemplated. Despite being a young novice in his original form, he had some understanding of this world. It was akin to the ancient Earth, a place where martial artists could confront overwhelming odds. From the novice's memories, Lin Yuan discovered a senior monk at the great Zen monastery, several meters away, effortlessly demolishing a wall with a light palm strike. In the context of the intergalactic human civilization, this was considered superhuman, placing such individuals in the category of evolvers. Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, Keeper of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm, Nuns. Bound talent, Unrivaled insight. Current state, Consciousness arrival. Residency duration, 20 years. Lines of ethereal text silently flashed in Lin Yuan's lower left field of vision. Can I only stay in this world for 20 years? Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. This limitation wasn't difficult to understand. However, the newly emerged bound talent puzzled him. Unrivaled insight. Lin Yuan scanned himself thoroughly. Besides enhanced sensory perception, there were no other anomalies. That's a sparrow. Lin Yuan looked up and spotted a sparrow flying overhead. His heightened senses allowed him to notice every detail of the sparrow's body, its feathers, wings, and plumage. In just a moment, your unrivaled insight allowed you to witness the flight of the sparrow, granting you comprehension of the martial art, avian sky crossing technique. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. In an instant, numerous key points about the avian sky crossing technique flooded his mind. This technique allowed brief levitation. Although it didn't enable true flight like a sparrow, it was incredibly extraordinary. So this is unrivaled insight. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Merely observing a sparrow had granted him knowledge of a rare technique truly living up to the term, unrivaled. Earthworm. Shifting focus, Lin Yuan looked at the earthworm crawling out of the soil. Your unrivaled insight allowed you to witness the earthworm's burrowing, granting you comprehension of the martial art, earth dragon turning technique. Experience and techniques for digging poured in. With the earth dragon turning technique, Lin Yuan could swiftly create vast underground passages, making him the ancestor of all tomb raiders. Insane, incredibly insane. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. His attention shifted to the numerous martial monks practicing nearby. Your unrivaled insight allowed you to observe the martial monks practicing the Arhat fist, granting you comprehension of the high-quality martial art, Grand Arhat Buddha fist. Compared to the previous attempts, this one took much longer, nearly the time of burning half an incense stick. Grand Arhat Buddha fist. Enlightenment sparked in Lin Yuan's mind, and he began practicing the fist technique. Under an old kwei tree at the martial monk hall, Abbot Hui Wen halted, observing the monks practicing. Well done, well done. The path of martial arts knows no shortcuts. Only through daily practice for decades can one achieve something. Abbot Hui Wen nodded slightly, expressing admiration. After observing for a while, he noticed no monk slacking off. Ivrion was diligently practicing, showing no signs of negligence. As for those young rascals, Abbot Hui Wen glanced briefly and caught sight of the group of young novices peering from a distance. Though the Grand Zen Temple was a sanctuary of Buddhism, it was also a major center for martial arts. It was natural for newly initiated young novices to aspire to learn martial arts. You've barely learned to walk, yet you're thinking of running away. Abbot Hui Wen observed 6 or 7 young novices imitating the martial monks, attempting to mimic their fist techniques. He felt a tinge of helplessness. The Arhat fist, while not an immensely profound martial art, was a closely guarded secret within the Grand Zen Temple. It took at least 7 or 8 years of dedicated practice under the guidance of accomplished masters to grasp even its basics. These novices were still growing and were nowhere near the physical condition required to master the Arhat fist. Fooling around, just fooling around. Abbot Hui Wen frowned. Martial arts were no joke. Forcefully practicing without proper guidance not only yielded no benefits but could also cause harm. As Abbot Hui Wen was about to intervene and shoo away the young novices, he suddenly froze. His gaze landed on the youngest novice among them, who was also practicing the martial arts. Abbot Hui Wen's expression subtly changed. The more he observed, the more incredulous he became. He was astounded, as if witnessing an incredible upheaval within himself. For Abbot Hui Wen, a pinnacle martial artist at the prenatal peak, few things could stir his emotions. Buddhist practices inherently induced a serene calmness. Having immersed himself in Buddhism for 70 to 80 years, even the collapsing of Mount Tai would likely not perturb his demeanor. However, at this moment, waves of shock surged within Abbot Hui Wen. This is the Arhat fist. No, this isn't the Arhat fist. Carefully observing the young novice demonstrating the martial arts technique, Abbot Huiwen was astounded. Compared to the surging vigor emanating from hundreds of adult martial monks practicing the Arhat fist, this young novice's movements were calm and quiet, yet carried a subtle and innate quality. It was a seamless and innate proficiency that seemed almost supernatural. How is this possible? A mere stubborn child, how could he master such a profound martial art? Abbot Huiwen found it unbelievable. Any martial art, including those within the Buddhist tradition, required a considerable amount of time for comprehension and mastery. The Arhat fist wasn't particularly profound, yet it demanded 6 or 7 years of dedicated practice for an ordinary person to achieve some level of skill. However, the technique being displayed by the young novice seemed several levels above the Arhat fist in complexity, and yet it appeared to be effortlessly mastered. What puzzled Abbot Huiwen the most was that although the young novice's movements bore traces of the Arhat fist, they were far superior, almost reaching the level of the 72 supreme techniques of the Grand Zen Temple. The fact that such an exceptional martial art within the Buddhist tradition existed without his knowledge left Abbot Huiwen in disbelief. Head monk. The other young novices noticed Abbot Huiwen's gaze, their faces paling as they stood obediently in their places. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued to practice the recently comprehended Grand Arhat Buddha fist. Abbot Huiwen, disinterested in the wayward novices, waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. His unwavering focus was on Lin Yuan, who diligently practiced the newly discovered martial art, Grand Arhat Buddha fist. As Lin Yuan practiced this newfound martial arts technique, he felt a soothing sensation spreading through his limbs and body, akin to bathing in a warm spring. It was hard to say how much time had passed. Lin Yuan quietly condensed a breath of energy within his lower abdomen's dantian. This should be internal energy. Is it the prenatal internal energy that only prenatal martial experts can master? Lin Yuan speculated, being just a 3 or 4-year-old novice with limited knowledge. He knew that prenatal internal energy belonged to a league of power wielded by prenatal martial experts. As Lin Yuan reached a fraction of internal energy, a sudden hunger sensation swept over him. It compelled him to instinctively cease practicing the martial art. Continuing further would likely leave him famished. However, as Lin Yuan looked around, he noticed the disappearance of the hundreds of martial monks and the dozen novices. In their place stood 7 older monks. The monk with elongated eyebrows in the middle gave Lin Yuan an intense gaze, making him feel a little uneasy. Abbot. Head monk, Lin Yuan tentatively inquired. Among the 7 monks, he recognized 3, the head of the Martial Monk Academy, the head of the Disciplinary Academy, and the current abbot of the Grand Zen Temple. The identities of the other 4 were unknown, but standing shoulder to shoulder with the abbot and head monk signified their high status. Little one. The current abbot of the Grand Zen Temple, Abbess Huiju, smiled gently and asked, "The martial arts you were just practicing, where did you learn them?" Abbot Huiwen, after instructing the other novices to leave, immediately contacted the Grand Zen Temple's abbess and other head monks. True martial experts of the Grand Zen Temple understood the gravity of the situation and hurried over. Everyone shared Abbot Huiwen's judgment. Lin Yuan's practiced martial art was as profound as superior martial arts. Moreover, this martial art was an unheard of Buddhist martial art. If not seen with our own eyes, none of us would believe that such a superior Buddhist martial art exists, unheard of in our world. Where did you learn it from? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a slight relief. By demonstrating the Grand Arhat Buddha fist on the spot, he intended to reveal his innate talents. Through the 3 recent attempts, Lin Yuan understood that to exploit the effect of the extraordinary insight, he needed to expose himself to the world's profound martial arts. Observing the sparrow and the earthworm, he could only comprehend ordinary martial arts divine sparrow sky-crossing technique, an earth dragon rolling technique, but witnessing the martial monks practicing the Arhat fist enabled him to instantly comprehend a superior martial art, Grand Arhat Buddha fist. Lin Yuan was unaware of the status of superior martial arts, but recognizing its significance in generating prenatal internal energy, he knew it wasn't simple. To access such superior martial arts within the Grand Zen Temple, or even more profound ones, being just a novice was impossible. Reporting to Abbess, I saw senior brothers practicing their fist techniques. I also wanted to join in. While practicing, I comprehended this martial art. I'm not sure if I should have or not. Lin Yuan showed a hint of apprehension, speaking truthfully. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, this transparency might lead to scrutiny or research. Yet, in this feudal martial world, especially within a religiously charged place like the Grand Zen Temple, even if Lin Yuan revealed extraordinary talent, it might be regarded as a reincarnated Buddha or a chosen one. By observing martial monks practicing the Arhat fist, I gained insights into a superior martial art that far surpasses the Arhat fist. The abbot of the Grand Zen Temple and the other head monks fell into silence. Even if someone else dared to say such a thing, they wouldn't believe it. What a joke. Do they really think superior martial arts are so easily obtainable? Most superior martial arts in the world were the result of the painstaking efforts of martial masters in the realm of grandmasters. The Grand Zen Temple, being a sacred place of Buddhism and a major hub of martial arts, primarily relied on the cultivation of prenatal martial experts through the 72 Masteria 72 superior martial arts. For a child of 3 or 4 years to claim comprehension of a superior martial art. However, upon deeper contemplation, the abbot and others astonishingly found that Lin Yuan's words might hold some truth. Firstly, the Grand Arhat Buddha Fist was indeed a superior Buddhist martial art. Presently, aside from the Grand Zen Temple, there were a few other Buddhist sects, but they all acknowledged the Grand Zen Temple's leadership in this regard. Secondly, while there were other superior Buddhist martial arts beyond the 72 masteries, the abbot and head monks were familiar with them. However, Lin Yuan's practiced martial art was something they were witnessing for the first time. Moreover, the close resemblance between the Grand Arhat Buddha Fist and the Arhat Fist supported Lin Yuan's claim of having gained insight into the former by observing the latter. In a split second, the abbot and head monks exchanged glances, and a mutual thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that among the new disciples recently accepted into the Grand Zen Temple, there truly emerged an unprecedented martial prodigy of the millennium? Little one, let me see your hand. While the abbot, head monks, and others were immersed in their thoughts, the long-browed old monk stepped forward, speaking in a gentle tone. All right. Lin Yuan did not refuse, and in fact, he couldn't refuse. As he looked at this long-browed old monk, Lin Yuan felt the prenatal qi he had just condensed in his lower abdomen trembling. It was evident that this long-browed old monk's strength far exceeded Lin Yuan's imagination, at least stronger than the abbot, head monks, and others, as Lin Yuan didn't sense such pressure from them. Perfect mastery in martial arts, self-generating inner qi. Indeed, you have perfected a superior martial art to such an extent. The long-browed old monk gently touched Lin Yuan's right hand, and a scorching inner qi spread out. Shortly after, he sighed, self-generating inner qi. The abbot and the head monks, hearing this, simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Even though they had speculated earlier, they still found it inconceivable. In this world of martial arts, practitioners were categorized into postnatal, prenatal, master, and grandmaster levels. In general, reaching the master level was considered the ceiling, and it might take several centuries to produce one. Postnatal and prenatal practitioners constituted the vast majority of martial artists in the world. To transition from postnatal to prenatal, there were 3 main paths. 1. Ingesting some rare spiritual medicine from heaven and earth. After absorbing its power, even an ordinary person could become a prenatal martial expert. 2. A postnatal peak practitioner seizing a breakthrough opportunity, successfully advancing into the prenatal realm. This was the mainstream path, followed by almost all prenatal martial experts. 3. Cultivating a superior martial art to perfection. Superior martial arts were the painstaking works of master-level martial experts. When such martial arts were cultivated to perfection, individuals naturally developed prenatal inner qi. This wasn't a strange occurrence. However, entering the prenatal realm through this path usually happened to martial experts in their 50s or 60s, dedicating decades to the relentless study of superior martial arts, and finally, experiencing a fortuitous event where they comprehended something. To have someone like Lin Yuan, who comprehended a superior martial art at the age of 3 or 4, at least according to the abbot and the head monk's knowledge, was unheard of. This kind of feat could only be vaguely explained by a martial prodigy, someone born with innate knowledge, a rarity occurring once every 1,000 years. Little one, are you willing to accept me as your master? The long-browed old monk looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression and suddenly spoke. As these words were uttered, the abbot, head monks, and other monks did not show any surprise. After confirming that Lin Yuan had comprehended a superior martial art and perfected its practice, they realized that Lin Yuan's martial talent was undoubtedly the greatest in the 1,000-year history of the great Zen temple. As a martial prodigy of such caliber, only the long-browed old monk had the confidence to teach him in the entire great Zen temple. As for the abbot, head monks, and others, strictly speaking, they were also in the prenatal realm. Where was the qualification to take disciples? Disciple pays respects to master. Lin Yuan immediately bowed respectfully to the long-browed old monk. Becoming the disciple of the long-browed old monk undoubtedly saved Lin Yuan a significant amount of time. According to the rules of the great Zen temple, any disciple, regardless of their identity, had to undergo 3 years of running monk duties, 3 years of miscellaneous monk duties, 3 years in the scripture hall, and 3 years in the disciplinary court. Only after enduring these 12 years would they qualify to formally engage with the true martial arts of the great Zen temple. If Lin Yuan did not showcase his talent and remained among ordinary little novices, he would waste a considerable amount of time. although with his extraordinary comprehension ability, he might gain insights even by observing mountains and rivers. The difference in starting point would lead to significantly disparate outcomes in terms of achievements over the same period. Under the premise of being limited to a stay of only 20 years in this world, such an approach was clearly not feasible. By taking the long-browed old monk as his master, Lin Yuan would receive direct guidance and transmission of knowledge from the only master in the great Zen temple. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension ability, Lin Yuan's progress would be unparalleled. 2 months later, Lin Yuan and the long-browed old monk sat facing each other. From now on, you can move to the scripture repository. The long-browed old monk's mouth twitched slightly. Implicit in these words was the acknowledgement that the long-browed old monk felt incapable of further instructing Lin Yuan. There was no help for it. Lin Yuan's comprehension ability was too exaggerated. At the beginning, the long-browed old monk could still provide guidance to Lin Yuan. However, a few days later, he began to feel that something was amiss. Throughout history, individuals with exceptional intelligence were often described as being able to extrapolate from one example. However, Lin Yuan was not merely extrapolating from when he was extrapolating from 10, even 100. No matter what the long-browed old monk said, Lin Yuan could quickly understand and derive even deeper insights. What made the long-browed old monk find it more incredible was that Lin Yuan not only had such talent in martial arts, but also in Buddhist scriptures and teachings. Facing such a prodigy, even an accomplished master like the long-browed old monk felt somewhat overwhelmed. So as it progressed, rather than saying that the long-browed old monk was instructing Lin Yuan, it seemed more like two eminent monks engaging in an equal debate. In some instances, Lin Yuan's words even greatly benefited the master long-browed old monk, and all of this had been achieved in just 2 months. The scripture repository. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The scripture repository was where the great Zen temple stored its martial arts. It was an absolute key location. The 72 superior martial arts, known as the 72 transcendent skills, were stored on the second floor of the scripture repository. Additionally, on the third floor, there were even more profound martial arts surpassing the 72 transcendent skills. In fact, Lin Yuan had long wanted to visit the scripture repository, but the long-browed old monk had never agreed. He kept saying that Lin Yuan was too young, and exposure to things of such high levels would be detrimental to his state of mind. The various martial arts stored in the scripture repository were authored by generations of masters of the great Zen temple. There, you should be able to learn more. The long-browed old monk waved his hand, adopting a somewhat resigned posture. Since he couldn't teach Lin Yuan, he decided to let the masters of the great Zen temple throughout the ages be Lin Yuan's instructors. In reality, the scripture repository was a restricted area, and ordinary disciples had no qualification to enter. However, Lin Yuan was different. With the permission of the long-browed old monk, entering the scripture repository posed no problem. After that day, the long-browed old monk declared seclusion. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, resided frequently in the scripture repository. At the young age of 3, Lin Yuan began perusing numerous martial arts. The scripture repository housed an extensive collection of martial arts, with the 72 transcendent skills being just the most renowned part. There were many other martial arts as well. The muscle transformation scripture. On the second floor of the scripture repository, Lin Yuan took out an ancient scroll. The muscle transformation scripture was a unique martial art that could reshape the muscles and enhance martial aptitude. Its value might even surpass that of the 72 transcendent skills. However, this particular martial art had not been mastered by anyone in the entire great Zen temple. The reason was its high threshold, requiring not only martial comprehension, but also an understanding of Buddhist scriptures. Perhaps the long-browed old monk had the foundation to master the muscle transformation scripture, but for a master, it was not as crucial. Lin Yuan picked up the original muscle transformation scripture and began reading it attentively. 3 days later, due to your extraordinary comprehension, watching the special martial art muscle transformation scripture, you have comprehended the special martial art, muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique. Lin Yuan felt a slight joy in his heart. A mysterious force began circulating between his limbs and bones, gradually strengthening his meridians, flesh, and blood. This force wasn't limited to his physical body, it extended to Lin Yuan's spirit and soul, nurturing them. The original muscle transformation scripture had a limited effect, but this, muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique, I've comprehended now can strengthen every aspect without any shortcomings. Even masters would probably envy it. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. After 2 months of guidance from the long-browed old monk, Lin Yuan was no longer ignorant of the current martial arts world. Masters emphasized muscles and bones, and each master had developed their muscles and bones to the pinnacle of an ordinary person. However, the subsequent forging of the body, blood exchange, and spirit refinement had a significant impact on masters, especially spirit refinement. It was said that even masters were eager to enhance their mental martial arts. With this muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique, stepping into the realm of a master should be achieved ahead of time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, highly satisfied. After comprehending the great Buddha fist, Lin Yuan had advanced into the prenatal realm, surpassing the ordinary prenatal martial practitioners. However, his prenatal realm was somewhat lacking, given that others achieved it with abundant vital energy and blood. In contrast, Lin Yuan, with the body of a 3-year-old, naturally couldn't match the quantity and quality of the prenatal internal energy of regular practitioners. Nevertheless, with this muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique, Lin Yuan could save time and improve his physical and spiritual attributes comprehensively. And so, Lin Yuan stayed in the scripture repository for 5 years. The great Zen temple, ancient and serene, showed no signs of the passing 5 years. In the scripture repository, 5 years have passed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his gaze profound. Unbeknownst to him, 5 years had elapsed since his arrival in this world. He was now a quarter of the way through the maximum residency of 20 years. During these 5 years, besides immersing himself in understanding and practicing the insights he gained, Lin Yuan had also acquired a certain level of knowledge about this world. The source of his understanding naturally came from the great Zen temple. As a sacred place of Buddhism and a major force in martial arts, the great Zen temple couldn't completely isolate itself from the world. On the contrary, its intelligence network extended throughout various corners of the world. Using Buddhist faith as a pretext, they had infiltrated nearly every aspect. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, the current Great Li dynasty ruled over the Central Plains, enjoying a period of prosperity. The entire realm was under its control. Even the millennium-old Great Zen temple had to bow before the Great Li dynasty. According to the information gathered by the Great Zen temple, at least 6 martial arts masters served the Great Li dynasty. It's worth noting that there were probably only around a dozen martial arts masters in the entire world today. Having one master was enough for the Great Zen temple to dominate the martial arts world. The Great Li dynasty, with 6 martial arts masters, held immense deterrent power. The reason for the Great Li dynasty's profound strength was its founding ancestor, a grandmaster. Grandmaster, martial arts grandmaster. One word made a world of difference. From ancient times, each era had its own masters. Some eras had a few, while others had dozens. However, a martial arts grandmaster was a rare occurrence, with perhaps centuries passing before one emerged. The Great Li dynasty's dominance over the world, forcing even the great Zen temple to submit, was due to the existence of their invincible founding ancestor, a grandmaster. Even after the passing of many years, the techniques left by this grandmaster still controlled the 6 martial arts masters. The Great Li dynasty's founder had been a grandmaster, a level of spiritual and martial prowess that set him apart from ordinary masters. While later generations of martial practitioners focused on the transformation of their bodies, blood, and energy, martial arts grandmasters aimed for spiritual refinement, a realm of their own. One living martial arts grandmaster could make ordinary masters tremble with a single glance. Spiritual anomaly. Lin Yuan touched his forehead. The founder of the great Zen temple, Patriarch Bodhidharma, a master from a millennium ago, was also a martial arts grandmaster. Therefore, the great Zen temple had detailed descriptions of grandmasters. Compared to martial arts masters, the distinguishing feature of grandmasters was the initiation of the development of the spiritual soul's power. To break through to the realm of grandmaster, one must gather and master spiritual anomalies. However, the realm of the spiritual soul was elusive and ethereal. Ordinary masters might spend decades without sensing this power. Even if a master did sense it, any slight mistake during the process of gathering spiritual anomalies could lead to irreversible consequences. Physical injuries could be gradually healed and restored, but the same couldn't be said for the spiritual soul. Typically, out of 100 masters, about 80 would never touch the level of the spiritual soul during their lifetime. 19 who did sense the spiritual soul might perish while attempting to gather spiritual anomalies. In the end, only one master would successfully ascend to the realm of Grandmaster. The 163rd method to break into the realm of Grandmaster seems to have almost no danger, Lin Yuan contemplated. Ever since he had successfully crossed into the realm of Master 4 years ago using the body refining and spirit purifying technique, Lin Yuan had been pondering ways to ascend to the realm of Grandmaster. Given Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight, understanding and developing the spiritual soul were within his capabilities. The challenge lay in how to condense spiritual anomalies without any risk. Lin Yuan had been exploring the methods left by the great Zen temple's founder, Patriarch Bodhidharma for the past few years, stored on the third floor of the scripture repository. However, these methods had a high mortality rate, reaching 96%. Despite being lower than the 99% mortality rate outside, it was still too high for Lin Yuan to accept. That was why Lin Yuan decided to use his extraordinary insight to create a method to ascend to the realm of Grandmaster without any risk. After creating 162 methods, the breakthrough method he formulated a few days ago, the 163rd, left Lin Yuan quite satisfied. It not only minimized the risk of ascending to the realm of Grandmaster, but also provided room for recovery, even in extreme circumstances. Now Lin Yuan felt confident that he could cross into the realm of Grandmaster without any risk. Today is the day I step into the realm of Grandmaster. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to immediately begin the breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the great Zen temple, the abbot and the chief monk, Hui Wen, along with a few other leaders, were engaged in casual conversation. Let me think. Hasn't it been 3 or 4 years since junior brother Hui Zhen left the scripture repository? The chief of the Vinya court speculated and asked. Hui Zhen, also known as Lin Yuan, was addressed as a junior brother since he had taken the master Long Eyebrow Monk as his teacher. Lin Yuan's seniority in the great Zen temple was equivalent to that of the chief of the abbot's court. Yes, the abbot of the great Zen temple nodded. Since Lin Yuan moved to the scripture repository 5 years ago, he only occasionally stepped out during the first year. For the past 4 years, he hadn't left the scripture repository at all. People say that junior brother Hui Zhen cultivated innate energy at the age of 3, an unprecedented martial arts prodigy. However, the dedication junior brother has shown in martial arts is beyond ordinary. The chief of the menial labor court commented. Others nodded in agreement. For 4 years, Lin Yuan hadn't stepped out of the scripture repository, dedicating himself to martial arts scriptures. Such discipline and patience were rare even among high monks. I wonder how junior brother Hui Zhen's cultivation is going. The third chief showed a hint of curiosity. Having entered the realm of innate energy after just watching the demonstration of the Liu Hen fist, Lin Yuan had spent 5 years in the scripture repository. Everyone was curious about his current level. With junior brother Hui Zhen's talent, he might already be at the peak of the innate energy realm. The chief of the Vinya court speculated. Innate energy peak. The abbot hesitated for a moment. In this world, martial arts were divided into postnatal, innate, master, and grandmaster realms. Although Lin Yuan, at the age of 3, entered the innate realm, his foundation was inadequate due to his young age. It would likely take considerable time to catch up to the level of an average innate martial artist. The abbot estimated that in 5 years, Lin Yuan might have just compensated for his deficiencies and reached the standard level of an average innate martial artist. Perhaps. The abbot pondered for a while and nodded slightly. He didn't believe that Hui Zhen had reached the peak of the innate realm after compensating for his foundation. However, since Lin Yuan was Long Eyebrow Monk's disciple, and they were of the same generation, the abbot refrained from making definitive statements. You two old fellows have no confidence in junior brother Hui Zhen. Maybe he's already a master. The chief of the martial monk court glanced toward the direction of the scripture repository, a smile appearing on his face. He was the first one to discover Lin Yuan's martial talent. Master, the chief of the Vinya court, and the chief of the menial labor court exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. Even though they sensed a playful tone in the chief of the martial monk court's words, they didn't echo his sentiment. After all, the title master was significant, representing a rare few pillars in the martial world. All right, stop discussing junior brother Hui Zhen. The abbot of the great Zen temple felt that the conversation was becoming more absurd and immediately intervened. However, at that very moment, a rumbling sound echoed in the air, accompanied by invisible fluctuations rising into the sky, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Is this spiritual power? Could it be the spiritual power of a grandmaster, a great grandmaster? The abbot and the other leaders widened their eyes, feeling a sudden shock. When had a great grandmaster appeared in the world? Moreover, if such a grandmaster were to visit the great Zen temple, it would be an extraordinary event. No, this spiritual power is coming from the scripture repository. This is junior brother Hui Zhen's aura. The chief of the Vinya court seemed to have sensed something, his eyes widening. Junior brother Hui Zhen's aura, spiritual power, a great grandmaster. The abbot and the chief of the martial monk court opened their mouths, their faces expressing disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Judging by the source and the characteristics of this spiritual power, they couldn't help but entertain a wild idea. Could it be that junior brother Hui Zhen, who had spent 5 years in the scripture repository, had actually reached the realm of a great grandmaster? Realizing this possibility, a sense of absurdity overwhelmed them. 3 years old entering the innate realm was one thing, but now, at the age of 8, a great grandmaster, was he still human? Innate and master were entirely different concepts. especially when it came to a master who had already developed spiritual powers, the most apparent sign being the ability to take shortcuts in reaching the innate realm. For instance, one could ingest certain spiritual medicines or receive exclusive teachings from a master. With the great Zen temple's profound background, it could artificially produce several innate martial experts if it were willing to pay the price. However, such actions would be meaningless. For a martial arts powerhouse like the great Zen temple, having a few more innate martial experts wouldn't fundamentally impact them. What truly mattered was the presence of masters and great grandmasters, as they had the power to influence the overall situation in the world. Regardless of breaking through to the innate realm or advancing to the level of master, external aids were of minimal use. Breaking through to the innate realm required perfect control over one's power, such as swallowing specific natural treasures or receiving guidance from a master. For masters striving to become great grandmasters, they had to develop spiritual powers, a process fraught with danger that could lead to death. This was why the abbot and the other leaders, upon sensing the mysterious grandmaster who displayed spiritual powers, were shocked. In today's world, a great grandmaster was a rare occurrence, with the last known one being the founder of the Great Li dynasty 180 years ago. Considering the time elapsed, it wasn't impossible for a new great grandmaster to emerge. However, it would likely be someone among the already renowned masters. As for Lin Yuan, an 8-year-old child, it was inconceivable for him to be a great grandmaster, capable of dominating the world. This concept was beyond their understanding and defied logic. On the back mountain of the great Zen temple, the venerable Long Eyebrows, who was in seclusion, was also disturbed by the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the scripture repository. Spiritual power, disciple Hui Zhen, has he stepped into the realm of a great grandmaster? Long Eyebrows muttered to himself, his gaze blank. As a master of the great Zen temple, he had taught Lin Yuan for 2 months and was aware of his terrifying martial talent. In Long Eyebrows' eyes, Lin Yuan becoming a master was plausible, and there was a significant possibility of him touching the realm of a great grandmaster in the future. However, he expected this to happen decades later. Now, merely 5 years later, Lin Yuan had become a great grandmaster. Compared to the abbot and the leaders, Long Eyebrows' shock was more profound. The abbot and the leaders were only at the peak of the innate realm, knowing the difficulties of breaking through to a great grandmaster, but lacking a concrete understanding. Long Eyebrows, on the other hand, was a master, just 1 step away from becoming a great grandmaster. He could feel the insurmountable gap between a great grandmaster and a master every moment. Even with the breakthrough method left behind by Patriarch Damo, Long Eyebrows had no idea how to achieve the leap to becoming a great grandmaster. In the scripture repository, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, suppressing the fluctuations of his spiritual power. This spiritual power resembles the evolution path of mental masters in the universal human civilization. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the universe's human civilization, evolutionaries weren't a secret, and there were many well-known evolutionary paths. The mental masters, in particular, required special means to stimulate the mind, enabling them to wield unimaginable powers. Just a similarity, not an exact match. Lin Yuan pondered inwardly. The evolutionary path of mental masters in the universe primarily focused on illusions, whereas the spiritual powers of a grandmaster were purely martial, creating a sense of oppression surpassing that of mental masters. Furthermore, the physical bodies of mental masters in the universal human civilization were generally considered weak points, appearing somewhat fragile. In contrast, masters had already surpassed the pinnacle of an ordinary person's physical capabilities and could perfectly control every strand of power within their bodies. Although Lin Yuan wasn't aware of the specific merits and drawbacks of the mental master evolutionary path, he speculated that, in terms of combat power, grandmasters were likely superior. In the universe's human civilization, martial arts should be considered an entirely new evolutionary path. If I can push martial arts to higher levels in this realm and present it to the goddess of wisdom for evaluation when I return, I should be able to obtain substantial rewards. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. After learning about the forced conscription matter, Lin Yuan had inquired with the goddess of wisdom, realizing her profound interest in new evolutionary paths. Are they all waiting outside? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, glancing towards the outside of the scripture repository. Breaking through to the realm of a great grandmaster and refining spiritual powers unavoidably led to the spread of the news. Thus, it was entirely normal for the abbot and the leaders to perceive it. Outside the scripture repository, Long Eyebrows, the abbot, the leaders, and others were waiting. If other monks were present, they would have noticed that the usually dignified abbot and leaders wore anxious expressions, akin to students waiting to meet their admired teacher. Restlessness, expectation. "Come in, everyone." At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in their ears. Yes, upon receiving permission, the abbot, the leaders, and others breathed sighs of relief, following behind long eyebrows as they entered the scripture repository. We greet you, venerable monk. On the third floor of the scripture repository, long eyebrows and the others finally saw Lin Yuan. They respectfully bowed. There was no other way. If Lin Yuan had reached the innate realm prenatal realm at the age of 3, it could be explained as an extraordinary martial prodigy. However, entering the realm of a great grandmaster at the age of 8 was inexplicable by common sense. Only the legendary reincarnation of a true Buddha or a living Buddha could reconcile with everyone's understanding. All, including long eyebrows, unhesitatingly addressed Lin Yuan as venerable monk. Venerable monk. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying anything. He knew his own affairs, and he was definitely not a venerable monk. However, as long as he didn't reveal it, no one would know. Next, Lin Yuan chatted with the abbot, leaders, and others, taking the opportunity to share some insights he had occasionally gained in the past few years. He explained his understanding of breaking through the innate realm to reach the master realm, providing guidance to those present. This direct guidance left the abbot, leaders, and others profoundly enlightened. As a Grandmaster inheritance establishment, the Great Zen Temple naturally possessed precious legacies left by Patriarch Bodhidharma and successive masters on how to break through to the Master Realm. However, even the annotations left by Patriarch Bodhidharma were often not fully understood by the abbot, leaders, and others. Achieving certain feats did not necessarily mean one comprehended all the underlying principles and essence of those feats. While it was known that breaking through to become a master required perfect control over every strand of one's power, the details of how to achieve such perfect control were rarely explained, let alone how to actually do it. Lin Yuan, leveraging his extraordinary insight, meticulously replicated the process of breaking through the innate realm to the master realm, providing specific methods and means. This revelation brought tears to the eyes of the abbot, leaders, and others. Through Lin Yuan's guidance, they at least saw hope in breaking through to become masters. If they could cultivate and refine their skills for a decade or two, perhaps they might step into the realm of masters. In just a few sentences, Lin Yuan, like a beacon of wisdom, illuminated the future of the Great Zen Temple for decades to come, cultivating several potential masters. Such an abolitionally a venerable monk like Lin Yuan could achieve it. It could be said that if anyone dared to question Lin Yuan's venerable monk identity now, the abbot and leaders of the Great Zen Temple would be the first to object. As for you, master, Lin Yuan looked towards the long-eyebrowed old monk standing beside him. Even though Lin Yuan had received guidance from the long-eyebrowed old monk for only 2 months, the fact that Lin Yuan could smoothly move into the scripture pavilion was also due to the old monk's approval. In the realm of grandmasters, emphasis is placed on the spiritual aspect, and external forces are difficult to interfere with. A few years ago, I studied the martial arts scripture, Yijin washing marrow, forging body, changing blood, and tempering divine skill, in the scripture pavilion and gained insights into another martial art. It should be beneficial for stepping into the realm of grandmasters, Lin Yuan explained. The martial art he referred to was none other than the muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique. This martial art not only nourished the physical body, but also tempered the spirit. Breaking through from the master realm to the realm of a grandmaster essentially involved developing spiritual power. The purer the spiritual power, the easier it was to perceive and condense it into spiritual abilities. Practicing this martial art to perfection would significantly increase the chances of reaching the Grandmaster realm from the Master Peak realm, possibly up to 30%. No need to expend effort on me. The path to Grandmaster requires an epiphany, the long-eyebrowed old monk immediately responded. Before Lin Yuan, it was common knowledge among martial experts that reaching the realm of Grandmasters couldn't be forcefully pursued. Even powerful Grandmasters found it nearly impossible to cultivate another Grandmaster. 1,000 years ago, Patriarch Bodhidharma, the founder of the Great Zen Temple and a Grandmaster himself, took in 108 Buddhist monks as disciples when establishing the temple. However, none of these monks managed to step into the realm of Grandmasters. No worries, just listen, Lin Yuan said, gradually explaining the muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique. Initially, the long-eyebrowed old monk remained calm, thinking that Lin Yuan's teachings would be similar to the insights left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, as Lin Yuan progressed, revealing only 1/5 of the skill, the old monk's brows furrowed and his thoughts surged. The long-eyebrowed old monk's heart raced. As a grandmaster, he had basic discernment skills. Even after hearing only half, he realized the tremendous value of the martial art Lin Yuan was imparting. It was a martial art that tempered the spirit. While martial arts involving the spirit existed, the Great Zen Temple's scripture pavilion already contained several spiritual martial arts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, these were reserved for grandmasters who had condensed spiritual abilities. The muscle and bone cleansing, body forging, blood exchange, and spirit refinement technique that Lin Yuan had comprehended could be practiced even by innate realm martial artists. This was truly inconceivable, leaving the long-eyebrowed old monk momentarily speechless. After a short while, Lin Yuan finished speaking and looked at the stunned long-eyebrowed old monk. The abbot, leaders, and others beside him listened as well, but they didn't immediately realize the value of this martial art. They only found Lin Yuan's explanation of the martial art obscure and difficult to comprehend, something that required gradual insight. All right, you can all leave now. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze and waved his hand. Yes, the long-eyebrowed old monk, who had snapped out of his daze, suppressed the excitement within him and respectfully replied. After the long-eyebrowed old monk and the others left, the scripture pavilion fell silent once again. Lin Yuan walked to the third floor and picked up an ancient book. The cover of the book prominently displayed the four characters, Fumozhai Jing, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Fumozhai Jing, related to intelligence and spirit, was undoubtedly a spiritual martial art. It was one of the martial arts left behind by Patriarch Bodhidharma 1,000 years ago. Before breaking through to the realm of Grandmaster, Lin Yuan had not mastered spiritual abilities, despite his extraordinary perceptiveness. He had not delved much into such spiritual martial arts. Now, as a Grandmaster, he naturally began to comprehend this aspect. More than half a month passed swiftly. During this time, Lin Yuan had been studying the Fumozhai Jing. You, with extraordinary perceptiveness, comprehend the spiritual martial art, Fumozhai Jing, and gain insights into the spiritual extraordinary skill, heaven and earth-changing technique. Lin Yuan was pleased. Within the Nuan Palace on his forehead, strands of spiritual abilities continued to intertwine, forming a mysterious pattern that was imprinted on it. Heaven and earth-changing technique, spiritual extraordinary skill. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once he activated the pattern condensed with spiritual abilities within the Nuan Palace, it would release a spiritual domain. Within the range of this domain, even other grandmasters would have their mental will suppressed, experiencing the pain of confusion and loss. No reason. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. With just this spiritual extraordinary skill, he was confident in becoming invincible within the grandmaster realm. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. Inside the scripture pavilion, a mysterious aura diffused and spread, but all stopped at the entrance. Above the grandmaster realm, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and a faint white lightning flashed across the void. The void generated electricity. This was an external manifestation of an extraordinarily powerful spirit. The spiritual power of a grandmaster could kill, but it couldn't shake material rules. For example, lifting a stone with spiritual power alone was an impossibility, a rule unbroken throughout history. However, Lin Yuan had now broken this rule. Due to Lin Yuan's realm, which had surpassed that of a grandmaster, he had reached an unprecedented state in this realm. With his extraordinary perceptiveness, Lin Yuan had taken only 5 years to traverse the realms of postnatal, prenatal, master, and achieving the status of a grandmaster. Now, after another 5 years had passed, breaking the constraints of the grandmaster, achieving an accomplishment that no one before him had achieved was no longer a rare occurrence. Above grandmaster, let's call it the mythical realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The level beyond grandmaster was a legend, a myth. Therefore, naming it mythical seemed quite fitting. There are still 10 years of residence time. I should go out and take a look. Lin Yuan calmed his breath, looking up at the great Zen temple outside. After entering the mythical realm, the accumulated heritage of the great Zen temple over the past 1,000 years had been mostly digested and absorbed by Lin Yuan. Next, if Lin Yuan wanted to maintain the previous 10 years of cultivation speed, he needed to travel the world, exploring various martial arts secrets. After all, the Great Zen Temple was only one of the major martial arts schools. Apart from the Great Zen Temple, there were still other major martial arts schools, and even the rule of the Great Li dynasty overlooked them. By witnessing martial arts different from those of the Great Zen Temple and refining his extraordinary perceptiveness to the extreme, Lin Yuan could more easily comprehend the paths and realms ahead. Outside the Bodhi courtyard, the Grand Zen Temple's abbot Hu Yuan and several senior monks gathered once again. I can already sense the bottleneck of the Master Realm. Quickly, within 10 years or at most 20 years, you will be able to break through to the Master Realm. Abbot Hu Yuan's voice was filled with excitement. Under normal circumstances, with his aptitude, the possibility of him entering the Master Realm was not significant. However, a few years ago, under Lin Yuan's guidance, he saw a glimmer of hope. The other senior monks were similarly excited. Lin Yuan's guidance had benefited them greatly. Although they didn't have the certainty of breaking through to the Master Realm within 20 years like the abbot, achieving it in 30 or 40 years was still quite hopeful. In this world, reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm prenatal realm as a martial artist and living over 100 years was not a difficult task. The senior monks were mostly in their 60s or 70s, and they had the ability to make a final attempt at breaking through. Just then a martial monk hurriedly entered. Abbot, senior monks, and know something bad has happened. The martial monk seemed a bit anxious and stuttered. Clearly the news he brought was urgent. Take your time, don't rush, Abbot Hui Yuan comforted. Venerable, venerable. The martial monk took a deep breath, about to speak. What happened to Venerable? Abbot Hui Yuan stood up abruptly, staring at the martial monk. The other senior monks also showed solemn expressions. In their eyes, Venerable was the hope of the great Zen temple for the next 500 years. Anything related to Venerable was a significant matter for the temple. Venerable, the martial monk quickly said, Venerable has left the mountain. What? Venerable has left the mountain? Abbot Hui Yuan was momentarily stunned, quickly asking, did Venerable say anything about why he left the mountain? Yes, Venerable did. He said he was going down the mountain to see the world. What? Venerable said that. Abbot Hui Yuan was taken aback, asking urgently, did Venerable mention anything specific about his purpose for going down the mountain? He said to take a look at this world. The martial monk tried to mimic Lin Yuan's tone as much as possible. Venerable has entered the secular world. Martial monk Yuan Hui immediately realized the situation. It wasn't unusual for monks from the great Zen temple to descend the mountain and travel the world. Abbot Hui Yuan and other senior monks had experienced it multiple times themselves. For high-ranking monks, descending the mountain into the secular world was a form of spiritual cultivation. However, they overlooked the fact that Lin Yuan had never left the mountain during the years he spent in the temple. Will Venerable encounter any danger by going down alone? The chief of the discipline court seemed to be concerned, but he stopped himself before completing the sentence. Abbot Hui Yuan and others rolled their eyes. What a joke, danger. They might not know Lin Yuan's current state, but 5 years ago he had already reached the Grandmaster realm. Even if he stayed in one place, he would still be a Grandmaster. With the strength of a Grandmaster, even if tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded him, given some time, he could eliminate them all or escape unscathed. Never mind. Venerable's image has been distributed to various temples across the country. All our monks in different regions will follow Venerable's orders. Abbot Hui Yuan spoke calmly. The great Zen temple, as a sacred place for Buddhism and a dominant force in martial arts, had profound influence and potential power. Even among the other major martial arts sects, it was second to none. Outside the great Zen temple, under the vast sky, a young monk in gray robes walked on a narrow mountain path. Observant eyes would notice that with every step he took, his figure appeared several meters away, a phenomenon both mysterious and divine. This young monk was Lin Yuan. After leaving the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan covered a distance of 1,200 miles in just 2 hours. Compared to the Grandmaster realm, the internal energy in the body of a mythical realm martial artist had evolved into a higher level of energy, which Lin Yuan temporarily referred to as elemental power. A strand of elemental power could overpower 10 strands of internal energy at the Grandmaster level. However, in actual combat, it was a different story. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, his true combat strength had reached an unprecedented level. Even if all the Grandmaster-level martial artists in history were resurrected, he could defeat them with a single slap. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. With each step, Lin Yuan's blood surged, and elemental power circulated within him like a burning furnace. The formidable heat spread in all directions, resembling a raging fire. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. A gentle breeze brushed across his face. Lin Yuan stood there momentarily, as if time had stopped. Days passed by, and finally you, with extraordinary comprehension, having read countless scriptures, feeling the breeze, listening to the profound principles of the wind, have realized the true martial art, divine wind 9 steps. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and countless insights erupted in his mind, forming a genuine martial art. A genuine martial art surpassed the martial arts of grandmasters and required mythical realm warriors to spend a considerable amount of time and energy to create. This time, with the help of his extraordinary comprehension and the relaxation of his mind outside the temple, Lin Yuan had created this martial art, Divine Wind 9 Steps. Lin Yuan carefully comprehended this martial art, which belonged to the category of body techniques. It utilized elemental power within the body to connect with the forces of heaven and earth. After 9 steps, it allowed the practitioner to integrate as much as possible with the wind, further achieving a significant increase in his speed. Terrifying, Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. At his level, every aspect had already reached its peak. Even a slight improvement was extremely challenging, let alone a direct surge in speed. True martial arts are already harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Does the path ahead also relate to the heavens and the earth? Lin Yuan remained standing in the same spot, looking thoughtful. Pudu Temple. This temple was built 300 years ago by a high monk from the great Zen temple during his travels. It had maintained a close connection with the great Zen temple for centuries. Why is Venerable going to Minju Palace? What is the purpose? The abbot of Pudu Temple asked cautiously. Sitting in front of him was the young monk, Lin Yuan. The main purpose of Lin Yuan leaving the great Zen temple this time was to observe the profound martial arts of various major sects. Among them, those on par with the great Zen temple, as major martial arts powers, were his primary choices. Most major martial arts powers were founded by grandmasters, and they had produced many masters over the generations. Minju Palace was one such martial arts power. I wish to observe the various martial arts of Minju Palace. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, calmly stating his intention. While passing by Pudu Temple on his way to Minju Palace, Lin Yuan had stopped there for a brief rest. Even with the power of mythical realm, he was still a human and couldn't ignore fatigue like a machine. Due to the deep connection between Pudu Temple and the great Zen temple, the abbot recognized Lin Yuan and personally attended to him. The abbot of Pudu Temple hesitated. Not hiding anything, Venerable, about half a year ago, the master of Minju Palace passed away without leaving a successor. There was internal turmoil in Minju Palace, and many martial arts scriptures are likely missing. The abbot of Pudu Temple spoke in a low voice. Although Minju Palace had tried to suppress this matter, Pudu Temple had learned about it through special channels. Really, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this information. Venerable wishes to view the martial arts scriptures of Minju Palace. You can go to the capital of Dali Kingdom. Back then, the founder of Dali Kingdom, Emperor Ma, traveled the world, visited Minju Palace, and copied all their martial arts scriptures before bringing them back. The abbot paused for a moment and subtly mentioned another matter. At that time, it wasn't just Minju Palace, other martial arts powers, including the great Zen temple, were visited by Emperor Ma of Dali Kingdom. Numerous martial arts scriptures were copied and taken away. Emperor Ma, as a grandmaster, was invincible in his time, and no martial arts power dared to refuse. They could only endure this loss. Oh, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. He hadn't read about this event in the records of the great Zen temple. However, upon further thought, it made sense. Taking away all martial arts scriptures forcefully was not a glorious event. Even if the person doing it was Emperor Ma, a grandmaster, the great Zen temple would not publicize such an incident. Are you saying that in the capital of Dali, there are martial arts scriptures from all major martial arts powers of that time? Lin Yuan asked. Back then, Emperor Ma of Dali wanted to make further progress, so he gathered martial arts from all over the world. Any influential martial arts force with a known name had to submit their martial arts techniques, without exception. The abbot of Pudu Temple truthfully explained. That's quite convenient. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Originally, if Lin Yuan wanted to observe the martial arts of various sects, he would have to visit them one by one, as martial arts powers were spread all over the world. He would have wasted a lot of time visiting them one by one. Now, it was much simpler. He could directly go to the capital of Dali Kingdom. Capital of Dali, Linglong Pavilion. As the largest restaurant in the capital, Linglong Pavilion was packed with people every day. Whether they were visitors from out of town or locals, anyone with the opportunity wouldn't miss the chance to taste the dishes at Linglong Pavilion. Snap. In the central part of the restaurant, on a constructed platform, a storyteller was energetically narrating a story. 10 years ago in the sacred land of Buddhism, the great Zen temple, a Buddhist disciple was born. This disciple was born with knowledge, possessing the appearance of various Buddhas. It is said that at that time, the sky above the great Zen temple revealed the golden body of Buddha, with golden light covering an area of tens of miles. Many people, bathed in this golden light, had their hidden illnesses cured. Now, after 10 years, that Buddhist disciple. The storyteller paused abruptly, arching his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, today's story ends here. If you want to know how this young Buddhist disciple is doing now, please come back tomorrow. As these words were spoken, a sigh spread among the audience. They were captivated by the tale and wanted to know more about the young Buddhist disciple. However, the storyteller chose to leave them in suspense. This is for you to continue, a burly man said, throwing a silver ingot onto the platform. Other onlookers also tossed various coins and valuables. Considering his age, that Buddhist disciple should be in his teens now, undoubtedly studying Buddhist scriptures and delving into the Buddha's teachings. As the storyteller elaborated on the disciple's mundane activities, the audience began to lose interest. Yet what they didn't notice was a young monk in gray robes seated in a corner, wearing a peculiar expression. Am I written into these stories? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He wasn't surprised. Being a disciple of the great Zen temple, a place of great influence, his every move naturally attracted attention. Additionally, with the openness of the abbot and the masters, various rumors and versions of stories circulated. Having sampled the delicacies of this world at Linglong Pavilion, Lin Yuan left the establishment. The streets, paved with bluestones, bustled with people and echoed with the shouts of merchants. As Lin Yuan walked further into the city, the number of pedestrians decreased, but the presence of patrolling soldiers increased. until he reached a towering city gate. Dozens of soldiers with formidable auras guarded the entrance. Behind the gate lay the great departure palace, the absolute core of the dynasty, and even standing outside, glimpses of the magnificent palace buildings were visible. At that moment, a carriage slowly emerged from the palace. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately stepped back, creating a path. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged monk wearing a crimson cassia was massaging his brow. The current Empress of Dali held Buddhism in high regard, frequently inviting esteemed monks to the palace. The middle-aged monk in the crimson cassia had gained significant prominence in recent years, earning the favor of the Empress. Every 10 days or so, he would be invited into the palace. The Empress's inquiries have become increasingly intricate lately. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brows, feeling a bit annoyed. It's time to leave the palace now. The middle-aged monk reached out and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Glancing around casually, he noticed a young monk not far away. However, just this casual glance made his pupils contract. That is, the middle-aged monk stared at the young monk nearby, his expression filled with uncertainty. Buddhist disciple. Coming from the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk had stayed in the capital for over a decade. Although he didn't actively participate in the temple's affairs, he kept regular contact with them. A few years ago, the great Zen temple sent a portrait of a Buddhist disciple, instructing him to remember and comply if he ever encountered the depicted person. As the middle-aged monk examined the young monk, he was astonished to find that the features of the young monk were nearly identical to the portrait. Disciple of the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk inquired tentatively, "Do you know me?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. 20 years ago, I was also a monk of the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk said, revealing his identity with just one sentence. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The influence of the great Zen temple extended beyond Mount Shiashi, where it was situated. The previous visit to Pudu Temple and the presence of this middle-aged monk were indicative of this. I wonder if the Buddhist disciple has any specific business in the capital, the middle-aged monk curiously asked. Before meeting Lin Yuan, he hadn't received any information from the great Zen temple. It seemed that Lin Yuan's arrival in the capital was not known to the abbot or the masters. I wish to enter the martial arts hall in the imperial palace for observation, Lin Yuan spoke. The martial arts hall in the Great Departure Palace stored countless martial arts secrets from all over the world. When the great Li dynasty's founder, Emperor Ma, unified the world, he collected martial arts from various sects, and all these records were stored in the martial arts hall. Entering the martial arts hall might be a bit troublesome, the middle-aged monk said, furrowing his brow. Generally, only members of the imperial family, or those who had made significant contributions to Dali, had the qualifications to enter the martial arts hall. This was a rule set by Emperor Ma. Wanting to enter the hall is indeed a bit tricky. The middle-aged monk explained, typically only the royal family members and those who have made significant contributions to Dali have the qualifications to enter the martial arts hall. It's a rule established by Emperor Ma. However, there might be. The middle-aged monk spoke slowly. Within the palace, security is extremely tight, and infiltrating it is definitely impossible. The middle-aged monk's face revealed a hint of anxiety. As an honored guest of the Empress, he had some understanding of the imperial palace of Dali. The 8,000 forbidden army members within the palace were all trained using secret methods to reach the pinnacle of postnatal realm. The 200 deputy commanders were prenatal realm martial artists, while the 18 grand commanders were innate peak realm experts. In essence, this force alone was enough to easily sweep away tens of thousands of troops, and even a master would be trapped if they entered. Moreover, the middle-aged monk occasionally heard from the Empress that there were martial arts masters stationed at various points in the palace. Over the years, the middle-aged monk, having frequently visited the palace, speculated that there were at least 4 martial arts masters within the palace. 4 masters, 18 peak innate experts, 200 innate realm experts, 8,000 postnatal realm peak experts. This was the great Dali dynasty's strongest hand. Even if the world fell into chaos now, the great Dali dynasty could easily regain control. Furthermore, beyond this, there were armies stationed at the borders and martial arts masters ready to be mobilized. Buddhist disciple, listen to me. I will introduce you, and the Empress will certainly take notice of the Buddhist disciple. For the next 3 months, you should visit the Empress frequently, become familiar with her. After that, on the Emperor's 60th birthday, when the Empress appears, I will take you to congratulate the Emperor. At that time, I will present a precious Buddhist artifact. With the Emperor pleased, there will be a good chance for the Buddhist disciple to enter the martial arts hall. The middle-aged monk, after careful consideration, presented the only feasible method at the moment. In theory, it was impossible for outsiders to enter the martial arts hall. However, if the current Emperor Dali permitted it, then it was a matter of whether Lin Yuan could please the Emperor. After all, Lin Yuan was just going in to take a look, and it wouldn't cause any loss to the numerous martial arts scriptures inside. I wonder what the Buddhist disciple thinks. The The middle-aged monk spoke all in one breath. Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged monk had indeed thought carefully. According to his plan, there was a high probability of Lin Yuan successfully entering the martial arts hall. It's just, Lin Yuan shook his head again. Just what? The middle-aged monk asked anxiously. It's too troublesome. Lin Yuan gazed calmly towards the distant imperial palace. Troublesome. The middle-aged monk took a while to react. The plan he just devised was already as concise as possible. Directly taking Lin Yuan to see the empress and leveraging her influence over the emperor was the fastest way to enter the martial arts hall. However, it wasn't possible to directly meet the emperor. Without enough weighty figures to recommend him, even the middle-aged monk wouldn't be able to meet the emperor, let alone Lin Yuan. Just say it straightforwardly. Lin Yuan finished speaking, took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly in the direction of the imperial palace. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the imperial palace for observation. His voice was normal at the first word, humble, but starting from the second word, the pitch began to rise. By the fifth word, the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. When the last word, observation, was spoken, it was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering, echoing like thunder. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire imperial palace was enveloped by the terrifying sound waves. The 8,000 postnatal peak Forbidden Army soldiers felt a deafening roar, and their consciousness dissipated. The 18 peak innate Grand Commanders were bleeding from all 7 orifices, kneeling on the ground unable to rise. Deep within the imperial palace, the auras of 5 martial arts masters flashed and disappeared. They attempted to resist the Buddhist sounds entering their ears, but they could only persist for a few breaths before their auras rapidly weakened, losing any resistance. For a moment, the once well-guarded imperial palace became disorganized, crumbling into a pile of loose sand. What is this? The middle-aged monk's mouth gaped open. Imperial Palace of Dali, Taiji Hall. A dignified man in dragon robes sat at a sandalwood table. Opposite him was a slender old man. With your current strength, there should be no opponents in the world, right, Uncle Ancestor? The dignified man was the current emperor of Great Dali, and the slender old man sitting across from him was the ancestral elder of the imperial family, also the strongest, a martial arts master at the peak of the master realm. If not at the grandmaster level, what's the point of talking about having no opponents? The slender old man shook his head, his tone without a hint of humility. Even among masters, there were differences in strength, and the slender old man undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the master realm. In terms of inheritance, the martial arts legacies of the other major martial arts sects were also grandmaster-level inheritances. However, the grandmaster legacy left by the Great Dynasty's grandmaster patriarch, too, had the greatest influence. After all, the patriarch had been alive just over 100 years ago, and his reputation still held strong. The numerous martial arts secrets left behind were not only stronger than the legacies of other grandmasters, but they were also more complete and perfect. Not to mention that the Grandmaster Patriarch personally visited other martial arts sects and transcribed all their martial arts, bringing them back. Pooling the martial arts of the world, the foundation of the Great Dynasty far exceeded that of other martial arts sects. Master Uncle Ancestor is just one step away from the Grandmaster level, right? The Emperor of Great Dali asked in a somewhat mysterious tone. One step away, but it's a world of difference, the slender old man sighed. The closer he got to the Grandmaster level, the more he felt the despair and helplessness. This was based on the breakthrough insights left by the Grandmaster Patriarch. Even with these insights, the slender old man didn't dare to think about reaching the Grandmaster realm without any confidence in himself. But Your Majesty, rest assured, in this world today, if I can't break through to the Grandmaster level, other masters won't be able to either. The slender old man spoke with great confidence. Just as the Emperor of Great Dali was about to say something, terrifying sound waves descended, filling every inch of the air. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the Imperial Palace for observation. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the Imperial Palace for observation. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the Imperial Palace for observation. The demonic sound infiltrated their ears, and the Emperor of Great Dali felt his eardrums trembling, with his vision starting to blur. Compared to the Emperor of Great Dali, the nearby slender old man, who was already at the peak of the Master Realm, suffered even more miserably. The more powerful one's strength, the more sensitive to the sound waves and the heavier the suppression. Ah, what kind of sonic skill is this? The slender old man couldn't believe it. Just by sound from an unknown distance, it made a Master Realm martial artist like himself lose the ability to resist. Who could it be? Could it be a Grandmaster? Even Grandmasters as powerful as the Grandmaster Patriarch of the Great Dali Dynasty couldn't achieve such a level, right? Outside the Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. Just now he had used the lion's roar, a top-notch martial art of the great Zen temple, a sound-based martial art capable of terrifying and intimidating effects, causing people to feel frightened and disoriented. However, this martial art was ineffective against postnatal peak individuals, as sound waves were less effective compared to physical attacks. But Lin Yuan's current strength was overwhelming, surpassing the mythical realm of grandmasters. With a single roar, even grandmasters would find it challenging to resist. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't intend to cause permanent harm. Under the overwhelming sound waves of the lion's roar, those below the postnatal peak only felt their eardrums vibrating but suffered no other injuries. As for those at the postnatal peak, innate peak, and master realm, the impact was heavier, but a month or two of recuperation would be enough. It wouldn't cause irreversible damage. In the past, the Grandmaster Patriarch of the Great Dali Dynasty had forced the Great Zen Temple's monks to surrender their ultimate skills through absolute force. Now, Lin Yuan, outside the Imperial Palace, had turned the tables with a roar, making the Imperial Palace forces collapse. It could be considered settling an old score. Buddhist disciple, this. The middle-aged monk standing beside him was now completely blank in his mind. Just moments ago, he was wondering why the monk found it troublesome and what he meant by just say it directly. Now, witnessing the incredible scene before him, he understood. You see, I estimate we can go in shortly, Lin Yuan casually remarked, glancing back at the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk was still immersed in shock. Although he didn't know what had happened inside the Imperial Palace, the chaotic auras that emanated just now, even the aura of the masters, had fallen. The middle-aged monk had a feeling that the defensive strength of the palace had reached its all-time low, and a mere group of postnatal martial artists could probably massacre them easily. Given the achievement of Lin Yuan's previous roar, the monk had no doubt about Lin Yuan's statement that they would likely get in soon. After a while, under the middle-aged monk's gaze, a dignified man in dragon robes and a slender old man walked out quickly. There were several figures following behind them. Although their auras were weak, their imposing presence during movement was far beyond what postnatal martial artists could compare to. The Emperor of Great Dali emerged from the palace and soon noticed Lin Yuan, who stood there in a gray monk's robe. I have seen the Grandmaster, the Emperor of Great Dali said with a bitter heart, immediately bowing. After the terror of sound waves in the Taiji Hall, the impact on the Emperor of Great Dali was not significant, and he quickly recovered. The first thought that came to his mind was to escape. However, the slender old man beside him intercepted him. Being a master pinnacle realm expert, the slender old man was well aware that the strength behind the terrifying sound waves was beyond comparison, at least something that surpassed the great Dali Patriarch over 100 years ago. Faced with such a powerful being, how could one escape, and where would they go? Moreover, after observing the injuries suffered by the Emperor of Great Dali, the slender old man deduced that Lin Yuan might not have any malicious intent towards the Great Dali imperial family. Otherwise, with the terrifying sound waves, even a pinnacle master like himself would be severely injured. In fact, facing such a powerful figure, how could one escape, and where could they go? Instead, following the suggestion of the slender old man, the Emperor of Great Dali summoned up the courage to walk towards the source of the sound waves and reach the outside of the Imperial Palace. I am Hui Zhen, a humble monk, and I wish to enter the martial arts hall of the Imperial Palace for observation, Lin Yuan said, addressing the disheveled Emperor of Great Dali. This matter is simple. Grandmaster, please come in, the Emperor said, exhaling in relief. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat wronged. Why didn't the monk just say he wanted to enter the martial arts hall? Why make such a big disturbance? Lin Yuan opened his mouth, but his gaze remained calm as he observed the situation. Time passed by. In a blink of an eye, half a year had gone. During this period, Lin Yuan's feat of subduing the Imperial Palace with a single roar spread like a hurricane throughout the world. Although the commotion within the palace was kept hushed by the palace guards and maids, the martial experts outside the palace couldn't turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to it. Even the middle-aged monk could sense the changes in the palace's aura. Naturally, other martial experts could as well. Moreover, with the Emperor of Great Dali voluntarily stepping out of the palace, bowing to Lin Yuan, many witnessed the scene. Connecting the dots, it was easy for people to speculate on the general truth: the Imperial Palace of the Great Dali Dynasty had been penetrated by a mysterious monk. Even the reigning emperor had to bow down and admit his mistake. Although the Great Dali Dynasty wanted to downplay the incident, it was impossible. The news had already spread, and the people were eager to discuss it. For nearly 2 centuries, the Great Dali Dynasty had ruled the world, suppressing all martial experts due to their founding ancestors' overwhelming strength. Now, witnessing the dynasty's setback, and even the current emperor bowing his head in apology, everyone was delighted. After discussing the fate of the Great Dali Dynasty, the attention of the people immediately shifted to the mysterious monk from the Buddhist sect. Was the Great Dali Dynasty weak? Certainly not. In fact, it was terrifyingly strong. Even with the passing of the great Grandmaster founder over 100 years ago, the dynasty's power still dominated the world. However, the fact that the palace was penetrated by a mysterious monk meant something ominous. Upon careful consideration, people felt a chill down their spines. Undoubtedly, the strength of that mysterious monk had reached the level of a grandmaster. Inside the martial hall of the great Dali Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged with a calm expression. Since entering half a year ago, he had not left the premises. The Emperor of Great Dali had the insight to declare the martial hall a restricted area, forbidding anyone from disturbing Lin Yuan. The daily meals were meticulously prepared by the royal chefs, not only replenishing his energy, but also crafted with exquisite taste. However, Lin Yuan sighed lightly in his heart. Not enough. These martial arts are still far from enough. In just half a year, Lin Yuan had comprehended and understood numerous martial arts within the martial hall of the great Dali Imperial Palace. It wasn't that the martial arts within the hall were inferior to those in the Buddhist temple's scriptures. In fact, the collection of martial arts in the palace surpassed that of the temple, but the circumstances had changed. Now Lin Yuan was at an unprecedented mythical realm. In this superior state, the efficiency of his enlightenment naturally far surpassed the Grandmaster realm. However, despite grasping all the martial arts within the hall, combined with his transcendent enlightenment and elevated understanding, Lin Yuan had yet to break through the mythical realm. All martial arts in the world, those that are recorded and passed down, are only a few. More martial arts are dispersed among every martial practitioner in the world, Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. These martial arts might not reach the level of superior martial arts, but they excel in their unique perspectives. They are even fundamentally different from the current martial arts training system. If Lin Yuan can comprehend martial arts from different angles, it should be helpful for him to break through the mythical realm. "Come in," Lin Yuan said as he looked towards the entrance of the martial hall. Yes, the slender old man immediately walked over respectfully. As the highest-ranking and strongest ancestor of the great Dali royal family, the slender old man shouldn't have been stationed outside the martial hall personally, waiting for Lin Yuan's orders. However, ever since Lin Yuan casually gave him guidance shortly after entering the hall, the slender old man had stayed put. That casual guidance made the slender old man realize that even if he cultivated diligently for 10, 20, or 50 years, it wouldn't compare to a single sentence from Lin Yuan. "I plan to host a martial arts convention for the whole world, right here in the capital. Any postnatal or prenatal martial artist can participate. The top 10 participants can choose any 3 superior martial arts," Lin Yuan announced. With his extraordinary comprehension ability, Lin Yuan didn't need to learn martial arts conventionally. He could simply watch others demonstrate their techniques and gain insights. Over a decade ago, watching the monks of the great Zen temple practicing the Arhat fist allowed him to comprehend the superior martial art, Arhat Buddha fist. Having martial artists reveal their unique skills wasn't realistic. Many wandering martial artists, without any sect affiliation, could easily retreat into the deep mountains and forests beyond Lin Yuan's reach. However, by organizing a martial arts convention, Lin Yuan could attract them. With his extraordinary comprehension, he could silently grasp their martial skills. Whether or not those wandering martial artists would come, people generally pursued one of two things: fame or fortune. For martial artists, there was an additional factor: personal martial arts proficiency. With superior martial arts as bait, Lin Yuan wasn't worried that those wandering martial artists wouldn't take the bait. Superior martial arts weren't just common, and each one could serve as the foundation of a legacy. Even the great Zen temple, a sacred place of Buddhism, only had 72 superior martial arts. Moreover, with the martial arts convention led by the great Dali dynasty, gaining a bit of recognition could propel a martial artist to fame. Also, for the masters, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin. "If masters come, they can challenge me. Regardless of the outcome, they will receive a mental martial art." In essence, masters who attended the martial arts convention could obtain a mental martial art. Although masters couldn't cultivate mental martial arts, continuous contemplation would greatly assist in stepping into the Grandmaster realm. Yes, the slender old man swallowed nervously. Although the great Zen temple's founder had left behind some mental martial arts years ago, who would reject the opportunity to have more, different mental martial arts, contemplated simultaneously, could be used to validate the Grandmaster realm from various perspectives, making it easier to reach that step. As news of the martial arts convention spread, the entire world erupted in excitement. Just by achieving a top 10 position in the martial arts convention, one could choose any 3 superior martial arts. If it weren't for the personal promise of the great Dali Emperor, nobody would have believed it. These were superior martial arts. Just obtaining one would be incredible, but the top 10 martial artists could choose 3, and freely at that. Initially, some martial artists doubted, but after the first martial arts convention, where the top 10 participants indeed obtained their desired 3 superior martial arts. Martial artists worldwide went crazy. They rushed to the capital of Great Dali, eagerly awaiting the start of the next martial arts convention. While postnatal and prenatal martial artists were excited, the masters scattered throughout the land gradually changed their perspectives. They saw the announcement about the martial arts convention from the Great Dali Emperor. Masters could participate and challenge the mysterious monk who had single-handedly pierced through the imperial palace. Regardless of the outcome, they would receive a mental martial art. Soon, numerous masters couldn't resist and started heading towards the capital of Great Dali. 6 months later, Imperial Palace of Dali. Outside the martial hall, a sturdy man carrying a heavy sword appeared silently. By his side was a young boy of only 15 or 16. "Southern Sea Sword Saint, I didn't expect you to come too," said the slender old man guarding the martial hall, his expression serious. Before encountering Lin Yuan, the slender old man considered himself invincible under the Grandmaster realm. Few masters could make him wary. The Southern Sea Sword Saint was one of them. In terms of strength, the Southern Sea Sword Saint wasn't superior to the slender old man, they were evenly matched. However, the Southern Sea Sword Saint didn't come from a martial arts sect. He had reached his current height step by step, relying solely on his own efforts. The slender old man, on the other hand, came from the great Dali royal family and received guidance from various masters since childhood. He often contemplated the insights left by the founding emperor. Now the Southern Sea Sword Saint stood side by side with the slender old man, proving his extraordinary comprehension. Have you already started cultivating mental power?" The slender old man carefully examined the Southern Sea Sword Saint and was surprised. He could sense a faint mental pressure emanating from the Southern Sea Sword Saint, a sign of cultivating mental power. Once successful, it could break into the Grandmaster realm. The Southern Sea Sword Saint remained silent, his gaze fixed on the interior of the martial hall. Grandmaster the Southern Sea Sword Saint smiled. He came for a different purpose than the other masters who came here for the promise of mental martial arts. Although mental martial arts could assist in cultivating mental power, the Southern Sea Sword Saint no longer needed them. His true goal was to challenge the mysterious monk who had single-handedly pierced through the great Dali imperial palace. He wanted to use a Grandmaster as a stepping stone to forge his path to becoming a Grandmaster himself. "Master, do you really want to go in?" The young boy, around 15 or 16 years old, was somewhat nervous. After all, that mysterious monk was recognized by many martial artists as a true Grandmaster. Besides a Grandmaster, who else could single-handedly pierce through the great Dali imperial palace? "Don't worry, my disciple," the Southern Sea Sword Saint reassured him. "With my current strength, just facing the mental pressure of a Grandmaster, I might break through to the Grandmaster realm at any time." The Southern Sea Sword Saint wasn't too concerned. With half of his foot already stepping into the Grandmaster realm, it wouldn't take much to make the final leap once stimulated by a true Grandmaster. In that case, facing another Grandmaster, even if he couldn't defeat the mysterious monk, he believed he could retreat unscathed. "I'm going in, my obedient disciple. Wait outside for a while," the Southern Sea Sword Saint said with eagerness, entering the martial hall. Only a short time, equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, had passed when the martial hall's door opened again. The sturdy man carrying the heavy sword walked out with an expressionless face. Master, is it over so soon?" The young boy hurried over, concerned. "Let's go," the Southern Sea Sword Saint shook his head slightly, leaving the imperial palace with the young boy. Only when they reached the outskirts of the capital did the Southern Sea Sword Saint stop. Turning to face the direction of the imperial palace, he sat on a stone muttering phrases like, "How can he be so strong, and how is such a person possible?" The young boy, at the age of 15 or 16, immediately realized that his master had likely lost, and not just lost, but lost quite thoroughly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. "Master, I didn't think he was that strong. When you become a Grandmaster in the future, you can challenge him again and win," the young boy said, trying to console his master. "That strong?" The Southern Sea Sword Saint fell silent for a while, unsure of what to say. After a long time, he regained his composure and said slowly, "Now, as a postnatal martial artist, your perspective is still narrow. You see him like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. When the day comes that you miraculously step into the Grandmaster realm, or become a semi-Grandmaster like me," the Southern Sea Sword Saint continued, speaking with an extremely complex emotion, "you will see him as if you are a tiny insect looking up at the vast sky." Outside the martial hall, the slender old man, Yuan Pan, watched as the figure of the Southern Sea Sword Saint disappeared. To consider Master Hui Zhen as a stepping stone to break through the Grandmaster realm. This is really... Yuan Pan, the slender old man, was at a loss for words. A touch of sympathy appeared on his face. Actually, using the pressure of life and death to break through bottlenecks was not uncommon. With the Southern Sea Sword Saint's talent and comprehension, it was quite possible for him to break through under the pressure of a Grandmaster. Compared to Yuan Pan, the Southern Seasword Saint had reached his current state entirely through his own efforts. His potential was beyond doubt. However, the Southern Seasword Saint's greatest mistake was setting his goal on Master Hui Zhen. In Yuan Pan's eyes, Lin Yuan's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary grandmaster, perhaps even the strongest among all grandmasters throughout history. This belief had become nearly certain through almost a year of interaction. Moreover, Yuan Pan had a more terrifying speculation. Has the master's strength really broken through that level? Yuan Pan felt his whole body trembling at the thought. Throughout history, for thousands of years, grandmasters had been unquestionably recognized as the strongest. It was the ultimate realm pursued by all martial artists. As for realms beyond grandmaster, surpassing the grandmaster realm, Yuan Pan dared not think about it and wouldn't think about it. It was as meaningless as pondering why the sun hung in the sky. However, after experiencing the might displayed by Lin Yuan's roar, Yuan Pan finally began to doubt. Perhaps beyond the grandmaster realm, there was a higher realm, something like what Lin Yuan possessed. It wasn't unreasonable for Yuan Pan to think so. Lin Yuan's demonstrated strength was simply too extraordinary. The grandmaster from the great Dali dynasty hadn't died many years ago, and Yuan Pan remembered the descriptions of grandmasters vividly. Even the strongest grandmaster wouldn't be this strong. In addition to this, Yuan Pan had felt the bottleneck of the grandmaster realm under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance in the past year. If the guidance of a grandmaster was so useful, there wouldn't be sayings like a grandmaster can't cultivate another grandmaster. Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Since the martial arts competition began half a year ago in the capital, Lin Yuan's insights had not ceased. Countless martial artists participated in the martial arts competition, and even though their strengths might not be high, they each displayed various martial arts. Lin Yuan, with his extraordinary comprehension, gained insights from countless perspectives, far more useful than just observing a few high-level martial arts. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, improving your understanding of martial arts beyond the mythical realm. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, subtly grasping the essence of the natural world. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, creating the cloud mist refining chi technique. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You gain insights into the world of martial arts, beginning to perceive the breakthrough direction of the subsequent realm. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the world of enlightenment, only waking up if faced with a life-threatening situation. With Lin Yuan's current physical body and the self-protecting mythical realm Yuan Li, he wouldn't be harmed even if a group of grandmasters attacked him. After half a month, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Finally found it, Lin Yuan sighed softly. With the assistance of his extraordinary comprehension, he had finally identified the path beyond the mythical realm. It was only a lock-on, and the actual journey would still require a considerable amount of effort. However, as long as the direction was correct, the rest for Lin Yuan was just a matter of time. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the exit of the martial hall. Although with Lin Yuan's current strength, it didn't matter where he practiced. He still preferred the environment of Shaoxi Mountain, the serene atmosphere with the ancient Buddha and the undisturbed surroundings. Crack. The door of the martial hall opened. Yuan Pan, who had been guarding outside, was suddenly startled. Master. Yuan Pan subconsciously looked into the martial hall, only to find that the young monk who should have been sitting there had disappeared. Master. Has he left? Yuan Pan was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit lost. Even though he had anticipated it, knowing that powerful figures like Lin Yuan wouldn't stay in the imperial palace for long, he felt as if he had lost something at this moment. Great Zen Monastery. Abbot Hui Yuan, the head of the martial monks Hall Hui Wen, and several other hall leaders gathered at the gate of the monastery, looking worried. A year ago, the imperial palace of Great Dali was pierced through by a mysterious monk with the strength of a grandmaster. The Great Zen Monastery had naturally heard about this event. Unlike other martial artists and forces speculating about the identity of the mysterious monk, Abbot Hui Yuan and the hall leaders almost immediately recognized that the monk was their own disciple. There was no doubt when it came to a young monk's appearance, combined with grandmaster-level strength. Who else could it be? At first, they marveled at Lin Yuan's strength. A little over 100 years ago, the grandmaster of the Great Dali dynasty had attacked Shaoxi Mountain. Now, a monk from the Great Zen Monastery had single-handedly pierced through the imperial palace of Great Dali. It was a reciprocal courtesy. However, as time passed, the abbot and others began to sense that something was wrong. Did the monk intend to reside permanently in the imperial palace of Great Dali? At first, Abbot Hui Yuan and the others didn't think that Lin Yuan would abandon the Great Zen Monastery. Instead, they were worried about what other intentions the Great Dali dynasty might have. While a frontal assault was easy to deal with, hidden schemes were hard to guard against. Certainly, with Lin Yuan's strength, no one in the Great Dali dynasty could match him. But what if they employed some clandestine means? After all, the imperial palace was once the residence of the Grandmaster, the founder of the Great Dali dynasty, and there might be methods to deal with a Grandmaster. Abbot Hui Yuan also had deeper concerns. As the martial arts competition progressed and several masters went to the capital to spar with Lin Yuan, rumors about his strength spread even more. Grandmaster, Peak Grandmaster, Invincible Grandmaster, the first Grandmaster of all ages, and so on. These rumors came from other masters, and their authenticity was unquestionable. As a result, Lin Yuan's reputation grew larger and surpassed that of Patriarch Bodhidharma from 1,000 years ago, and the Grandmaster of Great Dali from over 100 years ago. This situation might not have much impact on other masters, as they had spent decades on their journey, and their mental state had been tempered by various experiences. However, Abbot Hui Yuan was well aware that Lin Yuan was only in his teens. At such a young age, could he withstand the worldly temptations and still return on the right path? Let's wait a bit longer. The disciple has only been down the mountain for a year. It's a short time. Even if influenced by the secular world, he can still turn back in time, said the head of the precept court in a solemn tone. Not to mention a grandmaster, even for ordinary martial artists. 1 year was not a long time. It was considered the early stages of entering the martial world. The disciple has a simple heart. The head of the martial monks' hall frowned, about to say something when at that moment on the narrow mountain path of Shaoxi Mountain, a young monk in monk's robes and cloth shoes walked up step by step. The disciple is back. Abbot Hui Yuan was the first to notice Lin Yuan. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the great Zen monastery. Venerable. Several people nodded to Lin Yuan, wanting to say something but refraining from it. All matters have been resolved. Lin Yuan only said this and returned to the third floor of the scripture repository, sitting down again, away from the world, away from the hustle and bustle of the martial world. On this day, the young monk on Shaoxi Mountain, wearing cloth shoes and monk's robes, who had just entered the martial world a year ago, left the martial world. Lin Yuan returned to the great Zen temple without causing much commotion. Apart from the abbot and a few senior monks, no other monks were aware of his return. On the third floor of the scripture repository, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 8 years left. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory light screen below his line of sight, aware that his time in this realm was running out. Probably enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The path to the realm above the mythical state had a specific direction and approach due to his extraordinary comprehension abilities. With 8 years of time and his unrivaled insight comprehension efficiency, it was more than sufficient. The path of martial arts. Lin Yuan's eyes were profound. In this world, the path of martial arts was based on the human body, combined with the spirit undergoing constant transformation. Although progress was slow, it lacked major shortcomings. At least it was much more promising than the evolutionary path of the gene warriors in the cosmic human civilization. The gene warriors relied solely on physical evolution, and once they encountered evolved beings like psionics or mind masters, they were usually swept aside without proper preparation. The evolutionary path of gene warriors was likely created by the higher-ups of human civilization, specifically for their descendants. Depending entirely on gene potions, as long as one could purchase a sufficient level of gene potions, they could continue to improve indefinitely. I wonder how the path of martial arts is evaluated by the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the goddess of wisdom even rewarded significant contributions to attract more people to engage in this field. The value of an evolutionary path depended on two aspects: its popularity and its potential. Popularity was easily understood. If only one person could practice a particular evolutionary path, it would have little value for the overall human civilization. As for potential, it referred to the theoretical upper limit of the evolutionary path. After spending more than 10 years in this world, Lin Yuan had consistently used his extraordinary comprehension to deduce martial arts, opening up the realm beyond Grandmaster, even surpassing the mythical level. He aimed to maximize the potential of the martial arts evolutionary path to receive higher praise and rewards from the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was well aware of priorities. This realm was just a temporary stay. After 20 years, he would return to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Continue the enlightenment. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and once again entered the state of enlightenment. The recent journey to the great Dali country had been immensely helpful to Lin Yuan. The myriad martial arts recorded in the martial hall, the various miraculous techniques mastered by martial artists worldwide under the catalysis of his unrivaled insight comprehension, countless flashes of enlightenment continued to burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, steadily advancing towards the realm above the mythical state. Time passed. 8 years flew by in a blink of an eye. As time passed, the true identity of the mysterious monk who penetrated the Grand Dali Palace finally became clear to the world. It was Venerable Hui Zhen from the Great Zen Temple. When Lin Yuan uttered the words "this poor monk," Hui Zhen outside the palace, many people heard it. Combined with the fact that the Great Zen Temple had already distributed portraits of Venerable Hui Zhen to various temples, and Lin Yuan's appearance at several martial arts tournaments hosted by the Grand Dali country, the deduction was not difficult. The revelation of the mysterious monk's identity led to increased activity at the Great Zen Temple. Many martial artists flocked to the foot of Mount Xiaoxi, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Yuan. After spending only a year in the Grand Dali country, the mysterious monk disappeared, leading many to speculate that he might have returned to the Great Zen Temple. Numerous martial artists came to the Great Zen Temple, eager to see Lin Yuan. After all, he was widely recognized as a grandmaster, even referred to as the greatest grandmaster by some masters. In the realms of literature and martial arts, he was considered unparalleled. Seeing that all the grandmasters acknowledged him, without any doubt left only one possibility: that Venerable Hui Zhen was indeed unbelievably powerful. He had defeated all the masters, attracting a large number of martial artists to come and witness this unparalleled figure. Even if they couldn't see him, catching a distant glimpse was considered excellent. Who knows, if they were lucky, the anonymous monk might take an interest in them. This kind of opportunity was even greater than a carp leaping over the dragon gate. As for those who were valued by Venerable Hui Zhen and might have to shave their heads and become monks, many were willing to make that sacrifice, giving up worldly desires for the chance to advance. On the narrow mountain path of Mount Xiaoxi, a burly man carrying a heavy sword moved forward slowly. Following closely behind him was a young man in his 20s. Master, master. Are you here to challenge that Venerable again? The young man asked curiously as they walked. The burly man carrying the heavy sword was none other than the Sword Saint of the South Sea. If there were masters nearby, they would notice that the Sword Saint of the South Sea exuded a profound aura, and looking into his eyes, they could sense a spiritual power as sharp as a sword. A grandmaster. The Sword Saint of the South Sea had already taken that step and become a grandmaster. In the past, the birth of any grandmaster would be an extremely sensational event, with congratulations coming from all directions and countless people bowing down. However, the Sword Saint of the South Sea found it dull. Ever since he exchanged moves with Lin Yuan 8 years ago, he realized that there were always people beyond people and realms beyond realms. So what if he became a grandmaster? In the face of that venerable monk, even grandmasters had to die. I just came to take a look. The Sword Saint of the South Sea shook his head. Also, don't compare your master with that venerable. That venerable monk ceased to be a grandmaster 8 years ago. The Sword Saint of the South Sea took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Suddenly, the Sword Saint of the South Sea's expression changed dramatically. He raised his head abruptly, looking towards the summit of Mount Xiaoxi, in the direction of the Great Zen Temple. Buzz. A terrifying aura began to ripple, instantly sweeping across the entire Mount Xiaoxi. It spread in all directions at an extremely frightening speed. What is that? The Sword Saint of the South Sea's face turned pale. In his perception, a vast and ocean-like aura rose from deep within the Great Zen Temple, shining like the sun, illuminating the world. At last, it has finally happened. On the third floor of the scripture repository, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the repository. It took nearly a decade, but he had finally stepped into the realm above the mythical state. Outside the scripture repository, the long eyebrow monk, the abbot, and other senior monks had been waiting for a long time. The commotion caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough was too significant. Even the Sword Saint of the South Sea on the mountainside could sense it, not to mention the many monks within the Great Zen Temple. Venerable, greetings, Venerable. Seeing Lin Yuan walk out of the repository, Long Eyebrow Monk and the others immediately bowed. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling good. Venerable, your strength should have surpassed that of a grandmaster by now, right? Abbot Hui Zhen hesitated for a moment, then inquired cautiously. He had long had this speculation, but hadn't been certain. After all, surpassing a grandmaster was considered reaching the ceiling for martial artists throughout history, and surpassing it was not an easy feat. However, just now, sensing the disturbance caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough, Abbot Hui Zhen realized something. That majestic aura, even if there were 10 or 100 grandmasters, could not compare. As for how Abbot Hui Zhen knew this, it was because the long eyebrow monk had also successfully advanced to the realm of a grandmaster a year ago. Close enough. Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm as he casually responded. Truly surpassed the realm of a grandmaster. Even though they had anticipated it, Abbot Hui Zhen and the others were still stirred by overwhelming waves of shock. The thoughts of the holy monk, who was already a grandmaster, were even more complicated. He had witnessed Lin Yuan's step-by-step progress, and even received guidance from him more than 10 years ago when he was still a disciple. What does it look like beyond the grandmaster realm? Abbot Hui Zhen's voice trembled as he asked. Others immediately stared at Lin Yuan with intense curiosity. Although they couldn't reach the heights Lin Yuan had achieved, and even the aspiration of becoming a grandmaster seemed remote, at least they could listen to his insights, which was better than many of the grandmasters who had dominated their respective eras throughout history. Above the grandmaster realm is called the mythical realm, where internal energy is sublimated into elemental power. Lin Yuan calmly explained. Lin Yuan patiently explained the many mysteries of the mythical realm. After finishing, he paused for a moment before continuing. I haven't thought of a name for the realm above the mythical realm yet, but the fusion of chi, blood, and spirit allows one to sense the aura of heaven and earth. Above the mythical realm, Abbot Huijin and the others were profoundly shaken, taking quite some time to react. They had just been immersed in the incredible aspects of the mythical realm, envisioning various characteristics of that realm. But now, Lin Yuan mentioned something beyond the mythical realm. Could it be that this young venerable before them was already beyond the mythical realm? How else would he know the mysteries above the mythical realm? Following this, Lin Yuan patiently explained a few more details before dismissing Abbot Huijin and the others. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't want to say more, it was just that words would be useless without reaching that realm. On the contrary, it could affect his own cultivation. It should be close to the limit now. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. At this point, he faintly felt a sense of pressure from between heaven and earth. The level he currently occupied had reached the utmost in the mortal realm. Advancing further was not impossible with his extraordinary comprehension, but the time he had left was far from sufficient. Almost there. Inside the scripture repository, Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of books stacked before him. They recorded the specific details of the process from the innate realm to the mythical realm, and even beyond the mythical realm. Of course, as martial arts progressed to higher levels, ordinary people found it increasingly obscure and challenging to understand. That was also the reason why Lin Yuan was unwilling to explain in detail to Abbot Huijin and the others. However, in case the great Zen temple produced a disciple with exceptional talent, comparable to 1 in a million, and possessing a fraction of Lin Yuan's gifted insight, these books could serve as guidance. But thinking about that day, it would probably be centuries or even thousands of years into the future. After entering the realm above the mythical realm, Lin Yuan stopped practicing and began to enjoy the mountains and waters. Even so, he felt the pressure from heaven and earth becoming stronger and increasingly uncomfortable, like a stranded whale. Several months later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, because the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The first arc finished. How is it? D. Start of the second arc. D. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes once again. Bed, bookshelf, photographs. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across them, and finally he let out a soft sigh of relief. Back already. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lin Yuan felt like he had traveled to a different world. A moment ago, he was in the martial arts world for 20 long years. Now he was back in the interstellar human alliance that spanned the cosmos. Oh right, check how much time has passed. After reflecting, Lin Yuan immediately checked the time. Although from the current environment, Lin Yuan judged that not much time had passed. Otherwise, considering his state of consciousness leaving the body and arriving in a different world, he would have been taken to the hospital by his parents long ago. But it was essential to note precisely how many minutes or hours had elapsed. Only 10 minutes have passed. After confirming the current time, Lin Yuan seemed a little absent-minded. 20 years of time spent in the martial arts world amounted to only 10 minutes in the main world. Is it because the flow of time differs between the two worlds? Before the journey, the door to the myriad realms had warned Lin Yuan. The time flow in the traversed world might differ from the current world. However, Lin Yuan hadn't expected the time difference to be this significant. 10 minutes compared to 20 years. Since ancient times, there had been sayings like, a day in the celestial realm, a year on earth. The time flow in higher worlds was far slower than in lower worlds. Compared to the main world, the martial arts world clearly belonged to a lower world. The difference in magnitude was even greater than the saying about the celestial and earthly realms. This could be seen from the comparison of time flow rates. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan's mind sank into contemplation. There, suspended in midair, was a towering and majestic gate. Upon careful observation, the current door to the myriad realms was noticeably dimmer. Its edges were gradually lighting up. When the entire door to the myriad realms lit up completely, Lin Yuan would be able to undergo a second traversal. As Lin Yuan focused his mind on staring at the door to the myriad realms, a series of messages were once again transmitted. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. After the first traversal, more features of the door to the myriad realms flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. First and foremost was the method of traversal. Apart from the consciousness descent method, the door to the myriad realms could also facilitate physical traversal. However, this form of traversal consumed more of the door to the myriad realms' energy. It required at least several years to accumulate enough energy. Considering that Lin Yuan's normal method of conscious descent allowed for traversal every 8 months to a year, physical traversal, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, not particularly optimistic about this method of traversal. Physical traversal had many conveniences, such as not needing to start training from scratch and more, but the disadvantages were also apparent. Once you died, you were truly dead. In the consciousness descent method, even if the body died, it was just the consciousness returning to the original body, offering a chance for a fresh start. Of course, Lin Yuan did not entirely dismiss physical traversal. It could be used as a life-saving measure. For instance, if Lin Yuan faced a life-threatening situation in the main world, he could use physical traversal to escape to a different world and return when the danger had passed. Or he could take advantage of the different time flows between the two worlds, break through in the alternate world, and then return to the main world for a comeback. In addition to adding physical traversal, the information transmitted by the door to the myriad realms also mentioned the ability to expend some cost to bring items from other worlds. This point did not surprise Lin Yuan. Since people could traverse, there was no reason why other things couldn't. Prenatal true qi. After absorbing the information from the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and a strand of prenatal true qi naturally gathered in his lower dantian. In the martial arts world, Lin Yuan had condensed true qi in his lower dantian as a child, having comprehended the superior martial art of Grand Buddha Fist. Moreover, he was now beyond the level of the mythical realm. Lin Yuan named this advanced state the free and unrestrained realm. Entering this realm, the heavens were vast, and the earth was thick, allowing him to be carefree and at ease. This was the free and unrestrained realm. If it weren't for the fact that advancing to master, grandmaster, and even the mythical realm required immense external energy and couldn't be accomplished in one go, Lin Yuan might have reached this state with just a thought. Now I should be considered an evolver. Controlling the prenatal true qi to circulate throughout his body, Lin Yuan silently pondered. The Interstellar Human Alliance had a clear definition of an evolver, someone who possessed powers beyond the reach of ordinary people. This definition encompassed various abilities, such as the psychic power of a psychic master or the telekinesis of a scion. Lin Yuan's condensed prenatal true qi might not be strong, but it was undoubtedly something an ordinary person couldn't achieve. Thud, thud, thud. The room's door suddenly sounded. "Brother, brother, it's me." A tender voice came from outside. Lin Yuan looked up and recognized his 6-year-old sister. After the mandatory conscription notice came, his parents were properly arranged, and even his young sister was no exception. Not yet in elementary school, she already had a spot for advanced studies at a prestigious institution. Such unimaginable affluence made many people jealous. Standing up and opening the door, Lin Yuan saw his young sister. "Brother, eat the cake." His sister held a cake, looking aggrieved. It was evident that she didn't intend to give him the cake the parents were subtly observing from the living room. The forced conscription was equivalent to sacrificing Lin Yuan to secure wealth and prosperity for the entire family, which made his parents uneasy. After all, Lin Yuan was their son, and they had deep feelings for him after so many years of being together. However, they couldn't change the fact that this was the decision of the Human Alliance government. Forced conscription was forced conscription. Why was the word forced added to the front? Lin Yuan's parents wanted to comfort him but were afraid of upsetting him. Therefore, they had his little sister bring him her beloved cake to cheer him up. Not bad. Lin Yuan took the small cake from his sister's hand and, under her expectant gaze, finished it in one bite. After condensing the prenatal true qi, Lin Yuan was quite hungry. Although the cake was just a drop in the bucket, it was especially delicious. "Is it tasty, brother?" His little sister looked at Lin Yuan with big eyes and tears began to well up. "Very tasty." Lin Yuan nodded, expressing his approval. "Wow, why did you eat the entire delicious cake, brother?" His little sister burst into tears and ran towards the living room. Closing the door, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Now that he had become an evolver, he could be exempted from conscription. According to the regulations of the Interstellar Human Alliance, an evolver was someone who possessed powers beyond ordinary people. Lin Yuan's parents were undoubtedly upset about the forced conscription. Lin Yuan, as their son, was deeply cherished after many years together. However, now that he had become an evolver, he could exempt himself from conscription. In theory, he should tell his parents about it. Nevertheless, to ensure a smooth process, he needed to obtain the evolver certificate first. That way, he could present official proof when applying for an exemption from conscription. Otherwise, even if he told his parents, they might not believe him. After all, how could their good son suddenly become an evolver? He had almost half a month until the conscription date. According to the regulations of the Interstellar Human Alliance, as long as he hadn't entered a military district battleship, he could be exempted from conscription as an evolver. "The immediate priority now is to restore my full strength as soon as possible," Lin Yuan thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on the bed. With Lin Yuan's level of cultivation, as long as he had sufficient external energy, he could quickly return to his peak in the shortest time possible. External energy in this context referred to various nutrients, supplements, and the like. However, the prerequisite was having enough money. As a student, Lin Yuan naturally didn't have much money. Although his parents had some savings, it was undoubtedly far from enough to purchase the quantity of nutritional supplements he needed. Evolutionary Path of Martial Dao. Lin Yuan had seen numerous stories on the internet about evolutionary scholars who opened up new evolutionary paths. However, before uploading the Martial Dao evolutionary path, Lin Yuan needed to make subtle modifications. After all, the human anatomy in the Martial Dao world was not necessarily identical to that of humans in the main world, leading to the possibility that martial arts from the Martial Dao world might not be practicable for citizens of the main world. This difference undoubtedly greatly diminished the value of the evolutionary path. One of the criteria for determining the value of an evolutionary path was its popularity. Nevertheless, for Lin Yuan, this issue was simpler than it seemed. With a broadly similar framework, he could use his extraordinary insight to slightly modify the Martial Dao evolutionary path to make it suitable for citizens of the main world. Your insight is unrivaled, and you've started to improve the evolutionary path of Martial Dao with significant success. Your insight is unrivaled, and you've started to improve the evolutionary path of Martial Dao with significant success. Your insight is unrivaled, and you've started to improve the evolutionary path of Martial Dao with significant success. Compared to deducing the subsequent path of a newly created Martial Dao evolutionary path, this process of modification was undoubtedly much easier. In just 2 hours, Lin Yuan completed the modifications for the prenatal and master chapters. At the same time, he integrated everything he had realized in the Martial Dao world over the past 20 years, forming a complete cultivation system. War Scripture. Lin Yuan named it the War Scripture. After completing all this, Lin Yuan chose to connect to the Goddess of Wisdom. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligences of the interstellar human alliance, the Goddess of Wisdom was absolutely impartial and free from any ulterior motives. Uploading the evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom would not result in any unexpected interruption. The Goddess of Wisdom would fairly assess its value. After dozens of seconds, the familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Universal level citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. Remember, you have connected to the Goddess of Wisdom twice this month, and you have 8 chances left. Please use them wisely. I want to upload a completely new evolutionary path, Lin Yuan said directly. Uploading a completely new evolutionary path. The electronic synthesized voice showed no fluctuations. In fact, not to mention the entire interstellar human alliance, even on the Kanglin star. Every moment, countless citizens would upload what they believed to be their evolutionary paths. What is an evolutionary path? It is a guide that allows the essence of life to make a leap. This kind of leap needs to be stable and positive. Most of the evolutionary paths, uploaded by citizens, are extremely one-sided and highly volatile. There might not even be specific cases. It's basically a waste of the Goddess of Wisdom's judgment time. However, a completely new evolutionary path is crucial for the interstellar human alliance, as it is related to the emergence of new powerhouses. Therefore, whether it's the human alliance or the 3 goddesses of wisdom, they spare no effort in encouraging citizens to explore and develop new evolutionary paths, even if it leads to some resource wastage. Just this much. Lin Yuan translated the War Scriptures, prenatal and master chapters into the language of human civilization, then began uploading. Evolutionary path reception in progress. Begin preliminary assessment. In almost an instant, the prenatal and master chapters of the War Scripture were continuously simulated and deduced under the immense computing power. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path is genuine. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path appears for the first time. Preliminary judgment. This evolutionary path has extremely high popularity. After a few seconds, while Lin Yuan was considering the following Grandmaster and mythical chapters, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom once again entered his ears. However, compared to the electronic synthesized voice in front of him, this time's voice seemed solemn and cold, even with a hint of an emotion that shouldn't exist. Respected universal level citizen Lin Yuan, the evolutionary path you uploaded is undergoing a deeper level of judgment. Please wait. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He naturally noticed the change in the Goddess of Wisdom's tone. Could it be that the one contacting me now is one of the main consciousnesses of the Goddess of Wisdom? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The interstellar human alliance governed vast star regions, making it difficult to estimate the number of citizens. Therefore, the Goddess of Wisdom allocated to each citizen, considered as a welfare, was just an insignificant subconsciousness of the true Goddess of Wisdom. It was similar to ordinary artificial intelligence. The only difference was that it could contact the true goddess of wisdom at any time. It was said that when encountering significant decision-making moments, the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom would appear, but Lin Yuan had never experienced it. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that at this moment, in a mysterious space many light-years away from the Kanglin star, a massive light screen was rapidly flickering, frantically evaluating the value of the war scripture. Deep judgment, this evolutionary path meets the standards in terms of completeness and stability. Deep judgment, the potential upper limit of this evolutionary path reaches Tier 3. Deep judgment, there is no similar evolutionary path in the current database. Deep judgment, this item complies with Article 3 of the Alliance Constitution. Initiate the corresponding protocol. An approval request will begin shortly. Querying the highest authority in the star region near Kanglin Star, which is Governor Song Wying. Initiating contact with Governor Song Wying. At the highest point of Kanglin Star, Song Wying stretched lazily, preparing to end his day's work. As the planetary governor of Kanglin Star, Song Wying had too many responsibilities. Kanglin Star was a mid-tier life-bearing planet with a resident population of 5 billion. Moreover, there were citizens from other planets coming for tourism and business. All of this required Song Wying's oversight. Prepare to rest and shut down all communication devices. Song Wying instructed his intelligent assistant, stood up and rubbed his forehead. This had been his habit for many years. Once he decided to rest, he wouldn't touch any work-related matters. Of course, Song Wying's rest time was short, only 2 hours a day. However, during these 2 hours, he absolutely avoided any contact with work-related affairs. Just as Song Wying was about to rest, an electronic synthesized sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Governor, someone is requesting communication. Didn't I say to shut down all communication devices? When I'm resting, no one should contact me about work. Song Wying suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brows with clear displeasure. The requester has the highest authority level in the nearby star region. It cannot be refused. Highest authority level in the nearby star region. Song Wying raised an eyebrow, quickly calming down. Is it one of the Star Lords? No, it's the goddess of wisdom. Wisdom goddess, Song Wying's expression became solemn. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses, the wisdom goddess had the highest authority in the nearby star region, and even in the entire universe of human civilization. Why would the wisdom goddess contact me so late at night? Song Wying speculated in his mind. Any action taken by the wisdom goddess was the result of countless computations by the intelligence brain and was absolutely not meaningless. Could it be that those extraterrestrial beings are attacking? Song Wying furrowed his brows. Several months ago, the Alliance detected traces of extraterrestrial beings in the nearby star region, prompting the conscription action to quickly resolve the extraterrestrial threat. Connect. Song Wying's thoughts fluctuated, and he chose to connect. In reality, with the authority possessed by the wisdom goddess, even if he refused to connect, it wouldn't have any effect. The wisdom goddess could force the connection. The so-called connection authority was proposed by a Starlord hundreds of thousands of years ago during a constitutional assembly, claiming to protect citizens' privacy. It was granted to the 3 goddesses. Even though this authority was practically useless and refusing to connect didn't guarantee non-connection, it served as a fig leaf. This way, during moments of personal matters, he wouldn't suddenly hear the voices of the 3 goddesses. As Song Wying chose to connect, a ding sound followed. The wisdom goddess is now connected. Song Wying composed himself, assumed a respectful posture, and carefully asked, "It's quite late. I wonder what the goddess has to discuss with me." According to Article 16 of the Constitution, when a newly discovered evolution path shows potential reaching or exceeding the 3rd tier, it will be jointly discussed and decided upon by the wisdom goddess and the highest authority in the nearby region. The solemn and dignified voice of the wisdom goddess echoed. Song Wying's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately asked, "Are you suggesting that a new evolution path has been discovered, and its potential is expected to reach the 3rd tier?" In his capacity as the planetary governor, he received numerous new evolution paths every day for approval. However, almost all of them had low potential, and most were ungraded. Occasionally, a stroke of luck might result in the discovery of a 1st-tier potential. No wonder the wisdom goddess was so cautious, contacting him outside working hours. If it were an ordinary evolution path, the wisdom goddess would have already determined it herself, waiting for Song Wying to authorize it during his work hours the next day. However, a potential reaching the 3rd tier was a different matter. The term potential didn't refer to the current upper limit of the evolution path, but rather the wisdom goddess using immense computing power to simulate the future upper limit of this evolution path. Any evolution path with potential reaching or exceeding the 3rd tier represented the future and wealth of the entire human civilization. Through such an evolution path, the birth of a 3rd tier evolver was possible. That's correct. The planetary governor Song Wying, please have a look, the wisdom goddess responded. Instantly, numerous layers of screens flashed before Song Wying's eyes, revealing the war scripture, prenatal and master chapters submitted by Lin Yuan. What is this? Song Wying frowned. As a powerful evolver himself, he immediately realized the extraordinary nature of the war scripture, representing the terrifying potential of the martial path. It required minimal external resources and had little demand for aptitude. Even if one didn't ultimately become an evolver through this path, they could still use it to enhance their physique. With extremely high popularity and no restrictive conditions, as well as no weaknesses, it was a path unlike some extreme evolution paths, which were too specialized and vulnerable to specific countermeasures. The master realm of this evolution path should have reached the standard of entry-level evolvers, Song Wying judged. Evolvers from any path were divided into ungraded and entry-level evolvers. Although ungraded evolver possessed powers surpassing ordinary people, their strength was far inferior to entry-level evolvers. What's the rank of this evolution path on the evolutionary chart of our Kanglin star? Song Wying inquired cautiously. The Kanglin evolutionary chart recorded all the evolution paths born on Kanglin star over the past 820,000 years since it became a suitable habitat for life. According to the highest intelligent brain calculations, the war scripture evolutionary path could rank 93rd on the Kanglin evolutionary chart. The voice of the wisdom goddess echoed. Really, on the evolutionary chart, Song Wying's expression became slightly complex. The Kanglin evolutionary chart recorded the 100 strongest evolution paths on Kanglin star over its entire history. These 100 paths had undergone the test of time, with very few changes. At least since Song Wying became the planetary governor, the Kanglin evolutionary chart had remained unchanged. Does Governor Song Wying agree? The solemn and dignified voice of the wisdom goddess conveyed. 2,000 merit points. Song Wying fell into contemplation. Merit points were the most valuable currency in the universe-human alliance directly distributed by the three goddesses. In human civilization, merit points could achieve almost anything, such as upgrading citizens' levels. With a sufficient number of merit points, one could even command the three goddesses. Of course, the distribution of merit points depended entirely on contributions to human civilization. The more merit points, the greater the contribution to human civilization, and naturally, the corresponding privileges. The wisdom goddess's decision to grant 2,000 merit points to the developer of the war scripture evolutionary path made Song Wying realize that he had underestimated the value of this path. To put things into perspective, a normal path with potential reaching the third tier would have merit points ranging from 800 to 1,000. Very rarely would there be paths with over 1,000 merit points, let alone directly granting 2,000 merit points. I agree, Song Wying nodded. The wisdom goddess wouldn't show favoritism, so if she believed the value was 2,000 merit points, then it must be so. In Lin Yuan's room, he continued to sit cross-legged on the bed. I'm still a bit hungry. After finishing some snacks in the room, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Just then, a solemn and dignified voice echoed. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the martial path evolutionary route you uploaded has been evaluated. Oh, Lin Yuan immediately perked up. The martial path evolutionary route was the culmination of his 20 years of immersion and mastery in the martial world. It represented the ultimate, Dao fruit, of Lin Yuan in the world of martial arts. Lin Yuan was eager to know its value in the universe-human alliance. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to the assessment, the theoretical potential of the martial path evolutionary route is at the third tier, with widespread popularity. Its value is 2,000 merit points. Would you like to claim them now? 2,000 merit points. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the value of merit points. It was the highest honor bestowed by the three goddesses of human civilization, a symbol that could be used to upgrade citizens' levels. As for 2,000 merit points, it was a surprise even for Lin Yuan. Merit points could purchase almost all restricted resources. In the underground black market, a single merit point could fetch astronomical prices, often reaching tens of millions. Even if he sold 2,000 merit points at a low price on the black market, it would still amount to hundreds of billions. Merit points have been granted. The voice of the wisdom goddess resonated. Lin Yuan immediately noticed that on his account, in the merit points section, the previously unseen 2,000 had appeared. Upgrade citizen level. Lin Yuan began the operation. Although merit points were valuable, their most crucial function was to upgrade citizen levels. As for using merit points as currency to buy goods or converting them into currency through the black market, it was a practice akin to draining a pond to catch fish. Once the citizen level was raised, who would worry about not having money? Lin Yuan knew that citizens of level 2 or above could easily obtain interest-free loans of tens of millions annually from the central bank. Many places only required high-level citizens to lend their names, bringing in millions or even billions of income each year. As Lin Yuan started to upgrade his citizen level, the voice of the wisdom goddess resonated once again. Universe level citizen Lin Yuan, using 1,000 merit points, upgraded to level 2 citizen. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Upgrading from level 1 citizen to level 2 citizen required 1,000 merit points. Although he hadn't reached level 3 citizen, Lin Yuan was already content. Level 1 citizens accounted for over 99.9% of the population. Normally, one would find a level 2 citizen among tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of level 1 citizens, making it an elite and privileged class. As Lin Yuan's civic level changes, emails quickly flood into his inbox. Emails. Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow. With a slight thought, he connects to the network, and a virtual screen appears in front of him. The human civilization in the universe values technological development and has long abandoned external networking devices such as phones and computers. Any human citizen can connect to the ubiquitous network through specific conscious fluctuations at any time. Open the mailbox. Lin Yuan browses through the first email he receives. The sender is the human civilization in the universe. The email congratulates Lin Yuan on becoming a second-level citizen and expresses hope for future cooperation with the human civilization, etc. At the end of the email is a transfer of 5 million. Quite generous, Lin Yuan remarks. He then checked his bank account. Sure enough, 5 million has just been deposited. The currency of the human civilization in the universe is extremely stable. 5 million is enough to cover the living expenses of a normal family of 4 for 200 years. Lin Xiaocheng, Lin Yuan's father, worked his whole life and didn't earn 5 million. Even though he is now a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan appreciates the 5 million. After all, who would complain about having too much money? It seems that higher-level citizens are much more popular than same-tier evolved Lin Yuan thinks to himself. At least he has never heard of any citizen receiving a transfer from the human civilization right after becoming an evolved. In fact, this is reasonable. To become an evolved, one has many ways, such as buying specific resources like gene elixirs or developing the body, which are mostly one's own business and have little to do with the human civilization in the universe. However, to become a second-level citizen, one must contribute to the human civilization and receive merit points from the goddess of wisdom. The human civilization in the universe naturally values higher-level citizens more. Lin Yuan happily looks at his 5 million savings again. With this sum, he can buy various nutritional supplements and recovery items without any restrictions to restore his full strength. Next, Lin Yuan reads through other emails. The general content of these emails mainly explains various privileges. After becoming a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan gains access to many privileges that ordinary citizens cannot touch. There are mainly 5 aspects. 1. Livelihood assurance. A second-level citizen can receive 10,000 civilization coins from the central bank every month, even without doing anything. 2. Exemption privilege. Exemptions from compulsory actions involving conscription, immigration, etc. Unless Lin Yuan voluntarily agrees, he can directly refuse. 3. Virtual world authority. A second-level citizen has the qualifications to enter the local area network of the virtual world. 4. Life privilege. In the governed regions of the human civilization in the universe, even if a second-level citizen commits a crime, local law enforcement agencies have no right to arrest, let alone kill. 5. Purchase authority. Many of the limited resources in human civilization, even with money, cannot be bought. One must possess the corresponding citizen level. Of course, apart from the aforementioned 5 privileges, second-level citizens have many implicit benefits. For example, according to the regulations of the Cosmic Human Alliance, a large corporate entity must have a certain number of second-level citizens, and so on. No wonder there are so few higher-level citizens. Lin Yuan's expression revealed a sense of amazement. Virtual world access. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the 3rd privilege. Lin Yuan could understand the other privileges of second-level citizens, but this virtual world access. Would you like to enter the virtual world? Just as Lin Yuan was gazing at the virtual world, the solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded in his ears. Enter. Lin Yuan nodded. He was curious about this virtual world. Applying to connect to the virtual world. As the applicant is connecting to the virtual world for the first time, identity verification is required. Iris verification passed. Blood verification passed. Checking clone characteristics. Verification result. Non-clone DNA verification passed. Life-specific fluctuation in accordance with records. Verification passed. Citizen Lin Yuan, during your entry into the virtual world, do not harbor any rebellious thoughts. Just as the voice of the goddess of wisdom reached him, Lin Yuan felt his surroundings go dark, and his consciousness quickly sank. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could easily break free from this sinking feeling, but doing so might prevent him from entering the so-called virtual world, so he allowed his consciousness to continue sinking. Where is this? When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in the midst of a starry sky. Beneath his feet, a pale blue planet was slowly rotating. Is this Kanglin's star? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately recognized that the planet beneath his feet was an exact replica of the real Kanglin star. Whether it was the number of continents or the percentage of ocean area, it was identical to the real Kanglin star. Respected citizen Lin Yuan. At this moment, a solemn voice came. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a beautiful woman in a white dress quietly looking at him. I am the goddess of wisdom. I will now introduce the functions of the virtual world to you. The goddess of wisdom paused for a moment and continued. The virtual world that citizen Lin Yuan is currently connected to is, to be precise, the Kanglin Star Local Area Network. It is divided into 7 regions, namely the living area, trading area, arena area, and central plaza area. As the goddess of wisdom described each area, the corresponding part of the Kanglin star below enlarged in an instant. That is. Lin Yuan looked towards the central plaza area introduced by the goddess of wisdom. In this area, a large number of figures gathered, and in the center there stood a massive towering monument. That is the Kanglin evolution ranking. It records the top 100 evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star. The goddess of wisdom explained in a soft voice. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, suddenly curious, and asked, I wonder where my martial path ranks among the evolutionary paths. Citizen Lin Yuan's developed martial path, after the highest intellect's calculation, is ranked 93rd, the goddess of wisdom replied. 93rd, Lin Yuan showed no particular emotion. The martial path he developed now had taken him 20 years in the world of martial arts. Even with his extraordinary comprehension, it wasn't surprising to be ranked 93rd in a history spanning nearly 1,000,000 years on Kanglin Star. In terms of comprehension, over 1,000,000 years of history on Kanglin Star, no one could compare to Lin Yuan, but time and a large population did play a role. The Kanglin evolution ranking will be updated tomorrow, and at that time, citizen Lin Yuan's martial path will be displayed for the first time. Would citizen Lin Yuan like to hide his citizen number? The goddess of wisdom inquired. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, determining a citizen's identity was not based on their name, but on their citizen number. Given the commonality of names, the citizen number was unique. Hide it, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. The Kanglin evolution ranking only selected the top 100 evolutionary paths, so it was undoubtedly prestigious. Lin Yuan, with his current strength and lack of background, decided it was best not to draw too much attention. After understanding the functions of the virtual world, Lin Yuan exited. Is it getting light? Lin Yuan checked the sky. Little Yuan, can I come in? At this moment, Lin Qiang's voice came from outside the door. Due to concerns about Lin Yuan's ability to withstand the impact of forced conscription, his parents refrained from actively seeking him out all night. Now, with the dawn approaching, Lin Qiang, his mother, decided to come and check on Lin Yuan. Come in. The door isn't locked. Lin Yuan sat up from the bed. You woke up so early. You probably didn't sleep well last night, right? Lin Qiang's voice was gentle, and although her appearance was somewhat ordinary, she gave off a feeling of approachability. Little Yuan, actually, we knew about the conscription yesterday. The district head called AKMC's father at the time, and Aiken refused. You know your dad, he can't trade freedom for a future. I don't want it either. Our family of 4 is fine. Why should we be separated? Lin Qiang's eyes turned red. Mom, don't be too sentimental. I understand, I really do. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, the matter of forced conscription was purely due to Lin Yuan's bad luck, unrelated to others. There's no need for you to worry about it. You're my son whom I've raised for so many years. If you, who were born from my own flesh, are conscripted, what will I do in the future? Although methods such as external gestation had long been achieved with the current technology of cosmic human civilization, nearly half of the couples still preferred the laborious method of conceiving through 10 months of pregnancy. Lin Qiang was one of them. Little Yuan in this card, I've saved up money over the years. Aiken doesn't know about it. You take it first. The password is your birthday. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Lin Qiang took out a bank card, handed it to Lin Yuan, and said with a slightly choked voice. This, Lin Yuan hesitated slightly. Naturally, he could see that the money in this card was the result of his mother Lin Qiang's frugal habits over the years, now giving it all to him at once. In fact, I don't need all this. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yuan spoke. I don't need to go for conscription anymore. I know, little Yuan, you're sensible. Lin Qiang was about to speak when she suddenly realized something. What did you say? I don't need to go for conscription, Lin Yuan repeated. Lin Yuan's original plan was to visit the Evolver Association, register, and then, as an Evolver, reject conscription. However, everything became simpler after he was promoted to a second-level citizen. Among the 3 methods the Goddess of Wisdom provided to exempt from conscription, both Evolvers and second-level citizens had the privilege to refuse conscription. Little Yuan, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Mother Lin Qiang didn't show any joy on her face but expressed worry. Forced conscription was no trivial matter. It wasn't something one could refuse just by wanting to. In Lin Qiang's eyes, Lin Yuan might have experienced some kind of shock, leading to a mental disorder, causing him to speak incoherently. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, I should be an evolver no. Don't believe me. Watch. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pushed it towards the living room. Several meters away, the ceramic bowl placed on the dining table turned into pieces. Seeing this unexpected scene, Lin Qiang widened her eyes. Faced with such a fantastical sight, Lin Qiang's heart suddenly started to race. Really an evolver, Lin Qiang muttered to herself. Ordinary people couldn't do such things unless they were those mythical evolvers. Old Lin, wake up quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Qiang hurriedly ran out to report the good news to her husband, Lin Shucheng. A moment later, Lin Yuan sat at the dining table. Father Lin Shucheng and Mother Lin Qiang sat upright, examining Lin Yuan from top to bottom. It seemed like the first time they truly recognized their own son, especially Lin Shucheng, who was racking his brain over the conscription issue. Even though the hope wasn't high, watching his son being sent to fight against other races was something he couldn't accept no matter what. But Lin Shucheng could never have dreamed that the matter would be resolved in another way. Lin Yuan had become an evolver. According to the regulations of human civilization, even an unranked evolver had the right to refuse conscription. How did you become an evolver? Father Lin Shucheng couldn't help asking. There were many ways to become an evolver, but most required a substantial cost, either in terms of money or other aspects. Lin Yuan was just an ordinary student. Where could he find the resources? I woke up this morning and found that I had become one. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and casually gave an explanation. He certainly couldn't reveal the gateway of the myriad realms. It was his biggest secret, something he couldn't share with anyone, not even his closest family. It can't be an awakening type evolver, can it? Father Lin Shucheng enthusiastically speculated. Evolvers were divided into two types, unique and general. Among them, the unique category had many subtypes, and awakening type evolvers were one of them. Awakening type evolvers had evolution factors in their bloodline, which might not manifest for their entire lives or could suddenly appear one day. According to Lin Yuan's description, his son seemed to resemble an awakening type evolver. My old Lin family must have had a powerful evolver ancestor, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for evolution factors to be passed down. Father Lin Shucheng was quite pleased. Mother Lin Qiang immediately became unhappy, pushing Lin Shucheng. Why can't it be the evolution factors from my side? The tone of their conversation became noticeably more relaxed. Regardless of whether it was from one side or the other, the evolution factors in Lin Yuan meant that he had become an evolver, and the upcoming forced conscription had nothing to do with him. Of course, after being exempted from forced conscription, the conditions set by the government earlier were naturally cancelled. However, compared to his son becoming an evolver, these conditions were insignificant. Lin Yuan, once exposed to the circle of evolvers, could at least soar through the ranks effortlessly, benefiting not only himself but also those around him. Kanglin Star's virtual world, Central Square area. Everyone appearing here was without exception second-level citizens or evolvers. Ordinary citizens didn't even have access to the virtual world, let alone entering this area. Among the 7 regions of the virtual world, the Central Square area was the liveliest, dominated by the monumental Kanglin evolutionary ranking. Countless evolvers and higher-level citizens looked up to it. You've just become evolvers and entered this virtual world first. You need to understand the significance of the Kanglin evolutionary ranking. In a corner of the Central Square area, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was spreading knowledge to several young men and women. The Kanglin evolutionary ranking contains the 100 most powerful evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star, some of which have even shone brightly in other star domains. You must remember that these 100 evolutionary paths have undergone the test of the ages and are a monument to us evolvers, unchangeable. The middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses quickly spoke. The young men and women nearby nodded repeatedly. They weren't foolish, they naturally understood the value of the Kanglin evolutionary ranking. All right, the middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses nodded slightly. This time, no one stood up to refute her words arrogantly. Next, the middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was about to continue speaking when a young woman below suddenly opened her mouth. Sister Ryuan, it changed, the ranking changed. The young woman with a baby face stuttered. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? How could the Kanglin evolutionary ranking change? The woman with black-framed glasses frowned slightly. The Kanglin evolutionary ranking contained the 100 most powerful evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star over nearly 1,000,000 years. It was inconceivable for it to change. The woman with black-framed glasses squinted. The young woman had mentioned that the ranking had changed. Blood evolutionary path. The woman with black-framed glasses first looked at the blood evolutionary path, which was ranked 100. Is it really gone? The woman with black-framed glasses felt a bit uneasy. The blood evolutionary path, originally ranked 100, had disappeared, replaced by the evolutionary path that was previously ranked 99, Path of Martial Arts Evolution. The woman with black-framed glasses quickly looked upward, realizing that the newcomer was ranked 93. So this evolutionary path made its way onto the Kanglin evolutionary ranking. The woman with black-framed glasses took a deep breath, waves of turmoil surging within her. The fact that the martial arts evolutionary path had made its way onto the ranking proved the potential of this evolutionary path. What shocked the woman was the question of which influential figure had developed this particular path. Something big is about to happen, she thought to herself. Changes in the Kanglin evolutionary ranking were inevitably going to attract the attention of various forces on Kanglin's star. For instance, the evolvers who practiced the now-removed blood evolutionary path were probably going crazy. The change in the Kanglin evolutionary ranking quickly caught the attention of others in the square. It's amazing. I remember the last change in the ranking was around 560 years ago. Who could have developed the martial arts evolutionary path? Dr. Chen or Director Shi? I'm not sure. Dr. Chen is my relative, and I haven't heard that he's been researching new evolutionary paths recently. Has anyone tried the martial arts evolutionary path? Numerous evolvers, as well as second-level and higher citizens, engaged in lively discussions. They wanted to know who had developed the martial arts evolutionary path, but unfortunately, the citizen number was hidden, and no one knew. Lin Yuan was unaware of this because he had uploaded the martial arts evolutionary path, causing a hurricane-like disturbance in the virtual world. At the moment, he was browsing the marketplace, intending to purchase some nutritional fluids to quickly recover his strength. The so-called marketplace was an official shopping platform established by human civilization. The variety of goods available was extensive, and the prices were fair, given the official endorsement. As a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan's access to the marketplace featured mostly restricted items. Genetic elixirs, which ordinary citizens could never access, were also available, and they were priced at 1 million credits per bottle. Advanced nutrient fluid. Lin Yuan quickly searched and focused on the advanced nutrient fluid. Nutrient fluid was one of the essential supplies for space explorers, significantly replenishing their energy expenditure. Nutrient fluids were categorized as low-level, mid-level, and high-level. A low-level nutrient fluid contained enough energy to sustain an ordinary person's consumption for a month. This meant that by consuming a low-level nutrient fluid, a normal person could survive for a month without eating or drinking. Mid-level and high-level nutrient fluids were mainly used for certain giant or alien creatures, as their energy content was too overwhelming for ordinary humans to endure. Let's buy a bottle and see its effects first. Lin Yuan selected the quantity of the advanced nutrient fluid as 1 and clicked on purchase. The price for a bottle of advanced nutrient fluid was 200,000, equivalent to 10 years' income for an ordinary citizen who neither eats nor drinks. Moreover, high-quality nutrient fluids had already become restricted resources. If Lin Yuan hadn't upgraded to a second-level citizen, he wouldn't even have seen this option, let alone purchase it. I guess my current strength level is probably close to an unranked evolutionist. After buying the advanced nutrient fluid, Lin Yuan began to evaluate his own condition. According to the Cosmic Human Alliance's standards for different evolutionist ranks, his martial Dao innate realm had barely reached the threshold of becoming an evolutionist, meaning he was at an unranked level. However, he understood that the realm and combat power were different things. With his control over the unrestrained realm free and unrestrained realm, he could achieve extraordinary effects even at an unranked level. He could easily crush ordinary ranked evolutionists. Among ranked evolutionists, the first rank is divided into 12 stages. If I could recover to full strength, I'd probably be between stages 10 and 12. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. Purely in terms of destructive power, the unrestrained realm was likely approaching the limit of the first rank and was close to the second rank. A true second-rank evolutionist might not reach the city annihilation level, but as long as there are no evolvers of the same level or technological weapons to block it, destroying a city will not take long. A casual blow can easily destroy tall buildings hundreds of meters and kilometers high. Since the high-grade evolutionary fluid was a restricted resource, it would probably take half a day to a day for it to be delivered to Lin Yuan. During this time, he decided to buy a house. More precisely, he intended to purchase a training space. His current residence was too small and fragile. Lin Yuan sometimes worried that even stretching would cause it to collapse. Moreover, he occasionally needed a larger space to verify his martial Dao. As an evolutionist, he also needed an independent space, which his current residence didn't meet. Shuyu District. Lin Yuan browsed the internet for a while and selected this district. Shuyu District belonged to the high-end real estate area of Dongning City, recently opened for sale in the suburbs. In the cosmic era, true upper-class elites preferred not to live in the city center. Thus, high-end communities like Shuyu District, located in the suburbs, close to nature, and emphasizing the environment, always remained popular. Lin Yuan looked at the housing prices in Shuyu District, ranging from 10 million to 15 million. In addition, second-level citizens could enjoy a 50% discount. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this. In the cosmic human civilization, higher-level citizens naturally enjoyed many benefits and privileges. After all, the citizen level couldn't be inherited, and the current higher-level citizens were individuals who had made significant contributions to human civilization. This district will do. He could borrow up to 20 million credits at no interest. This 2 million credits only needed to be repaid within 50 years. It was one of the hidden benefits of being a second-level citizen. With the income of a second-level citizen, earning a few million in a year would easily repay the loan within 7 or 8 years. It wasn't a high-risk loan. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the sales office of Shuyu District. There weren't many citizens here, but without exception, they all exuded extraordinary charm, belonging to true elite individuals. After all, ordinary citizens rarely strolled around high-end properties worth 1 or 2 million. Even though Lin Yuan was dressed casually, he didn't go unnoticed. Immediately, a staff member approached him. "Hello, sir. What type of house are you looking for?" The staff member, a girl with red lips, white teeth, large eyes, and a tall figure, wearing a slightly tight uniform that subtly outlined her curves, greeted Lin Yuan. A larger one, quieter. Lin Yuan stated his requirements. Sure, sure. As the conversation continued, Anna's mood gradually became serious. She glanced at the young man in front of her, wondering if he was really here to buy a house. It wasn't that Anna looked down on Lin Yuan, but out of 10 people who came to inquire, 9 only came to ask, and only one might have a slight intention to buy. This was normal since dealing with matters involving 1 or 2 million required careful consideration. However, judging by Lin Yuan's tone, it didn't sound like a mere inquiry. Thinking about this, Anna immediately became excited, closing the distance between them. She almost leaned into Lin Yuan. "I'll take this one." After looking for a while, Lin Yuan finally made a decision. This property had 3 floors and could be considered more of an estate than a house, complete with a dedicated courtyard and even an underground training ground. Really buying, Anna felt delighted. "Would you like to apply for a loan, sir?" Anna asked cautiously. "No need. Do you offer a 50% discount for second-level citizens on housing purchases here?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Yes, indeed. For higher-level citizens we at Shuyu District." Anna started her usual response. However, halfway through her answer, she froze. "Sir, are you a second-level citizen?" Anna's voice trembled. Among the people who came here to inquire, Anna had encountered many wealthy individuals. However, second-level citizens and above were extremely rare. The entire Dongning city had only a handful of second-level citizens, making their number quite scarce. "Sir, please wait. Let me get our manager." Anna apologized a few times and led Lin Yuan into the VIP room. In the lounge of the sales office, Zhao Qiwen took a sip of water and immediately walked out. She had earned the opportunity to work part-time here, but it came at a great cost. Saleswomen for high-end properties like Shuyu District needed to meet basic requirements such as appearance and figure. Interpersonal skills and hospitality were also crucial. They had to make clients feel no displeasure and willingly part with their money. "I wonder when I'll sell a unit." Zhao Qiwen sighed. Glancing upwards, she noticed Lin Yuan talking to Anna. "He's Lin Yuan, isn't he?" Zhao Qiwen immediately recognized Lin Yuan, who was conversing with Anna. Why would he come here? Zhao Qiwen was puzzled. She and Lin Yuan were classmates, although they didn't interact much. They were aware of each other's family backgrounds. According to common sense, with Lin Yuan's family situation, he definitely couldn't afford a house in Shuyu District. Could he be here just for a visit? Zhao Qiwen speculated in her mind. She had no intention of approaching him. Firstly, they were classmates, and meeting in such a situation would be somewhat awkward. Secondly, Anna had already taken charge, and Zhao Qiwen approaching might be seen as trying to steal a customer. Even though Zhao Qiwen thought Lin Yuan didn't have the financial capability to purchase a house, she chose not to intervene. However, what happened next left Zhao Qiwen wide-eyed. First, Lin Yuan said something to Anna, and then he was respectfully led into the VIP room by her. Heavens, that was the VIP room. Normally, clients would only be invited into the VIP room after their financial credentials were verified, and their deposits exceeded 2 million, demonstrating the ability to make a purchase. Zhao Qiwen couldn't fathom why Lin Yuan was being ushered into the VIP room. If Anna hadn't been a seasoned employee here, making such a common-sense mistake, Zhao Qiwen would have intervened. But before Zhao Qiwen could fully process this, a dignified middle-aged man hurriedly approached and entered the VIP room. Before entering, he even took a moment to patiently knock on the door. Manager Wang. Seeing this, Zhao Qiwen felt her throat dry up. Manager Wang was the manager of the sales office, rumored to have connections with some high-ranking leaders in Dongning City. With Manager Wang's status, he seldom attended to clients directly. Even if they had the financial capability, it was challenging to meet him. Moreover, Manager Wang rarely lowered himself to such levels. Did I see it wrong? At this moment, Zhao Qian began doubting her eyesight. Maybe that person just now wasn't Lin Yuan at all, but someone who resembled him. But would such a distinguished person wear such plain clothes? She remembered Lin Yuan wearing a similar outfit at school. Was it just a coincidence? Lost in her thoughts, Zhao Qian waited outside. After a while, Zhao Qian saw Lin Yuan being respectfully escorted out by Manager Wang. Then, under Manager Wang's personal guidance, they went to inspect the houses in the rear of the complex. It really is Lin Yuan. This time, Zhao Qian observed carefully. She was sure the young man walking ahead of Manager Wang was her classmate. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at the client like that? Is this how you usually behave? At this moment, Anna walked over, frowning at Zhao Qian. Anna, I'm just curious about that person's identity. Even Manager Wang is following him like. Zhao Qian didn't say the words like a grandson out loud, but the meaning was clear. Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest of our Shuyu group. Don't refer to him as that person. If manager finds out, you won't be spared. Anna glared at Zhao Qian and continued, and don't inquire about the guest's information. It's a rule of the group, understand? Yes, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's face turned slightly pale. Anna had cited the group's regulations, indicating that Lin Yuan's true identity was far beyond her reach. The environment is quite good. In Shiyu District, number 32, Lin Yuan sat in the underground training room, his expression showing satisfaction. You get what you pay for, and this place indeed met Lin Yuan's standards. Oh right, I need to change my address. Thinking of something, Lin Yuan opened the shopping app and updated the address of the purchased, advanced nutrient solution, to his current location. A stranger arrived at Shiyu District half a day later, stopping in front of Lin Yuan's residence. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. This is the item you purchased. You can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy box handed over by the man, and his finger swiped across the top. Drip, fingerprint verification successful. An electronic synthesized voice sounded, and the alloy box opened, revealing a 10-centimeter test tube. Inside the test tube was a sky blue liquid, worth every bit of the 200,000. Lin Yuan smiled as he examined the advanced nutrient solution. Gulp. Lin Yuan opened the advanced nutrient solution and took a sip. Instantly, a scorching breath began to spread throughout his limbs and hundreds of bones. The terrifying force almost burst out of his body, exploding in all directions. Refine. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the terrifying heat rapidly merged into his body, continuously being refined. An hour later, Lin Yuan silently opened his eyes, advanced to the Grandmaster realm. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed as he felt a substantial increase in his blood and internal energy. Maybe another 20 bottles, and I'll be able to fully restore my strength. Confirming the effectiveness of the advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to purchase 20 bottles. 2 days later, after absorbing all 20 bottles of advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan's strength fully recovered. Water Moon Residential Area, House Number 32, Underground Training Room. Now there's no sense of oppression. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged, his eyes deep, silently thinking. In the martial world, after stepping into the unrestrained realm, he felt the oppressive force from the depths, as if a stranded whale, uncomfortable all over. But now there is no such feeling. Is it because of the different world limits? Lin Yuan speculates in his mind. The upper limit of the martial world is obviously much lower than the main world. This can be seen from the huge difference in the flow of time. Lin Yuan is in an unprecedented, unrestrained realm, perhaps approaching the true limit in the martial world. He may be suppressed and rejected by the world, but in the main world, even if it's not a starting point, there is still a distant distance from the true world limit. At least as far as Lin Yuan knows, those truly powerful evolvers in the Cosmic Human Alliance can easily cross the starry sky with their bodies, destroying stars with a snap of their fingers. In the history of the star sea for over 2 million years, human civilization has emerged from the mother star, sweeping across alien races, occupying vast star domains. Apart from the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses who unified the command, extremely powerful individual evolvers also made indelible contributions. Having fully restored his strength, Lin Yuan gradually adapted and realized that he could connect to the virtual world. These days, while refining advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan would occasionally explore the virtual world. Kanglin Star Virtual World Residential Area. Lin Yuan's figure appears on a street. People pass by from time to time. In the corners, a few figures occasionally gather to chat. At a glance, there are dozens of figures on this residential street. Lin Yuan is no longer surprised by this. Although ordinary people don't have the privilege to connect to the virtual world, Kanglin Star has a population of 5 billion. Even if there is one second-level citizen among 50,000 citizens, the total number of second-level citizens on Kanglin Star exceeds 100,000. In fact, in a population of 200,000 to 300,000, one second-level citizen can emerge, and the actual number of second-level citizens on Kanglin Star is close to 300,000. This is just second-level citizens. Evolvers also have the privilege to connect to the virtual world, and the number of evolvers is much larger than the number of second-level citizens. After all, there are various ways to become an evolver: normal, abnormal, mutation, inheritance, and so on. Of course, the number of evolvers is relative to second-level citizens. Compared to ordinary citizens, evolvers are still extremely rare, with 1 in thousands on average. Lin Yuan casually enters a bar in a residential area, sits in a corner, and orders a mixed drink. This texture. Lin Yuan takes a sip, slightly amazed. If he didn't perceive the outside world's body very clearly, Lin Yuan almost thought he had come to the real world. No wonder the goddess of wisdom restricts access to the virtual world. With such clear sensory simulation, it must be built on a giant server. If everyone can connect, the cost would be terrifying. Lin Yuan sat in the bar for a while and then exited the virtual world. Now that my strength is restored, I should go to the Evolver Association as soon as possible, register, and get the Evolver certificate. The Cosmic Human Alliance tightly controls evolvers. Even those who haven't advanced must register as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the local Evolver Association and made an appointment for registration the next day. Like organizations such as the Evolver Association, it's better to make an appointment in advance. The next day, Lin Yuan went back home. These days, he stayed away from home under the pretext of needing to undergo training as an evolver. At the dinner table, Lin Yuan's mother, Lu Qiang, seemed to remember something and said, "Little Yuan, you've become an evolver, haven't you?" Old Lin loves to show off, and he mentioned it in the relatives group. A few relatives heard about it and want to hold a family banquet. Everyone wants to get together, celebrate, and take a look at you. That relatives group. Lin Yuan glanced at his father, Lin Shucheng. In the interstellar era, the concept of clans had long faded, but social connections still existed. Lin Yuan becoming an evolver was a significant event that transcended social classes, much more reliable than entering some higher education institution. Entering a higher education institution does not guarantee that you will stand out. There are millions of students graduating from higher education institutions every year, but only a few find satisfactory jobs. But being an evolver is different. Even if you are just an unadvanced evolver, many companies and corporations are willing to hire you at a high salary. In case, in the future, you are fortunate enough to become an advanced evolver, that's like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. Originally, Lin Yuan's family was just an ordinary one, occupying a dispensable position among relatives. But now, everything had changed since Lin Yuan became an evolver. No one could guarantee that in the future, they wouldn't need the help of Lin Yuan, the evolver. Sometimes, asking for help is not embarrassing. What's embarrassing is not being able to find the person to ask for help. Uncle Nyan helped me before, and he wants everyone to get together. I can't refuse. Father Lin Shucheng smiled bitterly. He just boasted a bit in the group he didn't expect someone to actually step forward. It's okay, I'll be there during the family banquet. Lin Yuan knew what his parents meant. He were worried that he might have other commitments and wouldn't be able to attend. If even the protagonist, Lin Yuan, didn't show up, what would be the point of holding a family banquet? Family banquet? What family banquet? Is there delicious food? Lin Yuan's sister, Lin Yi, immediately became excited, blinking her big eyes and asking. After finishing the meal and leaving home, Lin Yuan planned to go to the Evolver Association to get his certificate. Not long after he started walking, Lin Yuan received a phone call. "Is this Mr. Lin Yuan?" The voice on the other end of the phone was a cautious female voice. "I am." Lin Yuan nodded. "I'm from the Evolver Association. Mr. Lin Yuan applied to register today." That time, it wasn't clear that Mr. Lin Yuan is a second-level citizen, so it wasn't explained properly. According to the association's rules, any second-level citizen who comes for business needs to be escorted by a dedicated person. The woman on the phone was almost on the verge of tears. There were only a few second-level citizens in Dongning City, and they all knew the president of the Evolver Association. When they came for business, they usually went directly through the president. As a small employee, she had never had contact with any second-level citizen. Yesterday, when she received Lin Yuan's application, she was busy with other things and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until this morning, when entering Lin Yuan's citizen number, that she discovered he was a second-level citizen. Because of this incident, it drew the attention of her superiors, who asked what this second-level citizen needed and insisted on meeting his needs as much as possible. "It's okay." Lin Yuan shook his head. He hadn't lost anything. "So where is Mr. Lin now? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away." The woman on the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan held her accountable for her service attitude, undoubtedly she would be dismissed the next day, and the reason would be written into her file. At that time, no enterprise or group would be willing to hire her because, regardless of the circumstances, disregarding higher-level citizens is crossing a bottom line. "I'm here right now." Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment but decided to disclose his current location. Having someone pick him up would be convenient, and he could also save some taxi money. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan casually found a coffee shop on the roadside and waited. However, not long after, a voice suddenly came from nearby. "Lin Yuan, why are you here?" Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a tall and sturdy guy running towards him. It was none other than Lin Yuan's desk mate and good friend, Du Quan. Du Quan jogged over and hugged Lin Yuan's shoulders. "Where have you been for the past half-month? I asked Auntie Lu and she said you were busy." Lin Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Du Quan didn't pay much attention either. Suddenly, he looked surprised and touched Lin Yuan's shoulders and chest with his hand. "Haven't seen you for half a month, brother. You've become quite strong." Du Quan marveled. Really, Lin Yuan wasn't surprised. After all, not long ago, Lin Yuan had just refined 21 bottles of advanced nutrient solution. Energy conservation principle aside, even though the majority of the energy from the 21 bottles of advanced nutrient solution had been transformed into vitality and spirit, the physical body had still been affected to some extent. This was because Lin Yuan's martial path emphasized discrete and restrained absorption. If it were another evolver from a different evolutionary path who rashly absorbed so much energy, it wouldn't be surprising if their height drastically increased and their body became as strong as an ox. Yet Lin Yuan only appeared to be somewhat stronger. Du Quan marveled for a moment and then pointed to a few people approaching from a distance. "Look who's coming." Lin Yuan glanced over and immediately recognized these people as classmates from his class. "Just graduated, perfect time to hang out," Du Quan explained. He originally wanted to invite Lin Yuan too, but since Lin Yuan wasn't home, he had to give up. At this moment, those people also approached. "Lin Yuan, why are you here? Waiting for someone?" A bespectacled and scholarly-looking young man casually asked. "Are you Lin Yuan?" "Haven't seen you in a few days. You seem to have changed a lot," a girl said, slightly surprised, eyeing Lin Yuan up and down. "Hello, everyone." Lin Yuan greeted as everyone gathered. In fact, the original owner of this body was a very silent person. If it weren't for Du Quan, he wouldn't have played with these people at all. Among these people, there were mainly two groups. One was led by Chu Shiyu, a scholarly young man with glasses. Chu Shiyu came from a wealthy family, excelled in academics, and many students were willing to get close to him. The other group was led by Hu Qingyao, an extraordinary figure with military connections. He was fearless both in school and outside. Du Quan, good at socializing and mediating, played well with both sides. Due to his righteous character, both Chu Shiyu and Hu Qingyao gave him face. In addition, there were several girls present. "Lin Yuan, look who's here. Our class flower who has already been admitted to a prestigious university. I invited her to join us this time. Brother has some face, right?" Du Quan pointed to a tall girl and said proudly. This girl had well-defined features, wearing simple jeans that outlined her curvy hips and legs. It was Zhao Qiwen. Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwen's mind was extremely unsettled. Ever since she saw the seemingly ordinary Lin Yuan at the Water Moon Residential Area Sales Office, being respectfully welcomed into the VIP room, and directly buying a standalone residence worth over 10 million, with even manager Wang showing utmost respect, Zhao Qiwen realized that Lin Yuan's identity was not simple. The entire class, and even the entire school faculty and students, were deceived by Lin Yuan. She agreed to Du Quan's invitation this time because Du Quan usually had the best relationship with Lin Yuan. Maybe Lin Yuan would also come. Otherwise, with her personality, how could she participate in such a meaningless gathering? But after arriving and finding that Lin Yuan wasn't there, she felt a bit disappointed. However, seeing Lin Yuan now, her emotions were in turmoil. "Hello, classmate Lin Yuan." Zhao Qiwen collected herself and proactively extended her right hand towards Lin Yuan. This surprised Du Quan nearby. Zhao Qiwen had always been aloof, not showing any special attention even to second-generation individuals like Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu. How could she take the initiative to shake hands with Lin Yuan? "Hello." Lin Yuan courteously shook hands. After some small talk, they found seats and Chu Shiyu the staff to order the signature coffee for everyone at the cafe. "Still the generous brother Yu," Du Quan praised beside them. Signature coffee in this cafe was not cheap, almost 30 per cup. With a total of over 200 for a few people, it was equivalent to half a month's living expenses back in school. Once seated, they began chatting. "This college entrance exam didn't go well. I chose a third-rate university. I don't know what to do in the future." A girl sighed. "That's easy. You have a good relationship with Brother Yu, right? After graduation, just work at Brother Yu's place." Du Quan joked beside her. The girl pretended to be angry, but she was secretly delighted, stealing glances at Chu Shiyu from time to time. Du Quan is right. In the future, come to work at my company and the treatment will definitely be good. Chu Shiyu waved his hand generously. In front of classmates, how could he miss such a high-profile opportunity? Besides, graduation was still far away, and future matters could be discussed later. The girl hurriedly expressed her gratitude. As they chatted over coffee, the conversation naturally turned to Lin Yuan. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan, did you make it onto the conscription list? Hu Qingyao seemed to remember something and asked. As soon as this was mentioned, the surroundings fell into silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Yuan. In ordinary times, conscription wasn't a bad thing. It could even lead to job arrangements after service. For normal people, that was considered a good outcome. However, this time's conscription was targeted against the alien race. Due to security concerns, those on the conscription list would probably not return. Even if they didn't die in battle, it would be challenging to see them again in their lifetime. It's all hearsay. Whether it's about the alien race or not, it's just some small talk. Duquan immediately spoke up. Right, the government hasn't mentioned anything publicly. It might just be a routine conscription. Yes, Lin Yuan, don't worry too much. After retiring, you might be reassigned back to work in the military district. Several people reassured Lin Yuan. Of course, it was just comforting words. In reality, everyone was not optimistic about this conscription. Although the government hadn't clearly stated the purpose of this conscription, all those on the conscription list had already received substantial compensation. This wasn't a secret anyone with a little curiosity could find out. If it were just a regular conscription, why provide so much compensation? In fact, there might be a turning point. My uncle works in the military district. When I go back tonight, I'll ask my uncle to see if we can make some flexible arrangements. Hu Qingyao spoke up at this moment. He was the only one with a military background, and he was the one with the most confidence to say such things. That would trouble Brother Yao. Duquan immediately said, not as a compliment but a heartfelt gratitude. As a classmate and friend for so many years, he didn't want Lin Yuan to go down an irreversible path. Hearing these words, especially the several girls, their eyes lit up. Hu Qingyao's statement hinted at many possibilities, most notably the potential influence on the conscription list. This was a tremendous networking advantage. Compared to that, Chu Shiyu, who had just promised to help arrange a job, seemed insignificant. Just a job. How could it compare to Hu Qingyao, who could potentially influence the conscription process in the military district? For a moment, all the girls on the scene, except for Zhao Qiwen, including the girl who wanted Chu Shiyu to arrange a job for her, approached Hu Qingyao. Lin Yuan sat on the side, and instead of feeling offended by Hu Qingyao's boasting, he found it somewhat amusing. After all, the conscription list was reviewed by the goddess of wisdom. It wasn't something that could be changed just like that. Nevertheless, Hu Qingyao was in the end trying to help him. Even if the nature of this help was to compete with Chu Shiyu, the rivalry between Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu at Lin Yuan's level was as laughable as children playing house. It's about time. I should go now. Somebody is waiting for me. Lin Yuan glanced at the time, stood up, and bid farewell. Immediately, without waiting for everyone's agreement, he left the coffee shop and walked towards the roadside. Seeing this, everyone in the cafe frowned. However, Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He just sat there the whole time and now left with a casual excuse. This impolite behavior made Hu Qingyao feel somewhat annoyed. This person, Hu Qingyao, looking through the cafe's window, watched Lin Yuan's back and was about to say something when, at that moment, a sleek black hovercar stopped by the roadside. To be precise, it stopped in front of Lin Yuan. The license plate of that hovercar. Chu Shiyu also noticed it and instantly focused on the license plate. Although Chu Shiyu's family didn't have a military background, they often dealt with the government. He immediately recognized the license plate of this black hovercar as government exclusive. Having such a license plate allowed access to special roads, avoiding potential traffic jams. Just that this kind of specially provided hovercar was usually used only when escorting important figures. Now, why was it parked in front of Lin Yuan? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Chu Shiyu couldn't help but think. However, the next moment, in the gaze of everyone, a tall man came down from the black hovercar and respectfully ushered Lin Yuan into the vehicle. The crowd fell silent again. Originally, they thought Lin Yuan's statement about someone waiting for him was just a casual excuse. However, they didn't expect it to be true, and the person waiting for him came in a government-provided vehicle. This license plate belongs to the Evolvers Association. I followed my cousin to the association before and saw similar license plates. Chu Shiyu seemed to recall something and spoke again. The Evolvers Association. Hu Qingyao's face changed slightly. Among many government departments, the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly the most challenging to deal with. They managed the Evolver community, were extremely powerful, and had a significant influence. However, the formidable Evolvers Association sending a specially provided vehicle to pick up a student like Lin Yuan, everyone was puzzled. It was entirely illogical. It might be a coincidence. Perhaps there's some cooperation between the military district and the Evolvers Association. Hu Qingyao racked his brains and gave this reason. That makes sense. That's the only possibility. The others nodded slightly. Although this explanation was extremely absurd after all, the Evolvers Association and the military district were two different systems. It was the only way to make sense of the scene in front of them. After all, Lin Yuan had been on the conscription list, and the only relationship he could have with the Evolvers Association was through the various military districts behind the conscription. The other day, I checked the conscription notice again and found that Lin Yuan's name is no longer on the conscription list. At this moment, Zhao Qiwen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. With this statement, the entire atmosphere froze. Everyone was instantly stunned. Especially Hugh Qingyao, his expression froze on the spot. He wasn't a fool. He knew how difficult it was to be removed from the conscription list, especially in the case of forced conscription. Although he had confidently claimed he would inquire with his uncle, it was more of a routine question. He doubted his uncle had any solution. Even if there was a way, the cost would be terrifying, and it was impossible to do it for an outsider. But now, Lin Yuan's name had truly been removed from the list. It's impossible. I need to consult the goddess of wisdom. Hugh Qingyao immediately connected to the network. Upon finding Lin Yuan's name missing from the list, he started applying for access to the goddess of wisdom to inquire about why Lin Yuan was exempted from conscription. The next moment, a solemn and majestic female voice echoed directly in Hugh Qingyao's ears. Warning, first-tier citizen Hugh Qingyao, you are accessing content beyond your authorization, suspected of violating Article 560 of the Constitution. Now initiating the first warning. If you continue to access, you will be brought to trial at the Supreme Court. Hearing the cold warning from the goddess of wisdom, Hugh Qingyao turned pale and was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. The Supreme Court of the Cosmic Human Alliance had always been reserved for judging heinous felons who had committed severe crimes with extremely detrimental impacts. How could someone like Hugh Qingyao, who was nothing special, be worthy of the Supreme Court taking the time to judge him? Hugh Qingyao's teeth chattered, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. All day. Goddess of Wisdom, as one of the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance, has one of the highest authorities. Even the lofty Star Lords are respectful and dare not show any impatience in front of the three goddesses, fearing that it might diminish their evaluation by the goddesses. Now that the Wisdom Goddess has personally descended into his main consciousness and sternly warned him, Hugh Qingyao feels as if the sky is falling. Hugh Qingyao hasn't recovered yet when he hears Chu Shiyu beside him turning pale suddenly. His level of shock is no less than that of Hugh Qingyao. Did you also check Lin Yuan's information? Hugh Qingyao asked. Suddenly turning his head to look at the others, he warned, don't ever try to check Lin Yuan's personal information. Even he, trying to check Lin Yuan's personal information, received a warning from the Wisdom Goddess. The others should refrain from it even more. Several girls looked confused. Hugh Qingyao briefly explained his experience. Why is Lin Yuan's personal information encrypted by the Wisdom Goddess? What is his background? Chu Shiyu reacted, his expression turning unpleasant. Although personal information is considered private in the era of cosmic human civilization, the degree of personal information protection he just encountered is usually only possessed by rare and special individuals or high-level citizens. Is Lin Yuan involved in these two aspects? Whatever his background is, I just embarrassed myself this time. Hugh Qingyao's face turned slightly red. In front of everyone, he had just confidently promised to ask his uncle to help Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't need his help at all, and his name had already been removed. Zhao Zhiwen, since you knew early on that Lin Yuan was exempted from conscription, do you know more? Chu Shiyu seemed to think of something and looked at Zhao Zhiwen. The other people's eyes immediately brightened, focusing on Zhao Zhiwen. Indeed, Zhao Zhiwen was the first to say that Lin Yuan was no longer on the conscription list. Obviously, she knows more than they do. I don't know much. Zhao Zhiwen shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and truthfully said, it's just that a few days ago, I was part-time at the sales office of the newly opened Water Moon community. I found Lin Yuan there, and he directly bought a residence. As soon as these words came out, everyone was astonished. The Water Moon community had quite a reputation. It was advertised heavily during its development. It was undoubtedly a high-end residential community, with prices for a random unit exceeding 10 million. If Zhao Zhiwen was not lying, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the richest student in their school. Casually throwing away millions, even Chu Shiyu would find it difficult to do without utilizing his family's connections to borrow money. It's not that Chu's family doesn't have millions in assets, but Chu Shiyu can represent Chu's family. Hugh Qingyao and Chu Shiyu looked at each other, their expressions quite complex. They've been fighting for 3 years in the class. Lin Yuan probably witnessed their open and hidden struggles like watching a monkey show. There's one more thing she didn't mention, that is, the manager of the Water Moon sales office treats Lin Yuan with the utmost respect, as if a grandson meets his grandfather. Water Moon Real Estate Group is a well-known asset giant with its market spanning dozens of cities around it. The manager has connections with several leaders in Dongning City, but he still behaved in such a respectful manner in front of Lin Yuan. Zhao Zhiwen couldn't help but shudder at the thought that she had been interacting with such a big shot day and night for 3 years. If Zhao Zhiwen bit her lip, pondering something, Lin Yuan has such a significant background. Du Quan was a bit dazed. He had known Lin Yuan for 3 years, but at this moment he felt like he had never truly understood him. Evolver Association. A silent black hovercar arrived. The hovercar stopped and Lin Yuan walked down from it. Is this the Evolver Association? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel strange. In front of him was a gray building, extremely low-key, and it didn't even have a sign that said Evolver Association. Is it Mr. Lin Yuan? A woman in a black dress, the skirt slightly short, only reaching halfway to her knees, revealing fair and slender legs, ran over and inquired. Yes, it's me. Lin Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin, please come inside. Zhu Kaianqian stole a glance at Lin Yuan and immediately walked ahead to lead the way. She was the staff member who failed to input Lin Yuan's citizen number in time. Because of this incident, Zhu Kaianqian had faced tremendous pressure, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had been living in anxiety. If she hadn't received Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she would probably have been dismissed by her superiors today. Mr. Lin looked so young. Zhu Kaianqian led the way and sneakily glanced at Lin Yuan again. Following Zhu Kaianqian, Lin Yuan entered the gray building and arrived at an elevator. Entering the elevator, Zhu Kaianqian stood beside Lin Yuan and explained, Mr. Lin, before registering as an evolver, you need to undergo an assessment. Finally, based on the assessment results, an evolver certificate will be awarded. I'm aware of that. Lin Yuan nodded. The evolver certificate specifies the specific rank, and this can only be determined through a strength assessment. Before long, the elevator arrived. The two of them took the elevator and arrived at the 22nd floor. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Inside were a series of small rooms, constructed of dark gold alloy, neatly divided into 2 rows. Mr. Lin Yuan's assessment room is here. Zhu Kaianqian led Lin Yuan to the door at the very end. Is the assessment conducted in this room? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes and no. Zhu Kaianqian nodded and then shook her head. She directly pushed open the door. Inside was a silver-white metal cabin. This is a virtual world cabin. Mr. Lin will undergo the assessment in the virtual world. Zhu Kaianqian didn't beat around the bush and said directly. In the virtual world, Lin Yuan surveyed the room. That's correct. Zhu Kaianqian smiled and said, powerful evolvers can easily cause destruction. Are we supposed to allocate a whole planet just for their strength assessment? So evolver assessments are mostly conducted in the virtual world. Zhu Kaianqian paused for a moment and continued, Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry. Your strength in the virtual world will be perfectly synchronized with your real-world strength. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the strength of evolvers varied. Those weaker, such as those not yet evolved or at the first or second stage, were not a big issue. They could use a plaza for their assessment. However, stronger evolvers like Lin Yuan, capable of casually destroying this gray building beneath him, and even stronger ones at the second, third, or fourth, fifth stages, would require immense resources for their assessment. Therefore, placing the assessment location in the virtual world was the most efficient approach. In the virtual world, everything was simulated. Even simulating an entire galaxy was not a difficult task. Kyushin spoke to Lin Yuan again, giving him some precautions when using the virtual world cabin. He respectfully exited the room. Virtual world cabin. Lin Yuan carefully observed for a while and then lay down. Buzz. A slight ripple passed through. Lin Yuan only felt a slight tingling on his skin, and then he heard the voice saying, replication complete, please connect to the virtual world evolver. Welcome to the assessment world. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw a stern man looking at him. Assessment world. Lin Yuan immediately assessed himself. Physical strength, the circulation of elemental power in his body, and the spiritual power in the Niwen Palace in his mindall were no different from his external body. The human alliance is truly formidable. Lin Yuan was secretly surprised. Such perfect replication meant that he had no secrets. No, the gateway to the myriad realms hasn't been replicated. Lin Yuan seemed to realize something and focused his mind deep into his thoughts. In the position where the gateway to the myriad realms should have stood, there was nothing. Even the human alliance can't replicate the gateway to the myriad realms. Or is it that they can't even detect the existence of the gateway to the myriad realms? While relieved, Lin Yuan couldn't help but speculate. Evolver, please choose your assessment scene, said the stern man nearby, suddenly breaking the silence. As soon as he finished speaking, scenes appeared before Lin Yuan. There were deserts with miles of yellow sand, forests with ancient trees, and cities with towering buildings. Just the desert. Lin Yuan randomly chose one. Scene confirmed. The stern man waved his hand. The surrounding environment changed instantly, and Lin Yuan found himself in a desert with endless yellow sand and scorching heat. According to the energy fluctuations in the evolver's body, this assessment will start directly from the first stage. First, you have to defeat the opponent at the first stage. Only then will you qualify for the next assessment. Understand? The stern man looked calmly at Lin Yuan. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Swoosh. The stern man disappeared. Not far away, a large expanse of yellow sand quickly gathered, forming a humanoid figure. This was a tall man with dark skin, and a fierce black horn grew on his forehead. Die for me. The man with the black horn didn't say a word, striding towards Lin Yuan. His speed is a bit faster than an ordinary master, but he's not a threat to me. Lin Yuan remained calm. According to the stern man, the assessments progressed from weak to strong. The first opponent's strength was at the first stage. Only by defeating him could Lin Yuan face a second stage opponent. Crack. The man with the black horn suddenly stopped, his gaze dimming instantly, and his body turned back into yellow sand and dissipated. Lin Yuan stood still, without even moving. In the face of an opponent whose strength was far below his own, the fastest way to defeat him was to use spiritual martial arts. With Lin Yuan's spiritual strength at the unrestrained realm, he could instantly crush the opponent's spiritual soul. Exhale. The yellow sand gathered again. This time, Lin Yuan's opponent was once again the man with the black horn. However, this time the black-horned man's aura had increased, reaching a level close to the peak of a master. However, whether it was a master or a great grandmaster, it was just a matter of perspective for Lin Yuan. Just like that, in a few breaths, he faced the ninth opponent. This time the opponent was still the man with the black horn. However, compared to the previous 8 opponents, this time the black-horned man's gaze was deep. After materializing, he did not immediately attack Lin Yuan, an evolving path like a spiritual master. I specifically strengthened my soul defense this time. I can exempt 60 of your spiritual attacks. The man with the black horn revealed a cruel smile. Although he was only an intelligent life simulated from a large amount of data, he had basic emotions. Anyone would feel uncomfortable after being instantly crushed 8 times. Die for me. After the man with the black horn spoke, he strode towards Lin Yuan again, but in the next moment, crack, a slender right hand, holding his neck at some point, twisted it with force. Who told you that I only have spiritual attack methods? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For evolvers on the martial arts evolutionary path, the most fundamental aspect was always the physical body. As for spiritual powers, they were just powers born from a powerful physical body. Aren't you an evolver like a spiritual master? The man with the black horn was incredulous, then once again turned into yellow sand. Evolvers like spiritual masters possessed mysterious spiritual attack methods. However, in terms of the physical body, they were indeed lacking. Even powerful spiritual masters, who tried to balance both paths by taking genetic drugs, found it challenging to eliminate this disadvantage. Evolvers Association. After leaving the assessment room, Zhu Kaienqian returned to her workstation. I wonder which stage Mr. Lin's evolver rank will be fixed at. Zhu Kaienqian was quite curious, staring intently at the screen in front of her. To protect the privacy of evolvers, the battle scenes that occurred during their assessments were not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. Therefore, even internal staff like Zhu Kaienqian couldn't watch the specific assessment content. They could only determine the evolver's progress by the number of illuminated columns on the real screen, indicating how many stages the evolver had successfully passed. Little Zhu, has Mr. Lin already entered? Shortly after Zhu Kaienqian sat down, the president of the Evolvers Association walked over. In his capacity as the president of the Evolvers Association, there was no need for him to pay attention to the assessment of a specific evolver. However, Lin Yuan was not just an evolver, he was also a second-tier citizen. Even if someone didn't hold an official position, the status of a second-tier citizen wouldn't be lower than that of the association president. In addition, this particular second-tier citizen was someone the president had never heard of before. Therefore, he came over specifically to wait and meet Lin Yuan after the assessment, to establish connections. Regardless of the reasons, befriending a second-tier citizen would definitely not be a mistake. President. Zhu Kaienqian immediately stood up nervously, stammering, Mr. Lin has already entered. Don't be nervous. The president of the Evolvers Association was in a good mood. Good. Zhu Kaienqian steadied herself and sat back at her workstation. Little Zhu, where do you think Mr. Lin will be placed? The president of the Evolvers Association also became interested and casually asked. Mr. Lin is a second-tier citizen. Since he came to register, he must have at least the strength of the first stage. Zhu Kaienqian said cautiously. For ordinary people, becoming an evolver was extremely difficult, but in the eyes of higher-tier citizens there were many methods, and the simplest was to buy a bottle of genetic elixir and follow the genetic warrior evolutionary path. Although genetic warriors had significant drawbacks and lacked potential, relying heavily on external substances, they were undoubtedly evolvers. Exactly, the president of the Evolvers Association nodded slightly. He also thought that Lin Yuan definitely had the strength of the first stage. It was impossible for him to still be a non-ranked evolver. Typically, higher-tier citizens were likely evolvers, but many weaker evolvers remained first-tier citizens. In my opinion, Mr. Lin will likely be placed in the first stage, between the second and third stages. The secretary next to the president, who was following him, spoke up. This speculation made the president of the Evolvers Association nod again. Higher-tier citizens finding it easy to become evolvers was one thing, but becoming powerful evolvers was another, and it had its own set of challenges. And this challenge lay between the first stage, third tier, and fourth stage. In the first 12 stages, every 3 stages formed a bottleneck. To advance from the third stage to the fourth stage, it required not only hard work and effort, but also a certain level of talent. Higher-tier citizens might have extraordinary abilities in other aspects, allowing them to contribute to human civilization and gain recognition from the goddess of wisdom. But talent in evolution was something money couldn't buy. Using genetic elixirs could forcibly enhance abilities, but there was a certain risk of death. Higher-tier citizens wouldn't play with their lives. Little Zhang is right. The president of the Evolvers Association looked approvingly at his secretary. Zhu Kaiqian, listening nearby, had no objections. Although she had a favorable impression of Lin Yuan, strength was strength. After Mr. Lin finishes the assessment, remember to let me know. The president of the Evolvers Association was about to leave. Just then, on the screen in front of Zhu Kaiqian, the first column suddenly lit up. It seems Mr. Lin has started the assessment. Seeing this, the president decided not to leave, intending to wait for Lin Yuan's assessment to finish. In the president's opinion, Lin Yuan at most had the strength of the first stage, third tier. Passing 3 stages would be sufficient. However, what happened next left the president of the Evolvers Association stunned. On the screen, after the first column lit up, the second column instantly followed. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. Until the 12th, almost within a few breaths, all 12 columns were lit up. At this moment, the president of the Evolvers Association hadn't even fully taken his seat. This is the 12th stage. Zhu Kaiqian widened her eyes, and the president beside her was also somewhat astonished. All day. 12th stage, first rank 12th stage. The president of the Evolvers Association was somewhat bewildered. He wasn't surprised by the first-rank 12th stage itself. Even though it was powerful, they would still be among the top echelons of the entire Dongning city. However, given the president's remarkable background, even if Lin Yuan was a genuine second-stage evolver, he had encountered such individuals before. What shocked the president of the Evolvers Association was that Lin Yuan had the strength of the first stage, 12th stage, during his first registration at the association. It's worth noting that the evolution of an evolver requires a gradual progression. It's impossible to be at the first rank today and jump to the second rank tomorrow. The Universal Human Alliance has strict standards for categorizing evolvers based on their strength. Compared to first-rank evolvers, second-rank evolvers have energy fluctuations in their bodies that are over 100 times greater. Such a huge gap is difficult to bridge in a short period. Yet, Lin Yuan showed up for registration at the association with the strength of the first-rank 12th stage. The president of the Evolvers Association had 2 speculations about this. One was that Lin Yuan had been hiding his abilities very well. He might have become an evolver a long time ago, but refrained from registering until now, accumulating strength up to the first-rank 12th stage. This possibility was not very likely. Given the Human Alliance's control over evolvers, an evolver who hadn't registered and revealed their abilities would face penalties if discovered. Even if Lin Yuan, as a second-tier citizen, could avoid punishment, the president of the Evolvers Association would have known about it. The second speculation was that Lin Yuan's evolutionary talent was exceptionally terrifying. Going from the first-rank first stage to the 12th stage might have taken only a few years, perhaps less than 10. A first-rank evolver, coupled with the Human Alliance's longevity technology, could easily live for 500 years. Thus, a few years would be a relatively short time. The president of the Evolvers Association leaned toward the second speculation. In contrast to the president's calm analysis and contemplation, Zhu Kaiqian, standing beside him, had her mouth slightly agape. Oh my, this was a 12th stage evolver. She had been working here for almost 2 years and had never seen a 12th stage evolver. In a place like Dongning City, a first-ranked 12th stage evolver was already considered the pinnacle, and their numbers were comparable to second-tier citizens. It wasn't something you could easily come across. Moreover, this 12th stage evolver looked no different from an ordinary person like Lin Yuan. This contrast made Zhu Kaiqian find it even more incredible. To think that, according to the official standards, a first-ranked 12th stage evolver had combat capabilities sufficient to destroy buildings tens of meters high with a single strike. Just thinking about the immense power contained within Lin Yuan's body made Zhu Kaiqian find it unbelievable. Let's go meet Mr. Lin. In just 2 breaths of consideration, the president of the Evolvers Association decided to personally go to the assessment room and wait for Lin Yuan to appear. Initially, he had only planned to meet Lin Yuan and establish a good relationship. But now, speculating on the terrifying evolver talent of the other party, the president felt that he needed to lower his stance a bit. Assessment room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and got up from the virtual world capsule. Unfortunately. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. After dealing with the 12th opponent, the assessment space condensed an opponent of the second stage. Lin Yuan didn't withdraw instead. He wanted to see how much gap existed between him and those second-rank evolvers. The result was obvious. In just 3 moves, Lin Yuan was defeated. Second rank. Countless insights flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Under the influence of his extraordinary comprehension, he began to slowly understand the essence of the second rank. Merely by battling a second-rank evolver, he started comprehending the second rank's nature. If this were to be known, countless evolvers might slam their heads into walls out of frustration. Compared to Lin Yuan, most evolvers seemed to be living like dogs. However, for Lin Yuan, this was ordinary. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan was constantly in a state of enlightenment. Even if he didn't engage with second-rank evolvers, comprehending the second-rank realm was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. The general direction is clear now. I can break through in less than 5 years. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This visit to the Evolvers Association turned out to be very fruitful. Not only did he register, but he also gained insights into the path ahead. Clap. Lin Yuan pushed the door open. He saw Zhu Kaianqian and a middle-aged man waiting outside. "Mr. Lin, this is our president," Zhu Kaianqian immediately introduced. The president, Lin Yuan, looked at the middle-aged man. The president of the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly a significant figure, likely ranking in the top 5 in the entire Dongning city. "My surname is Liao." The middle-aged man stepped forward and cordially said, "What president?" "You can just call me Brother Liao, Mr. Lin, if you don't mind." President Liao spoke warmly. After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan took his leave. President Liao personally escorted Lin Yuan outside. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. "Tomorrow, be a bit more sweet-tongued. Even though you are now an evolver, you shouldn't appear too indifferent. Those are relatives, and even as an evolver, you still need to show some social skills. Maybe you'll need those relatives' help in the future." While preparing dinner, Lin Yuan's mother, Lu Qiang, reminded him, "I know." After finishing their meal, Lin Yuan, along with his younger sister, turned his attention to the large bag of snacks nearby. Tomorrow was the family feast, and Lin Yuan's distant relatives would come to congratulate him on becoming an evolver and gather for a celebration. Lin Yuan remembered this event, as his father, Lin Shucheng, had mentioned it a few days ago. "Ah, Lao Lin, should we book a few tables at the Starry Sky Hotel?" Lu Qiang hesitated a bit, as booking a table at the Starry Sky Hotel, one of the highest-rated hotels in Donghai City, would cost Lin Shucheng several months' salary. Lu Qiang was a bit reluctant. "Book it. We must book it at the Starry Sky." Lin Shucheng answered directly without hesitation. "This time, Uncle Nian has specifically invited Lin Hao. He is the secretary of a certain bureau in our Dongning city. We can't lose face in front of him." Lin Shucheng spoke. Lin Hao, Lu Qiang was a bit absent-minded. In terms of social status, Lin Hao and their family were in completely different classes. Usually, Lin Shucheng didn't even have a chance to meet Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, due to Lin Yuan becoming an evolver, they had invited this esteemed guest. "In that case, we should indeed book it at the Starry Sky." Lu Qiang nodded. In her simple mindset, since Lin Hao was willing to take the time to come, they should naturally entertain him properly. It was worth spending a little more money. In Dongning City, inside a luxurious mansion, Chu Shiyu stood with his head lowered. Before him sat a man with a beard. "You tried to investigate your classmates' information, and the main consciousness of the wisdom goddess warned you." The man with a beard asked again with a serious expression. "Yes, grandfather, I didn't mean to." Chu Shiyu's face turned pale, and his legs were trembling. The man with the beard sitting in front of him was the founder of the Chu family. He had called Chu Shiyu over today to inquire about why he had been warned by the main consciousness of the wisdom goddess. Chu Shiyu could only answer truthfully. The severity of this incident is beyond imagination. Although it may seem unrelated, being able to receive such personal information protection from the wisdom goddess means that your classmate has an extraordinary background. Even if you didn't specifically target him, if he cares about it, it will be troublesome. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to visit your classmate's home." The man with the beard made a decision. He was not overly cautious. Without reason, the seriousness of the matter exceeded expectations. The wisdom goddess, who ruled the entire Universal Human Alliance, was not someone to be taken lightly, even by the Chu family. In the face of everything related to the wisdom goddess, no amount of caution was too much. All right, Chu Shiyu first a response. In another estate, Huo Qingyao stood upright and communicated through video with a man dressed in military attire, a stern-faced man. "Wisdom goddess, your classmate. I guess he has already been included in the goddess's watch list. He will definitely have significant development in the future." "Great development." The man in military attire on the other end of the video slowly said. "Great development." Huo Qingyao's head shrank. Being evaluated by his eldest uncle like this meant that Lin Yuan's achievements in the future would far exceed the limits of Dongning City. "You brat really knows how to cause trouble. All right, I'll run an errand for you." No matter what development your classmate has in the future, first, the relationship between you two needs to be eased. When you boasted the other day about mobilizing the conscription list, even someone with a little insight would see it as an extravagant claim. Tomorrow, I'll take you to apologize. The man in military attire on the other end of the video spoke. Evolvers Association. President Liao sat in his chair. Before long, his secretary walked in. Have you found out the background of that, Mr. Lin? President Liao asked, looking up. President, Mr. Lin's personal information is blocked by the main consciousness of the wisdom goddess. I didn't dare to continue investigating to avoid any trouble. The secretary said directly. Goddess's blockade. President Liao's expression became serious. It was inconceivable for the wise goddess to specifically block the information of a citizen, even if he was a second-level citizen. There must be other reasons. However, although I couldn't investigate Mr. Lin, I found information about his parents. Mr. Lin's parents are natives of Dongning City and have no significant connections elsewhere. The secretary suddenly said, so Mr. Lin is also from Dongning City. A glint flashed in President Liao's eyes. President, what do you mean? Seeing this, the secretary immediately guessed what was happening and couldn't help but ask. Whether he can succeed or not, I need to personally ask. In that case, postpone everything for tomorrow. I will personally visit Mr. Lin's home and have a detailed conversation with him, President Liao said solemnly. D. Star Hotel. Early in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Xiaocheng MC's father stood at the door of the private room. As one of the most high-end hotels in Dongning City, Star Hotel was expensive, but there was nothing to complain about in terms of service or the quality of the dishes. The banquet celebrating their son becoming an evolver was booked here, adding to the prestige. Uncle Tang, you're here. Sit here, please. Is this your daughter? She has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Uncle Nyan, please walk slower. Inside, please. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't know where I'd be now. Lin Xiaocheng didn't have a moment to spare, constantly exchanging pleasantries at the door. Half an hour later, almost everyone had arrived. The family banquet officially began. Everyone sat down to eat and drink. Lin Yuan sat at the main seat, and his chopsticks never stopped. Star Hotel's success in Dongning City was not only due to influential backers, but also its own excellent conditions. Many of the ingredients at Star Hotel came from other planets, and many meats were from rare exotic beasts, surpassing the quality and taste of locally raised meats in Dongning City. Although the energy contained in these meats was not as high as advanced nutrient solutions, it exceeded ordinary meals. Lin Yuan enjoyed the food very much during the banquet. Apart from Lin Yuan, everyone didn't just focus on eating. The main activity was chatting and socializing. Among them, those who had done well in life were the most active. Lin Xiaocheng's distant cousin, Lin Jie, had caught the trend in Dongning City, bought some land in the suburbs, and eventually made a fortune through government development projects. He was truly enjoying success. Let me tell you, I've seen the owner of Star Hotel a few times. It's a woman, they say. Lin Jie immediately began to show off his connections. His words did attract the attention of most people present. The owner of Star Hotel had always been mysterious, and few people had seen her. Everyone was secretly speculating about who this big shot might be. Oh, by the way, Xiaocheng, what are your plans for your son, Zhao Yuan, in the future? After chatting about the owner of Star Hotel, Lin Jie suddenly looked at Lin Yuan, who was eating and drinking. As soon as this statement was made, everyone's attention immediately focused on Lin Yuan. After all, today's family banquet was initiated because of Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan becoming an evolver indeed exceeded the expectations of his relatives. Apart from that, just considering Lin Yuan's future development, it was bound to be extraordinary. Most of the relatives present could only look up to him. I haven't really thought about it. I'll take it step by step. Lin Yuan paused, put down his chopsticks, and spoke truthfully. That was indeed the truth. So far, Lin Yuan didn't have any specific goals. If anything, it was to become as strong as possible. However, stating this intention was like not saying anything at all, as who wouldn't want to become stronger? How about joining my company? Although your uncle's company isn't big, as long as you come, I'll pay you 20,000 a month. Lin Jie said, patting his chest. 20,000 a month. The relatives around them showed envious looks one after another. 20,000 a month, which amounted to 240,000 a year, was already considered a high salary. The normal monthly salary for an average citizen was about 2,000 to 3,000. How about it? Don't feel like you're settling. Our company has also hired an evolver, responsible for security-related work. By coming over, not only can you earn money monthly, but you can also consult him on evolutionary matters, Lin Jie said confidently. For ordinary people, evolvers were extremely rare. In the eyes of wealthy bosses, there was a specific channel for hiring evolvers. Of course, they only hired evolvers who had not reached the rank. Evolvers who had reached a higher stage were not affordable for small bosses like Lin Jie. Even so, Lin Jie's words greatly elevated his status in the minds of the relatives present. Someone immediately asked Jie, "Is your company still hiring? My son is currently looking for a job." No need for a salary of 20,000, 5,000 is enough. 5,000, third aunt, your son didn't graduate from a prestigious school. How dare you ask for 5,000? My daughter is beautiful and has a good figure. She would be perfect for the front desk in your company. Unconsciously, Lin Jie replaced Lin Yuan and became the focus of the banquet. And Lin Jie also acted very politely, smiling in response to the flattery from many relatives. Lin Yuan paid no attention to this, picked up his chopsticks again, and watched Lin Jie's performance while eating. Don't be fooled by Lin Jie's current enthusiastic appearance. He might play dead after the banquet. Just now, Lin Yuan casually accessed the network, and using his second-class citizen privileges, roughly checked Lin Jie's financial situation. Indeed, he had a company and had employed an evolver who had not reached the first rank. However, this evolver, who hadn't reached the first rank, had voluntarily resigned several years ago. The reason was that Lin Jie had repeatedly withheld wages, and the matter almost escalated to the Evolver Association. One could imagine that Lin Jie might have been wealthy before, but his current financial situation was probably not great. How could he afford to hire another evolver? Of course, Lin Yuan saw through it without exposing it, but Lin Xiaocheng and Lu Qiang thought the other party was sincere and occasionally chatted with Lin Jie about work details. At this moment, Lin Hao, sitting in the main seat, suddenly spoke. Little Yuan is still so young. Even if he becomes an evolver, there's no need to enter the workforce so early. Lin Hao spoke, and the scene fell into silence. Even Lin Jie, who had been talking big just now, immediately shut up. Among all the people participating in the family banquet, Lin Hao undoubtedly had the highest status. As the secretary of a certain bureau chief in Dongning City, Lin Hao's participation in this family banquet even shocked Lin Xiaocheng. Brother Hao, what do you mean? Lin Xiaocheng asked in a low voice. Our bureau has a spot for someone to study at a higher education institution this year, and only an evolver can apply. After contemplating for a while, Lin Hao spoke. So in a while, little Yuan will participate in the bureau's interview, and after he is hired, I will transfer the spot to him. Going to a higher education institution as an evolver would undoubtedly receive preferential treatment from that institution, which was completely different from the treatment ordinary students received. Therefore, this spot was highly sought after by the evolvers in Lin Hao's bureau. But this matter was something Lin Hao could decide. Although he wasn't an evolver, he was the secretary of the bureau chief and supervised several evolvers. Originally, Lin Hao had planned to leave this opportunity for his own son, but his son wasn't ambitious enough. Despite seeking guidance from several evolvers, he still hadn't become an evolver. Now, it seemed that the spot might end up with the other evolvers in the bureau, but unexpectedly, a distant relative's family had produced an evolver. Lin Hao's idea was simple. Since his own family had no chance at this spot, he might as well give it to Lin Yuan. At least in the future, Lin Yuan would remember his distant uncle. After all, everyone was family, no matter how you put it. Oh, is this spot valuable? Lin Xiaocheng was a bit confused. Although he wasn't an evolver, he didn't understand the difficulty of obtaining a spot for higher education as an evolver. But for ordinary people, entering a higher education institution was extremely difficult. How could Lin Hao's son just get in with a single sentence? No problem, just listen to me when the time comes. Lin Hao doesn't mind, he said. Giving the spot to Lin Yuan could be considered a windfall. It served Lin Hao's son right for not being ambitious enough. Thinking of this, Lin Hao glanced at his son sitting beside him. Lin Xiaocheng felt joy in his heart and immediately stood up to express his gratitude. Xiao Yuan, why aren't you thanking your uncle? Lin Xiaocheng glared at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. To be honest, Lin Yuan wasn't interested in furthering his education at a higher institution. He believed that spending time on deepening his understanding of martial arts evolution, pushing the evolutionary path to higher levels, would earn him more merits established by the goddess of wisdom. By accumulating merits, he could raise his citizen level. This seemed more worthwhile than pursuing formal education. However, this was Lin Hao's goodwill, and if he refused on the spot, not only would Lin Hao lose face, but his parents might also be displeased. HMPH, you've received such a great benefit and you still act like this. What are you pretending for? Lin Yan, who had been sitting next to Lin Hao without saying a word, felt extremely uncomfortable. Logically, the spot should have been his after all. He was Lin Hao's son. Who else should receive such a great benefit if not him? However, due to the incident with becoming an evolver, he couldn't get the spot. He had already prepared himself for it, but he didn't expect his father to give the spot to a distant relative. The thought of Lin Yuan enjoying everything that originally belonged to him in the future, going to a higher education institution, made Lin Yan extremely uneasy. You useless thing, you couldn't even become an evolver, and yet you dare criticize others. Lin Hao furrowed his brows, staring at his son. He was almost about to slap him. Others, upon hearing this, displayed strange expressions on their faces. It was evident that there was an internal issue within Lin Hao's family. Now, it involved Lin Xiaocheng's family, making the situation quite interesting. Lin Xiaocheng's face turned somewhat red, unsure of what to say. Normally, he should have spoken up immediately, stating that his family didn't need that spot to ease the relationship between Lin Hao and his son, but he was reluctant to give up the spot. The atmosphere became awkward. Just then, a staff member from Star Hotel suddenly barged in looking a bit nervous. "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" This statement immediately shattered the atmosphere. "He's here. Is there something wrong?" Lin Xiaocheng stepped forward to answer. The staff member immediately said, "Someone wants to visit Mr. Lin Yuan." This statement left Lin Xiaocheng puzzled. Someone wanted to visit his son. Hadn't all the guests for the family banquet arrived already? Who could be coming at this time? "Who's looking for my son?" Lin Xiaocheng asked as he stood up. Internally, he once again went through the calculations, confirming that all the relatives who should be present were indeed there, without any omissions. Could it be that some relative had a spontaneous idea and came without informing them in advance? Lin Xiaocheng couldn't help but be suspicious. "It's Mr. Chu," the staff member said, letting out a sigh of relief. There was no choice. Chu Corporation and Star Hotel had a long-standing collaboration. The founder of Chu Corporation personally coming and saying he wanted to find Mr. Lin Yuan had startled her. Fortunately, the person was indeed here. Mr. Chu. The crowd at the family banquet was slightly stunned. Surname Chu, they weren't part of the Lin family. As everyone was silently discussing this, a bearded man, accompanied by a young man of 17 or 18, walked in. Although the bearded man's attire was ordinary, the demeanor he exuded casually was not something an ordinary person could match. It resembled those in power and authority. Is he the founder of Chu Corporation? Someone in the crowd seemed to recall something, couldn't help but exclaim. In the interstellar era with advanced networking, photos of citizens with even a bit of fame were circulated. Chu Corporation, being among the top 50 enterprises in the whole Dongning city, naturally had great fame. Even if the founder tried to keep a low profile, it was impossible for no one to recognize him. The founder of Chu Corporation. My goodness, this is a big figure in our Dongning city. It's said that Chu Corporation's assets are tens of billions, and the founder is a well-known tycoon in several nearby cities. Such a big shot is here to find Lin Yuan. People at the banquet started discussing, and some even connected to the network immediately, comparing the bearded man in front of them with the photos online. Director Chu. Lin Jie rushed over, full of excitement, and stood in front of the bearded man. "We met 6 years ago. At that time, the land in the suburbs was still purchased by your group." "Yeah," the bearded man responded indifferently. In reality, he didn't remember Lin Jie at all. "Is Secretary Lin here too?" The bearded man swept his gaze around, and seeing Lin Hao sitting in the main seat, nodded slightly as a greeting. Then he pulled the 17 or 18-year-old young man, Chu Shiyu, who was behind him, to quickly walk in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, my junior here acted rashly. I hope you won't hold it against him." The bearded man presented himself in a very humble posture, without the airs of an elder. "No problem." Lin Yuan glanced at Chu Shiyu, who was standing awkwardly beside him, recalling the recent encounter in the coffee shop. He shook his head and said, "How did you find this place?" "I originally planned to bring Shiyu to visit Mr. Lin's home in person today. However, after we went there, we heard from others that Mr. Lin and his family were hosting a family banquet at Star Hotel, so we followed over." The bearded man explained truthfully. "I see." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The family banquet organized by his father, Lin Shao, was not a secret. Most neighbors in the community knew about it. At least 6 or 7 out of 10 were aware. "This is a little token of my congratulations for Mr. Lin becoming an evolver." The bearded man handed over an envelope with a touch of respect. His reverence wasn't for Lin Yuan's status as an evolver. Evolvers were rare but not unheard of, and even Chu Corporation, the bearded man's group, employed a group of them. The bearded man's true apprehension stemmed from the favoritism the goddess of wisdom showed towards Lin Yuan. Even searching for related information could trigger warnings from the goddess. It was common knowledge that Lin Yuan was extraordinary. Other people searching for a business founder like him would not receive any warnings. "Understood," Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. He hadn't taken the incident at the coffee shop to heart. In fact, nothing significant had happened. What Lin Yuan didn't know was the impact his conversation with the bearded man had in the eyes of the relatives present. Originally, upon recognizing the bearded man's identity, some people suspected that they might have found the wrong person. Perhaps the Mr. Lin Yuan the bearded man was looking for was simply someone with the same name as Lin Shao's son. However, when the bearded man walked up to Lin Yuan and the two engaged in a conversation, everyone realized there was no misunderstanding. The founder of Chu Corporation was indeed seeking Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Lin Jie's expression changed, vacillating between light and shadow. Moments ago, he had planned to give Lin Yuan an opportunity to work for him, even offering a monthly salary of 20,000. However, now the founder of Chu Corporation, who was once someone Lin Jie could only look up to, stood before Lin Yuan in a humble posture. "My nephew." Sitting at the main seat, Lin Hao fell into contemplation. In the eyes of others, the bearded man was a big shot. However, for Lin Hao, he was just a businessman, a bigger one perhaps. What astonished Lin Hao was that, no matter how well off the bearded man was, how could he speak to Lin Yuan in such a manner? Dong dong dong. The private room door was knocked again. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan's room? A strong and resonant voice echoed. Again, someone coming to find Lin Yuan. With the example of the bearded man, no one dared to underestimate it. Lin Xiaoi personally went forward to open the door, and in the sight of everyone, a man with a straight posture entered the room. Behind him was a 17 or 18-year-old youth, none other than Hu Qingyao. Who is this person? People at the family banquet began connecting to the network but found no relevant information. This shouldn't be a big shot, right? Everyone felt a slight relief. The stimulus from the bearded man had made everyone uneasy, thinking Lin Yuan had some formidable identity. Now, it seemed they had overthought it, and the bearded man's attitude towards Lin Yuan might have been a coincidence. Just when everyone was putting down the anxiety they held, Lin Hao, who had been sitting in the main seat and even had to bow his head to greet the bearded man, suddenly stood up. Hu Daxeo. Lin Hao's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Military district information was usually kept confidential, and ordinary people without certain permissions couldn't easily find it on the network. However, Lin Hao was different. As the secretary of the bureau, his authority was much greater and he had access to more information. Secretary Lin, Hu Yanming glanced at Lin Hao and nodded in acknowledgement. Then he stepped aside, making way for another figure to gracefully walk in, President Liao. If seeing Hu Yanming had shocked Lin Hao, then seeing the person behind Hu Yanming made Lin Hao's scalp tingle. President Liao, chairman of the Evolver Association in Dongning City, a second-tier citizen in terms of identity and status, he could easily rank in the top 5 in Dongning City. Such a significant figure, even Lin Hao's boss, the director, would greet him cautiously if they met. Could it be? President Liao is also here to find little Yuan. An unthinkable thought suddenly flashed through Lin Hao's mind. All day. Lin Hao's speculation was correct. President Liao did indeed come to find Lin Yuan. As for the purpose, it was certainly more than just congratulations. Lin Hao, being insightful, immediately stood up and took the lead when he heard that President Liao wanted to discuss important matters with Lin Yuan. He arranged for everyone else to leave, leaving only Lin Yuan and President Liao in the private room. As the secretary of the bureau, Lin Hao, with his high authority, wasn't intimidated by the military district colonel, Hu Yanming. The others, naturally, didn't dare to voice any objections and exited the room one after another. Inside the private room, Lin Yuan and President Liao sat facing each other. Mr. Lin, I came to you this time with a request, President Liao stated directly. Please go ahead, President. Lin Yuan replied with a serious tone. The arrivals of Chu family members and Hu family members made sense to him, but he couldn't quite fathom President Liao's intentions. In another year, the Kanglan Star Challenge will take place. I would like to ask Mr. Lin to represent Dongning City. The Kanglan Star Challenge. Lin Yuan was momentarily puzzled but soon realized. The Kanglan Star Challenge was one of the hottest events in Kanglan Star and the entire human alliance. 2 evolvers would engage in a battle to determine the champion, and the entire process would be broadcast live, drawing immense enthusiasm and excitement from the citizens. Why choose me? Lin Yuan asked casually. Because Mr. Lin is from Dongning City and is under 100 years old, meeting the criteria for the star-level challenge. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's strength is very close to the second tier or rank, it's the same. Already standing among the strongest in Dongning City, if not you, should I let those much weaker evolvers represent us? President Liao answered truthfully. The Kanglan Star Challenge selected evolvers from various major cities to compete and determine their strengths. Let me be honest, Mr. Lin. In the past few challenges, Dongning City's rankings were not good. If this challenge follows the same pattern, I, as the head of the Evolver Association, might as well resign. President Liao wore a bitter expression. The Evolver Association was responsible for managing and cultivating all local evolvers. If Dongning City's evolver strength remained weak in the challenge, he, as the head of the association, would bear the primary responsibility. This was also one of the methods used by the Human Alliance to stimulate evolvers' potential and guide the birth of more powerful evolvers. Of course, achieving a good ranking in the Kanglan Star Challenge, such as entering the top 3,000, would also bring official rewards. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Mr. Lin, rest assured, if we can secure a place within the top 5,000 in this challenge, our Evolver Association will provide 50 million civilization coins as a reward. President Liao was afraid that Lin Yuan might decline and immediately made this promise. Based on previous challenges, there would be around 10,000 participating evolvers. Achieving a ranking within the top 5,000 could be considered decent. 50 million. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Nobody would complain about having too much money, especially since Lin Yuan was unusually short of funds. Not to mention other things, the demand for advanced nutrient solution alone was substantial for Lin Yuan. During his first shuttle back, Lin Yuan had used a total of 21 bottles of advanced nutrient solution to fully recover his strength. How many more bottles would he need for the next shuttle, especially when his strength became even more powerful? It was likely that he would need more advanced resources to replenish, and all of this required money. If he could earn 50 million, Lin Yuan's financial pressure for the next few years would likely be significantly reduced. All right. I'll consider it. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan nodded. No problem, President Liao said nonchalantly. Since the Star Challenge was still a year away, there was plenty of time, and President Liao wasn't in a hurry for Lin Yuan to provide an immediate answer. Outside the private room, a large group of people was anxiously speculating. Xiaocheng, your son's future is limitless. Looking at Lin Xiaocheng, Lin Hao sighed. With this statement, the relatives around them showed complex expressions. Originally, many of them harbored jealousy or resentment towards Lin Yuan. However, now that the gap between them and Lin Yuan was insurmountable, all jealousy and resentment had disappeared. Lin Yuan was a concrete example. Even the president of the Evolver Association came to discuss important matters with Lin Yuan. What did that imply? Any normal person could figure it out. Rascal, do you still have the face to stand here? Lin Hao glanced at his son with a trace of anger in his heart. If it weren't for the last few words Lin Yan said, the favor he intended to gain from transferring the bureau's quota to Lin Yuan would have been significant. However, now, because of Lin Yan, this favor would probably be greatly reduced. Dad, Lin Yan lowered his head. He had no idea that Lin Yuan would have such great influence. Business, military, and even the president of the Evolver Association, such big shots personally came to visit. At this moment, Lin Yan was still trembling in his heart, especially when President Liao of the Evolver Association mentioned that he had come to find Lin Yuan. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan and President Liao walked out of the private room. After President Liao took his leave, the members of the Chu and Hu families also bid their farewells. Since it was someone else's family banquet, they couldn't stay any longer after paying their respects to Lin Yuan. Once these people left, Lin Yuan's family banquet continued. However, at this moment, no one had the mood to participate. Their hearts were filled with complexity and awe as they looked at Lin Yuan. An hour later, the Lin family banquet concluded. Many relatives were hesitant, wanting to get closer to Lin Yuan but lacking the courage. Little Yuan, what exactly is going on? When they returned home, Lin Yuan's mother, Lu Qiang, couldn't help but inquire. Although Lin Yuan had become the focus of attention during the family banquet, Lu Qiang was now somewhat worried. Mom, don't worry. During the last Evolver registration, I was classified as a first-tier, 12th rank Evolver. Lin Yuan casually explained. First rank, 12th rank. Lin Yuan's mother widened her eyes. Mother, Lu Qiang, almost thought she was dreaming. She had barely seen any Evolvers, let alone a 12th stage Evolver like her son. My son is a 12th stage Evolver. Father, Lin Xiaocheng, looked bewildered, and so time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had gone by. Lol, time skip, just like this, yeah, D. Water Moon Residential Area, number 32. In the underground training ground, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lin Yuan immediately focused his mind deep into his consciousness, only to see that tall, majestic, and grand gate of a myriad realms. The edge of the area was completely lit up. Can I cross now? Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. The ability to cross through the gate of a myriad realms was not without limitations. It required time to accumulate energy, manifesting as being gradually lit up. Upon his first return, Lin Yuan received information from the gate of a myriad realms. The degree of illumination was categorized as lit on the outer periphery, lit internally, and lit at the core. The outer periphery's illumination allowed for consciousness traverse, taking approximately 8 months to a year. Internal illumination enabled bodily traverse, taking several years to a decade. As for core illumination, it involved a certain transformation of the gate, requiring decades or even centuries. Let's go for consciousness transmigration. Lin Yuan wasn't interested in bodily traverse. It took too long to accumulate the energy required for bodily traverse, and the margin for error was too low. Instead, it meant true death. In comparison, consciousness traverse had a higher effectiveness. Before teleporting, let's make some preparations. Lin Yuan composed himself and began to arrange things, mainly reminding his parents that he might disappear for a while. Although there was a time difference in the flow of time between higher and lower level worlds, Lin Yuan was unsure of the specific conditions of the world he was about to traverse to. With everything prepared, Lin Yuan left the underground training ground and arrived at a room. After this traverse, I should be able to deduce the path of martial arts evolution to the second tier. By then, continuing to upload to the Wisdom Goddess should raise my citizenship level to level 3, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Half a year ago, Lin Yuan had uploaded the improved martial arts classics, Mythical Chapter and Unrestrained Chapter, and received 3,000 merit points as a reward. Simultaneously, the ranking of the martial arts evolution path on the Kanglin evolution list had risen from 93 to 78. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglin evolution list were ranked by the Wisdom Goddess based on factors such as potential, popularity, difficulty of cultivation, and more. When Lin Yuan officially broke through to the second stage, the ranking was expected to rise once again. Overall, uploading the martial arts evolution path provided Lin Yuan with 5,000 merit points. Promoting to a second-level citizen consumed 1,000 merit points, leaving him with 4,000 merit points. Promotion from a second-level citizen to a third-level citizen required 5,000 merit points. Let's get started. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and approached a 2-meter-long nutrient storage container. During Lin Yuan's first traverse, he had no choice but to undergo it forcibly due to the conscription task on his shoulders, proceeding with it head-on. Fortunately, he had good luck. He spent 20 years in the martial world, while only a little over 10 minutes had passed in the main world. Now, Lin Yuan was not going to leave everything to chance. The nutrient storage container he obtained through Liao Hui, with military-grade quality, could sustain him for a minimum of 200 years once activated. This meant that as long as Lin Yuan entered it, the nutrient substances inside the container would be sufficient for his body's needs over 200 years, provided he did not actively wake up. This sense of security made Lin Yuan feel much safer, preventing a scenario where he would traverse back with a body starved to the bone. Thinking about the usage of the nutrient container, Lin Yuan opened the cover and directly entered it. Traverse. Lin Yuan's consciousness merged into the deep recesses of his mind, where the gate of a myriad realms was. In an instant, an invisible force came. Lin Yuan felt his consciousness rapidly plummeting. Zhang Family Fortress. It was adorned with lights and looked very festive. The people inside the fortress knew that the lord of Zhang's wife had given birth to a son. "Madam, you've worked hard." In the room, Zhang Kun gently placed the swaddled baby on the bed and looked towards the weak woman lying on the couch, his tone full of tenderness. "Not hard at all, Lord Zhang. This is our child." Madame Zhang's face was somewhat pale, but she still forced herself to sit up, cradling the swaddled baby in her arms with gentle eyes. After sharing a moment of warmth, Madame Zhang brought up the main topic. "Husband, the Devil's Sect has been somewhat restless recently, trending towards our direction. Did you inform Taoist Longking from Mount Long?" "Don't worry, madam." Zhang Kun patted his chest and said, "I've already sent a letter to Taoist Longking. I believe he should be arriving soon." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Kun continued, "Moreover, what does the Devil's Sect have to fear? You and I are considered top-notch martial artists in the martial world. How can we be afraid of those demonic bastards?" Zhang Kun's tone exuded immense confidence. It seems that this birth is not bad. Zhang Kun and his wife were unaware that, at the moment of their conversation, the baby in the swaddle opened his eyes, revealing a depth not fitting for his age. This baby was naturally Lin Yuan. Through their brief conversation, Lin Yuan deduced that his father's social status in this lifetime was decent. Least when he was born just now, there were no fewer than 5 midwives and more than 10 maidservants were serving. This was something ordinary people couldn't achieve in any world. As Lin Yuan was lost in thought, he began to feel tired. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he heard a very noisy commotion. The room's door was tightly closed, but the sounds of battle outside were audible. His mother looked anxious. "What's going on?" Lin Yuan widened his eyes. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How could it be like this now? His mother sat down immediately upon seeing Lin Yuan wake up, her eyes teary. "Child, the 8 sect masters of the Devil's Sect have attacked. Your father and the experts in the fortress have gone to fight them. They will definitely repel the Devil's Sect." Lin Yuan's mother, holding him, seemed to be comforting herself rather than consoling the child. After a moment, the door was pushed open, and Lin Yuan's father, Zhang Kun, entered, covered in blood. "Husband, what's happening outside now?" Lin Yuan's mother, Su Yun, hurriedly asked. "We can't hold on. The Devil's Sect didn't just send 8 sect masters, there's also a protector hiding in the shadows. Our Zhang family fortress, the Zhang family, is finished," Zhang Kun said with a lifeless expression. He never expected that, to deal with Zhang family fortress, the Devil's Sect would mobilize a protector. Anyone who became a protector for the Devil's Sect was at least on the level surpassing top-notch martial artists. "What should we do now?" Lin Yuan's mother, Su Yun, remained silent for a moment before asking. "You all should leave." Zhang Kun came to the back of the bed and gently patted it, revealing a hidden passage. "This tunnel leads 10 miles away. Take the child and go far away. Don't come back in this lifetime." After opening the tunnel, Zhang Kun, as if losing all his strength, almost collapsed to the ground. "Husband, let's go together. Let's leave this place together," Su Yun said, looking at the tunnel. "I can't leave." Zhang Kun shook his head. "I was struck by a palm from the Devil's Sect protector. My heart's vein is severed, and I won't live for much longer." Zhang Kun looked at Lin Yuan and softened his voice. I had thought of a name for you, Shanfeng. You were supposed to become the peak of our Zhang family fortress. Unfortunately, there's no future now. After saying this, Zhang Kun took out a jade pendant and placed it in the swaddle. The jade pendant had 2 characters carved on the front. Shanfeng. After completing these actions, Zhang Kun looked at his wife, Su Yun. When the child grows up, don't tell him about his origins. Just let him live an ordinary life. Don't think about seeking revenge for me. After saying this, Zhang Kun directly pushed Su Yun into the tunnel. All day. Through the secret passage, Mother Su Yun smoothly left her husband. However, it hadn't been half an hour. The pursuers from the 10,000 demon sect arrived. Obviously, the secret passage in the room had been discovered. With no other choice, Su Yun could only hide Lin Yuan in a secluded thicket. I'll lead them away. I'll come back to get you later, Su Yun said and headed in another direction. As the wife of the top-notch expert Zhang Kun, Su Yun was not an ordinary person. Even just after giving birth, her strength was not inferior to that of 3rd or 4th-rate experts, and her lightness skill was exceptional. However, until 2 or 3 hours passed, Su Yun still hadn't returned. She probably won't be able to come back. Lin Yuan thought silently. For such a long time, if Su Yun had managed to shake off the pursuers, she would have returned long ago. Not returning indicated she hadn't escaped from the pursuers. The outcome of not escaping from the pursuers didn't need much explanation. Sigh, Lin Yuan sighed softly. Just a moment ago, he was the highly anticipated heir of the Zhang family, but now everything was gone. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Now was not the time for lamentation. The urgent matter was how to survive. In this travel, Lin Yuan's situation was extremely difficult. As a newborn baby, Lin Yuan couldn't afford any big movements. If he left the swaddle, the only outcome would be freezing to death. As for crying loudly, attracting the attention of others nearby, Lin Yuan wasn't sure if what he attracted would be the pursuers from the demonic sect. Moreover, Lin Yuan's current surroundings were extremely remote, seemingly uninhabited. He feared that any slight movement he made would attract wolves and leopards. In the eyes of those ferocious beasts, a human baby was a delicacy. What a pity, if only it were a few months later. No, just a few days. Lin Yuan felt helpless. With his extraordinary understanding, given time, Lin Yuan could quickly become stronger. During his first travel, Lin Yuan was only a 3-year-old child and was able to comprehend the great Arhat Buddha fist, stepping into the innate realm. Although there were many restrictions on a baby's body, it wasn't that he couldn't do anything. At least he had some resistance. Soon, it was nighttime. The temperature began to drop rapidly. Even wrapped in the swaddle, Lin Yuan felt waves of cold creeping in. If it were another baby, they probably would have started crying by now. But Lin Yuan didn't, because he knew that if he cried, it would attract nearby wild beasts and he would be taken away and devoured by them. However, even so, the innate smell of a baby's milk faintly emanated. Before long, Lin Yuan heard rustling sounds from the nearby bushes. Judging by the sound, it clearly wasn't made by a human. What should I do? Lin Yuan's heart began to race. If it wasn't a person making the noise, it must be a wild beast. Faced with wild beasts, Lin Yuan was helpless. To them, he was nothing more than a tasty meal, and they wouldn't feel any sympathy. As the rustling sound drew nearer, Lin Yuan's breathing slowed. At the same time, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly noticed the dry leaves and wood on the ground. Being in the wilderness, there were abundant plants, and dry leaves and wood were scattered everywhere. Staring at the dry leaves and wood, numerous insights suddenly surged in Lin Yuan's mind. With your extraordinary understanding, observing the withered wood, you comprehend the withered wood breathing technique. Withered wood breathing technique. Converge all breath by using a special breathing rhythm, simulating the appearance of withered wood. In an instant, Lin Yuan's breath continued to converge. The faint smell of milk disappeared completely. Even Lin Yuan's skin, originally fair and tender, gradually took on the deep color of withered wood. From a distance, Lin Yuan looked like a piece of withered wood wrapped in swaddling clothes. Howl! Several meters away, an adult wild wolf paused. It sniffed the air, emitting a puzzled low growl. After lingering around for a while and confirming the absence of any scent of food, the wolf could only turn and leave. In the swaddle, Lin Yuan's breath vanished, but his consciousness remained. After hearing the rustling sound move away, he released a sigh of relief. The withered wood breathing technique. Lin Yuan maintained this art of convergence. In fact, during his first travel, Lin Yuan had comprehended many techniques related to concealing one's breath. However, these breath-concealing techniques typically required the assistance of internal energy and vital energy, and Lin Yuan, currently just a baby, had neither internal energy nor vital energy. As for the newly created withered wood breathing technique, it achieved the goal of concealing breath simply by adjusting the breathing rhythm. It was something Lin Yuan could currently manage. There shouldn't be any danger for now. Lin Yuan constantly surveyed his surroundings, not letting his guard down. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of hunger. Every cell in his body conveyed the feeling of starvation. With your extraordinary understanding, enduring hunger, you comprehend the hibernation breathing technique. Once again, Lin Yuan's extraordinary understanding saved him. The hibernation breathing technique could greatly reduce the body's consumption, and combined with the withered wood breathing technique, Lin Yuan was nearly indistinguishable from a piece of genuine withered wood. 2 days later, Lin Yuan, maintaining the last shred of consciousness, experienced a sudden turn of events. At that moment, a Taoist priest in Taoist robes descended from the sky. Someone's here, and a Taoist at that. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. This was the first living person he had seen in the past 2 days. I don't care. If I continue like this, I'll really die. Lin Yuan quickly dispelled the withered wood breathing technique and hibernation breathing technique. Although the hibernation breathing technique could significantly reduce Lin Yuan's physical consumption, it was still just a reduction. As a newborn baby, sustaining for 2 days was already the limit. Continuing like this, even the hibernation breathing technique wouldn't hold up. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan mustered all his strength and began crying loudly. As the cries of the infant resounded, the Taoist clearly heard it. Is it an abandoned baby? The Taoist appeared to be middle-aged, his expression filled with weariness. Is this an abandoned baby from the Zhang family? The Taoist immediately deduced Lin Yuan's identity from the pattern on the swaddle. This jade pendant, it's Brother Zhang's jade pendant. This is Brother Zhang's child. Tears welled up in the Taoist's eyes. He was Longking Taoist, and a few months ago, Zhang Kun had sent him a letter. In the letter, Zhang Kun mentioned discovering traces of the 10,000 Demon sect. Longking Taoist immediately set out for Zhang family fortress. However, on the way he was ambushed by several guardians of the 10,000 Demon sect. It delayed him for a few days. When he finally arrived again, Zhang family fortress was completely wiped out. Just as Longking Taoist was disheartened and about to return to Mount Long to report, he unexpectedly heard the crying of Lin Yuan. Moreover, this baby turned out to be Zhang Kun's son. Good, good, good. Brother Zhang's bloodline lives on. Brother Zhang's bloodline hasn't been severed. Longking Taoist immediately protected Lin Yuan and reached out to touch him for a while. In Longking Taoist's eyes, a newborn baby left in the wilderness for half a day would likely have frozen to death. Although he didn't know how long Lin Yuan had been here, the surrounding environment suggested it was more than just half a day. Therefore, Longking Taoist decided to use his true qi to replenish the baby's vitality. Even though this action would consume a great deal of his energy, Longking Taoist didn't mind. Couldn't even save the last descendant of Zhang Jiabao due to his delayed arrival, he would truly have no face to live in this world. No injuries on the body. Longking Taoist was astonished. He found that the baby's body was very healthy. Aside from being weak due to hunger, there were no major issues. Incredible. Longking Taoist murmured to himself. Child, from now on, you will be a member of our Mount Long. Longking Taoist embraced Lin Yuan. He immediately set off to return to Mount Long. The true martial hall of Mount Long. Longking Taoist stood in front of a venerable Azure Taoist, recounting the whole story. The Azure Taoist was the current head of the Mount Long Taoist school, a prominent figure in the martial arts world. The current sect master of the 10,000 Demon sect is a talented and ambitious individual, having entered the realm of celestial phenomena. Hence, he ordered his disciples to plunder in all directions to demonstrate demonic power. Azure Taoist slowly spoke. Then he took Lin Yuan from Longking Taoist's hands. Poor child, the Azure Taoist sighed deeply. Lord Zhang devoted his life to righteousness. He died at the hands of the 10,000 Demon sect. Our Taoist school will absolutely not let this go. By the way, has the child been named? I found a jade pendant in the swaddle with the characters mountain and peak. It should be the name Brother Zhang chose for the child. Longking Taoist whispered, Mountain Peak, Mountain Peak. Well, from now on, your name will be Zhang Shen Feng, Shen equal mountain and Feng equal peak. The Azure Taoist spoke slowly. And so, Lin Yuan settled down on Mount Long. Initially, Longking Taoist worried that Lin Yuan's crying might disturb others. However, after a few days of interaction, Longking Taoist was surprised to find that Lin Yuan was exceptionally well behaved. He never cried, and when hungry, he would open his big round eyes and stare at Longking Taoist, almost overly sensible. As for the need for a baby to drink milk, there were plenty of villages at the foot of Mount Long, including women who had just given birth. Longking Taoist would boldly ask these women for some breast milk, barely managing to keep Lin Yuan alive. And so 10 years passed. Mount Long, evening. Lin Yuan, dressed in a gray standard Taoist robe, walked to a giant rock and stopped. 10 years have passed. Lin Yuan sat on the giant rock, immersed in a brief contemplation. In the span of 10 years, Lin Yuan had gained a profound understanding of this world. In this world, the cultivation system was divided into 9 grades, from the lowest 9th grade to the highest 1st grade. Beyond the 1st grade was the celestial phenomenon realm. The strong in the celestial phenomenon realm were said to be able to encompass heaven and earth, comprehend the chi of all things, and shake mountains with a wave of their hand. Even in the Universal Human Alliance, they would be considered second-tier combat power. From this perspective, Lin Yuan confirmed that the hierarchy of this world was higher than the martial world he had encountered in his first traversal. 70 more years of residence. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shenfeng Lin Yuan. Identity, controller of the door to the myriad realms. Bound talent, unrivaled insight. Current status, conscious descent. Residence time, 80 years. Perhaps due to the increase in strength and the different world rank, Lin Yuan's residence time this time had increased from 20 years to 80 years. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with this. Under the backdrop of the conscious descent, the longer the residence time, the better. Celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, sensing the slow operation of the true power within his body. In 10 years, Lin Yuan had naturally not been idle. With the unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan reached the first grade realm in just 3 years, corresponding to the unrestrained realm in the martial world. Then, 5 years later, Lin Yuan smoothly entered the celestial phenomenon realm, becoming one of the top-notch experts of his generation. Of course, all of this was done covertly by Lin Yuan, and the others on Mount Long were unaware. Still need to stay low-key. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, thinking to himself. The Tianxi sect of Mount Long was the ancestral land of the Taoist sects in the world, with an unfathomable foundation. At least after breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that there were a few places on Mount Long where there were breadths surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm. Slow cultivation. Since the residence time is long this time, there's no need to rush. While thinking, Lin Yuan left from beside the giant rock. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at a Taoist courtyard on the mountainside. This Taoist courtyard was where the Taoist disciples lived on Mount Long. In the entire Mount Long, there were a total of 8 Taoist courtyards like this. The Tianxi sect usually didn't exert strict control over the Taoist disciples. As long as they completed their daily tasks, they could do their own things. Not long after Lin Yuan returned, he saw many small Taoist disciples of his age gathering together. Elder Pingyang. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. At this moment, the old Taoist surrounded by many young disciples wore a tattered Taoist robe. This old Taoist usually wandered around Mount Long, liked to mingle with young disciples, and many of the Celestial Master's disciples didn't bother with him. Over time, everyone became familiar with him. The reason Lin Yuan paid attention to Elder Pingyang was that this person was undoubtedly a strong celestial phenomenon realm expert. Mount Long publicly announced that the only celestial phenomenon realm expert was the Azure Taoist. In reality, there were 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts in the Tianxi sect. The seemingly unkempt Elder Pingyang was one of them. Lin Yuan speculated that Elder Pingyang should have a role similar to a guardian of the Tao. He would only appear when the Tianxi sect was in danger. Old Taoist, who do you think is the strongest in the world? Among the young disciples surrounding Elder Pingyang, a small disciple who seemed younger in age asked in a childish voice. The strongest in the world. Elder Pingyang was slightly stunned, then smiled naturally. It's the celestial masters of our Tianxi sect throughout history. Our Tianxi sect has a heritage of 6,800 years and has produced 36 celestial masters. Each celestial master is extraordinarily talented and invincible in the world. Even someone as strong as the celestial phenomenon realm has to bow before the celestial master. Elder Pingyang's tone slightly elevated, feeling quite self-satisfied. The other young disciples were inspired by his words. After all, everyone was a disciple of the Tianxi sect. Hearing that their celestial master was invincible made them naturally happy. So who is the celestial master of the Tianxi sect now? Another innocent young disciple asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the young disciples looked at Elder Pingyang, the current celestial master. Elder Pingyang hesitated when he heard this, then answered, in our generation of the Tianxi sect, there has not been a celestial master. Elder Pingyang didn't say something else. It wasn't just in this generation that the Tianxi sect hadn't produced a celestial master. It had been 500 years since the last celestial master passed away. The celestial master. Lin Yuan gazed calmly from a distance. Based on his understanding over the past 10 years, the real realm of the celestial master of the Tianxi sect should surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. As for how to become a celestial master, it seemed to involve some kind of test. The specific nature of the test, Lin Yuan didn't know for now. This was already the most confidential secret of the Tianxi sect, and only celestial phenomenon realm experts were likely to know how to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ever since he entered the celestial phenomenon realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan had noticed that his cultivation speed had slowed down significantly. At this rate, even with the unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan would need at least 50 years to break through the celestial phenomenon realm. This was quite strange. Even with Lin Yuan's unrivaled insight, it took 50 years to break through. For others, even if they were exceptionally talented, it would take at least 200 or 300 years, if not 500 years. However, as far as Lin Yuan knew, each generation of celestial masters never exceeded 100 years of age. Could there be a shortcut? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly, casting another inconspicuous glance in several directions. Those directions were where Lin Yuan had sensed the presence of energies surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm. Is it about the mountain peak? Elder Pingyang looked up at Lin Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. Considering the days in another half a month, it will be the Tianxi sect once every 20 years trip to the Sword Tomb. Make sure to perform well, then it will be highly beneficial for your future. Elder Pingyang spoke with a deep meaning. The Sword Tomb trip, a ripple stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it were someone else saying this, Lin Yuan might not have cared much. However, Elder Pingyang was a guardian of the Tianxi sect and one of the 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts. His understanding of the Tianxi sect was undoubtedly far beyond Lin Yuan's. Such a person emphasizing the Sword Tomb trip and even urging Lin Yuan to perform well implied deeper implications. Although Lin Yuan wasn't clear about what the Sword Tomb trip truly entailed, he respectfully saluted Elder Pingyang. Over the past 10 years, Elder Pingyang had taken care of him, especially when he was first brought to Mount Long. While Elder Longking took care of him, Elder Pingyang had secretly used his celestial phenomenon True Qi to cleanse Lin Yuan's body a few times. Elder Pingyang believed that Lin Yuan, being young, was unaware of these matters, but Lin Yuan, with the consciousness that descended upon him, was fully aware of everything since his birth. After Taoist Pingyang left, Lin Yuan returned to his own Taoist courtyard, Sword Tomb. Lin Yuan contemplated in his heart. The Sword Tomb of Mount Long is the place where the swords of the predecessors of the Tianxi sect are stored. The Tianxi sect, devoted to the worship of the true martial emperor, excelled in swordsmanship, with the true martial 7-segment sword being the strongest sword technique of the time, if I remember correctly. The location of the Sword Tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. The so-called those places naturally referred to the locations with an aura surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm. It was also something that made Lin Yuan quite apprehensive. As the boat reaches the bridgehead, we'll know in half a month. Lin Yuan settled his mind and closed his eyes to begin cultivation. At the summit of Mount Long, True Martial Hall. The head of the Tianxi sect, Azure Taoist Kanking, raised his hands, looking up at the towering, true martial statue in front of him. Half a month later is the Sword Tomb expedition. I wonder if the disciples of our Tianxi sect in this generation will be chosen by the true martial sword. Azure Taoist Kanking sighed. The Sword Tomb of Mount Long contains countless swords. Among them are the swords of the disciples of the Tianxi sect from various generations, the swords of the true martial hall masters, and even the swords of the 36 celestial master. Of course, there was the most important true martial sword. It is said that the true martial sword originally belonged to the first-generation celestial master, related to the worship of the true martial emperor. Only those chosen by the true martial sword could take that step and become the new celestial master of the Tianxi sect. 500 years, 25 Sword Tomb expeditions. No disciple of the Tianxi sect has been chosen by the true martial sword again. As a result, the position of celestial master has been vacant for 500 years. Although the Tianxi sect is still the ancestral land of the Tao sect, no one dares to underestimate it, but in terms of high-end combat power, it is still somewhat lacking. Over the past few decades, the 10,000 Demon sect has made a comeback, causing countless killings. If the Tianxi sect had a celestial master sitting in, would the 10,000 Demon sect have the audacity? Master, don't worry. A plump Taoist priest beside him spoke. This plump Taoist priest seemed to have no aura at all, but he was one of the 3 celestial phenomenon experts in the Tianxi sect. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Lin Yuan had just walked out of his courtyard, and a Taoist priest from the top of the mountain hurried over. This Taoist priest looked to be in his 30s, but he was already a 4th-grade expert. Is it time for the Sword Tomb expedition? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, obediently standing in place according to the Taoist priest's instructions. Soon, all the Taoist children in this courtyard who met the requirements gathered together. Lin Yuan took a rough look, and there were probably more than 100 of them. Don't fall behind, don't run around. Seeing this, the Taoist priest immediately spoke. In his voice, there were faintly hidden sound waves of martial arts. All Taoist children only felt a buzzing in their ears and didn't dare to be unruly. After a small half-day, under the guidance of the Taoist priest, Lin Yuan and many Taoist children arrived at a valley behind Mount Long. Many other Taoist children from the other 7 Taoist courtyards had already gathered here. So many people. Beside Lin Yuan, a small and thin Taoist child couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior Shanfeng, why did the Taoists bring us here?" The small Taoist child named Qingping approached Lin Yuan and whispered, "I don't know." Lin Yuan shook his head. After a considerable amount of time passed, a Taoist hurried over, carrying many booklets in his hands. He distributed the booklets to each Taoist child, and then the Taoist spoke. The booklet contains a technique called sword intent sensing technique. Everyone should start practicing according to this method and then enter the sword tomb one by one. During the process, maintain the sensing heart method continuously and find a suitable sword in the sword tomb. After a quick explanation, the Taoist repeated it several times, confirming that all Taoist children understood before going elsewhere. This sword intent sensing technique is so difficult, Kimping complained as he flipped through the booklet. Other Taoist children were also struggling to understand. Sword intent sensing technique. Lin Yuan unfolded the booklet and quickly browsed through it. You have unrivaled insight. Read Sword Intent Sensing Technique and comprehend the Supreme Sword Command Sensing Technique. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual light about swordsmanship and sword intent surged out. Even for Lin Yuan, who had already entered the celestial phenomenon realm, it took nearly half an hour to absorb it all. This sword intent sensing technique, Lin Yuan's heart was full of uncertainty. After learning and elevating this sensing heart method, Lin Yuan seemed to have a faint connection with the nearby sword tomb. On top of the sword tomb, a high platform, 3 figures sat there, looking down at the sword tomb below. The leader of the trio was Azure Taoist Kanking, the current head of the Tianxi sect. In an era without the emergence of a celestial master, the head of the sect took control of the entire Tianxi sect. The other 2 were the messy-looking Taoist Pingyang on the left and the plump Taoist on the right. These 3 figures were the current grandmasters in the Tianxi sect, all at the celestial phenomenon realm. The Sword Tomb Expedition. It is the key to the birth of a celestial master in our Tianxi sect. I hope this time won't disappoint us. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself. From his perspective, he could clearly see everything in the sword tomb below. In the sword tomb, it's not just about selecting swords, it's also about swords selecting people. The swords that can be placed in the sword tomb all contain sword intent. As long as you cultivate the sword intent sensing technique to a certain level, you can sense many sword intents and have a chance to choose the swords of the previous celestial master. The plump Taoist spoke. As for why the Taoist children were not instructed to practice the sword intent sensing technique in advance, this technique served as both a sensing method and a measurement of one's innate aptitude. Those who could elevate the sword intent sensing technique to a preliminary level in just a few hours undoubtedly possessed extraordinary aptitude in swordsmanship. The sword they ultimately chose would reflect their true skill. Moreover, if one's innate aptitude in swordsmanship was lacking, even spending 10 years practicing the sword intent sensing technique might not lead to its mastery. As for reaching the level of perfection in the sword intent sensing technique, it had been a long time since anyone in the Tianxi sect achieved it. This was something that only the seeds of the celestial master generation had a chance to accomplish, as they might be sensed by the revered true martial sword. Half a day later, as the Taoist children below successively entered the sword tomb and selected suitable swords, the 3 celestial phenomenon realm masters observing from the high platform gradually smiled. Up to that point, 4 Taoist children had chosen the swords of past celestial master, indicating their potential to step into the celestial phenomenon realm. Another 31 had chosen the swords of past sect leaders, ensuring their advancement to at least the first realm, even if they did not reach the celestial phenomenon realm. This scene brought great satisfaction to Azure Taoist Kanking. Although he had hoped for a Taoist child to be chosen by the revered true martial sword, such expectations were elusive. For 500 years, no one had been sensed by that sword, so why would it happen this time? The current outcome, which focused on the birth of more celestial phenomenon realm experts, was more in line with the actual situation in the Tianxi sect. No. These sword intents are too weak. Inside the sword tomb, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating the sword intent sensing technique to the supreme sword command sensing technique, the sword intent in the entire sword tomb appeared to Lin Yuan as if it were visible lines on the palm of his hand. By slightly activating the supreme sword command sensing technique, Lin Yuan could sense countless swords sending out eager signals towards him. While these swords were extremely powerful for the Taoist children, Lin Yuan, already in the celestial phenomenon realm, found them unimpressive. There's a sword intent over there. Following the sensing, Lin Yuan continuously moved towards the deeper parts of the sword tomb. Almost simultaneously on the high platform, the 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts looked towards Lin Yuan. Who is this person? Instead of choosing a sword properly, why is he going deeper into the sword tomb? The plump Taoist frowned and spoke. Is it Shanfeng? Taoist Pingyang recognized Lin Yuan and also looked puzzled. Although he had urged Lin Yuan to perform well, it didn't mean wandering around recklessly. Moreover, in the deeper parts of the sword tomb, the sword energy was rampant, and if the Taoist children rashly contacted it, it could lead to hidden dangers. Seeing this, Azure Taoist Kanking also showed a look of puzzlement. I will bring him back. The plump Taoist was about to stop Lin Yuan from going further. However, the next moment, Lin Yuan's expression became serious. He lifted his right hand and reached deep into a pile of swords. Come out. Lin Yuan activated the Supreme Sword Command Sensing Technique and slowly pulled out a worn-out sword with the characters, True Martial, engraved on the front. With Lin Yuan at the center, thousands of swords trembled simultaneously. Many Taoist children knelt down towards the True Martial sword in reverence. 39 first-grade people of the Tianxi sect respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. Even Azure Taoist Kanking, a celestial phenomenon realm expert and the current head of the sect, had tears streaming down his face. After 500 years, True Martial Sword had finally revealed itself. Today, True Martial Sword had finally appeared before them. This sword, in the depths of the sword tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the sword's hilt. Even so, he could clearly feel the sword trembling slightly. If he hadn't been continuously operating the Supreme Sword Command Sensing Technique within him, Lin Yuan had no doubt that this sword would have flown away on its own. A mere inanimate object possesses such spirituality. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. If this were placed in the Universal Human Alliance, only spacecraft battleships created through the fusion of biological technology with a value comparable to planets might be worthy of comparison. However, even with spirituality, it is still an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. In just a moment, the trembling stopped, and the sword was calmly held in Lin Yuan's hand. Only at this point did Lin Yuan turn around to look behind him. The current head of the sect, Azure Taoist Kanking, the plump Taoist, and Taoist Pingyangthi's three celestial phenomenon realm masters stood not far away, quietly watching Lin Yuan. Their expressions were complex, reflecting satisfaction, shock, or reminiscence. Sect Master. Lin Yuan's face promptly showed a trace of awe. He was about to bow respectfully. No need. The head of the sect, Azure Taoist Kanking, took a step forward and raised Lin Yuan. Since you have been chosen by the True Martial Sword, you are the inheritor of True Martial in this generation and the future Tianxi sect master. Azure Taoist Kanking spoke with a solemn tone. The journey to the sword tomb concluded, and Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist quarters on the mountainside. Instead, he was personally taken by the head of the sect, Azure Taoist Kanking, to a residence at the mountaintop. 4 other Taoist children accompanied Lin Yuan. From Azure Taoist Kanking's casual chat, Lin Yuan learned that these 4 Taoist children had chosen swords left by the past celestial masters. While not as exceptional as the True Martial Sword Lin Yuan had selected, these swords were still outstanding. There was a great hope for them to reach the celestial phenomenon realm in the future. Senior brother Shanfeng, what do you think the sect master is doing? A little Taoist who had closely followed Lin Yuan asked anxiously. Don't worry, it must be a good thing, Lin Yuan replied casually. From the information inadvertently revealed by Azure Taoist Kanking, Lin Yuan inferred that the 5 of them would definitely be cultivated by the Tianxi sect as seeds. Especially for Lin Yuan, being chosen by the True Martial Sword directly designated him as the future celestial master, as mentioned by Azure Taoist Kanking. What was the concept of the celestial master in the Tianxi sect? Even after 500 years, the world still couldn't forget the terror of the celestial master. If the Tianxi sect produced a celestial master, they would be invincible in the world. In Lin Yuan's understanding, the world's power ceiling was the celestial phenomenon realm. Perhaps there were very few exceptional talents who could barely step a small or large part beyond the celestial phenomenon realm's foundation. But only the celestial master in the Tianxi sect could completely surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. This was also the reason why the celestial master was invincible in the world. Even Lin Yuan is curious about what it takes to completely step beyond that stage known as the Tianxi or celestial master. After all, according to Lin Yuan's calculations, achieving a breakthrough beyond the celestial phenomenon realm would take at least 50 years, even with the assistance of extraordinary innate understanding. And yet, the celestial master, how can they achieve it? Could it be that every celestial master in the Tianxi sect possesses extraordinary innate understanding like Lin Yuan? This is clearly impossible. After Azure Taoist Kanking escorted Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence, he reminded them not to wander around at night before leaving. Lin Yuan sat on the bed, absent-mindedly placing the True Martial Sword in front of him. By now, this sword had completely settled down. There must be secrets of the Celestial Master within this sword. Otherwise, Azure Taoist Kanking wouldn't have recognized me as the future Celestial Master. Lin Yuan gently touched the sword's hilt. At the same time, a faint aura of true power began to probe deep into the sword along the blade. Boom! The scene around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. He found himself in a deep and dark void. Not far to the left was a sun-like fireball, and on the right was a deep abyss exuding endless coldness. The power of the sun and moon permeated the entire space. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. A plethora of insights suddenly surged in his mind. Your extraordinary innate understanding allows you to observe the external manifestations of the forces of yin and yang, deepening your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang. Moments later, numerous insights flooded his mind. Lin Yuan was captivated, completely focused on the forces of yin and yang on either side. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he finally understood why the past celestial masters of the Tianxi sect could surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. It was because of the true martial sword. Inside the sword, the external manifestations of the sun and moon forces were apparent. This was a path that directly led to realms beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. The past celestial masters of the Tianxi sect constantly observed the external manifestations of the sun and moon forces within the sword. By doing so, they continually deepened their understanding, surpassing the limitations of the celestial phenomenon realm. 20 years. No, at most a little over 10 years. I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan was filled with excitement. In fact, by comprehending either the power of the sun or the power of the moon within the sword, he could break through the celestial phenomenon realm. This was the path taken by the past celestial masters of the Tianxi sect. However, Lin Yuan's ambitions were great. He wanted to comprehend both the power of the sun and the power of the moon simultaneously, greatly increasing the time needed. If Lin Yuan were to comprehend only one, with his extraordinary innate understanding, he could likely break through the celestial phenomenon realm in just a year or a few months. Wrong. I've misunderstood the method to break through the celestial phenomenon realm. After observing the essence of the yin and yang forces within the true martial sword, Lin Yuan immediately became aware of a problem within himself. Several years ago, he quietly broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm. However, the foundation of Lin Yuan's entry into the celestial phenomenon realm mainly came from the martial world he traversed last time. It's not that he was wrong, but breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm in this manner would make the subsequent path more difficult. If I use either the power of the sun or the power of the moon as a foundation to enter the celestial phenomenon realm, and then attempt the combination of yin and yang to break through the celestial phenomenon realm, Lin Yuan quickly formed thoughts in his mind. He decided to break through the celestial phenomenon realm again. For others, attempting to break through the celestial phenomenon realm again would likely require discarding their cultivation and starting anew. However, Lin Yuan possessed extraordinary innate understanding. He quickly deduced a method that allowed him to seamlessly convert his celestial phenomenon realm true qi and true power into the power of the moon or the power of the sun. Although there was some loss in the process, it was much better than scrapping everything and starting over. This sword, could there truly be a true martial emperor in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze fell once again on the sword in front of him. The inherent essence of the power of the moon and the power of the sun contained within the sword could guide living beings to transcend the celestial phenomenon realm. The strength of such a creation would be inconceivably terrifying. The next day, Lin Yuan and the other 4 disciples gathered outside. Sect Master Kanking, along with the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm experts, stood not far away. All right, the 5 of you are the future hope of our Tianxi sect. Sect Master Kanking's gaze lingered imperceptibly on Lin Yuan for a moment. Clearly, in Sect Master Kanking's eyes, the other 4 were dispensable. As long as Lin Yuan, the future celestial master chosen by the true martial sword, was present, it sufficed. However, due to the rules of the Tianxi sect, the other 4 were also brought along. Next, I will take you to the true martial Tao repository. That is where the past celestial masters of our sect secluded themselves in cultivation. There you will find records of the paths and insights gained by the celestial masters. Sect Master Kanking spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 disciples. In Mount Long, the celestial master was already a legend. Being able to visit the place where the celestial masters once cultivated was something every disciple of the Tianxi sect longed for. The true martial arts treasury is built within the body of Mount Long, extremely concealed. The internal space is vast, and the walls are covered with densely packed characters. These characters were written by the celestial masters of past generations. They contain the essence of cultivation. Don't observe them too often. Just occasionally is enough. Lord Kanking Azure Taoist, the head of the sect, reminded, because apart from Lin Yuan, the other 4 Tao disciples had already crowded around, staring at the characters on the wall with big eyes. Only when Lord Kanking reminded them did the disciples reluctantly shift their gaze. Your main focus in the coming time is to comprehend the essence of the fire pearl and ice pearl. Lord Kanking brought everyone to the center of the treasury. There were 2 stones placed here, one with a fiery red surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a large amount of heat and cold radiated from them. These fire pearl and ice pearl are made from the Tian crystal stone deep in the East Sea, capable of preserving various auras. Our celestial masters of past generations would often infuse their own power into them. Accumulated over the long years, they have formed the fire pearl and ice pearl we have now, Lord Kanking explained. Beside him, Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, seemed to be lost in thought. These fire pearl and ice pearl should be a heavily truncated version of the sun and moon forces within the true martial sword. They are imitations created by the collective power of the celestial masters of past generations who sought to simulate the essence of the sun and moon forces. Unfortunately, whether it was due to the material or a significant difference in strength, even if the collective power of the celestial masters was combined to create the fire pearl and ice pearl, when compared to the sun and moon forces within the true martial sword, it was still like comparing the light of a firefly to the brilliance of the sun. This was Lin Yuan's first impression. While Lin Yuan was contemplating, Lord Kanking continued, "Your main goal now is to comprehend the sun force and moon force from within the fire pearl and ice pearl. Our sex experts generally follow two paths, Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Whether it's Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji, as long as you comprehend 3 or 4 points, you can step into the celestial phenomenon realm." Lord Kanking scanned the whole room and continued speaking. This was also the cultivation path set by the first celestial master of the sect for the disciples of future generations. In fact, it has been proven that these two cultivation paths are indeed very powerful, and the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm in the sect has always been a few steps ahead of those outside. They rely on Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. Even the celestial masters of past generations walked on one of the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. But celestial masters could comprehend the essence of the sun and moon forces within the true martial sword. The effects of that were unknown, but certainly much stronger than the fire pearl and ice pearl before them. So the celestial masters have been able to walk far on the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Lord Kanking finished speaking and sent the 4 Tao disciples away. Then he came to Lin Yuan. "You don't need to sense the fire pearl and ice pearl." Lord Kanking stared at Lin Yuan. Although he didn't know the secret of the true martial sword, according to the records of the sect, when celestial masters of past generations came to cultivate in this true martial arts treasury, it seemed that they were not very interested in the fire pearl and ice pearl. In such a situation, celestial masters have still been able to maintain a lead in the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Lord Kanking speculated that there might be other cultivation methods for the celestial masters. Mainly, you should observe the characters on the walls. Those are the insights and realizations of the celestial masters, which should be helpful to you. This was the advice given by Lord Kanking to Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan was identified as the future celestial master, this advice was given with great emphasis. "In case you have any problems or difficulties, you can always call me." Before leaving, Lord Kanking left this sentence specifically for Lin Yuan. It was evident that he highly valued Lin Yuan. For the following period of time, Lin Yuan did not step out of the true martial arts treasury. Food and drink were delivered by the Taoists of the sect. There was no need for him to leave. In fact, even if Lin Yuan wanted to go out, he could at most stroll around Longhu Mountain Mount Long, the celestial seeds selected by the true martial sword in each generation, before becoming a celestial master, were forbidden to leave Longhu Mountain. The main reason was to ensure that the true martial sword would not be lost. The true martial sword was crucial for the birth of a celestial master in the Tianxi sect. It absolutely must not be lost. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had gone by. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall. Numerous characters were carved on it. These characters were left by the 18th generation celestial master of Longhu Mountain. They narrated the insights and realizations of this celestial master on the path of Taiyang Wuji. Your unrivaled insight deepens when watching the celestial master's stone wall, enhancing your comprehension of the yin-yang Tao. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. It's finally completely transformed. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. During this time, besides contemplating the yin-yang Tao, Lin Yuan spent the remaining time transforming all his previous celestial phenomenon realm true energy into yin and yang forces. Stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm with yin or yang as a foundation would make one's strength 2 to 4 times stronger than normal, and this was just the initial change. In terms of potential and cultivation speed, Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji surpassed many others in the celestial phenomenon realm. Originally, Lin Yuan needed 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. However, by converting his foundation into Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, even without relying on the essential insights of yin and yang from within the true martial sword, the time to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm would be at most 20 to 30 years, a nearly halved time saving. Senior brother Shanfeng, how's your contemplation going? At this moment, Kingping, a junior Taoist, ran over. It's too difficult to comprehend the fire pearl. Until now, I haven't realized anything. Kingping's face was full of disappointment. Take it slow, don't rush. Lin Yuan comforted him. Kingping had chosen the path of Taeyang Wuji, so he was contemplating the fire pearl. Although the effect of the fire pearl was far from that of the true martial sword, it was still better than nothing. Given Kingping's qualifications as a disciple chosen by the celestial master's sword, with patience and contemplation for several or even a dozen years, he would surely gain something. Senior brother Shanfeng, how's your contemplation going? Seemingly recalling something, Kingping, full of anticipation, looked at Lin Yuan. I've gained a bit. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and a trace of yin and yang forces circulated and collided between his fingers. Wow. Shanfeng's senior brother, you're amazing. Kingping widened his eyes. Although he was amazed, Kingping didn't show disbelief. As early as when Lin Yuan held the true martial sword in the sword tomb, all the Taoists felt an irresistible aura emanating from him. Later, Lord Kangking reminded them several times not to compare themselves to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the future celestial master, destined to overlook the world. Comparing themselves to Lin Yuan could easily lead to a disturbance in their mental state. By then, it would be challenging to step into the celestial phenomenon realm. Upon seeing Lin Yuan simultaneously manipulating yin and yang forces, Kingping, the junior Taoist, could only marvel. Seeing this, the other 3 junior Taoists also gathered around, blinking their big eyes, expressing envy. Half a month later, Lord Kangking and the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm experts came over to inspect the progress of the disciples' cultivation. First was Kingping, who struggled to raise his hand, and a faint trace of scorching heat circulated. Not bad, you've made some progress. Lord Kangking nodded. As someone on the path of Taeyang Wuji, he was particularly sensitive to the fiery aura in the world. Next were the 3 junior Taoists. One of them, like Kingping, had barely made progress on the path of Taeyang Wuji. The other 2 still hadn't made any progress. The paths of Taeyang Wuji and Taeyang Wuji are profound and challenging to comprehend. Even with the guidance of the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl, it's not an easy task to make progress. This was roughly Lord Kangking's message, encouraging everyone not to be discouraged and to take their time in contemplation and cultivation. After checking the cultivation progress of the 4 junior Taoists, Lord Kangking's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Not only Lord Kangking, but also the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm experts were focused on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was chosen by the true martial sword and was the seed of the future celestial master. Among the other 4 junior Taoists, 2 had made progress on the paths of Taeyang Wuji and Taeyang Wuji. Considering this, what achievements would Lin Yuan, with the strongest qualifications, achieve? Lord Kangking and the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm experts were highly anticipative. Sect Master. Lin Yuan walked forward and raised his right hand. Yin and yang forces emerged, constantly colliding and intertwining, emitting a deeper and more profound aura. Amazing. Senior brother Shanfeng has become even stronger. I wonder when I can reach senior brother Shanfeng's level. Seeing this, the other 4 junior Taoists began discussing with excitement. Among them, even the 2 who had made progress had only gathered Taeyin or Taeyang forces as fine as a strand of hair. In contrast, Lin Yuan had accumulated yin and yang forces as thick as a thumb. The disparity was clear at a glance. What the junior Taoists didn't notice was that when Lin Yuan simultaneously operated yin and yang forces, not far away, Lord Kangking's expression suddenly turned very ugly. Who allowed you to simultaneously cultivate Taeyang Wuji and Taeyang Wuji? Lord Kangking's face even turned somewhat red, and he looked at Lin Yuan with a pained expression. Taeyang Wuji and Taeyang Wuji are both supreme paths, but cultivating both simultaneously is a dead end, an absolute road to ruin. Yin and yang are fundamentally opposing forces. Cultivating them simultaneously may not show problems in the early stages, but the further you go, the more troublesome it becomes. The 3rd-generation celestial master of our Tianxi sect wanted to cultivate both yin and yang. He tried to infuse yin and yang forces into his celestial master's body, and the result was a burst in death. Do you realize the consequences of your reckless actions? Lord Kangking was nearly driven mad and couldn't help but reprimand Lin Yuan within the true martial sword repository. The furious reprimands of Lord Kangking reverberated continuously. The other 4 junior Taoists turned pale, displaying a fearful expression. Even though Lord Kangking had been strict with them over the long period, he had never been angry, let alone reprimanded them. Even when they hadn't made progress on the paths of Taeyang Wuji or Taeyang Wuji, Lord Kangking would only offer a few words of encouragement. Zhang Shanfeng, you were chosen by the true martial sword, enjoying unique advantages. I don't even have the certainty to guide you. That's why I asked you to read the insights left by the previous generations of celestial masters on the stone walls. Lord Kangking's voice was low. In those insights, did any of them mention simultaneously cultivating Taeyang Wuji and Taeyang Wuji? Indeed, none of them did. Lin Yuan nodded. All the insights left by the celestial masters within the repository focused on either Taeyang Wuji or Taeyang Wuji. The simultaneous mention of both paths was indeed absent. Because the celestial masters of Tianxi sect had also chosen to walk either the Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji path. If that's the case, why did you act on your own? The path of cultivation should be taken cautiously. The roots carved by the predecessors with their lives, do you think it's acceptable to change them at will? Lord Kanking looked disappointedly at Lin Yuan, Shan Feng being chosen by the true martial sword. All you need to do is follow the prescribed path. Whether you choose Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji, in a short period of 50 years or a long one of 80 years, you are guaranteed to become a celestial master. You are the hope of our Tianxi sect, the hope of the world. We all have high expectations for you, but what have you done? Lord Kanking's heart was filled with various emotions: anger, disbelief, and sorrow. Klirping, the junior Taoist, trembled beside them. They also realized that Lin Yuan might have deviated from the correct path in cultivation, or else Lord Kanking wouldn't be so angry. Lin Yuan was the seed of the celestial master. If he went astray, it would be even more painful for Lord Kanking than falling into demonic cultivation himself. Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, two completely opposing paths. By cultivating both simultaneously, your foundation has already been affected. Even if you realize something is wrong in the future, do you think you can go back and start over? Regret surged within Lord Kanking. He should have told Lin Yuan this common knowledge at the beginning of his cultivation. Actually, this was not negligence. For the vast majority of people, cultivating Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji was already extremely difficult. Wanting to comprehend the path of Taiyang Wuji, which was completely opposite to Taiyin Wuji, on the premise of already entering Taiyin Wuji, would undoubtedly increase the difficulty tenfold or even 100-fold. So Lord Kanking had never thought that Lin Yuan would simultaneously cultivate Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Moreover, the insights of the previous celestial masters on the stone walls also didn't mention the simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang. Lord Kanking truly couldn't understand how Lin Yuan managed to merge Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. I know, Lin Yuan frowned slightly, but I feel that cultivating both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji is the most correct path. Unrivaled insight wouldn't deceive him. Since Lin Yuan could perceive both Taiyang Wuji and Taiyin Wuji through unrivaled insight, the path ahead must not be a dead end. Oh, you feel that way, Lord Kanking chuckled. Even ordinary people know to learn from history. The Tianxi sect has a history of 6,800 years, with 36 invincible celestial masters who have chosen paths for disciples in later generations. However, Lin Yuan casually denied these established paths. Perhaps, to take a step back, combining yin and yang might be a path superior to Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Yet, the effort and sacrifices required to traverse this path were unknown. Consider the third-generation celestial master of Tianxi sect, who attempted to balance yin and yang after becoming a celestial master. The result was a tragic demise, exploding into pieces. Exploring new paths inevitably involves sacrifices, even for a celestial master. However, Lin Yuan, having gained recognition from the true martial sword, was destined to become a celestial master. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. 10 birds in the woods are not worth one in hand. Rather than choosing a vague path, it's better to stick with the established ways of the invincible celestial masters. This was the reason for Lord Kanking's intense anger. From today onwards, Shan Feng, you will stay by my side. I will use true qi daily to temper your body, trying to eliminate the influence of yin and yang forces. In no more than 10 years, your foundation will be reshaped, and then you can start practicing anew. Lord Kanking spoke after a long silence. What? The chubby Taoist beside him looked astonished at Lord Kanking. Even for a peak celestial phenomenon expert, using true qi daily to temper someone else's body would require a significant sacrifice. Lord Kanking was essentially sacrificing himself. Not only might his cultivation fall back to the initial stage of celestial phenomenon, but he might also lose 20 years of lifespan. Senior brother, you, the Taoist in tattered robes sighed. Although Lord Kanking was stern and strict, he truly considered things from the perspective of Tianxi sect. Lin Yuan was the first person chosen by the true martial sword in 500 years. Even though he deviated from the right path, Lord Kanking didn't want to give up. He wanted to pull him back as much as possible. Master, I still believe that combining yin and yang is not a dead end. If you choose for me and force me into a different path, I'm afraid I'll lose interest in cultivation. Lin Yuan directly rejected Lord Kanking's offer, mainly because allowing Lord Kanking to temper his body would expose Lin Yuan's secret. Secondly, Lin Yuan didn't think that cultivating both yin and yang was wrong at the moment. The constant insights from unrivaled insight confirmed that this was a path surpassing the previous celestial masters. However, Lin Yuan couldn't explicitly tell Lord Kanking about this. Very well, this is your choice. Don't regret it in the future. Lord Kanking shook his head. Even if he was unwilling, he had to let go of Lin Yuan. Cultivation was an extremely personal matter, and Lin Yuan had gained recognition from the true martial sword. Lord Kanking couldn't force him to do anything. Soon after, Lord Kanking and the other two celestial phenomenon experts left the true martial sword repository. Lin Yuan returned to the stone wall of the celestial masters, deep in thought. He wasn't scared by Lord Kanking's words. As his consciousness descended into the body, even if something happened due to simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang, it wouldn't affect his main body in the primary world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan had countless opportunities to start over. Furthermore, Lin Yuan didn't believe he would tread the same path as the third-generation celestial master. The third generation tried to forcibly introduce yin energy into his body, intending to merge it with the overwhelming yang energy cultivated for nearly a century. The imbalanced yin and yang resulted in an explosion, a bizarre occurrence. Senior brother Shanfeng, are you okay? While Lin Yuan was sorting out his thoughts, Qingping, a junior disciple, cautiously approached. The other three junior disciples stood not far away and didn't dare to come closer. I'm fine, Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to the external political machinations, things on Longhu Mountain were relatively pure. The four junior disciples inside the true martial Dao repository usually got along well with Lin Yuan. Even when Lin Yuan received a scolding from Kanking True Man, these disciples didn't mock him instead, they expressed genuine concern. Even Lord Kanking, upon discovering Lin Yuan's deviation, didn't immediately give up but considered a way to bring him back using body refinement, despite the irreversible damage it would cause to himself. It must be that the master misunderstood. I find it difficult enough to comprehend either Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. Trying to sense both at the same time is incredibly challenging. Senior brother Shanfeng, sensing two at once is amazing. Qingping Jr. whispered. He wasn't lying. After gaining a slight understanding of Taiyang Wuji, Qingping tried to sense Taiyin Wuji and found the difficulty skyrocketing. Even with the guidance of fire pearls and ice pearls, he could barely feel yin energy. After successfully entering Taiyang Wuji, he couldn't sense yin energy at all, let alone trying to comprehend Taiyin Wuji. Therefore, Lin Yuan's simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang was considered an incredible feat by Qingping. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled faintly, especially after studying the insights left by the past celestial masters on the stone wall. In Lin Yuan's mind, the celestial masters of the true martial Dao repository fell into three categories. The first category belonged to the first-generation master. Undoubtedly, the first-generation master's strength stood at the pinnacle among all the masters, with a substantial lead. Following that were the second, third, 15th, and 28th generation masters. Though not on par with the first-generation master, they were noticeably stronger than the rest. Each of them had significant achievements on their chosen paths of Taiyin and Taiyang Wuji. The remaining masters, while still surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm, seemed somewhat ordinary compared to those in the first two categories. Lin Yuan believed his path shouldn't be confined by the past celestial masters. He was determined to surpass them all. My path should not be limited by the past celestial masters. I want to surpass every celestial master. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his heart resolute. Just then, he sensed a presence and looked towards the entrance. Shortly after, a Taoist from the true martial Dao repository walked in. Senior brother Zhang, someone is looking for you. Even if Lord Kanking didn't have high expectations or even gave up on him, Lin Yuan's status within the true martial Dao repository remained unparalleled. As a disciple recognized by the true martial sword, once he became a celestial master, he would have control over the entire true martial Dao repository. Even if he didn't become a celestial master, nobody could command him, including the current headmaster, Elder Longking. Lin Yuan walked out of the true martial Dao repository and saw the figure of Taoist Longking. Lin Yuan held great respect for Taoist Longking. After all, without him back then, Lin Yuan would have struggled to survive in the cold, possibly dying from frostbite or starvation. Despite his extraordinary insight enabling Lin Yuan to constantly break through limits and comprehend various techniques, there were still limits. As an infant without food, even if he could hibernate for a while, it wouldn't be sustainable for long. Moreover, Taoist Longking had a good relationship with Lin Yuan's father. Although he didn't arrive in time back then, he had treated Lin Yuan well over the years. Shanfeng, I heard that the headmaster was quite upset with you. Taoist Longking looked at Lin Yuan with approval and spoke casually. I do feel guilty for not meeting the headmaster's expectations. Lin Yuan nodded. Lord Kanking's expectation for Lin Yuan was to become a master. However, Lin Yuan aimed to surpass the celestial masters and become something more than just a celestial master. Ha, the headmaster usually keeps his emotions in check. It's interesting to see him so worked up because of you, Taoist Longking laughed. Suddenly he became serious and said, Shanfeng, do you know why I came here today? Did the headmaster send you to persuade me? Lin Yuan speculated. Indeed, Taoist Longking nodded. The headmaster asked me to talk to you, hoping you would accept the body refinement. He wishes for you to follow the path of the past celestial masters and become a celestial master like them. but now it seems I don't need to persuade you anymore. You just need to live happily. As for whether you become a celestial master or not, don't worry too much about it. Taoist Longking said, reminiscing about something back then, when I was on good terms with your father and your mother was pregnant, I wrote to your father, asking what achievements he hoped his son would attain. I thought your father would say he wanted his son to become a renowned hero, at the very least inheriting the Zhang family estate. However, your father only wished for you to live a happy life. In one's life, happiness is a way of living, and living under pressure is also a way. Even the celestial masters of the true martial Tao repository, who were invincible in the world, eventually died thoroughly. As for posthumous fame, who cares after you're dead? I just hope that the path you choose won't lead to regrets in the future. Taoist Longking's words left Lin Yuan slightly stunned. He originally thought Taoist Longking would act as Lord Kanking's representative, but he directly spoke from Lin Yuan's perspective. After Taoist Longking left, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. With the insights left by the past celestial masters on the stone wall and the deduction from his extraordinary insight, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was significantly faster. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, in a maximum of 10 years, he would be able to simultaneously push Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. On this day, as Lin Yuan was cultivating, a Taoist in tattered robes appeared behind him silently. Elder Pingyang. Lin Yuan's face showed surprise, immediately greeting him. Compared to Lord Kanking, Lin Yuan was more familiar with Taoist Pingyang. Before the journey to the Sword Tomb, Taoist Pingyang often had lively conversations with the disciples at the mountainside Taoist temple, displaying none of the dignified demeanor expected of someone at the celestial phenomenon realm. Remarkable. Cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang Wuji is something even the past celestial masters of the true martial Tao repository didn't achieve. Taoist Pingyang nodded appreciatively, expressing his admiration. Among the 36 celestial masters of the true martial Tao repository, only the third-generation celestial master had considered cultivating both yin and yang paths. However, he attempted to introduce yin energy after becoming a celestial master, and the result was less than ideal. Lin Yuan, even before becoming a celestial master, was already contemplating these matters and had put them into practice, truly living up to the recognition of the true martial sword. Lin Yuan remained calm. However, have you considered the path ahead? Cultivating both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, you may be able to reach the celestial phenomenon realm. But stepping into the realm of a celestial master and surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm requires your true energy to undergo a transformation. When you cultivate both yin and yang, once the transformation begins, the yin and yang energies will repel each other. The consequences you should be aware of, Taoist Pingyang warned. The consequence is the same as that of the third-generation celestial master, exploding and dying. Senior uncle, regarding this matter, I have already thought about it. The reason why yin and yang energies repel during the true energy transformation is because they are not originally one entity. As long as I fuse the yin and yang energies before that, creating a completely new force, and then break through the celestial phenomenon realm again. Lin Yuan shared his thoughts. This was the result of continuous deduction using his extraordinary insight over the past few days, leading to the subsequent path. Fuse yin and yang energies. That means combining Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji together. Are you out of your mind? Two completely opposite forces. You can't even cultivate both at the same time, and now you want to fuse them. Taoist Pingyang swallowed hard, truly shocked by Lin Yuan's idea. It was like trying to merge fire and water. The final result would either be the fire extinguished and part of the water evaporated, or the water completely evaporated and the fire suffered significant damage. More likely, both fire and water would disintegrate simultaneously, with no other possibility. You're crazy. You're really crazy. Fusing Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, how absurd. Since ancient times, no one has dared to do this. Even the first-generation celestial master couldn't do it. For generations to come, it's impossible for anyone to have such an idea. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with incredulous eyes. Combining two extreme forces through the adjustment of the human body was challenging enough, but fusion, that was seeking death. Taoist Pingyang opened his mouth to say something more, but eventually decided against it. He could see that Lin Yuan's determination was unwavering, and he truly wanted to merge the two paths of yin and yang. Taoist Pingyang sighed and turned away. Lin Yuan watched Taoist Pingyang's departing figure and then walked out of the repository. Standing outside, he looked down from a high vantage point at the mountain below. Ancient people didn't dare, and future generations couldn't. Lin Yuan raised his head slightly, and within the deep recesses of his eyes, the yin and yang energies continued to intertwine and collide. I will do it. Ush, how cool D. 8 years later, at the summit of Longhu Mountain. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a huge rock. The raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into nothingness within a few feet of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, overlooking the morning clouds drifting. Yin energy and yang energy may seem like two completely opposite paths, but fundamentally they are a part of the vast heavens and earth. Yin can transform into yang, and yang can transform into yin. Deep within Lin Yuan's danshan, yin and yang energies manifested as black and white, continuously colliding, dissipating, and regenerating without apparent end. For these 8 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself almost entirely in comprehending yin energy and yang energy. Even his cultivation level had not advanced a bit, remaining at the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, mastering yin energy and yang energy made little difference between the early and peak stages of the celestial phenomenon realm. This true martial sword. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved, and the true martial sword hovered in front of him. The more he comprehended, the more Lin Yuan discovered the terrifying nature of the true martial sword. To compress the essence of yin and yang energies into a sword, available for future generations to comprehend, was an unimaginable level of control. Over these years, without this true martial sword, Lin Yuan's progress in comprehension might have been reduced. Mastering yin energy and yang energy is not difficult, but fusing them is indeed a nearly impossible task. Ordinary people who attempt this would end up dead, Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder celestial phenomenon realm experts like Kanking and others believed it to be a dead-end path. Even a formidable celestial master dared not attempt this. The third-generation celestial master was a glaring example. As one of the powerful celestial masters in the second tier among the 36 celestial masters of the Tianxi sect, the third-generation celestial master knew the consequences of forcibly introducing yin energy. I am different from the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master tried to balance yin and yang after becoming a celestial master, but at that time the foundation was already established. I am different. I have not yet become a celestial master. Balancing yin and yang and then fusing yin and yang is entirely possible, Lin Yuan silently thought. Of course, the entirely possible here referred to Lin Yuan with his extraordinary insight. For another person, even with exceptional talent and the recognition of the true martial sword, attempting to balance yin and yang, let alone fusing them, would be a faint hope. Firstly, how to enter the initial stage of yin energy or yang energy after entering one of them. Secondly, during the period of balancing yin and yang, how to fuse them. In this process, any slight mistake would lead to the consequence of exploding the body. Lin Yuan had the extraordinary insight, which allowed him to grasp a slim chance of survival in any situation. The terrifying aspect of extraordinary insight was its ability to comprehend the most advantageous methods for oneself, regardless of the circumstances. Like 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was still a baby and was about to be discovered by a wild beast, he realized the breath-holding technique. At the brink of starvation, he comprehended the hibernation breathing technique. Both of these techniques did not require any internal energy or true qi, but were created entirely based on Lin Yuan's circumstances at the time. Fusion is close. Just a bit more, and I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm with the power of yin and yang. Lin Yuan felt the collision and interweaving of yin and yang forces deep within his danshan, with anticipation in his heart. According to his estimation, breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm with the power of yin and yang would make him stronger than all the celestial masters of the Tianxi sect combined. How could the power of individual yin and yang energies compare to the fused yin and yang forces? After examining himself, Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently flickered towards the outside of Longhu Mountain. These years, it hasn't been peaceful outside. In fact, since more than 20 years ago, when the demon sect made a comeback, the world had not seen peace. However, with the suppression of righteous forces like the Tianxi sect, the demon sect did not dare to act too recklessly. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, a sudden piece of news spread from the demon sect. The sect master of the demon sect had obtained the inheritance of the primordial demon sect. Primordial demon sect was an incredibly ancient force that, theoretically, should have vanished from history long ago. Since the establishment of the Tianxi sect 6,800 years ago, the successive celestial masters of the Tianxi sect had always been synonymous with invincibility. However, invincibility did not mean that others couldn't come close. 6,800 years ago, the first celestial master emerged with the true martial sword. That era belonged to the first celestial master, but in that same era, another powerful figure was born. That was the primordial demon lord. Although the primordial demon lord couldn't defeat the first celestial master, the first celestial master also couldn't completely kill him. In the end, the first celestial master sacrificed himself in a battle and finally killed the primordial demon lord. However, even though the primordial demon lord was dead, the primordial demon sect continued to exist. Over the next few centuries, with the joint efforts of the second and third celestial masters of the Tianxi sect, they completely wiped out the primordial demon sect. Afterward, for thousands of years, the primordial demon sect disappeared from the scene and never reappeared. The Tianxi sect hasn't produced a new celestial master for too long, as long as 500 years. Without the deterrence of a new celestial master, the influence of demonic forces has grown rapidly, leading to the rise of the demon sect today. According to the tradition of the successive celestial masters of the Tianxi sect, each celestial master, upon becoming a celestial master, would first descend the mountain to eliminate demons and suppress demonic influences. Now, 500 years had passed without the emergence of a new celestial master. In this situation, although the forces of the Tianxi sect and other righteous factions still held the upper hand, it undoubtedly provided ample time for the development of demonic forces. Compared to the righteous path, demonic cultivation techniques were easier to cultivate, and even absorbing human blood could quickly enhance their strength. This was also the reason why Zhang family village was annihilated. Apart from the vast wealth of the Zhang family, there were enough people and even strong individuals. In the eyes of demonic cultivators, these were no different from tempting delicacies. Regardless of whether the news about the demon sect obtaining the inheritance of the primordial demon sect is true or false, this information will undoubtedly boost the reputation of the demonic forces. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly, speaking of which he had grievances with the demon sect. 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was just born, the entire Zhang family village was wiped out by the 8 leaders of the demon sect. His biological parents died that day. Senior Shanfeng, Senior Shanfeng. At this moment, a shout came. A young Taoist was running over. I knew Senior Shanfeng would be here. Seeing Lin Yuan, the young Taoist grinned. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan turned around and glanced. The young Taoist who had come looking for him was none other than Qingping, the former little Taoist. 8 years had passed, and Qingping had grown considerably. Coupled with his cultivation, he was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary adult man. Over the years, Lin Yuan has been a lone wanderer. Nevertheless, he gets along well with Qingping, mainly because Qingping often comes over to chat with Lin Yuan, whether there's anything going on or not. Incidentally, he talks about various news on Longhu Mountain. Apart from Qingping, Elder Changqing visits Lin Yuan every once in a while. For Elder Changqing, Lin Yuan is no different from his own offspring. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan becomes a celestial master or not, Elder Changqing's attitude remains unchanged. In Elder Changqing's heart, there has always been a sense of guilt towards Lin Yuan. If he had arrived in time back then, Zhang family might not have met such an end, and Lin Yuan wouldn't have lived a frugal life on Longhu Mountain from a young age. A few days ago, the sect leader asked the 4 of us to go down the mountain for training. Qingping casually mentioned. The 4 of us he referred to are the 4 disciples who received the Celestial Master's sword during the Sword Mound journey. Although they can't compare to Lin Yuan, chosen by the true martial sword, but now they are also the hope of the Tianxi sect. As for why they go down the mountain one by one, it is to prevent extreme events. For example, if all 4 of them were to die at the same time. With Lin Yuan, the Celestial Master's seed, taking a deviating path, if all 4 Celestial Phenomenon Realm seeds were to die, Longhu Mountain would be at least 50 years in turmoil. Go down the mountain. Lin Yuan was slightly curious. Having been aware in this world for 18 years, Lin Yuan had only been outside on the day he was born. The rest of the time, he stayed on Longhu Mountain. Senior Shanfeng, you are the Celestial Master's seed, different from us, you can't go down the mountain. Seeing this, Qingping immediately felt a bit uneasy. Now, he was no longer an ignorant little disciple. He knew the importance of the Celestial Master's seed to the Tianxi sect. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword can become the Celestial Master's seed, and each Celestial Master's seed always has the true martial sword by their side. If Lin Yuan were to go down the mountain, it would mean the true martial sword would go down with him. In case of an accident leading to the loss of the true martial sword, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Tianxi sect. The current sect leader of this generation would probably be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. While the deviation of Lin Yuan, the Celestial Master's seed, is indeed serious, it doesn't shake the foundation of the Tianxi sect. At worst, after Lin Yuan dies of old age, the true martial sword will return to the Sword Mound, and the Tianxi sect will still have hope for the birth of the next Celestial Master. But if the true martial sword is lost, then it would truly be an irreversible disaster. Qingping could fully anticipate that if Lin Yuan were to sneak out because of him, Taoist Kanking might want to flay him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He's not a real 18-year-old youth. Considering all the time, Lin Yuan's actual age is probably over 50. Add to that his unrivaled insight, he doesn't really need so-called training outside the mountain. For Lin Yuan, Longhu Mountain is the best place. Everything he needs is available, and it's extremely safe. How could he possibly think about going down the mountain? That's good. Qingping let out a sigh of relief. By the way, Senior Shanfeng, I've been feeling strange in my recent cultivation. After chatting for a while, Qingping brought up the topic of cultivation again. Lin Yuan casually asked a few questions and roughly figured out the reason. You're wrong. Your state of mind is wrong. You are on the path of the sun's infinite extremity. The sun's infinite extremity, utmost strength and yang, out-and-out perseverance. Throughout the history of our Tianxi sect, 36 celestial masters, most of them followed the path of the sun's infinite extremity, including the strongest, the first-generation celestial master. What is the sun's infinite extremity? Utmost strength and yang, forging ahead without hesitation. Lin Yuan hit the nail on the head, slowly speaking. It's not that those who follow the path of the sun's infinite extremity are reckless. It's about having a mindset of unwavering determination, acting decisively. So that's how it is. Kingping suddenly realized. Indeed, he was quite excited about the matter of going down the mountain for training, wanting to explore the outside world and fearing encountering danger. Now, after Lin Yuan's reminder, his mindset suddenly became clear. Kingping felt the qi flowing smoothly within his body, and a hot airflow surged through his limbs and bones incessantly. 3rd grade. After a moment, Kingping opened his eyes, looking excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's reminder, he actually directly broke through from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade. It's important to note that in this world, the levels of cultivation are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, and the 1st grade is the highest. The 3rd grade is already among the top 3 grades even on Longhu Mountain. It can be considered a powerful cultivator. Kingping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He knew in his heart that if it weren't for Lin Yuan's words, not only might he not have broken through to the 3rd grade, but his cultivation might have even regressed. No need to thank me. Lin Yuan waved his hand, indifferent. At his current level, guiding a cultivator who hasn't even reached the celestial phenomenon realm is nothing more than child's play. In the true martial hall, Taoist Kanking rubbed his forehead, a hint of fatigue flashing in his expression. With the continuous disturbances from the demon sect outside, and the fact that the Tianxi sect can't deal with them alone, they have to unite with other righteous forces to suppress them. Coupled with the fact that the leader of the demon sect received the inheritance of the original demon sect, it boosted the morale of the demonic forces. As a result, every clash between the righteous and demonic forces ended with the defeat of the righteous side. The various pressures make Taoist Kanking feel a bit breathless. It seems that the leader of the demon sect is indeed a remnant of the original demon sect. When the previous celestial master traveled the world, he discovered traces of the original demon sect but couldn't find the source. At that time, he thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the original demon sect existed at that time. Over the years, the demon sect has been secretly supported by the remnants of the original demon sect. The chubby real person beside him spoke. As the ancestral land of the Taoist sect and the foremost sect in the world, Longhu Mountain, and in particular the Tianxi sect, naturally have excellent intelligence capabilities. They quickly figured out the details of the demon sect. It's too late to say these now. Taoist Kanking shook his head. The most important thing now is how to continue suppressing the demon sect. Just at this moment, a figure rushed in from outside. It was Kingping. Master, I have reached the 3rd grade. Kingping's tone was light, sharing this good news. As the celestial phenomenon realm seat of the Tianxi sect, Kingping and the other 3 disciples have always been directly taught by Taoist Kanking. Whenever any of them makes progress in cultivation, they are required to inform Taoist Kanking immediately. 3rd grade, so fast. Taoist Kanking, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows slightly. It's not that he doesn't want Kingping to break through, but he is worried that Kingping used some shortcut. According to the cultivation speed of disciples who obtained the Celestial Master's sword in previous generations, it would take at least 15 to 20 years to advance to the 3rd grade. And Kingping, since the beginning of his cultivation, hasn't even reached 10 years. His cultivation speed is obviously abnormal. The foundation is solid. I don't see any problems. The chubby real person stepped forward, carefully observing Kingping for a while before concluding. Upon hearing this, Taoist Kanking finally relaxed his brows. Kingping, what's going on with your cultivation speed? Taoist Kanking still felt somewhat surprised. Master, it's Senior Shenfeng who guided me. That's why I broke through so quickly. Kingping truthfully replied. Before this, although Kingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, compared to the other 3 disciples, his cultivation speed was only slightly faster, still within normal limits. Therefore, Taoist Kanking did not inquire further, only thinking that it was Kingping's own effort. However, this time, jumping from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade normally takes 5 to 8 years. Kingping's effortless breakthrough naturally caught Taoist Kanking's attention. Is it Senior Shenfeng who guided you? Taoist Kanking's tone sounded somewhat astonished. A few casual pieces of guidance that could allow Kingping to advance to the 3rd grade indicated that his strength should be far beyond the 3rd grade. It's something that even most celestial phenomenon realm experts might not achieve. Yes, these years Senior Shenfeng has been guiding me. He's amazing, every word he says enlightens me, and then my strength improves. Kingping's words undoubtedly struck like thunder in the ears of Taoist Kanking and other celestial phenomenon realm experts. Every word he says enlightens people, and then strength improves. These 3 sentences may seem ordinary, but in the ears of Taoist Kanking and other experts, it signaled something unusual. To achieve such a scene, one must have a profound understanding of the essence of cultivation and the essence of power. And this unexpectedly came from Lin Yuan, who had already been completely abandoned by Taoist Kanking. I also feel that Senior Shanfeng is very strong. Seeing Senior Shanfeng is like seeing the master. Seeing Taoist Kanking silent, Kingping gathered courage and spoke. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell silent once again. Similar to Taoist Kanking, Taoist Kanking is a celestial phenomenon realm expert, isn't he? Could it be that Lin Yuan is also a celestial phenomenon realm expert? Entering the celestial phenomenon realm before the age of 20, there has never been such a case in the history of celestial masters. Could it be that Shanfeng is truly an unprecedented genius? The chubby real person's expression was shocked, muttering to himself, "Genius." Taoist Kanking fell into silence. Soon, a bitter expression appeared on his face. If what Kingping said is true, then Lin Yuan is truly a genius surpassing everyone's imagination. However, even if he's a genius, what difference does it make? Practicing both the yin and yang infinite paths, the limit is the celestial phenomenon realm, and it's impossible to reach the heights of the past celestial masters. Because the power of yin and yang within the body bursts at the moment of becoming a celestial master. So young, yet possessing such an understanding of the essence of power. In our Tianxi sect, the chubby real person paused halfway through his words. At this moment, a deeply pained thought surged in his heart. Such a genius. Why choose to deviate from the right path? Time flows like a river. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Lin Yuan's life has hardly changed. Not in the insights left by the previous celestial masters within the true martial Dao treasury, but on top of Longhu Mountain, watching the sea of clouds. Apart from occasional communication with Kingping, he hardly speaks a word. He wanted to have a conversation with Lin Yuan, but was quickly distracted by external events. The demon sect is about to engage in a decisive battle. The demon sect master, along with 9 vice sect masters, 43 protectors, 126 helmsmen, and thousands of demons, is determined to attack Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain is the ancestral land of the Dao sect, and the celestial master sect Tianxi sect. It's the same as the foremost sect in the world, producing invincible celestial masters throughout generations. As long as Longhu Mountain is conquered and the celestial master sect is destroyed, who in the world can stop the footsteps of the demon sect? The true martial hall. The atmosphere is tense. Various celestial phenomenon realm experts, led by Azure Taoist Kanking, gathered together. Most of these celestial phenomenon realm experts come from other forces across the world, responding to the call of the celestial master sect. Everyone understands the principle of mutual dependence. If the demon sect really conquers the celestial master sect, other righteous forces will be next. During peacetime, righteous forces have slain many demons. Once the demon sect gains power, their fate will not be much better than that of the celestial master sect. The 9 vice sect masters of the demon sect are all in the celestial phenomenon realm, and the 43 protectors are in the 3rd realm. This won't be easy to deal with, says a middle-aged woman looking celestial phenomenon realm expert. Other celestial phenomenon realm powerhouses nod slightly at her words. Together, they have 11 celestial phenomenon realm experts, surpassing the demon sect by 2. However, demon sect's celestial phenomenon realm experts are formidable and skilled in combat. Even if 2 righteous celestial phenomenon realm experts team up against one from the demon sect, the outcome is uncertain. But it doesn't matter, says Azure Taoist Kanking, the sect master of the celestial master sect. In terms of combat power, the celestial phenomenon realm experts who follow the path of Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji are obviously stronger than those of the demon sect. This has been confirmed in multiple past confrontations. Azure Taoist Kanking has effortlessly repelled several vice sect masters of the demon sect in 3 encounters. Even the demon sect master chose to retreat when facing Azure Taoist Kanking. However, under the current circumstances, the demon sect is daring to initiate a decisive battle, intending to attack Longhu Mountain. This gives Azure Taoist Kanking a bad premonition. 2 possibilities exist. 1. The demon sect has gone mad and is ready to fight to the death. 2. The demon sect has sufficient confidence and believes it can conquer Longhu Mountain. Azure Taoist Kanking thinks the former is unlikely. In his numerous interactions with the demon sect master, he is aware of the latter's extremely calm personality. He wouldn't undertake something without certainty. This is also the reason the demon sect master chose to retreat without directly engaging with Azure Taoist Kanking, not out of fear, but out of a desire to avoid wasting time. On this day, Kingping hastily ascends to the top of Longhu Mountain. Senior Brother Shanfeng, something's wrong. Master Changking. Master Changking, Kingping's face is pale as he carefully looks at Lin Yuan. What happened to Master Changking? Lin Yuan opens his eyes and turns to look at Kingping. When Senior Changking Taoist pursued the demon leader, he fell into an ambush. By the time we arrived, he was already heavily injured and unconscious. The sect master and others have examined him and said that demonic energy has entered his lungs, making it difficult for him to wake up. Kingping explained the situation in one breath. Take me to see him. Lin Yuan said directly. No matter what, if it weren't for Senior Changking Taoist back then, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Although for Lin Yuan, death is not the end. It's just a waste of a chance to traverse. Inside the Taoist Institute, Lin Yuan looks at the unconscious Senior Changking Taoist. Kingping stands beside, his face showing sorrow. Senior Changking Taoist has a good relationship with the Celestial Master sect, and Kingping has received countless help. In Kingping's heart, Senior Changking Taoist is more like an elder than just a senior uncle. It's nothing serious. Lin Yuan carefully examines him and comes to a conclusion. Senior Changking Taoist fought with the demon leader, who infused demonic energy into him, causing him to lose consciousness and be unable to wake up. This kind of infusion is difficult for outsiders to intervene in. Even the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm can't do much. But as long as Lin Yuan, using the power of yin and yang as a foundation, breaks through the celestial phenomenon realm, it will be an easy task to deal with this demonic energy infusion. Take care of Senior Changking. I'll come to save him in a while. Lin Yuan instructs Kingping. Now he is only a step away from completely integrating yin and yang. The insights into the unrivaled insight are deepening every moment, bringing Lin Yuan closer to the level of the Celestial Master. All right. Kingping hesitates for a moment and responds. The coma of Senior Changking Taoist has not affected Lin Yuan much. He is always in a state of enlightenment. With the help of unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan is in a state of enlightenment whether he is awake or asleep. Your insight is unrivaled, and your understanding of the yin and yang Tao is deepening. Your insight is unrivaled, and your understanding of the yin and yang Tao is deepening. Your insight is unrivaled, and your understanding of the yin and yang Tao is deepening. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged on a giant stone, his mind free of distractions, continuing to comprehend the power of yin and yang. It must be said that the power of yin and yang is the highest level force Lin Yuan has ever encountered. Just comprehending this power has taken nearly 10 years for Lin Yuan. This is still with the help of the unrivaled insight ability. Of course, compared to other powerhouses in this world, even the celestial masters of past generations, Lin Yuan's comprehension and cultivation speed are beyond reason, impossible to describe by any measure. Several hundred miles away from Longhu Mountain, inside a dark hall, a tall man in black robe sits on the main seat. This tall man has pitch-black eyes. Just a glance from an ordinary person would breed inner demons, with various desires surging out. Master. Engaging in a decisive battle with the Celestial Master sect so early, is it? On the right below, an old man with wrinkled skin cautiously asks. The Celestial Master sect's background is immeasurable, having produced 36 invincible Celestial Masters. Although the demon sect is powerful, it is not advisable to confront the Celestial Master sect head-on. A bunch of useless people. If this seat didn't have confidence, would I make such a decision? The demon sect master, sitting on the main seat, coldly snorts. The various demon followers below break out in a cold sweat. Even the 9 vice sect masters who have reached the celestial phenomenon realm feel a chill down their spines. They know their own potential, and with their potential, it's impossible for them to enter the celestial phenomenon realm. The demon sect master, by some means, forcibly elevated them to this realm. Although the sacrifice was significant, at least 30 to 40 years of lifespan, the 9 vice sect masters have no regrets. This is the celestial phenomenon realm, a realm that many people dream of, and the feeling of standing at the pinnacle of the world is something no one would disdain. I know what you're worried about. The demon sect master slowly stands up from the main seat, but this seat has already stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm. As long as the celestial master sect doesn't produce a celestial master, with my strength, I can sweep them aside. The demon sect master's eyes are deep and mysterious, stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm by half a step. The 9 vice sect masters below were surprised. Although surpassing the restrictions of the celestial phenomenon realm is not exclusive to the celestial masters of the celestial master sect, there are still a very few other inheritances outside the celestial master sect. These inheritances can exceed the limits of the celestial phenomenon realm by either a small or large half step. However, achieving such a level is extremely rare. And now, has their sect master also achieved it? HMPH, if this seat could completely absorb the inheritance of the original demon sect, it wouldn't be just stepping out by half a step. The demon sect master glanced at the numerous subordinates below, and in his mind, Images of everything he experienced in the inheritance land of the original demon sect flashed by. It was a great opportunity he obtained after surviving life-threatening situations. Moreover, it could only be entered once. Even if he wanted to enter again, it would be impossible, and he couldn't even confirm the corresponding location range. As time passed, the decisive battle between the demon sect and righteous forces like the Celestial Master sect approached. 6 months later, at the foot of Longhu Mountain, the demon sect gathered with thousands of demonic followers. The Celestial Master sect, unwilling to show weakness, had various celestial phenomenon realm experts coming out. They confronted the demon sect. Ha ha ha. Azure Taoist Kanking, don't you think that when I voluntarily withdrew before, it was because I was afraid of you? The demon sect master laughed wildly, and a terrifying demonic aura swept in all directions. Facing him, Azure Taoist Kanking remained calm, unaffected. Remnants of the original demon sect, haven't you been hunted by the successive celestial masters of my celestial master sect enough? Azure Taoist Kanking said indifferently. So what? Your celestial master sect hasn't produced a celestial master in 500 years. In the end, this world belongs to our original demon sect. The demon sect master no longer bothered to disguise, and the emitted aura became even more oppressive. Hearing this, Azure Taoist Kanking sighed inwardly. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken the wrong path, the celestial master sect could have produced another celestial master. However, it's useless in the current situation. Even if it's a celestial master, it takes time to grow. According to the cultivation speed of the successive celestial masters of the celestial master sect, it would take a minimum of 50 years to become a celestial master. When celestial masters of the celestial master sect descend from Longhu Mountain, most are already in their 60s or 70s. Even if everything goes smoothly for Lin Yuan without taking any detours, he still needs 50 years to become a celestial master. Today, let you, Azure Taoist Kanking, witness my true strength. Seeing Azure Taoist Kanking silent, the demon sect master laughed again. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped. Boom, a terrifying aura crushed from all directions. Seeing this, Azure Taoist Kanking didn't hesitate to draw his sword. An extremely sharp sword chi erupted, directly piercing through the surrounding demonic energy and slashing towards the demon sect master. Celestial Master's sword, not bad. With your strength, using the Celestial Master's sword, and activating the residual power of the Celestial Master inside, you can indeed unleash a power close to my own, the demon sect master commented. As a generation of sect master of the Celestial Master sect, Azure Taoist Kanking was naturally cultivated as a potential in the celestial phenomenon realm when he was young. He had also entered the Sword Tomb and was chosen by a Celestial Master's sword. Although the Celestial Master's sword is far inferior to the true martial sword, it still contains the essential power of yin and yang, but nurtured day and night by the successive Celestial Masters, it retains some of the power of the Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master sect's celestial phenomenon realm experts, walking the same path, could fully activate the power deep within the Celestial Master sword when exerting all their efforts. Too bad. Even if it's the Celestial Master's sword, it's just an external object. Even if you can activate it, how long can you sustain it? The demon sect master sneered. Even if all the celestial phenomenon realm experts of your Celestial Master sect each hold a Celestial Master sword and join forces to besiege me, at most, you'll only be suppressing me until your strength runs out. The demon sect master's gaze turned cold. In fact, the Celestial Master sect's celestial phenomenon realm experts couldn't really besiege the demon sect master with Azure Taoist Kanking because they didn't have enough people. This allowed the demon sect's celestial phenomenon realm experts to act recklessly. The demon sect master took a step forward, and a terrifying and frenzied demonic energy covered the area. Not good. Azure Taoist Kanking's expression changed. At the top of Longhu Mountain, in stark contrast to the heavy and solemn atmosphere at the mountain's base, the sun was rising here, with a hint of warmth permeating the air. Lin Yuan remained seated on the giant rock, focused on his insights. Shanfeng's senior brother, Qingping, didn't know when he ran up. The sect master asked me to tell you to leave Longhu Mountain through the secret passage now, Qingping quickly said. Azure Taoist Kanking didn't have full confidence in the upcoming battle against the demon sect. To ensure the continuation of the Celestial Master sect's heritage, Lin Yuan, this disciple recognized by the true martial sword, had to leave. In this way, even if an extreme situation occurred, the Celestial Master sect's heritage wouldn't be completely cut off. As long as the true martial sword didn't fall into the hands of the demon sect, the possibility of a new Celestial Master being born in the future would still exist. Shanfeng's senior brother, Qingping, saw that Lin Yuan didn't respond, so he called out softly again. However, Lin Yuan, with his back to him, remained indifferent. His eyes were slightly closed, seemingly wandering in a trance. Shanfeng's senior brother. Just as Kimping speculated whether Lin Yuan had fallen asleep and was about to go forward to give him a nudge, Lin Yuan, sitting on the giant rock, suddenly opened his eyes. Your insight is unrivaled. Day and night in enlightenment, you've comprehended the method of merging yin and yang, and with this you've surpassed the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were clear. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan stood up from the giant rock. At this moment in his vision, everything in the world was divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang transformed into black and white, into yin and yang fish, constantly interweaving and merging. Shanfeng's senior brother, what's wrong with you? Kimping looked dazed. For some reason, he felt that Shanfeng's senior brother was somewhat different now. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to grasp the void. A sword appeared out of nowhere, suspended in Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan gently caressed the sword and said lightly, "You go down first." Swoosh. The sword soared into the sky and headed towards the foot of Longhu Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Azure Taoist Kanking was engaged in a fierce battle with the demon sect master. Suddenly, the demon sect master seemed to sense something. His expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly retreated. An ancient sword descended from the sky, its tip planted in the demon sect master's original position. The sword was only 3 feet long, but it exuded an immense and vast aura, covering the sky and sun as if it were the towering Longhu Mountain itself. Faintly visible on the scabbard were the words, "True Martial Sword." The demon sect master's face became serious. He looked up at the direction from which the sword came. It was the top of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, on the top of Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan just took a deep breath and took a step forward. This step reached 100 zhang, directly stepping out of Longhu Mountain. The clouds rolled at the top of Longhu Mountain, surging towards Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan walked on the clouds, stepping towards the foot of the mountain. Kimping stared blankly at the strange scene before him. It seemed as if he remembered something. His eyes turned red, and he muttered softly, "Senior Uncle Chanking, wake up and see. Senior Brother Shanfeng has stepped into the realm of a celestial master." At the peak of Longhu Mountain, the surging sea of clouds billowed. A Taoist figure, dressed in Taoist robes and wearing a lotus crown, descended slowly, using the heavens and earth as stages and the sea of clouds as stairs. This scene, whether viewed from the perspective of the righteous or the demonic side, caused everyone to tremble in awe, treating the figure as if it were a deity. The celestial master of our Tianxi sect, an elderly disciple of the Tianxi sect, witnessing this, was moved to tears, his lips trembling. Who else possessed such extraordinary abilities, stepping on the sea of clouds descending from the sky? Even the formidable figures in this world, surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm, those with the unique ability to transcend the celestial phenomenon realm by a large margin, couldn't achieve such a feat. Only a celestial master who had mastered either the infinite yin or the infinite yang could have such means. Celestial master. The 183rd generation disciples of the Tianxi sect pay respects to the celestial master. Having witnessed this miraculous scene, numerous disciples of the Tianxi sect knelt down, continuously kowtowing. Disciples from other righteous sects also knelt, recognizing the special significance of a celestial master emerging from the Tianxi sect. It was customary for the heads of major sects to personally pay their respects. Celestial master. Master Pingyang's gaze was perplexed, different from other disciples, and even the representatives of righteous sects. He, being an insider, knew about the recent emergence of a disciple recognized by the true martial sword. However, it had only been a short time, not even a decade. Even if there was potential to become a celestial master, it would still take 4 or 5 decades. Now, to become a celestial master so soon, celestial master. Tianxi sect's leader, Azure Taoist Kanking, looked up towards the sky, gazing at the figure walking on the sea of clouds. As the distance closed, he could clearly see the face of this figure, and it turned out to be Zhang Shanfeng, whom he had once given up on. Could it be that I was wrong? Is it possible to reach the level of a celestial master by walking the path of both infinite yin and infinite yang, entering the realm of the celestial master? Azure Taoist Kanking's thoughts were chaotic. It took several breaths before he calmed down. It wasn't surprising that he reacted this way. Others just saw another celestial master emerging from the Tianxi sect. They couldn't fathom which path this celestial master had walked, a path that combined both infinite yin and infinite yang, an unprecedented and unique route. If Lin Yuan had not become a celestial master, it would have been acceptable. But if he indeed achieved the position of a celestial master, by mastering both infinite yin and infinite yang, he would be the strongest celestial master in the 6,800-year history of the Tianxi sect, surpassing even the founder of the Tianxi sect. While it was widely acknowledged that comprehending the profound truths of the heavens and the earth would elevate one to a divine level, only a few could truly understand these truths. The same held for the paths of infinite yin and infinite yang, conflicting forces that, when recklessly combined, could lead to spontaneous combustion. Yet now, Azure Taoist Kanking's face displayed disbelief, complexity, a bitter smile, excitement, and even a sense of relief. He had almost destroyed Lin Yuan and the entire Tianxi sect. If Lin Yuan hadn't insisted on his own beliefs, steadfastly choosing to walk the paths of both infinite yin and infinite yang instead of following the expected path by selecting either yin or yang, he would have become a relatively ordinary celestial master. He might have achieved that status only in his 50s or 60s, just like the past celestial masters, by which time the entire Tianxi sect would have been crushed by the demonic forces. Azure Taoist Kanking took a deep breath. Regardless of everything, the Tianxi sect had produced another celestial master in its 500-year history, and there was a high possibility that he was the strongest celestial master throughout the ages. As for the consequences, did Azure Taoist Kanking turn a blind eye? Even if he were asked to repent with his life, Azure Taoist Kanking wouldn't hesitate. To see a celestial master of the Tianxi sect before his death was already worthwhile. Celestial master. Darn it, why is a celestial master emerging at this moment? The Lord of the Demon sect felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In recent decades, while accumulating strength, he had been secretly probing the Tianxi sect. It wasn't until he confirmed that the Tianxi sect had not produced a celestial master in this generation that he dared to gather demonic forces, preparing for a decisive battle. Only when they surrounded the mountain did the Lord of the Demon sect finally confirm that the Tianxi sect had no celestial master presiding over it. Otherwise, with the invincible power of a celestial master, how could they have encircled Longhu Mountain? However, the Lord of the Demon sect never expected that, at the last moment, a celestial master would emerge from the Tianxi sect. With the Lord of the Demon sect's keen eyesight, he could naturally see that this celestial master had just broken through. Otherwise, even Azure Taoist Kanking wouldn't have shown such a surprised and shocked expression. The sea of clouds sank. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his eyes calm as he gazed at the Lord of the Demon sect. Swoosh! The true martial sword inserted into the ground soared once again. It spun around Lin Yuan before finally hovering at his side. Celestial Master. A tremor ran through the Lord of the Demon sect's heart. Go. Without hesitation, the Lord of the Demon sect immediately retreated. Although he still had many trump cards, including the strongest ones brought from the ancient demonic heritage, if he had used these trump cards earlier, Azure Taoist Kanking would have died long ago, and there wouldn't have been such a prolonged confrontation. However, the Lord of the Demon sect knew very well that, in front of a true celestial master, these trump cards were nothing more than a struggle for survival. At best, it would change from being killed with one palm to being killed with 2 or 3 palms. It might extend his life by a few breaths, but the outcome wouldn't change. Therefore, the Lord of the Demon sect naturally knew how to choose. In fact, when the true martial sword appeared, the Lord of the Demon sect vaguely guessed its connection with the celestial master. However, the reluctance in his heart made him decide to withdraw only after seeing Lin Yuan and confirming that he was indeed the celestial master. Rumbling. Suddenly, the Lord of the Demon sect's figure exploded, transforming into 6 demonic shadows, fleeing in all directions. This was a demonic technique for self-preservation. With the Lord of the Demon sect's strength, even if he suddenly executed this technique, it wasn't certain that the celestial master could catch up. Moreover, Lin Yuan had just broken through and had a limited mastery of the power at the celestial master level. Trying to escape, Lin Yuan smiled gently. Rise. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly. A massive circular area, centered around him, formed within 100 to 1,000 meters. The area was filled with the power of infinite yin and infinite yang, transforming into black and white, shaping into yin fish and yang fish, constantly merging, converting, and colliding. Boom! Within the range, the 6 demonic shadows silently shattered. Only one remained, with a terrified expression, the Lord of the Demon sect. No, what kind of method is this? You are not the celestial master. The Lord of the Demon sect struggled desperately. Dark flames vaguely ignited on his forehead as he tried to resist something. However, he turned to dust in the waves formed by the black and white forces. For decades, the Lord of the Demon sect, who had stirred countless storms in the world, leading the demonic forces to besiege Longhu Mountain. Dead, the scene fell into silence. The strong figures from the Tianxi sect felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. Although they had speculated that the celestial master would sweep through the demon sect, witnessing this scene still stirred various emotions within them. The Lord of the Demon sect, who had exerted immense pressure on them, seemed like an ant on the roadside, easily crushed by a casual step in front of the celestial master. In contrast to the myriad thoughts on the righteous side, the demonic side was simpler. Fear, dread, panic, and trembling emotions overwhelmed each demonic leader's heart. Run. The Tianxi sect has produced another celestial master. What are you still standing there for? The sect master is dead. Run, or you'll die too. The 9 vice sect masters and many guardian elders, all in the celestial phenomenon realm, panicked and distanced themselves from Longhu Mountain. Slay. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved again. The Taiji yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, then the true martial sword was drawn out, and Lin Yuan made a light slash, crackling. When the sword light first flew out, it was only 3 feet in size, but it grew larger and heavier, becoming extremely sharp. With just one slash, 7 out of the 9 vice sect masters were cut into 2, and the remaining demonic followers suffered casualties in the hundreds. Lin Yuan slashed again. Thousands of demonic followers lay dead, their bodies strewn across the ground, staining the earth with fresh blood. Almost there, Lin Yuan sheathed the true martial sword. Under the few strikes of the sword, the thousands of demons surrounding Longhu Mountain were not just mostly eliminated, they were almost entirely wiped out. Lin Yuan turned and walked towards the position of the Tianxi sect members. Celestial Master, Pingyang Taoist and Azure Taoist Kanking trembled, tears streaming down their faces. This was the Celestial Master, the Tianxi, emerging once again from the Tianxi sect after 500 years. Pay respects to the Celestial Master. Pay respects to the Celestial Master. Other members of the righteous sects also bowed in unison. At this moment they were trembling with awe, yet a doubt arose in their hearts. Is the Celestial Master of the Tianxi sect truly this powerful? Can they kill celestial phenomenon realm experts as easily as chickens? The scenes of Lin Yuan's actions just now were witnessed by them all. Moreover, various records of the past generations of Celestial Masters were available in major sects. While the Celestial Master did indeed surpass the celestial phenomenon realm in terms of strength, were their abilities and methods truly so terrifying? Please rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes, everyone stood up, feeling a slight relief. It seemed like this generation's Celestial Master had a good temperament. However, as they thought about the fate of the thousands of demons just now and the scene of countless corpses nearby, their previous thoughts were instantly cast aside. Not a good temperament at all. Disciple, I have sinned. Azure Taoist Kanking remained kneeling. It's okay. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Azure Taoist Kanking had indeed given up on him, but at that time Lin Yuan had chosen the difficult path of simultaneously cultivating both the yin and yang paths, which was truly remarkable. If it were someone else, it might be understandable if they perished. However, Lin Yuan was recognized by the true martial sword and belonged to the Tianxi sect as a seed of the Celestial Master. Such a disciple had significant importance for the Tianxi sect. It was understandable for Azure Taoist Kanking to feel regret when his outstanding disciple seemed to deviate from the right path. It was like the scientists of the Cosmic Human Alliance, who were dedicated to studying warships and mechas, suddenly concentrating on literature and theology. Outsiders might find it infuriating, especially since they were the teachers who trained these great scientists. Subsequently, Lin Yuan chatted briefly with the strong figures of other righteous sects. Then he returned to Longhu Mountain with the members of the Tianxi sect. The powerful figures of the righteous sects, showing tact, took their leave. For 500 years, the Tianxi sect has finally produced another celestial master. I almost thought the records in the ancient texts were wrong. There's no such thing as a celestial master or not, and surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm is just a fantasy. Oh, to witness the magnificence of the celestial master in this lifetime is truly amazing. By the way, what's the name of that celestial master? Zhang Shanfeng. I heard the master of the Tianxi sect mention this name. Zhang Shanfeng, celestial master Zhang. The powerful figures of various righteous sects chatted with each other. It was foreseeable that within a month, news of the birth of a new celestial master in the Tianxi sect would spread throughout the world. On the mountainside of Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan walked step by step along the mountain path. Behind him were Azure Taoist Kanking, Pingyang Taoist, and other disciples of the Tianxi sect. Celestial Master, Pingyang Taoist hesitated to speak. Lin Yuan had told him before that he intended to cultivate both the yin and yang paths and merge them to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. At that time, Pingyang Taoist thought Lin Yuan was mad. Even walking both paths was extremely challenging, let alone merging them. However, it was clear now that Lin Yuan had succeeded. Outsiders could see that the strength Lin Yuan displayed was seemingly different from that of previous celestial masters. Pingyang Taoist, a celestial phenomenon realm expert of the Tianxi sect, naturally had deep feelings about this. Hence, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. I know what you want to ask. Lin Yuan stopped and looked down at the scenery below. I have indeed merged yin and yang. After merging infinite yin and infinite yang, I call it Taiji. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and said slowly. At the same time, the Taiji pattern formed by the intertwining of yin and yang fish appeared on Lin Yuan's palm. The extreme of yin is yang. The extreme of yang is yin. Yin and yang together are called Taiji. Taiji, Taiji. Pingyang Taoist felt inexplicably shocked. This was a realm that even the 36th generation celestial master of the Tianxi sect had not reached. Even the strongest first-generation celestial master would pale in comparison on the path of Taiji. The path of Taiji is not to be touched by those without great determination, great opportunities, or great insight. I will imprint this path on my celestial master's sword. In the future, when I place this sword in the sword tomb, if any disciples in the future resonate with the path of Teiji, the sword will fly out on its own. Lin Yuan continued to speak. The path of Teiji was something he comprehended in this world, and he would give it back to the world. The reason Lin Yuan didn't directly record the complete path of Teiji in the scriptures was that cultivating both yin and yang was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people who attempted it would meet their demise. One touch, one death. If the complete path of Teiji was shown to everyone, it was feared that the Tianxi sect would voluntarily perish in a few years. In a Taoist temple on Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of a bed. Behind him, Azure Taoist Kanking, Pingyang Taoist, and others stood respectfully. Lin Yuan looked at the bed where the unconscious Changqing Taoist lay. Changqing Taoist had battled with a powerful figure from the demonic path, and in the end, he was overwhelmed by demonic energy, which penetrated deep into his lungs. As a result, his consciousness fell into a coma, unable to wake up. This kind of injury was challenging to treat. Even celestial phenomenon realm experts could do nothing about it. The patient could only rely on themselves, and if one day the demonic energy inside their lungs dissipated to a certain extent, they might wake up on their own. Of course, for Lin Yuan at this moment, such an injury was nothing. Using the power of Teiji to harmonize yin and yang within a few breaths, Lin Yuan completely expelled the demonic energy from Changqing Taoist's body. Half an hour later, Changqing Taoist slowly woke up. Mountain, Shanfeng. Changqing Taoist was excited when he first saw Lin Yuan. I have found the trace of the yin serpent helmsman who attacked Zhangjia village back then. However, when I traced it, I fell into an ambush. The yin serpent helmsman was well prepared. I did my best and managed to severely injure the yin serpent helmsman, but in the end I was attacked by others. Changqing Taoist's gaze became distant as he spoke. Afterward, he knew nothing about what happened. It's okay. I will personally take revenge for Zhangjia village. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Shenfeng, the people in those demonic sects are extremely cunning. You must not take risks yourself. Changqing Taoist's tone became serious at these words. He was a living example. He thought he was the hunter, but he fell into the trap of the yin serpent helmsman. Changqing Taoist was about to continue, advising Lin Yuan. Pingyang Taoist, who was on the side, couldn't bear it. Changqing, what are you saying? In front of you is Celestial Master Zhang. Be mindful of your tone when speaking. Pingyang Taoist hinted at Changqing Taoist with a glance. Ah, Celestial Master Zhang. Shenfeng has become Celestial Master Zhang. Changqing Taoist's face looked confused until he saw the respectful true men standing behind Lin Yuan. His mouth slowly opened wide. I took a nap, and how did Shanfeng become a Celestial Master? In Kingping's low voice explanation, an Azure Taoist Kanking nodded in agreement. Changqing Taoist finally believed that Lin Yuan had become the Celestial Master of the Tianxi sect. To be precise, the Celestial Master of the 37th generation of the Tianxi sect. The 36th generation Celestial Master was something that happened 500 years ago. Things are unpredictable. Changqing Taoist had a relieved expression, with a hint of complexity. Before he fell into a coma, the Tianxi sect was collaborating with other righteous forces, desperately suppressing the expansion of the demonic forces like the 10,000 Demon sect. The situation on both sides was not balanced, and the Tianxi sect did not have any advantage. But now, Lin Yuan, whom he had seen growing up, became the Celestial Master, directly piercing through the 10,000 Demon sect. Blood of those belonging to the demonic path at the foot of the Longhu Mountain was still warm. Such a reversed situation made Changqing Taoist feel quite emotional. Next, Lin Yuan checked Changqing Taoist's body again, ensuring that there was no residual demonic energy. Then he got up to bid farewell. Changqing Taoist walked to the door of the Taoist temple, looked at Lin Yuan's departing figure, and moved his mouth. Brother Zhang, your son has become the invincible celestial master of the world. True martial arts treasure. Lin Yuan returned here once again. This place was originally where the celestial masters of the Tianxi sect closed themselves for cultivation. Only when there was no celestial master, it would become a place for the celestial master seed or celestial phenomenon realm seed to comprehend. Celestial master. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, carefully feeling his own strength. After becoming the celestial master, Lin Yuan rushed to deal with the 10,000 demon sect first. Then he went to treat Changqing Taoist. Only now did he have the time to feel the power of the celestial master. First and foremost was life expectancy. Lin Yuan, with the foundation of yin and yang, became the celestial master, and vaguely felt that his life expectancy skyrocketed to 500 years. It's important to note that the life expectancy of the previous generations of celestial masters was only around 200 years. Lin Yuan's life expectancy was more than twice that of the previous generations of celestial masters. Balancing both yin and yang does make him much stronger than celestial masters, who only practice either yin or yang, not only in terms of strength but also in life expectancy. This is not only reflected in combat power, but also in life expectancy. 500 years, Lin Yuan was shaken. it's important to know that these 500 years are the basic life expectancy. In other words, without any external assistance, Lin Yuan can live for 500 years. If he returns to the Human Alliance and combines various cutting-edge biological technologies, Lin Yuan estimates that he can live for over 2,000 years. The essence of the limit of life expectancy comes from the failure of various organs. In the Human Alliance, it is entirely possible to cultivate new organs to replace the decaying old organs. This is also the reason why advanced evolutionists can easily live for 400 or 500 years. Of course, replacing organs can only prolong life, and with the passage of time, the soul consciousness of living beings will gradually weaken. By then, even if you replace many organs, it will be of no use. However, the soul consciousness depends on the strength of the realm. The stronger the living being, the stronger its consciousness. My current strength in terms of the classification of the Human Alliance is roughly equivalent to the second rank, 9th stage, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world's cultivation system, the celestial phenomenon realm is roughly equivalent to the second-rank evolutionist in the Human Alliance. Specifically, it belongs to the second stage, from the first to the second stage. As for the celestial master, it is between the second stage, 4th stage, and 6th stage. Lin Yuan, who entered the celestial master with the foundation of yin and yang, actually surpassed the previous generations of celestial masters in strength, so he is at the second rank, 9th stage. Don't underestimate the difference of just a few stages. The Human Alliance has a very standard classification of ranks, and even a one-stage difference results in nearly double the energy amplitude. There are still 61 years of residence time. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual font below. Name: Zhang Shenfeng Lin Yuan. Identity: Guardian of the Portal to the Myriad Realms. Bonded talent: Unrivaled insight. Current status: Consciousness descent. Remaining residence time: 60 years and 11 months. This time, Lin Yuan's residence time reached 80 years. Excluding the initial 10 years and the over 9 years as a Celestial Master Seed, a total of 19 years have passed. It's still early. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the first time, where the residence time was only 20 years, the residence time of this journey is obviously much more relaxed. Perhaps with the improvement of my strength, the residence time for each journey will be extended, Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. After feeling himself, Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly. The true martial sword hovered and stopped in front of Lin Yuan. Let's go back. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the hilt, saying softly. After entering the Celestial Master level, the power of yin and yang in the true martial sword for Lin Yuan was basically not much help, so Lin Yuan decided to directly let it return to the sword mound and continue sleeping. Go. Lin Yuan patted the hilt, and the true martial sword made a swoosh sound, turning into a sword light and returning to the sword mound. Not long after sending away the true martial sword, Azure Taoist Kanking respectfully walked in. Celestial Master. Azure Taoist Kanking asked, I wonder how the Celestial Master Sword should be crafted, and if there are any requirements. The Celestial Masters of the Tianxi sect in each generation would have their own Celestial Master Sword. The Celestial Master Sword is also a symbol of the generations of Celestial Masters. Even if the Celestial Master passes away, the Celestial Master Sword left behind can still represent the Celestial Master. Once every 20 years, during the Sword Mound trip of the Tianxi sect, occasionally the Celestial Master Sword of a certain generation of Celestial Master would fly out. Disciples recognized by the Celestial Master Sword would receive the Tianxi sect's full cultivation. The Celestial Master Sword. Lin Yuan fell into a brief contemplation. He didn't have any special requirements for his Celestial Master Sword. As long as it had the normal shape of a sword, it would suffice. Do you need to engrave something on the hilt and the blade? Azure Taoist Kanking reminded. Generally speaking, each generation of Celestial Masters would engrave their own name on the Celestial Master Sword. The name here could be a character, a pattern, or even a painting. Anyway, the forging skills of the Tianxi sect's swordsmiths were superb, so there was no problem with these. Engrave. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan said, My name is Shanfeng. In that case, engrave a mountain peak on the Celestial Master Sword. No problem. Azure Taoist Kanking readily agreed. This was not a difficult task. Wait a minute. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. The name Zhang Shanfeng was given to him by his parents. Initially, it was intended to make him, like a mountain peak, shelter the entire Zhang family castle. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents have been dead for almost 20 years now. Add 2 more mountain peaks. Lin Yuan changed his mind, engraved 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master Sword. 3 mountain peaks. Azure Taoist Kanking was slightly stunned. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmiths of the Tianxi sect presented the completed Celestial Master Sword. It was possible to achieve such speed because the Tianxi sect would have their swordsmiths forge the core of the Celestial Master Sword in advance for each generation. As long as a celestial master was born, a complete celestial master sword could be forged in the shortest time. Indeed, a good sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, and his gaze swept over the 3 mountain peaks on the blade. Of course, when Lin Yuan referred to it as a good sword, it was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most special feature of the Celestial Master Sword through the generations was that it was nurtured by the Celestial Master for a long time, resulting in a certain degree of spirituality. Even inside the Celestial Master Sword, there remained the power left by the Celestial Master. Disciples in later generations had the opportunity to draw out this power to use against enemies. During the battle between Azure Taoist Kanking and the 10,000 Demon Sect Master, he used the power left by the Celestial Master within the Celestial Master Sword. It's almost time to leave the mountain. Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master Sword, left the true martial arts treasury, and descended from Longhu Mountain. 20 years ago, the Zhang family castle was destroyed. Changqing Taoist was infused with demonic energy a few years ago, and not long ago, the 10,000 Demon Sect besieged Longhu Mountain. New hatred and old grudges could not be quelled by Lin Yuan killing the master of the 10,000 Demon Sect and thousands of demonic followers. The demon lords under the heavens, how many are there? If someone were to ask this question, they would surely be mocked. Because the demon lords under the heavens are simply too numerous to count. As the leader of the demonic forces, the demon lord under the command of the 10,000 Demon Sect, even if one were to include those of the 8th and 9th ranks, they wouldn't number more than 10,000. Yet throughout the world, there are far more demonic forces causing trouble exceeding hundreds of thousands and even millions. This is because becoming a demon lord is too easy, and the benefits are enormous. Ordinary people who want to reach the 9th rank and become cultivators need to endure the hardships of practicing in winter and summer, investing countless energy and time, and still might not succeed. But if you cultivate a demonic art and consume the blood essence of dozens of ordinary people, you can easily step into the 9th rank. Although it's easy to enter the path of demonic cultivation, achieving mastery, and even reaching the upper ranks beyond the 3rd rank is much more challenging than orthodox cultivation methods. However, many individuals can't even reach the 3rd rank without relying on demonic cultivation, let alone the upper ranks. Moreover, demon lords act wantonly without the need to follow various rules. Killing is as simple as eating and drinking. This makes them even more admired by many people, especially in recent decades. With the rise of the 10,000 Demon Sect, it has diverted a lot of energy from the righteous path. This has allowed demon lords to proliferate everywhere. In the past, there were often righteous powerhouses coming down from the mountains to eliminate demons and uphold justice. But now, things have changed. Those righteous powerhouses are busy fighting against the 10,000 Demon Sect. This has allowed the demon lords in various regions to thrive without restraints, and their methods have become even more brutal. However now, the demonic forces all over the world are facing their doomsday, because the celestial master Zhang on Mount Longhu has descended to eradicate the demons. After the battle on Mount Longhu, the main headquarters of the 10,000 Demon Sect. Following the battle on Mount Longhu, the sect master of the 10,000 Demon Sect died, and 8 out of 9 vice sect masters perished. The only surviving vice sect master managed to escape because he had a task at the time, and the distance from Mount Longhu was a bit far. Even so, this vice sect master was terrified. Although he was desperately trying to escape at the time, a glance back revealed the scene of Mount Longhu turning into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such a terrifying sight almost shattered the heart of this demon lord. Vice sect master, what should we do now? The sect master is dead and the other vice sect masters are dead too. Should we stay here? A trembling voice from a staying demon lord asked anxiously. Don't leave here. Where else can we escape to? This is the main headquarters with numerous mechanisms. Hiding here is the safest option. The vice sect master calmed himself and said. The 10,000 Demon Sect had already considered this scenario during its rise. In case of a failure in a decisive battle against the righteous path, the main headquarters would serve as the final retreat. Dozens of mechanism masters were invited to set up numerous mechanisms within the main headquarters. Even a group of celestial phenomenon realm cultivators wouldn't dare to invade. A slight mistake would lead to severe injuries from the mechanisms. Because of this, the vice sect master eventually chose to retreat to the main headquarters. He also ordered the demon lords who stayed behind to activate all the mechanisms. Suddenly, at this moment, a wailing sound echoed from outside. At the same time, a terrifying shaking sound spread almost throughout the entire main headquarters. No, who are you? Why are you killing us? The despairing roars of the demon lords within the main headquarters came, and in the blink of an eye, everything fell into silence. A figure in Taoist robes walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan, celestial master. The vice sect master smiled miserably. He had thought that the mechanisms in the main headquarters might not be able to withstand the celestial master of Mount Longhu, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The numerous mechanisms that the 10,000 demon sect once considered a retreat became nothing under the hands of this celestial master, not even holding out for half a stick of incense. Celestial Master, if I choose to submit to you, submit to the Tianxi sect, can I still live? The vice sect master didn't give up and asked quietly. Regardless, he was also a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. He should still have some use, right? No need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Then he turned around and walked away. The vice sect master sitting in the main seat suddenly had a red line appear on his forehead. The other demon lord beside him was no exception. His gaze quickly stiffened, and he fell to the ground. Great Yu Dynasty, capital. A man dressed in blood-colored robes rushed to the outside of the imperial palace, filled with horror. I am named Ouyang Yi, a direct disciple of the 10,000 demon sect master. I know how to quickly cultivate experts in the celestial phenomenon realm. The 9 celestial phenomenon realm experts of the 10,000 demon sect were born through this method. Ouyang Yi looked towards the imperial palace in front of him, activated his true qi, and transmitted his voice inside. The Great Yu Dynasty is the current dominant dynasty in the world, powerful and currently Ouyang Yi's only way to survive. I can inform the Great Yu Dynasty of this method. The only request is to protect me and stop that celestial master Zhang. Ouyang Yi said this with almost a pleading expression. He believed that the Great Yu Dynasty couldn't refuse the method of cultivating celestial phenomenon realm experts. Even if the cost was great, for a dynasty, it would be an invaluable treasure. After a long time, the palace gates were pushed open. A stooped old man walked out. This old man had a profound aura, clearly also a celestial phenomenon realm expert. You can leave. Celestial Master Zhang is invincible. We can't help with the people he wants to kill or the demons he wants to eliminate. The old man shook his head slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he immediately turned around and walked out of the gate. In the next moment, the palace gates closed tightly. Can't help. You don't even want the method to cultivate celestial phenomenon realm experts. Ouyang Yi fell silent. Could it be that there is truly no one in the world who can save me? Ouyang Yi felt utterly hopeless. Soon after, a sword light flashed from behind. Ouyang Yi fell directly, losing all signs of life. Quite sensible. Lin Yuan looked up at the Great Yu Imperial Palace and then turned and left. Extreme North Icefield, in front of a palace constructed of ice crystals. A figure dressed in black robes knelt there. Our primitive demon sect and your northern lineage joined forces 6,000 years ago. I'm willing to disclose many secrets of the primitive demon sect just to survive. This figure in black robes spoke in a low voice, knowing that the lord of the northern lineage in the ice palace could hear. Under the heavens, only this lord of the northern lineage could slightly restrain that celestial master Zhang. Do you want to survive? In the depths of the ice palace, a majestic man with golden eyes sat. At this moment, he looked solemn, and his expression was unreadable. I also want to survive, the majestic man sighed. Lord of the northern lineage, are you just going to watch as my primitive demon sect lineage is once again severed? With no response received, the figure in black robes raised his head in despair while still kneeling. At the same time, this figure in black robes fell to the ground with a thud. A voice came from beside him, Lord of the northern lineage. Lin Yuan looked at the palace in front of him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Masters sect, he also knew about the northern lineage, which had a long history comparable to that of the Celestial Masters sect. However, this lineage has always kept itself away from the Central Plains power, residing in the far north icefield, and is relatively unknown to the world. Celestial Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my northern lineage. He came to us on his own. Sensing Lin Yuan's gaze, the majestic man in the depths of the ice palace immediately explained nervously. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He disappeared without making a sound. When Lin Yuan had completely left, the lord of the northern lineage finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from this generation's celestial master is really too great, seemingly much stronger than the celestial masters of past generations. The stern-looking man couldn't help but think in his heart. The northern lineage has a much greater understanding of the celestial master than other righteous forces. It is precisely because of this that the stern-looking man feels that the pressure caused by Lin Yuan is somewhat unbearable. In a desert somewhere, dozens of figures are desperately fleeing. Celestial Master Zhang, we, dozens of brothers, although we call ourselves demonic heads, have nothing to do with the demon sect. When demon sect besieged Longhu Mountain back then, we brothers were unaware and did not participate. The leading man shouted hoarsely, looking at the figure approaching behind him with full of fear. As long as they are demonic heads, they should be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, gently pressed it, and all the dozens of people running ahead fell down. On a lively street, a fortune-telling Taoist is shouting by the roadside. At this time, an ordinary-looking man stepped forward. Calculate for me how long can I live? The ordinary-looking man's eyes were bloodshot, apparently in an unusually nervous state recently. Look at your young age. The fortune-telling Taoist took just one glance and immediately changed his expression. Then he quickly packed up the abacus table and left without thinking. Sir, are you so afraid of that person you dare not calculate for him? A child ran alongside him. Do you understand anything? The fortune-telling Taoist scowled. Just now that person is about to die. If we get too close to him, we might be implicated. The fortune-telling Taoist quickly explained. Being implicated. The child blinked his eyes. He knew that his old man was one of the most powerful people in the world. How could he be afraid of being implicated? Because that person is a demonic head, the fortune-telling Taoist said directly. Demonic head. The child, upon hearing this, immediately shrunk his head. Nowadays, who doesn't know that the calamity of demonic heads has come? The celestial master Zhang, who descended from Longhushan, is hunting demonic heads everywhere. As long as they are demonic heads, they can hardly escape death and no one can stop it. Celestial Master Zhang. The fortune-telling Taoist suddenly stopped. His heart suddenly trembled, because a young man in Taoist robes was coming towards him, heading towards the position of the ordinary-looking man just now. Celestial Master Zhang is here. The fortune-telling Taoist muttered to himself. According to the records of later generations, Celestial Master Zhang Shanfeng of the 37th generation of Tian Shi sect descended from the mountain to eliminate demonic heads. 60 years later, the demonic path disappeared, and peace was restored throughout the world. No one dared to call themselves demonic heads anymore. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had gone by. Deep within the vast western desert, there lay an ancient and eerie mysterious relic. This should be it. According to Celestial Master Zhang's description, this should be the site of the original demonic sect from back then. Quick, go inform Celestial Master Zhang. Dozens of martial artists from the martial world explored this place and were filled with excitement. The robust man in the lead quickly gave orders and stood guard in front of the relic. It said that this site will change its location with the shifting earth veins. Every period, it will move to a different place otherwise. It wouldn't have taken so long to find. Next to the robust man, a slightly dark-skinned man spoke in a low voice. After a short while, a figure wearing Taoist robes appeared at the site, seemingly out of nowhere. Celestial Master Zhang. Seeing him, the robust man immediately stepped forward respectfully. Greetings, Celestial Master Zhang. The others also saluted. When facing this seemingly ordinary Taoist, everyone involuntarily felt immense pressure. This was because Celestial Master Zhang was undoubtedly the most ruthless among all the Celestial Masters in the history of the Celestial Sect. In the past, Celestial Masters from the Celestial Sect did go down the mountain to eliminate demonic forces, but it usually lasted for a few years. However, Celestial Master Zhang had been eliminating demons for a full 60 years. Up to this day, many once arrogant demonic leaders had become legends, and the two words demonic path were the most dreaded in the world. And all of this was because of Celestial Master Zhang. With his own power, Celestial Master Zhang had killed so many demonic leaders that no one dared to call themselves a demonic leader anymore. Someone had secretly calculated that in the 60 years of his demon hunting, there were probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of demonic leaders who died at his hands. This is the place. Lin Yuan carefully examined the relic, confirming that it was the site of the original demonic sect from the past. As the force that could contend with the first-generation Celestial Master 6,800 years ago, the original demonic sect could be considered the source of all demonic entities in the world. If Lin Yuan wanted to truly eliminate all the demonic forces in the world, he would undoubtedly have to deal with this relic. However, the site of the original demonic sect was not fixed in one location, it constantly changed. Therefore, Lin Yuan, using the name of the Celestial Master, mobilized martial artists from all over the world and finally locked onto the location today. I'm going in. You all should leave as soon as possible. Lin Yuan glanced at the robust man and the others and spoke. Yes, the robust man immediately responded. Celestial Master Zhang, this site is very dangerous, you must be careful. The robust man hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. He admired Celestial Master Zhang very much. During Lin Yuan's 60 years of demon hunting, although the world couldn't be described as completely peaceful, it was much calmer than before. The robust man's grandfather often told him that 60 years ago, demonic leaders were rampant, often collaborating to capture and devour people, practicing demonic techniques. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded and then walked straight into the relic. Outside the relic, the crowd soon began to discuss. Is that Celestial Master Zhang? He looks quite young. Young, Celestial Master Zhang was 20 years old 60 years ago, and now he's 80. Can't imagine the Celestial Master. I heard that every generation of Celestial Masters can live over 200 years. The people discussed in hushed tones. After all these years, Celestial Master Zhang had already become a legend. Compared to the Celestial Masters of previous generations, Celestial Master Zhang had hunted demons for the longest time. Therefore, his reputation was more profound, and even the Emperor of Deyu showed respect when meeting Celestial Master Zhang. Over these years, Celestial Master Zhang had commanded heroes from all over the world, relying on what? Did the heroes listen obediently? It was his absolute strength. Although Celestial Master Zhang had always only killed demonic leaders, the definition of a demonic leader depended entirely on Celestial Master Zhang himself. Even if you practiced orthodox cultivation techniques and had never harmed anyone, if Celestial Master Zhang deemed you a demonic leader, you were considered one and he could kill you. Alright, let's go. Since Celestial Master Zhang told us to leave, he must have his own considerations. Even though the original demonic sect has disappeared, its relic is not to be underestimated. Celestial Master Zhang is fearless, but we are not Celestial Master Zhang. The robust man immediately spoke with seriousness. Upon hearing this, the others shuddered and quickly followed the robust man, distancing themselves from the area. Inside the relic of the original demonic sect, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely, and an invisible Tai Kai aura extended around him, covering a radius of 100 meters. Within this 100-meter radius, it was as if observing the details on the palm of one's hand, every inch clear. 60 years ago, when Lin Yuan attained the position of Celestial Master, he became invincible in the world, surpassing all previous Celestial Masters. Now, after 60 years, even Lin Yuan himself found it challenging to determine his current level. Throughout these 60 years, while Lin Yuan was engaged in demon hunting, he possessed unparalleled insight. Whether in seclusion or demon hunting, he was constantly gaining enlightenment and practicing. Before becoming a Celestial Master, Lin Yuan stayed on Mount Longhu not only because his strength was not unmatched, and going down the mountain involved certain risks. Another reason was that he hadn't fully comprehended the true martial arts collection on Mount Longhu yet. After achieving the position of Celestial Master, even if he didn't hunt demons, Lin Yuan wouldn't continue staying on Mount Longhu. He would travel the world to comprehend the heavens and the earth. Inside the dark and eerie relic, Lin Yuan moved forward as if unaffected by the gloomy atmosphere, heading towards the deepest part of the relic. Before long, Lin Yuan saw a massive altar. The altar displayed a black-red color, and faint traces of blood seemed to linger on its surface. Hehe. Just as Lin Yuan looked at the altar, a deep and majestic voice echoed. On the surface of the altar, countless blood energies formed into a blood-colored figure. So many years have passed, and the true martial lineage has finally produced another Celestial Master. The blood-colored figure gazed at Lin Yuan, chuckling lightly. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan asked. "Who am I? You can call me the original demonic spirit." The blood-colored figure's tone rose, slightly madly saying, "Original demonic spirit." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you not from this realm?" Ever since obtaining the true martial sword, Lin Yuan had speculated that it originated from another world. Because the power of yin and yang within the true martial sword, even Lin Yuan himself couldn't achieve it now, let alone the Celestial Masters of previous generations. The Celestial Master was the ceiling of this world. If the Celestial Master couldn't achieve it, it meant that no creature in this world could. Now that Lin Yuan saw the original demonic spirit in front of him, he became more certain of his guess. The way the original demonic spirit manifested just now had already surpassed the mundane. Combined with its tone, it was likely to have existed 6,800 years ago. Ha ha ha. This generation of Celestial Master does have some insight to recognize the origin of this demonic spirit. The blood-colored figure glanced at Lin Yuan, but since you've come in, the person chosen by this demonic spirit has probably died at your hands. 100 years ago, the sect master of the 10,000 Demons sect accidentally entered the relic. Guided by the original demonic spirit, he obtained part of the inheritance of the original demonic sect, causing a bloodbath in the world. This was not an isolated case. Every few hundred years for the past 6,800 years, scenes of chaos in the demonic path would occur, most of which originated from the hands of the original demonic spirit. Speak. What do you want by coming here to find this demonic spirit? The blood-colored figure stood in the center of the altar, asking with interest. It had been lonely for too long. The last time it saw a living person was 100 years ago. I plan to attempt to destroy you. Lin Yuan did not conceal his intentions. He commanded heroes from all over the world to find the relic of the original demonic sect in order to completely end this source of all demonic entities. Without the relic of the original demonic sect, even though demonic leaders might appear in the next few hundred or thousand years, they would not pose a significant threat. Ha ha ha. Want to destroy me? How arrogant. Before you, more than 20 Celestial Masters have found this place. Among them, the first Celestial Master of this world, who received the inheritance of the true martial arts, also came. Why do you think I'm still here? The blood-colored figure chuckled, suddenly bursting into laughter. Yin, yang. Lin Yuan didn't continue speaking, but with a slight thought, he drew upon the power of yin and yang between heaven and earth, pressing down towards the altar. Boom. The black and white colors transformed into a gigantic yin-yang millstone, intending to crush the altar, causing the entire relic to tremble faintly. Under the pressure of the yin-yang millstone, the blood-colored figure retreated a few steps, and the vivid red hue of its figure dimmed slightly. At the same time controlling the power of yin and yang, relying solely on these means, you want to surpass all the celestial masters of the true martial lineage in this world, including the first celestial master who received the true martial arts inheritance. However, with just these, you still can't destroy me. The blood-colored figure's tone returned to calmness, and blood energies surged around the altar again, continuously replenishing its consumption. Condense. Lin Yuan manipulated the yin and yang within his body, extending his right hand and gently pressing down. 60 years of practicing Tao and gaining insights, Lin Yuan's comprehension of yin and yang far exceeded that of 60 years ago. At this moment, the yin and yang forces he mobilized were vast and mighty. Boom, 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 boom. The yin-yang millstone surged tenfold, with yin and yang forces interchanging, surging endlessly like a vast ocean. It's useless. I am indestructible. The original demonic spirit's expression changed slightly, still maintaining a defiant attitude, but in just a few breaths of time. Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk things over. No need to resort to violence. Inside the original demonic sect ruins, the vast and boundless yin and yang energy transformed into a vast ocean. Facing the plea for mercy from the original demonic spirit, Lin Yuan remained unmoved. Swish. A strand of yin-yang energy turned into a sharp sword, piercing through the bloody body of the original demonic spirit. In an instant, the bloody figure boiled, but quickly recovered. However, this scene made Lin Yuan slightly stunned, because your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp the demonic technique, Great Wilderness Reversion Art. In an instant, every detail about the Great Wilderness Reversion Art flooded into his mind. This technique, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Although he had not practiced it, Lin Yuan was certain that this technique was of celestial master level, and even the Tianxi sect might not possess many techniques of this level. Original demonic spirit. Lin Yuan looked down at the bloodied figure on the altar. What is the original demonic spirit? A guardian? Obviously not. The original demonic spirit cannot leave the altar, nor can it leave the ruins of the original demonic sect. Clearly, it has nothing to do with being a guardian. Lin Yuan believed that the original demonic spirit was more like an inheritor, mastering the inheritance of the ancient demonic sect, preventing the lineage from completely dying out. 60 years ago, the Lord of the 10,000 Demons received part of the inheritance from the original demonic spirit, establishing the 10,000 Demons sect and causing chaos in the world. Since it was an inheritor, it must have mastered many inheritances of the original demonic sect. When the original demonic spirit was pierced by the yin-yang energy just now, it instinctively used the Great Wilderness Reversion Art to recover. The results seen by Lin Yuan were directly comprehended through his unparalleled insight. Over the past 60 years, while chasing down demonic leaders around the world, Lin Yuan had indeed gained insights into many demonic techniques. However, those demonic techniques were of lower levels, and Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in them. But the demonic techniques possessed by the original demonic spirit right in front of him were no less significant than the entire demonic inheritance of the Tianxi sect. Take it slowly. Lin Yuan made a decision in his heart. Originally, he planned to finish the battle quickly and resolve the original demonic spirit as soon as possible. But now, as the original demonic spirit had something valuable, Lin Yuan would naturally not let it go so easily. Next, Lin Yuan deliberately held back, forcing the original demonic spirit to use various inherited techniques. As a result, your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp demonic techniques. Your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp demonic techniques. Your unparalleled insight allows you to comprehend the essence of the original demonic spirit and grasp demonic techniques. Several months later, the original demonic spirit was basically squeezed dry by Lin Yuan. All the demonic sect inheritances it possessed were now in Lin Yuan's hands. Are you going to kill me or not? Just get it over with. On the altar, the original demonic spirit had completely given up. Although he was not a living being, he also had wisdom. He couldn't figure out why Lin Yuan, who clearly had enough strength to kill him, had been playing with him for several months. Could it be that he found the original demonic spirit interesting? It's not fun to bully people like this. The original demonic spirit probably never dreamed that all the trump cards he possessed had been stolen by Lin Yuan. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. When it was confirmed that nothing more could be squeezed from the original demonic spirit, he directly urged the yin-yang great millstone to completely destroy it. Stepping out of the original demonic sect ruins, Lin Yuan turned back and took another look. This time in the original demonic sex expedition, Lin Yuan could be described as killing two birds with one stone. Not only did he truly annihilate the original demonic sect, achieving what generations of celestial masters could not, but he also opportunistically gained all the inheritances and secrets of the original demonic sect. Although Lin Yuan was a celestial master of the Tianxi sect, he harbored no aversion to the demonic path's secret arts and inheritances. As long as it could make him stronger, whether it be the righteous path or the demonic path, there was no difference. The Universal Human Alliance possessed a massive number of evolutionary paths, among which were many terrifying methods, some even feeding on blood and souls. However, none of these methods were restricted by the three goddesses. The essence of power had no right or wrong, only those who wielded the power could determine such distinctions. Demonic path. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. In the past few months, he had essentially comprehended and absorbed many inheritances of the original demonic sect. His unrivaled insight depended on Lin Yuan's strength. Before achieving the position of celestial master, Lin Yuan had spent several years barely comprehending the insights within the true martial scripture. After becoming a celestial master, continuing his arduous cultivation for 60 years, facing the profound depths of the original demonic sect's inheritance, not inferior to the true martial scripture, Lin Yuan had only taken a few months. The way of heaven diminishes excess and replenishes deficiency. The way of demons diminishes deficiency and replenishes excess. Numerous demonic inheritances surged in Lin Yuan's mind. On Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of the true martial hall. He looked up at the statue of the true martial emperor. Celestial Master, Kingping immediately approached. 60 years had passed, and the former Azure Taoist Kangping and Pingyang Taoist had already passed away. Nowadays, the Celestial Master sect was mainly managed by Kingping and several other celestial phenomenon realm experts. Master. At this moment, a figure walked in. He bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. You've become a celestial master. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan turned around and glanced at this figure. This figure was named Yu, and an orphan Lin Yuan had picked up 50 years ago during his journey down the mountain to eliminate demons. Because Lin Yuan noticed his outstanding aptitude, he brought him along and taught him carefully for several years. When Yuan turned 10, Lin Yuan brought him to Longhu Mountain. With Yuan's aptitude, he couldn't have gained the true martial sword's recognition. However, under Lin Yuan's command, the true martial sword couldn't act on its own and could only acknowledge Yuan. Now, 40 years later, Yuan had not disappointed Lin Yuan. 2 years ago, he officially achieved the position of Celestial Master. As a result, the Tianxi sect ushered in its most prosperous era, an era where 2 Celestial Masters were born. If it weren't for Master, Yuan would have died at the foot of the mountain long ago, Yuan respectfully said. His current achievements were inseparable from Lin Yuan's teachings during those years. It could even be said that Lin Yuan's influence was greater than that of the true martial sword. As his strength continued to grow, Yuan felt more and more the unfathomable depth of his master. As a child, when Yuan saw Lin Yuan, he merely felt that his master was very strong. When he stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm and saw his master again, he felt as if facing a heavenly might. Now, having become a celestial master, Yuan suddenly realized that his master was as profound and vast as the heavens and earth. It was like standing 100 miles away and looking at Longhu Mountain. Initially, it didn't look very high, but as you walked closer, it gradually became taller. When you were only 5 miles away, you found that Longhu Mountain was really high. When you reached the foot of the mountain, Longhu Mountain had already covered the sky. Zhang Family Village. Peach blossoms were in full bloom. Flowers were flying all over the mountain. No one knew that more than 80 years ago, the demonic sect had once exterminated the Zhang family here, causing over 1,000 lives to be lost and blood staining the earth red. Today, Zhang Family Village had become a graveyard, burying all the members of the Zhang family from the past. Due to the relationship with Zhang's celestial master, there were dedicated individuals outside the Zhang Family Village graveyard, preventing outsiders from disturbing the resting place of the deceased. Because of this, the graveyard was usually left undisturbed, exceptionally quiet. However, on this day, in front of a tombstone within the Zhang Family Village graveyard, a figure stood. This figure, dressed in Taoist robes, had a youthful appearance. It was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gazed at the tombstone before him, engraved with the names Zhang Kun and Su Yun. They were Lin Yuan's parents in this body. The time has come. Lin Yuan's gaze was melancholic. 80 years had passed since he arrived, and the time to return to the main world was approaching. In at most half an hour, he would return. Now that the Celestial Master sect had a new Celestial Master, coupled with the Celestial Master sword imbued with Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao, left in the Longhu Mountain sword tomb, Lin Yuan was essentially free of responsibilities. Before departing, Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to take a look at his parents in this life. Time passed. In a blink, half an hour had gone by. In Lin Yuan's mind, the gateway to the myriad realms suddenly radiated a brilliant light. As his consciousness was about to return, Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly. The yin-yang Taiji force within his body collided and dissipated. The physical body, along with it, began to disintegrate inch by inch. A gentle breeze passed by, and Lin Yuan completely disappeared from sight. Born in this realm, departed from this realm. In this world, there was no longer a Zhang celestial master. The second transmigration had concluded. How is this second world? Kanglin Star Water Moon Residential Area. Residence number 32. Inside a nourishment chamber, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Compared to the first time he transmigrated, this time the journey took much longer. He spent a full 80 years in the dragon tiger world. It's worth noting that before the second traverse, counting the first traversal, the main world's life and the life on Earth, added together, it doesn't even amount to 80 years. However, it was all worthwhile. Because Lin Yuan created the Tao of Taikai, it's important to know that among celestial masters, those who break through using Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji paths, and those who break through using the Tao of Taikai are completely different concepts, even if not relying on Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. With Lin Yuan's unrivaled insight, he could forcibly open a new path, breaking through to the realm of celestial master. In the initial 10 years of the dragon tiger world, Lin Yuan did just that. But eventually he discovered that, whether in potential or in strength, it was not as good as Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. And Taiyin Wuji, Taiyang Wuji are far from Taikai. The Tao of Taikai is up to now the most suitable path for Lin Yuan, as well as the most perfect and powerful path he can achieve. Perhaps among the many evolutionary paths of the Universal Human Alliance, there are paths more powerful than the Tao of Taikai. But certainly none are as suitable for Lin Yuan as the Tao of Taikai. Paths opened by others, where is the satisfaction of cultivating one's own path? My current strength should be at the peak of rank 2, stage 12, infinitely close to the third rank. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan only took 40 years, going from rank 2, stage 9 to rank 2, stage 12. The remaining 20 years were spent exploring the path to the third rank. 40 years spanning 3 stages looking at Kanglin Star, perhaps considered top-notch, but in the entire Universe Alliance, it can only be considered above average. But don't forget, every step Lin Yuan took was paving a new way, creating a completely new path from scratch. The difficulty, compared to those evolvers who followed paths paved by predecessors, is not just a few times or hundreds of times higher. His thoughts slowly gathered, and Lin Yuan got up and left the nourishment chamber. 80 years in the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan was invincible, but there were still many mysteries to unravel, such as the true martial sword, such as the primitive demonic spirits. Why did these upper realm things fall into the lower realm? Are those upper realm powerhouses laying out some kind of plan? But since he has already returned, it has nothing to do with Lin Yuan. 2 hours. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Confirming from when he lay down to traverse to when he got up to end the traverse, a total of 2 hours had passed. To be precise, 2 hours and 3 minutes had passed. It seems that the hierarchical positions in the Dragon Tiger world are indeed higher than the martial arts world. Lin Yuan judged in his mind. In the martial arts world, 20 years have passed, but in the main world, only 10 minutes have elapsed. If we extend it to 80 years, that would be 40 minutes. In terms of time flow, the time in the Dragon Tiger world is less than half that of the martial arts world. There is also the power of yin and yang on Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan walked to the rooftop. It was currently nighttime, and Lin Yuan could clearly sense the yin and yang energies permeating the heavens and earth. Due to it being nighttime, the yin energy was slightly stronger than the yang energy. Absorbing a bit at a time is too slow. I still need to purchase corresponding spiritual items. Lin Yuan sighed. He now has the realm. What's lacking is the accumulation of energy. And in the main world, the most abundant resource is various types of energy. If Lin Yuan had the means, he could entirely go to the surface of a star to cultivate. The solar energy there has become so dense that it's almost liquid. With one breath, Lin Yuan could absorb more solar energy than years of rigorous training. Of course, achieving this would require a considerable amount of money. And money is precisely what Lin Yuan lacks. With money, Lin Yuan can not only buy various spiritual items, but also purchase many evolutionary paths from the Universal Human Alliance to refine and perfect his own cultivation system. Let's continue uploading the Tao of Taikai. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and made a decision. The Universal Human Alliance encourages citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the 3 goddesses even show some resource bias towards this. After the first traversal, Lin Yuan exchanged 5,000 merit points for his martial path evolution. This elevated his citizen level to level 2, granting various privileges, making him an undisputed privileged class on Kanglin Star. The Tao of Taikai, as the subsequent path to Lin Yuan's self-established martial cultivation system, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Wisdom Goddess upon uploading, and subsequently earn more merit points. In the Universal Human Alliance, merit points are everything. The prerequisite for earning merit points is making contributions to humanity, which undoubtedly has many other ways. But for Lin Yuan, the fastest and simplest way is only one. That is to upload the Tao of Tai Kai. The three goddesses of the Universal Human Alliance are absolutely selfless and will not oppress or enslave citizens. As long as Lin Yuan's uploaded Tao of Tai Kai has sufficient value, he will be protected by the three goddesses. As for whether other citizens, after practicing the Tao of Tai Kai, will surpass Lin Yuan, even if the cultivation environment of the Universal Human Alliance far surpasses the Dragon-Tiger world, others will need decades to reach the celestial master level in the martial arts evolution path, no matter how superior the environment is. And in the time it takes others to reach that level, Lin Yuan, with his traversal frequency of once every 8 months, would have experienced dozens of traversals. The current celestial masters are almost insignificant to Lin Yuan compared to decades later. Since the decision to upload the Tao of Tai Kai has been made, Lin Yuan began translating it into the main world's language and made subtle adjustments. Several days later, Lin Yuan organized his gains in the Dragon-Tiger world into 2 parts, the Celestial Phenomenon section and the Yin and Yang section. The Yin and Yang section was Lin Yuan's name for the Celestial Master level, mastering Yin and Yang, fusing Yin and Yang. After completing these tasks, Lin Yuan immediately connected with the Wisdom Goddess. If an ordinary citizen, even if only connecting with a tiny aspect of the Wisdom Goddess, would require patience for a few minutes. Lin Yuan is a level 2 citizen who has made contributions to the Human Alliance. It only took an instant. The solemn and clear voice of the Wisdom Goddess echoed, "Respected level 2 citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. I want to continue uploading the martial arts evolution path," Lin Yuan said directly. After informing the Wisdom Goddess, Lin Yuan uploaded the neatly organized Celestial Phenomenon section and Yin and Yang section. At the moment the Wisdom Goddess received the Celestial Phenomenon section and Yin and Yang section, in a mysterious space many light-years away from Kanglin's star, gigantic light screens rapidly flickered, and massive computational power crazily assessed and deduced the value of the Celestial Phenomenon section and Yin and Yang section. Detected that the Celestial Phenomenon section involves Yin and Yang dual attribute powers. Detected that the Yin and Yang section involves the fusion of Yin and Yang dual attributes, extreme power fusion. The theoretical limit of this evolutionary path is judged to be 6th rank. Found the potential upper limit reaching the 6th rank evolutionary path, triggering the 9th article of the Constitution. Initiating contact with the Justice Goddess. Initiating contact with the Freedom Goddess. After confirmation by the 3 goddesses, this evolutionary path indeed has the potential to reach the 6th rank. Related plans generated, initiating contact with the highest authority on this planet, Planet Governor Song Wying. At the highest point of Kanglin's star, Governor Song Wying finished his communication with officials from other planets. The planetary arena battle is about to begin. I hope this time we can produce some talents with 3rd and 4th rank potential, Song Wying sighed. As the planet's governor, he also faced the performance pressure. Every 10 years, the Wisdom Goddess would evaluate every detail of his actions during his term. Some of the criteria include how many evolvers of various ranks were born on Kanglin's star during this period, as well as the overall Citizen's Happiness Index, and more. The higher the Wisdom Goddess's evaluation of him, the greater his gains would be, particularly in the form of corresponding merit points. Of course, if the Wisdom Goddess evaluates him too poorly, not only would he not receive any merit points, but he might face impeachment, and in severe cases, he could lose his position as governor and be sent for trial at the highest court. I wonder how that creator of the martial arts evolution path is doing now. Thinking about the arena battle, Song Wying naturally thought of Lin Yuan. After all, the martial arts evolution system had just appeared and squeezed into the top 100 of the Kanglin Star Evolution rankings during Song Wying's term, marking the first change in the rankings. Wisdom Goddess protects these creators of evolutionary paths so tightly that even I, as the governor, can't access their information. Song Wying raised an eyebrow. For ordinary level 2 citizens, he could access as much information as he wanted, considering that he was a level 4 citizen. However, Lin Yuan was not only a level 2 citizen, but also the creator of an evolutionary path, a special individual protected by the Wisdom Goddess. But Song Wying also understood the Wisdom Goddess's behavior. In the history of the Universal Human Alliance, there have been multiple instances of genius seeds being prematurely suppressed. These suppressions came from enemies, competitors, or other races. As a result, the 3 goddesses decided that anyone judged as a genius among the human race would receive specific encrypted information protection. Outsiders could not obtain relevant information, making it difficult to carry out any suppression. But the martial arts evolution system has a potential limit of only rank 3. If it weren't widely popular, the goddesses wouldn't value it so much. Song Wayang shook his head slightly. Determining the value of a certain evolutionary path depends on both its potential and popularity. At this moment, an electronic synthesized voice came. Governor Song Wayang, Wisdom Goddess requests connection. Wisdom Goddess is looking for me. Song Wayang was slightly surprised. He had just been thinking about the Wisdom Goddess, and unexpectedly she came looking for him. Connect. Song Wayang nodded. He also straightened his posture, wanting to make himself look more pleasing to the Wisdom Goddess. After all, Song Wayang couldn't see the Wisdom Goddess himself, but through various monitoring devices, the Wisdom Goddess could grasp all of Song Wayang's movements at any time. As Song Wayang chose to connect with the Wisdom Goddess has been connected. Freedom Goddess has been connected. Justice Goddess has been connected. In an instant, the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Universal Human Alliance arrived simultaneously. This made Song Wayang, who was initially thinking about how to communicate with the Wisdom Goddess, feel his scalp tingling. Wasn't it the Wisdom Goddess who wanted to talk to him? Why did all three goddesses come? Oh my God. What exactly happened that alarmed all three goddesses at once? The three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Universal Human Alliance are the Freedom Goddess, the Justice Goddess, and the Wisdom Goddess. These three goddesses govern different aspects. The Freedom Goddess oversees conquest and expansion. The Justice Goddess focuses on legal decisions, and the Wisdom Goddess is in charge of citizens' livelihoods and logistics. Each goddess performs her respective duties, collectively supporting the radiant and dazzling human civilization today. Normally, the three goddesses only appear in their respective domains. However, when significant events occur that can influence even beyond star systems, the three goddesses will mutually contact each other and make joint decisions. Governor Song Wayang has seen the three goddesses. Song Wayang speculated with some unease, expressing a slightly respectful tone. Although these three goddesses don't possess emotions and won't treat citizens differently based on their attitudes, a bit of respect wouldn't hurt in their presence. There has been a change detected in the judgment of the martial arts evolution path. The voice of the Wisdom Goddess was solemn and cold as she was the first to speak. The martial arts evolution path. Song Wayang was momentarily perplexed. He was aware of the martial arts evolution path and even had a profound impression of it. But were the three goddesses coming to him just because of this? The martial arts evolution path, while unique, had its theoretical limit already fixed, rank 3. Did it suddenly change, increasing by 1 rank? Song Wayang speculated silently. The theoretical limit of an evolution path is a result deduced by the three goddesses using their immense computing power. Simply put, for a rank 2 evolution path with a theoretical limit of rank 3, it means there is a potential for this evolution path to reach rank 3. However, it's important to note that most evolution paths cannot reach their theoretical limits. The theoretical limit deduced by the three goddesses is to some extent linked to the potential of that particular evolution path. Additionally, their deductions are not entirely accurate, as the process of opening an evolution path can be influenced by various factors. For example, a rank 1 evolution path opening towards rank 2 might experience a surge in potential due to certain special influences, resulting in an increase in the theoretical limit. Though a rare occurrence, with the three goddesses now approaching and stating that there's been a change in the judgment of the martial arts evolution path, Song Wayang could only think along those lines. This is the latest judgment result for the martial arts evolution path. The solemn voice of the Wisdom Goddess echoed once again. Simultaneously, a virtual screen appeared in front of Song Wayang, displaying numerous characters describing the martial arts scripture. He directly looked at the column labeled Theoretical Limit, 6th rank. Song Wayang stared blankly, almost thinking he had misread it. Looking again, it still read 6th rank. Goddesses is this. Song Wayang wanted to confirm if the goddesses made a mistake. However, he suddenly realized that it wasn't only the Wisdom Goddess looking at him, the other two goddesses were present as well. He refrained from asking the question aloud. As the ultimate intelligences of the human civilization, every action of the goddesses undergoes millions of calculations, and there is no room for mistakes, especially when it concerns the 6th rank level. Moreover, the one who came now is not the Wisdom Goddess. All three goddesses are here, indicating that they have gone through countless confirmations before coming. How is this possible? Song Wayang muttered to himself. Just half a year ago, the theoretical limit of the martial arts evolution path was only rank 3. Now, it suddenly became rank 6. Skipping 3 ranks at once is considered rare in dozens of nearby star systems. The celestial phenomenon and yin-yang sections of the martial arts evolution path involve the fusion and transformation of extreme powers. Continued development and exploration have a 100% chance of reaching rank 3, a 60% chance of reaching rank 4, a 30% chance of reaching rank 5, and a 10% chance of reaching rank 6, said the Wisdom Goddess. Extreme power fusion. Song Wying took a deep breath. Fusing powers of the same attribute can lead to significant problems. Moreover, with extreme power fusion, there is a high probability of triggering a self-destruct. Song Wying suddenly felt curious about what the founder of the martial arts evolution path had experienced to venture into these aspects. Unfortunately, he knew that he could only be curious about Lin Yuan now. The creator of the evolution path that reached a theoretical limit of rank 6 is probably now a precious individual favored by the wisdom goddess. Even the Lord of the Stars has no authority to investigate this person's information, let alone himself. What can I do now? After a moment of silence, Song Wying spoke. According to the judgment, the celestial phenomenon and yin-yang sections of the martial arts scripture are worth 20,000 merit points, requiring Governor Song Wying's authorization, said the wisdom goddess succinctly. 20,000 merit points. Song Wying felt a bit sore. He had fought countless battles on the front lines against the alien race, and it took slashing down numerous aliens to barely raise his citizen level to rank 4. Then he was transferred to the rear to serve as governor. However, with the rewards a governor could obtain, even in 1,000 years, he wouldn't earn 20,000 merit points. This is still under the assumption of receiving a superior evaluation from the wisdom goddess in the assessment that occurs every 10 years. Nevertheless, Song Wying also understood that an evolution path with a theoretical potential of rank 6 is indeed worth this much merit points. Leaving aside other factors, the fusion of two extreme powers alone could lead to numerous failures, each failure incurring considerable losses. I agree, Song Wying nodded. In reality, even if he disagreed, it wouldn't matter. The three goddesses would authorize layer by layer and the result wouldn't change. Water Moon Residential Area, Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, patiently waiting for the wisdom goddess's response. Honestly, Lin Yuan believed that the value of the celestial phenomenon and yin-yang sections he comprehended during this traversal far surpassed the master, grandmaster, mythical, and unrestrained sections. After all, when Lin Yuan comprehended the latter, even if he encountered bottlenecks, at most, it would take several days or months to overcome them. On the other hand, for the yin-yang section, Lin Yuan spent nearly a decade comprehending, aided by the true martial sword. Thoughts surged. At this moment, a solemn and cold voice resounded. Respected second-tier citizen Lin Yuan, the subsequent judgment of the martial arts evolution path you uploaded has been completed. Good. Lin Yuan's spirit shook. Although Lin Yuan had exerted a great deal of effort on the yin-yang section, the specific value of it on the wisdom goddess's side was unknown. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to our judgment, the subsequent evolution path is worth 20,000 merit points. Would you like to receive them now? 20,000 merit points. Lin Yuan sighed in relief. Calculating based on 1,000 merit points for a second-tier citizen, 20,000 merit points are enough to create 20 second-tier citizens. 20 second-tier citizens. There are only 6 or 7 second-tier citizens in the entire Dongning city. Please proceed, Lin Yuan said. After confirming the arrival of 20,000 merit points, Lin Yuan suddenly became curious and wanted to know the current evaluation of the martial arts evolution path. Theoretical limit of rank 6. Lin Yuan checked the latest information on the martial arts evolution path. He was somewhat surprised. Rank 6 corresponds to a rank 6 evolver, and rank 6 evolvers have another title, Falling Star Grade. Every rank 6 evolver can traverse the starry sky with their physical body, unleashing a full-force blow capable of shattering stars. The title, Falling Star, of the 6th rank evolver is significant within the context of the Universal Human Alliance. In the martial arts worlds and dragon-tiger realms traversed by Lin Yuan, it would be considered a world-destroying level. However, whether it's the Falling Star level or the world-destroying level, they have little to do with Lin Yuan now. The goddess of wisdom, using her immense computational power, deduced that the theoretical limit of the Tai Kai Tao is at the 6th rank, but the theoretical limit is just that, a theoretical limit belonging to future potential. It indicates that the goddess of wisdom has great expectations for Lin Yuan. More precisely, she highly values the yin and yang path of martial arts evolution. This time, the reason the goddess of wisdom judged the value of Lin Yuan's martial arts evolution path after uploading it to be worth 20,000 merit points was mainly due to the yin and yang section. If it didn't involve the fusion and transformation of yin and yang, but rather just the sun or moon sections, even if it reached the 3rd stage, its final value would only be a few thousand merit points. How could it possibly reach the terrifying figure of 20,000? The power of the sun and the power of the moon are inherently high-level energies. Mastering one gives hope for the 3rd stage, not to mention the fusion of both, directly raising its potential to the level of the 6th stage. I now have a total of 24,000 merit points. 20,000 were just acquired by Lin Yuan, and the remaining 4,000 were from the previous journey. The first time he traveled, Lin Yuan uploaded the martial arts manuals, innate chapter, and Master Chapter, gaining 2,000 merit points. Later, he continued to upload the Grandmaster Chapter, Myth Chapter, and Unrestrained Chapter, gaining 3,000 more merit points. After deducting the 1,000 merit points consumed to upgrade to a second-tier citizen, Lin Yuan now has a total of 24,000 merit points. Directly upgrade the citizen level. With so many merit points, there's no need for hesitation. Lin Yuan chooses to directly upgrade his citizen level. Congratulations, Citizen Lin Yuan. Your citizen level has been upgraded to level 3. In an instant, 5,000 merit points were deducted, and Lin Yuan's citizen level went from level 2 to level 3. Level 3 citizen. Lin Yuan's spirits were lifted. In the vast Kanglan star, a level 3 citizen is considered a prominent figure. Currently, the highest citizen level in Dongning City is only level 2. To go from a level 3 citizen to a level 4 citizen, it requires 10,000 merit points. Lin Yuan checks the citizen level information and immediately feels a slight excitement. He still has 19,000 merit points left, more than enough for another citizen level upgrade. After level 3 citizen, it's level 4 citizen. Being a level 4 citizen is no longer just a significant figure on Kanglan's star, but a giant, as there's only one person, the planetary governor, who has achieved it. If Lin Yuan becomes a level 4 citizen, his status can directly match that of the planetary governor. Of course, Lin Yuan is well aware that even though the status is equal, in terms of power and influence, it's far from comparable. But the influence of a level 4 citizen is already quite significant, especially considering the various privileges in the human alliance, making ordinary citizens shudder. Upgrade, upgrade. Lin Yuan is about to continue upgrading his citizen level. At this moment, Lin Yuan glances at other contents on his information interface. There's his name, account balance, loan amount, and so on. Lin Yuan suddenly discovers that his loan amount has been filled. After being promoted to a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan received a loan limit of 10 million from the Central Bank of the Universal Human Alliance. This type of loan is a benefit given to high-level citizens, an interest-free loan with a repayment period of several decades. Basically, it's like giving money to high-level citizens. Even if they don't spend the money, they can withdraw the loan, invest it in a few financial products, and make money effortlessly. Because this loan from the central bank does not require any interest payment, it's precisely because of this that before the second journey, Lin Yuan's expenses were mostly covered by loans. Buying a residence in the Water Moon District, other nutritional supplements, and the military-grade nutrient warehouse, and so on. The original 10 million loan limit has been mostly used by Lin Yuan. However, now his personal loan limit is full again. In simple terms, Lin Yuan's previously borrowed money has all been repaid. This is strange. Lin Yuan is well aware that he did not actively repay the loan. As for how long it's been since the automatic deduction. Moreover, the money in Lin Yuan's account hasn't decreased. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly chooses to connect to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Universe Level 3 Citizen, Mr. Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom quickly explained the reason to Lin Yuan. It turns out that whenever a citizen's citizen level is upgraded, the personal loan belonging to this citizen will automatically be cleared, reimbursed by the central bank. Of course, this personal loan refers only to official loans, and private loans are not included in the repayment. This repayment mechanism is one of the implicit benefits of high-level citizens, not explicitly stated. The elevation of citizen level implies contributions to the human alliance, and as a result, the central bank repays their loans on their behalf. It's not an unusual occurrence. So there's such a good thing. Lin Yuan blinked and glanced at the loan limit at the central bank for a level 3 citizen, 100 million. The idea of immediately advancing to a level 4 citizen was suddenly suppressed. If he spent this 100 million loan limit, could he upgrade to a level 4 citizen and enjoy the 100 million without having to repay it? Obviously, Lin Yuan's speculation was correct. According to the central bank's loan repayment mechanism, it was indeed the case. This is not a flaw in the citizen-level mechanism. Merit points are extremely difficult to obtain, and ordinary citizens, once they accumulate enough to upgrade, will surely do so immediately. Hardly anyone can resist upgrading, given the numerous privileges and benefits of high-level citizens. As Lin Yuan contemplated how to spend this 100 million, he received a mail from the Universal Human Alliance after upgrading to level 3 citizen. Firstly, there were congratulations and a transfer of 10 million. When Lin Yuan advanced to a level 2 citizen, the Universal Human Alliance transferred 5 million. Now upon reaching level 3 citizen, the Universal Human Alliance transferred 10 million. The increase was far less than the boost in the loan limit, but it was understandable. After all, it was free money, and Lin Yuan naturally accepted it all. Next, there were updates on various privileges. Compared to the permissions of a level 2 citizen, a level 3 citizen had an additional appeal privilege. If one experiences any unjust treatment or witnesses an unfair incident, they can directly appeal to the highest planetary governor of the local planet. After browsing through all the privileges and having a clear understanding, Lin Yuan directly opened the shopping mall option and began selecting various spiritual items to restore his strength. With the permissions of a level 3 citizen, Lin Yuan could see a list several times longer. Many spiritual and mysterious items that he had never heard of kept appearing, just these two. After a little over half an hour, Lin Yuan finally confirmed his selection. Yang Essence, Cosmic Spiritual Item, 30 million civilization coins per unit. Yin Marrow, Cosmic Spiritual Item, 20 million civilization coins per unit. As Lin Yuan pioneered the Tai Kai Tao, incorporating both the yin and yang, these items were naturally suitable for restoring his strength. In this regard, Yang Essence and Yin Marrow were more suitable. Yang Essence was produced from a dying star, with a collection difficulty, so the 30 million price per unit was discounted by Lin Yuan's level 3 citizen privilege. As for Yin Marrow, it came from a few special frigid planets guarded by exotic races, making it extremely dangerous. Actually, with the characteristic of the Tai Kai Tao involving mutual fusion and conversion, Lin Yuan could still fully recover his strength by continuing to use advanced nutrient fluids. It's just that this method would take more time. Moreover, a bottle of advanced nutrient fluid costs 200,000, and Lin Yuan used over 20 bottles to recover before, reaching the limit of the second stage. Now that he has reached the limit of the second stage, to fully restore his strength, he would need at least 200 bottles of advanced nutrient fluid. 200 bottles of advanced yin and yang fluid would also cost about 40 to 50 million, not much different from the value of yin marrow and yang essence. Clicking to confirm the purchase of yin marrow and yang essence, Lin Yuan set the payment method to the central bank's loan limit. Lin Yuan stretched lazily with a pleased expression. There's still 50 million left, how should I spend it? Lin Yuan thought it over. I can buy some evolution paths, Lin Yuan secretly thought. With his unrivaled insight, watching other evolution paths might help him further perfect the martial arts evolution path. Thinking about the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan once again thought of the Kanglin evolution ranking. Before the second journey, Lin Yuan uploaded the follow-up of the martial arts evolution path, such as the Grandmaster chapter and Myth chapter. The subsequent cultivation levels improvement slightly raised the potential of the martial arts evolution path, reflected on the Kanglin evolution ranking, from the initial 93rd position to 78th. And just now he uploaded the Celestial Phenomenon chapter and Yin-Yang chapter, especially the Yin-Yang chapter, which was a crucial factor in the Goddess of Wisdom re-evaluating the martial arts evolution path from scratch. Goddess of Wisdom, where does the martial arts evolution path rank on the Kanglin evolution ranking now? Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom, asking with curiosity. The Kanglin evolution ranking updates once a day at dawn, but as the creator of this evolution path, Lin Yuan can naturally inquire about real-time rankings from the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Level 3 Citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, the comprehensive ranking of the martial arts evolution path is currently 8th on the Kanglin evolution ranking. Kanglin Star Virtual World, in the early morning, in the central square area. The towering Kanglin evolutionary ranking stood, and a middle-aged man with red-tinged eyes casually sat on a chair, glancing at the evolutionary ranking from time to time. His name is Pei Lu, a member of the Pei family on Kanglin Star. The Pei family is a well-known evolutionary family on Kanglin Star. Evolvers are divided into two types, unique evolvers and common evolvers. Among the unique evolvers, there are bloodline evolvers. Bloodline evolvers are the foundation of many evolutionary families. Their evolutionary abilities are inherited through bloodlines. Compared to other evolvers, the cultivation of bloodline evolvers is relatively easier, mainly involving the continuous development of their bloodline limits. Of course, there are clear drawbacks. The limit of the bloodline is the limit of oneself. Before reaching the bloodline limit, they won't encounter many obstacles. However, once they reach the bloodline limit, it's difficult to make further breakthroughs. The Pei family is a third-rank evolver bloodline family. I wonder why the family head is so concerned about the evolutionary ranking. Pei Lu felt a bit bored. In another 10 minutes, the ranking would be updated. Since that event half a year ago, when a path named Martial Dao Evolution Path entered the top 100 on the evolutionary ranking, the family head instructed him to monitor the ranking here every day at this time and immediately inform the family if there were any changes. Not only the Pei family, but also other forces on Kanglin Star had started sending people to guard the evolutionary ranking. The Kanglin evolutionary ranking is not just about rankings. The recorded paths on it are crucial for the future situation on Kanglin Star. For instance, if a citizen wants to try becoming an evolver, they would prioritize choosing paths on the evolutionary ranking. Evolvers on the same path naturally get along well and may form groups over time. When the founder of a path steps forward, they can easily gather followers, establishing a force related to that specific evolutionary path with just a word. The top 100 evolutionary paths on the Kanglin evolutionary ranking represent the most powerful forces on Kanglin star. These forces are deeply rooted in Kanglin star, and their influence even extends to nearby star domains. Half a year ago, the Marshall Dow evolutionary path rose abruptly and entered the top 100 on the ranking. It caused quite a stir and dropped many jaws. In just a few months, many citizens on Kanglin star had started practicing the Marshall Dow evolutionary path, although no evolved individuals had reached the evolver stage corresponding to Grandmaster level. It was only a matter of time. Since the Marshall Dow evolutionary path appeared on the evolutionary ranking, it had received confirmation from the three goddesses, ensuring that its cultivation progress was on the right track. Marshall Dow evolutionary path. Pei Lu's expression slightly changed. He had read the innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter of this path. He also sensed the advantages of this path. The main advantage lies in its low entry barrier. Compared to other evolutionary paths that require various external materials, medicines, or special environments, the Marshall Dow evolutionary path has minimal requirements. Citizens only need to practice according to the given requirements day by day. Perhaps there's difficulty in reaching the Grandmaster level, requiring a bit of talent, but reaching the innate realm among the 3,000 to 4,000 citizens is not too challenging. Unfortunately, the upper limit is not high, only the 3rd rank. Pei Lu shook his head involuntarily. Although his bloodline is also at the 3rd rank, it's not uncommon to see bloodlines on Kanglin star that reach the 4th or even 5th rank. However, recently, the Marshall Dow evolutionary path has risen from the 93rd to the 78th position. It's interesting. Did the founder refine related concepts? Pei Lu couldn't help but wonder. He wasn't too concerned about it. The Kanglin evolutionary ranking is divided into 4 levels. The top 10 paths form one level. Paths ranked from 11 to 30 form another level. Paths ranked from 31 to 50 form another level. Paths ranked from 51 to 100 form the last level. The difference between the 51st and 100th paths is not significant. Their upper limits are basically the 3rd rank. Several hundred years ago, although there were no new evolutionary paths entering the evolutionary ranking, the paths from 51st to 100th did experience some changes. Marshall Dow evolutionary path. Its potential has already been determined, belonging to the 4th level of the evolutionary ranking. Perhaps in the near future, an evolver from this path will establish a force that will shake Kanglin star. Pei Lu rubbed his chin and speculated. At this moment in the distance, that towering evolutionary ranking, the characters on the surface suddenly blurred. It's about to update. Pei Lu's mind moved slightly and he stared intently at it. At this moment, other figures on the square also looked over. Soon, the new characters appeared again. Out of curiosity about the Marshall Dow evolutionary path, Pei Lu's gaze directly moved to the 78th position. Why is the Marshall Dow evolutionary path missing? Pei Lu was surprised. Instinctively, he looked below. 79, 80, 90, 100. Pei Lu's expression changed. Could it be that something happened to the Marshall Dow evolutionary path? Did it get kicked out by the wisdom goddess? Pei Lu found it hard to believe. At the same time, starting from the 78th position looking upwards, 70, 69, 60, 50, until all the rankings from 51 to 100 were seen, Pei Lu still didn't see the Marshall Dow evolutionary path. What happened? Pei Lu frowned, and at this moment Pei Lu suddenly noticed that the other people on the square suddenly became a bit noisy. Especially a few people, unable to control themselves, stood up directly from their positions, looking up at the top of the evolutionary ranking. What's happening? Pei Lu's brows slightly furrowed. For the past few months, he had been watching the ranking updates here. The other people on the square had also been quiet. What happened today? Pei Lu was puzzled. Subconsciously looking at the top 10 ranking area of the evolutionary ranking. Just with a glance, Pei Lu discovered that in the original top 10 paths on the evolutionary ranking, the 8th path had changed to Marshall Dow evolutionary path. This. Pei Lu's eyes widened, taking a while to react. Marshall Dow evolutionary path, 8th place. Wasn't it 78th yesterday? Pei Lu was completely shocked and he couldn't help but look at the 11th place. Titan evolutionary path. This was originally the 10th on the evolutionary ranking, but now it had been pushed to the 11th place. This is a big deal. Pei Lu swallowed hard and immediately began to contact the family head to transmit this information. Water Moon Residential Area. Residence number 32. A stranger stopped in front of the door. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan, these are the items you purchased. You can open it with your fingerprint." Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy handed over by the other party, and his finger swiped across the top of the alloy box. Drip, fingerprint verification passed. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Lin Yuan directly took the alloy box. The box was very light. If Lin Yuan didn't faintly sense the massive energy fluctuations inside, he might think there was nothing inside. Worthy of being cosmic spiritual items, Lin Yuan smiled. He could feel the energy fluctuations inside the box, belonging to the forces of the sun and the moon. Even though it wasn't as powerful as the sun and moon forces in the dragon and tiger world or the true martial sword, the difference wasn't far off. "Mr. Lin Yuan, if you confirm that there are no issues with the items, you can sign here," the delivery man next to him reminded. He looked at Lin Yuan with a trace of envy in his eyes. Although he didn't know what was inside the alloy box, he knew that the delivered items were of the highest level. Typically, items of this level were worth at least tens of millions of civilization coins. Anyone who could casually take out over 10 million civilization coins must be no ordinary person. After Lin Yuan signed, the delivery man turned and left. Lin Yuan carried the box and returned to the underground training ground. Crack, the box opened, revealing 2 boxes made of special transparent metal inside. The box on the left was fiery red, while the one on the right was deep blue. So beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 cosmic spiritual items. After admiring for a moment, he immediately began cultivation. 2 days later in the underground training ground, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, the yang liquid and yin marrow had been mostly consumed. Second rank limit. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the yang liquid and yin marrow, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. With the help of these 2 cosmic spiritual items, Lin Yuan had fully recovered his strength in just 2 days. My strength hasn't been affected at all. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, nodding slightly. Although in the dragon-tiger world, he was already familiar with his own power, but the main world was still another realm, and there were subtle differences between different worlds. The Tao of Tai Kai. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly. His feet left the ground, hovering in the air. In the dragon-tiger world, as long as you reached the level of celestial master, you could fly. In the main world, due to the different focuses of various evolutionary paths, the ranks for achieving flight differed. For most evolutionary paths, reaching the 3rd stage was enough to fly. In a few special evolutionary paths, even the 2nd stage could achieve flight. Of course, there were some paths where you needed to reach the 4th stage to gain the ability to fly. Lin Yuan arrived at the rooftop of a residential building, took a step forward, and his body floated in the air, ready to take flight. Just then, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. His body retracted. This isn't the dragon-tiger world. In the dragon-tiger world, Lin Yuan could fly however he wanted. But in the main world, on the highly developed Kanglin star, did he really think the planetary defense system didn't exist? With Lin Yuan's speed and life fluctuations, as long as he dared to appear in high altitude, he would inevitably be detected by the planetary defense system. At that time, it would be fine if he faced an interception, but if he was identified as an alien invasion, they might launch energy weapons like electromagnetic cannons and laser beams. Even Lin Yuan would suffer a great loss. Respected Level 3 citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, if you want to fly, there is no need to worry. The entire airspace of the eastern continent is open for you to roam. A dignified and cold voice came. It was the goddess of wisdom. At this moment, Lin Yuan was on the rooftop. It didn't belong to the privacy space agreed upon by the human alliance, so the goddess of wisdom had the authority to observe. After deducing Lin Yuan's intentions from his recent actions, the goddess of wisdom provided relevant advice. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt relieved. As long as the goddess of wisdom saw no problem, even if Kanglin Star had the highest classified planetary defense system, she could take control at any time. Swoosh, Lin Yuan soared directly into the sky. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that right after he flew, an invisible ripple enveloped the entire Kanglin Star, as if a small gap had been torn open. With Lin Yuan at the center, all sensing devices and monitoring methods within a radius of hundreds of miles failed. Ding. In the Kanglin Star Security Center, a staff member looked astonished, staring at the huge monitoring screen in front of them. What's wrong? A colleague beside them casually asked. Nothing. The staff member replied, the goddess just took away some data. Isn't that normal? The colleague scoffed. The goddess of wisdom managed the entire human alliance's civilian logistics, often taking control of Kanglin Star's security system. Taking away some data was nothing unusual. In the high sky of Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan lay on the clouds. His gaze turned towards outer space. A bit further out and I should be out of Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the protection of Kanglin Star, he would have to face various radiation from outer space and the absence of substances like oxygen. Without reaching the 6th stage, an evolver couldn't survive for long in the true vastness of outer space. This is the cosmos. Lin Yuan had never been so close, observing the universe and the starry sky with his own eyes. For a moment, he was somewhat fascinated. Your insight defies the heavens as you gaze upon the cosmic universe, gaining some enlightenment. Your insight defies the heavens as you gaze upon the cosmic universe, gaining some enlightenment. Your insight defies the heavens as you gaze upon the cosmic universe, gaining some enlightenment. This continued for more than half an hour. It was only after this prolonged immersion that Lin Yuan emerged from his contemplative state. Unfortunately, the current cosmic universe is too distant for me. Forcing insights won't yield any gains in a short time. Lin Yuan sighed. It was similar to comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang in the dragon-tiger world. It took Lin Yuan nearly a decade to fully comprehend it. As for the vast and boundless universe, it would likely take hundreds, thousands, or even more years for him to gain true insights. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan's current cultivation level was too low. If he were at the 6th, 7th, or 8th stage, observing the universe would undoubtedly accelerate his comprehension. The essence of insights gained with unrivaled insight depended on the level Lin Yuan stood upon. In simple terms, the stronger Lin Yuan became, the more insights he would gain. Maybe it's more convenient to directly purchase evolutionary paths for insights. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolutionary paths, including the martial arts evolutionary path founded by Lin Yuan, involved in-depth analysis of certain paths or powers. Compared to comprehending the natural order, understanding evolutionary paths was like taking a shortcut. It was similar to students learning textbook content, although they could potentially learn without textbooks. Complicated formulas could be derived from textbooks. However, this method was highly inefficient, much slower than directly learning from the textbooks. Next, Lin Yuan continued to observe the cosmic universe before returning to the residential area. His consciousness connected to the virtual world, and Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space. The virtual world was divided into two parts, personal space and public areas. Public areas included the central square, living area, trading area, arena, and more. So many private messages. Lin Yuan checked and found over 10,000 unread private messages. It's probably related to the martial arts evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced through the first few messages and roughly understood the situation. The Celestial Phenomenon chapter and Yin Yang chapter, uploaded 2 days ago, caused a surge in the potential of the martial arts evolutionary path, propelling Lin Yuan's ranking on the Kanglin evolutionary rankings directly into the top 8. This shook various major forces on Kanglin's star, leading many individuals to try contacting the founder of this evolutionary path. As Lin Yuan had hidden his citizen number, leaving only the alias Yuan, those attempting to contact him could only do so through private messages. Not very interesting. Lin Yuan spent half an hour browsing through over 10,000 private messages. The private messages mainly fell into 4 categories: wanting to get to know Lin Yuan, attempting to recruit Lin Yuan to join their faction, seeking to join Lin Yuan, inquiring about questions regarding the martial arts evolutionary path. Lin Yuan ignored the first 3 categories. Only the 4th category, those who sent messages seeking guidance on the martial arts evolutionary path, received his attention. People sending the 4th type of message were generally those intending to try the martial arts evolutionary path or were already on it. They wanted guidance from the founder and were willing to pay a hefty fee. One message offered 10 million civilization coins for 3 hours of Lin Yuan's guidance. 3 hours, 10 million. Lin Yuan was genuinely tempted. After reaching level 3 citizen status, the congratulatory gift from the Universal Human Alliance was around this amount. Moreover, guidance didn't have to be one-on-one. He could conduct a class with dozens of people. Lin Yuan could even release paid videos on the martial arts evolutionary path. As long as it was published by the founder, wouldn't those citizens attempting the path by it? Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. How many citizens are currently practicing the martial arts evolutionary path? Lin Yuan asked directly. Of course, this low was relative to the current living standards of citizens. As long as one didn't require a very frugal lifestyle, there wouldn't be any issues. In the interstellar era, even if you completely lay flat, not working, you could still receive monthly assistance from the government. The following message appeared in my reply. At present, the number of citizens who have completed the innate chapter of the martial arts evolutionary path is 1,232. 0 have completed the Grandmaster chapter. The Goddess of Wisdom provided the answer. How long has it been? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. After all, the innate chapter of the martial arts evolutionary path corresponded to martial arts experts in the innate realm. In the martial arts world, those in the innate realm could dominate a region. Even the great Zen temple, with a tradition spanning 1,000 years and housing thousands of martial monks, had only over 50 monks who reached the innate realm. However, Lin Yuan quickly thought that it was reasonable. This was Kanglin Star, with extremely advanced technology. Although the martial arts evolutionary path had no significant financial requirements, those with sufficient wealth could still rely on external aids to complete the innate chapter. In the martial arts world, one of the quick methods to reach the innate realm involved consuming spiritual fruits from the heavens and earth. In the main world, these spiritual fruits might be a bit precious, but citizens with some status could purchase them. However, the innate stage is relatively easy. The following stages, Master and Grandmaster, will be challenging, Lin Yuan silently thought. The innate realm corresponds to the unranked evolvers of the Universal Human Alliance. The Master stage represents ranked evolvers. To advance from the innate realm to the Master realm through the martial path evolutionary pathway, one needs to perfectly grasp their own strength, which cannot be achieved through external means. In the virtual world of Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in the central square area. The Kanglin evolutionary rankings. Lin Yuan looked up at the towering rankings in the distance. The 8th line at the top was inscribed with the words, Martial Path Evolutionary Pathway. Perhaps due to the significant changes in the evolutionary rankings this time, the central square area was more crowded than usual. There's something mysterious about the Martial Path Evolutionary Pathway. It unexpectedly managed to break into the top 8 of the evolutionary rankings. I heard that the second stage of this evolutionary pathway involves the fusion and transformation of two extreme forces, allowing it to soar from 78 to 8th place. The fusion and transformation of two extreme forces. My goodness, which big shot created this evolutionary pathway? I'm not sure, but on Kanglin Star, only those scholars who delve into evolutionary pathways or those research teams could possibly do it. Apart from them, no one else has the foundation to develop such an advanced evolutionary pathway. People in the square were quietly discussing, and Lin Yuan listened casually. Anyone who could enter the virtual world was either a second-tier or higher citizen or an evolver, so the sources of information were extensive. There were various speculations about the Martial Path evolutionary pathway. Some even believed that the creator of the Martial Path evolutionary pathway might be a scholar from another planet who specifically came to Kanglin Star to upload it. Lin Yuan remained calm. Perhaps these people discussing could never imagine that the creator of the Martial Path evolutionary pathway was a student under 20 who had just graduated. It's not necessary to reveal my identity now. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The founder of the Martial Path evolutionary pathway had already attracted attention from all quarters. If Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity, there wouldn't be many benefits, but there would be numerous drawbacks. Indeed, with Lin Yuan's ability to upgrade to a 4th-tier citizen at any time, he gained attention from the Wisdom Goddess. With the Wisdom Goddess stepping in, she could suppress all internal voices of humanity. But what about the external voices? What about those other races? Lin Yuan was less than 20 years old and had already developed a martial path evolutionary pathway with a potential to reach the 6th rank. This was considered extremely dazzling, not only on Kanglin Star but even in nearby star systems. The more dazzling it was, the more it would attract the attention of those races hiding in the shadows. If it were just one high-ranked evolver, perhaps it wouldn't catch the eye of other races. After all, no matter how strong an evolver was, it could only roam freely for a limited time. However, if Lin Yuan were to truly develop the Martial Path evolutionary pathway to the 6th rank, a completely new 6th rank evolutionary path, it would represent not just one 6th rank evolver, but a continuous stream of them. Once those races lurking in the dark learned about it, they would undoubtedly choose to assassinate Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan were to die, the Martial Path evolutionary pathway would lose its founder, and it would be challenging for future generations to progress on this pathway. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan couldn't reveal his identity. Even the Wisdom Goddess advised Lin Yuan not to disclose his identity. As for Lin Yuan's citizen level, it was indeed strange that he had risen several levels in a short period. However, who could know that the merit points Lin Yuan spent to raise his citizen level were obtained through uploading the Martial Path evolutionary pathway. In the Universal Human Alliance, there were various ways to earn merit points. As long as one gained recognition from the Wisdom Goddess and the other two goddesses, it was acceptable. In the Huilin district, Residence 118. This residence was a compensation gift from the old man who attended the Lin family banquet some time ago, offered to Lin Yuan by Chu Shiyu. Although it couldn't compare to the luxurious mansion in the Shuyu district worth millions, it still had a value of 5 to 600,000, far better than the previous residence Lin Yuan's family lived in. Afterward, Lin Yuan let his parents move in, as he spent most of his time in the Water Moon district, and this residence was not needed. Early morning, Lin Yuan sat on the living room sofa. I've really become an evolver. At this moment, Lin Yuan's father, Lin Xiaocheng, hurriedly ran out, full of disbelief. At this moment, he felt a surge of power filling his body, and a warm flow was circulating between his limbs. Little Yuan, what's going on? Lin Yuan's mother, Lin Qiang, also looked incredulous. They had just woken up this morning and saw Lin Yuan standing at their bedside, telling them that they were now evolvers. Originally, Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang didn't believe it at all. Becoming an evolver was not that easy. They had heard that many evolutionary paths required undergoing brutal training, and only those who could endure it had a chance of becoming an evolver. During this period, their lives were extremely comfortable, and with Lin Yuan's influence, Lin Xiaocheng's position had risen several levels. There were no prerequisites for them to become evolvers. However, now they felt a revitalized body and a continuous warm flow circulating within them. The shock in Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang's hearts could be imagined. "Don't worry, I bought a special potion. I used it while you were sleeping, and when you woke up you became evolvers," Lin Yuan explained with a smile. In reality, Lin Yuan had performed a bone marrow cleansing for Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang last night. With Lin Yuan's strength, even a simple bone marrow cleansing could greatly enhance their physical fitness to meet the evolver standard. "Ah, isn't that kind of special potion expensive? Little Yuan, don't spend money recklessly. Your dad and I don't need to become evolvers," Lin Qiang asked immediately with concern. Lin Xiaocheng also nodded continuously on the side. It was said that even the lowest level gene potion cost 1,000,000 civilization coins and required corresponding permissions. For the two of them, they would need 2,000,000, which was money they wouldn't earn in their entire lives. "Don't worry, it didn't cost much. It's a benefit for evolvers," Lin Yuan casually said. In fact, Lin Yuan had performed a bone marrow cleansing for Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang the previous night. For Lin Yuan, even a simple bone marrow cleansing did not damage his vitality. The conversion between yin and yang in his body was restored in just a few breaths, and this kind of bone marrow cleansing was far more effective than the gene potion. The gene potion replaced a few genes in the body to strengthen oneself. Once taken, it meant that one's own path was fixed and could not be changed to other evolutionary paths. On the other hand, bone marrow cleansing simply increased physical fitness. In the future, whether Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang chose any evolutionary path, with their powerful physical fitness, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Brother, I want to become an evolver too." Lin Yi approached and blinked her big eyes, looking at Lin Yuan. "You're still too young. No need to rush, wait a few more years." Lin Yuan ignored his sister's completely disappointed expression and casually said a few words. Although Lin Yi didn't believe this explanation, the fact was true. Even if they really wanted to perform bone marrow cleansing, it needed to be done after their bodies had fully matured. Otherwise, it could easily solidify the body and lead to consequences such as halting development. "I never expected that in my life, Lin Xiaocheng, I would become an evolver one day." Hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Lin Xiaocheng sighed and couldn't help but say, "They say that sons rely on their fathers." What about government officials' children and wealthy children? Now, Lin Xiaocheng had unexpectedly reversed the roles. Night, Water Moon District. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the underground training ground. A light curtain appeared in front of him, constantly flashing various evolutionary paths. After fully recovering his strength, Lin Yuan planned to purchase an evolutionary path to comprehend and perfect his own martial path. The evolutionary paths that Lin Yuan had in mind were mostly 4th tier and 5th tier evolutionary paths. Additionally, buying them directly was not cheap. With Lin Yuan's current financial resources, he could only choose one. After selecting for a long time, Lin Yuan finally confirmed 3 evolutionary paths. These 3 evolutionary paths were 1 Golem evolutionary path, 2 Original Force evolutionary path, 3 Myriad Forms evolutionary path. The 3 evolution paths each have their own strengths and different focuses. The Golem evolution path is created by studying a cosmic race called golems. When cultivated to the extreme, one can transform their own body into a golem. However, it's a weakened version of the golem race. Despite being rare, adult golems can stand up against 6th-rank human evolvers. The golem, formed through this evolution path, even in its weakened state, can rival 4th or 5th-rank evolvers. Transform into a golem. I'll pass, Lin Yuan thought carefully and shook his head. Despite acknowledging the unique aspects of the golem evolution path in transforming the physical body, Lin Yuan found it hard to accept the need for a complete change in bodily form. It's not about disliking the appearance of the golem race, rather. Once you choose this evolution path, you're committed to a single course. Even with Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight, finding an alternative path would be incredibly troublesome. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the Force evolution path. The Force evolution path is a 5th-rank evolution method that revolves around understanding the omnipresent force in the universe. Unlike extreme energies like yin or yang, the Force can encompass everything. It bears some resemblance to the Tai Chi philosophy formed by the fusion of yin and yang after practicing the Tai Chi Dao in the martial arts evolution path. As for the last choice, the path of a myriad forms, it leans more towards the evolution of the spirit and soul. It excels in spiritual attacks and could be considered an upgraded version of the spiritual master evolution path. The Force evolution path it is, Lin Yuan decided in his mind. The Tai Chi philosophy within the martial arts evolution path shares similarities with the Force evolution path, and choosing this path would be more beneficial for Lin Yuan. Ding. With the deduction of 40 million civilization coins, Lin Yuan instantly received the complete Force evolution path. Different from purchasing physical items, virtual things like evolution paths could be acquired instantly. It's really expensive, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. Nevertheless, since he wasn't spending his own money, but rather utilizing the central bank's loan limit, Lin Yuan didn't feel any regret. Open it, Lin Yuan commanded with a thought. The icon for the Force evolution path immediately became blurry. The first thing Lin Yuan saw was a warning in red font. This evolution path is not to be disclosed externally otherwise. It will be subject to the highest court's judgment. In the Human Cosmic Alliance, every evolution path is protected by law, and privately teaching it is strictly forbidden. Ordinary citizens can obtain evolution paths in two ways. One is similar to Lin Yuan's method, directly purchasing them with civilization coins. However, for regular citizens, buying an evolution path is typically done one part at a time. For example, the Force evolution path belongs to the 5th rank evolution paths, and citizens would first choose to buy the 1st rank's content. After achieving perfection in the 1st rank, they could then purchase the 2nd rank's part. This way, the burden is significantly reduced. The second method is for those who lack funds. They can sign a contract with other forces. These forces would sponsor them, providing the opportunity to become an evolver. If successful, the individual would have to serve the sponsoring force for 50 or 100 years. If they fail to become an evolver, they might have to serve the force for a considerable portion of their life. These forces could be official or unofficial. Lin Yuan had considered signing such a contract before when he was forcibly enlisted, but seldom did any unofficial forces dare to snatch recruits that had caught the attention of military districts. I wonder how much the martial arts evolution path is selling for now, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. After uploading the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan set the price for the first stage of the martial arts evolution path at 10,000 civilization coins. Unfortunately, when Lin Yuan first uploaded it, the martial arts evolution path was only a quasi-2nd rank evolution path, and even with its theoretical potential for a 3rd rank, it still couldn't compare to the Force evolution path. The pricing of 10,000 civilization coins was considered reasonable. As for the 2nd stage of the martial arts evolution path, due to its involvement with the Tai Chi philosophy, Lin Yuan set a high price of 500,000 coins. A few days ago, Lin Yuan learned that there were over 1,000 citizens currently practicing the martial arts evolution path. If these over 1,000 people only bought the 1st stage content, it would generate over 10 million in revenue. After the official share of 70%, there would be over 3 million, minus the relevant taxes and fees, leaving Lin Yuan with around 2 million. Of course, there might be a few wealthy individuals who directly purchased the complete martial arts evolution path. I'll know in a few months, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the income distribution of the evolution path, settlements in the virtual world were done annually. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan officially began to review the Force evolution path. Before the actual text of the evolution method, there was information about the origin of this evolution path. In the Human Cosmic Alliance, there was a star called the Moon Spirit Star, which belonged to the Red Kun starfield. The Moon Spirit Star was a high-level life planet in the Red Kun starfield, while the Kanglin Star, which Lin Yuan was familiar with, was a medium-level life planet. The Red Kun starfield consisted of 8 major star systems, each containing billions of stars and over 100,000 life planets. The cosmic force is a very special energy. It is gentle and extensive, Lin Yuan carefully read. At the same time, a message appeared. Your extraordinary insight is reversed. Browsing the Force evolution path has led to a comprehension of the essence of the Force. In a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to enter the cosmic starry sky. There were countless types of energy here, including the power of the sun, the power of the moon, and the Force. Lin Yuan could feel the affinity of the Force toward him, attempting to control this gentle force. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. What happened to me? Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. He noticed that the surface of his skin had some stains that hadn't been there before. I've completed the Force tempering, Lin Yuan immediately realized. Force tempering was a sign of mastering the Force in the Force evolution path. It involved using the omnipresent Force in the cosmic starry sky to temper the body. How much time has passed? Lin Yuan checked the time. 8 hours. Lin Yuan was surprised. He had become so engrossed in cultivation that he hadn't noticed the passage of time. If other evolvers practicing the Force evolution method knew that Lin Yuan had achieved mastery and completed Force tempering in just 8 hours, they might be filled with despair. The most difficult step in the Force evolution method was perceiving the existence of the Force. Even ordinary evolvers would need several years to experience this perception. Achieving mastery in completing force tempering in such a short time was unheard of. In the force evolution method, unless someone had a special physique inherently close to the cosmic force, it usually took decades. Lin Yuan, however, only took 8 hours, making him a rare exception. Force tempering didn't cause a rejection of the yin and yang within my body. It seems like this evolution path is well suited for my comprehension. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, feeling confident in his choice. In the cosmic starry sky, various complex energies intertwined with each other. If there were no guidance from the force evolution path, even with Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight, locking onto a suitable energy amidst the multitude of energies would be a terrifyingly time-consuming task. Not to mention that cosmic force, being a power very suitable for Lin Yuan, made the process smoother, basing it on the Tao of Tai Kai with the cosmic force as the foundation. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and vaguely saw the direction of the third stage. In the Dragon-Tiger world, Lin Yuan achieved the second stage limit through the Tao of Tai Kai, even stepping into the third stage with 1 foot. However, he hadn't officially reached the third stage. Now, after continuously comprehending the essence of the force, Lin Yuan was not far from stepping into the third stage. 8 hours had passed, and as Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in the understanding of the force, a female robot arrived at the underground training ground, pulling a food cart and standing in front of Lin Yuan. "Master, it's time to eat," the female robot said. In the interstellar era, most households had a housekeeping robot. This female robot was the housekeeping robot Lin Yuan purchased, responsible for household chores, cooking, and even acting as a bodyguard. When Lin Yuan lived with his parents, his mother, Lin Qiang, disliked the soulless meals made by robots, preferring to cook herself. Lin Yuan didn't mind robot-cooked meals. Given his powerful digestive ability, he could even eat raw meat without any issues. Opening the dining table, the housekeeping robot brought out 7 or 8 dishes, mostly various types of meat cultivated from the genes of certain cosmic behemoths, rich in immense energy. While a few bites of such meat would leave an ordinary citizen malnourished, Lin Yuan, with his powerful physique, could digest these meats in just an hour or two. After around 10 minutes, Lin Yuan finished all the dishes. In reality, with Lin Yuan's current condition, he could entirely sustain his body's nutritional needs through nutrient solutions. However, years of dietary habits made Lin Yuan prefer visible food. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue immersing himself in cultivation, a video call suddenly appeared. "Who's looking for me?" Lin Yuan frowned, checking the caller ID. It was Chairman Liao. Liao President is the president of the Evolvers Association in Dongning City. Lin Yuan has met him a few times and they get along well. He clicked to answer. President Liao's virtual image appeared in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, how have you been considering the matter from last time?" President Liao asked with a smiling expression. "Oh, the matter from last time," Lin Yuan recalled. During the Lin family banquet, President Liao, the president of the Evolvers Association, personally visited, hoping that Lin Yuan could represent Dongning City in the competition on Kanglin Star. As for the reward, as long as Lin Yuan could break into the top 5,000 in the Kanglin Star competition, the Evolvers Association of Dongning City would provide 50 million as a reward. Of course, what Lin Yuan truly valued wasn't the 50 million, but breaking into the top 3,000, or even 1,000 or 500, which came with rewards from Kanglin Star's official side. These rewards came in various forms, from cash, which was the least valuable, to various cosmic spiritual materials, many Evolvers' pathways, exotic treasures, and even encounters with other Evolvers. For Lin Yuan, the opportunity to confront other Evolvers was also a good thing. With his unrivaled insight, he could peek at the strengths and weaknesses of their Evolvers' pathways. Though it was far from reading the pathways directly, quality often made up for quantity. Most importantly, the competition would take place in the virtual world. This meant that Lin Yuan wouldn't need to take any risks or even travel. He could gain numerous benefits effortlessly. "No problem," Lin Yuan nodded. "That's good," President Liao sighed in relief. Compared to other Evolvers, Lin Yuan was still a second-class citizen. The Evolvers Association could manage Evolvers, but it had no authority over higher-class citizens. Therefore, President Liao treated Lin Yuan exceptionally politely, much more so than he would with other first-tier, 12th-stage Evolvers. "By the way, Mr. Lin, if you have time, could you come to the association tomorrow? 3 other Evolvers will participate in the competition with you. You can get to know each other beforehand since there will be a team competition in the tournament, and you'll need to coordinate with each other," President Liao said cautiously. "No problem," Lin Yuan agreed. Since becoming an Evolver, Lin Yuan had encountered very few other Evolvers. Now that he had the chance to interact with them, he wouldn't let it slip by. Perhaps, with his unrivaled insight, he could gain something from them. Those selected by President Liao to participate in the tournament were probably first-tier, 12th-stage Evolvers. The Evolvers' pathways they practiced were likely not straightforward. After chatting with President Liao, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in comprehending the original Force evolutionary path. Lin Yuan was not practicing the original Force evolutionary path, but rather comprehending it. He incorporated the original Force evolutionary path into his Tai Kai Dao, making it part of his martial arts. This is what Lin Yuan is currently doing. Contemplating other evolvers' pathways is indeed something some evolvers do. However, Lin Yuan takes it a step further by directly integrating an entire evolver system. It may sound astounding, but Lin Yuan is confident in this approach. First, the Tao of Tai Kai is highly suitable for integrating with the cosmic original force. Second, with his exaggerated comprehension efficiency from the unrivaled martial arts insight, achieving this goal is only a matter of time. Whether it takes a few months or a year or two remains to be seen. The next day, after a night of cultivation, Lin Yuan got up and headed to the Evolver Association. For ordinary citizens, staying up all night might result in fatigue the next day. However, for someone like Lin Yuan, who is close to the third rank, the Tai Kai Dao's perpetual cycle of yin and yang ensures that he rarely experiences any downturn in his mental state. No matter how great the consumption, a few cycles of yin and yang can restore him. Mr. Lin, the security guard at the Water Moon District, respectfully saluted Lin Yuan upon seeing him. Most people living in this district are either wealthy or prominent. Moreover, when Lin Yuan purchased his residence in this district, many people witnessed the manager's extremely deferential attitude. Whoever Lin Yuan is, they understand that he is not someone they can afford to belittle. Lin Yuan walked out of the Water Moon District, and there was a sleek, black, streamlined hovercar parked on the roadside, the Evolver Association's special car. It had been waiting outside the Water Moon District early in the morning. "Mr. Lin, please get in." A tall man in black clothes walked down and respectfully opened the car door for Lin Yuan. Although self-driving technology is well developed, when receiving important guests, having a human driver is more common. After all, interacting with a living person is more pleasant than dealing with a cold AI, especially when welcoming important guests. Evolver Association, 23rd floor. 3 figures were sitting casually. I don't know what President Liao is thinking. For this tournament, he actually invited someone of unknown origin. The figure on the left spoke casually, with an obvious tone of dissatisfaction. He was Cao Rong, an evolver with good innate talent who had now reached the first rank, 12th stage. In the past, the 4 representatives participating in the tournament from Dongning City were familiar with each other. However, in this tournament, President Liao interfered and forcibly replaced one of them, bringing in a new evolver to participate alongside the other 3. Cao Rong understood President Liao's intention. In the past few tournaments, their performance had not been good, and they wanted to improve their results by changing team members. However, randomly replacing a member they didn't know might end up with worse results. Since President Liao values him, he must have some ability. The figure on the right hesitated for a moment before speaking. This figure was Lu Ziguang, a bloodline evolver who had also reached the first rank, 12th stage. HMPH. Cao Rong snorted. Then he looked at the figure sitting in the center. Among the 3 of them, this evolver was the strongest. Later, Cao Rong, you make a move and test his strength. Zhang Bai squinted his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. In Dongning City, Zhang Bai was undoubtedly the strongest among evolvers who met the criteria to participate in the tournament. In previous tournaments, Zhang Bai had performed well, nearly breaking into the top 5,000. No problem. Cao Rong immediately became excited. After the 3 chatted about the newly added member, they began discussing their own matters. I brought back something good from Black Crow Star this time. Cao Rong took out a pair of black-framed glasses and proudly introduced, "This pair of glasses is the latest research result from Black Crow Star. It can capture trace information and give a rough evaluation of combat power." Oh, Lu Ziguang looked curious. Zhang Bai also turned his gaze over. "Hee, let me show you." Cao Rong put on the glasses and looked at Lu Ziguang. Well, Ziguang's combat power is 986, which is on the upper side of the first rank, 12th stage, Cao Rong said, covering one side of the glasses. The combat power of the first rank, 12th stage, is generally between 800 and 1100. My combat power is 1003, stronger than yours, Cao Rong said, quite pleased with himself. What about my combat power? Zhang Bai couldn't help but speak up. Brother Zhang, your combat power is, astonishingly 1098, almost reaching the first rank limit. Cao Rong, wearing the glasses, looked at Zhang Bai, slightly amazed. He knew Zhang Bai's strength, the strongest among the 3 of them, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. It seems quite accurate. Zhang Bai nodded slightly, offering a brief comment. Some time ago, he had made progress in his evolver's path, indeed approaching the first rank limit. He hadn't told anyone about this matter, but now Cao Rong had seen it. It seemed that these glasses were not simple. What is the upper limit of this glass's observation? Zhang Bai suddenly asked. Ordinary second-rank evolvers should be observable, Cao Rong replied. As it was the latest product, ongoing developments were still in progress. The glasses still had many shortcomings. Second rank is enough, Lu Ziguang sighed. There wasn't a single true second-rank evolver in the entire Dongning city, so these glasses were already very practical. That's right. Cao Rong sounded self-satisfied. He had paid quite a price to acquire these glasses. Now, being able to show off in front of friends was naturally very joyful. Just then, the elevator door slowly opened. Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and the others immediately stopped their conversation. It should be that person coming. Cao Rong suddenly had an idea. President Liao had set a time to meet them, and it was probably now. Brother Zhang, rest assured. Cao Rong took a step forward, nodding towards Zhang Bai. Soon a young man walked out of the elevator. Is this the person recommended by President Liao? Lu Ziguang carefully examined him. Lu Ziguang looked for a while, suddenly feeling that something was not quite right. Why hadn't Cao Rong spoken up until now? Wasn't he supposed to test the strength of that person? Zhang Bai beside him also looked puzzled. Both of them subconsciously looked at Cao Rong. They saw Cao Rong standing still, and if observed closely, one would notice that cold sweat was oozing from his forehead. Even his legs were trembling slightly. This. Cao Rong pressed the glasses with his right hand, feeling a mess in his mind. In his line of sight right now, all he saw were blood-red warning prompts from the glasses. Detected extremely dangerous individual. Combat power 2000. Combat power 3000. Combat power 5000. Combat power 9000. Bang! The black-framed glasses that Cao Rong was wearing exploded directly. It feels like the Saiyan's thingy, DD. Evolver Association, 23rd floor. The shattered lenses scattered on the ground. Zhang Bai and Lu Ziguang couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew Cao Rong's personality well, feared neither heaven nor earth. Since he agreed to check out Lin Yuan's background, he wouldn't back down halfway unless. Zhang Bai and Lu Ziguang exchanged a glance. As evolvers with developed brain domains, various speculations quickly formed in their minds. The combat power glasses were the latest research result from Black Crow Star. Although they weren't perfect and had the possibility of malfunction or explosion, Cao Rong wouldn't be so nervous just because of that. Most likely, before the combat power glasses exploded, Cao Rong had seen something through them. It's better not to offend this person. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bai had various thoughts in his mind. He took a step forward, putting on a friendly smile. Mr. Lin, the three of us have been waiting for you here. I apologize for being late. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He casually swept his gaze over the scattered lenses on the ground. Just a moment ago, he vaguely sensed a weak sensing presence. It most likely came from these eyeglass fragments. However, this sensing presence was shallow at best, only providing a slight perception of Lin Yuan's partial strength. As for his true trump cards, they were hidden within his body. Unless he went all out, it would be challenging to detect them. Please come this way. President Liao has specially prepared delicacies from other planets, which are slightly beneficial to evolvers like us. Zhang Bai spoke warmly. Lu Ziguang also smiled. I wonder what Cao Rong actually saw. Lu Ziguang's gaze occasionally shifted to Cao Rong, who seemed lost and disoriented. If Lin Yuan wasn't present, he probably would have asked by now. At the dining table, Lin Yuan took a sip of the exquisite wine. Good wine, Lin Yuan praised. His comment about good wine wasn't just about the taste of the wine. The wine entering his throat slowly improved his body. If an ordinary citizen drank this wine, it could probably extend their life by 3 to 5 years. Even though Lin Yuan's physical body was already powerful, he could feel his blood and energy slightly boiling. This fine wine is called Tianzhai wine. It's a treasure from Brother Zhang, and if it weren't for your arrival, Mr. Lin, we wouldn't have the privilege of enjoying it. Lu Ziguang couldn't help but say. Tianzhai wine, even for first and second rank evolvers, was considered a luxury item. A bottle of Tianzhai wine on the market was priced between 5 to 10 million, and the glass Lin Yuan was drinking was worth 500,000. Of course, the high price of Tianzhai wine was due to its exquisite taste and the slight enhancement it provided to the physical body. Zhang Bai had brought this bottle of Tianzhai wine out from home to savor slowly. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's extraordinary status and Cao Rong's actions just now possibly causing misunderstandings, Zhang Bai wouldn't have been willing to bring out the Tianzhai wine. In the following conversation, Lin Yuan gained a general understanding of Zhang Bai and the other two. Zhang Bai followed the evolution path of a psychic master. Controlling psychic power, he could kill from a distance. The psychic master evolution path was relatively widespread within human civilization. It essentially involved constantly developing one's psychic power to influence reality. When cultivated to the 4th or 5th rank, a slight thought could cause natural disasters like volcanic eruptions and plate tectonic movements. As for Lu Ziguang, he was a bloodline evolver. All his abilities came from his own bloodline. Lu Ziguang's bloodline quality had reached the 2nd rank. However, even for bloodline evolvers, the difficulty of cultivation is lower than that of evolvers following other paths. It's not an easy task to progress from the first rank to the second rank, especially considering Lu Zhaiguang's relatively low bloodline concentration. He had been stuck at the first rank, 12th stage, for over 10 years. Interacting with Zhongbai, Lu Zhaiguang, and others proved helpful for Lin Yuan. As they chatted face-to-face, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the others, occasionally providing feedback with his unrivaled insight, giving Lin Yuan some enlightenment. Especially with Zhongbai's psychic master evolution path, the so-called psychic power was essentially the power of the soul and mental abilities. Some of the insights gained from it could be applied to the martial path evolution. An hour later, after exchanging their respective citizen numbers in the virtual world, Lin Yuan proposed to take his leave. Back in room 23, Zhongbai and the others bid farewell to Lin Yuan. He's indeed not ordinary. Zhongbai frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. By not ordinary, he naturally referred to Lin Yuan. Initially, his cautious attitude was due to the uncertainty about Lin Yuan's strength and Cao Rong's behavior. However, after conversing with Lin Yuan, Zhongbai developed different thoughts. Setting aside other matters, Zhongbai keenly noticed that Lin Yuan had an exceptional understanding of the essence of evolution paths. When questioning about his psychic master evolution path, Lin Yuan effortlessly clarified questions that had troubled Zhongbai for a long time, questions that even higher-level evolvers struggled to answer. Lin Yuan, who hadn't fully delved into the psychic master evolution path, had a profound comprehension. Even his casual words were immensely beneficial to Zhongbai. "Cao Rong, what's wrong with you? What happened just now?" Lu Zhaiguang nodded in agreement and looked at Cao Rong beside him. At this moment, Cao Rong seemed unusually silent. Mr. Lin's combat power. Upon hearing this, Cao Rong's face revealed a terrified expression. It's indeed about combat power, Zhongbai and Lu Zhaiguang thought. They had speculated earlier that Cao Rong's behavior was influenced because he saw Lin Yuan's combat power through the combat power glasses. "How much combat power does Mr. Lin have?" Lu Zhaiguang immediately asked. "My combat power is only 1,000. Mr. Lin's combat power is at least 10,000. Cao Rong's voice trembled. "No, it's over 10,000. After reaching 10,000 combat power, the combat power glasses overloaded and exploded. Therefore, Cao Rong believed that Lin Yuan's combat power was definitely more than 10,000, over 10,000 combat power. Zhongbai and Lu Zhaiguang took a deep breath. This was the combat power possessed by true second-rank evolvers, a level that most second-rank evolvers couldn't reach. Liao President didn't say that the person invited this time was supposed to be similar in strength to us. Lu Zhaiguang muttered to himself. They had a combat power of 1,000, while Lin Yuan had over 10,000. This was considered similar. The combat power glasses shouldn't make mistakes, Cao Rong added from the side. If the combat power glasses had exploded before seeing Lin Yuan, it might have been a problem with the glasses themselves. As a new technological product, malfunctions were possible. However, since the glasses exploded after capturing Lin Yuan's approximate combat power information, it indicated that there was an issue with the glasses' configuration, but the captured information was accurate. "What are you thinking?" Seeing the two in silence, Zhongbai suddenly smiled. "The stronger Mr. Lin is, the better, isn't it?" Zhongbai asked. Facing the upcoming arena competition, the stronger Lin Yuan was, the closer he could get to the top rankings. Even if he didn't make it to the top 3,000 in the end, he could still receive personal compensation from President Liao. It is indeed a good thing. Lu Zhaiguang and Cao Rong exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly shining. They immediately realized that for them, Lin Yuan was like a lifeline. Holding on to him might boost their rankings in the arena competition by several tens. Evolver Association, 30th floor. After leaving the 23rd floor, Lin Yuan didn't return to the Water Moon residential area. Instead, he came to the 30th floor, intending to meet with President Liao. This visit served two purposes: getting familiar with his three teammates for the upcoming arena competition and something else. "How did it go? Did Zhongbai and the others give you a hard time?" President Liao asked with a hint of concern. He naturally knew the personalities of Zhongbai and Cao Rong. Understanding that Lin Yuan wanted to integrate into the group, he realized it wouldn't be so easy. "Not bad. That pot of Tianjai wine is quite good," Lin Yuan casually replied. He had a good impression of this kind of fine wine. If it weren't so expensive, he would have considered buying several cases. When did Zhongbai become so generous? President Liao's face showed surprise. He had long coveted that pot of Tianjai wine, but Zhongbai had never invited him to drink it. Yet now with Lin Yuan here for the first time, he brought it out. "President Liao, I came here this time with another matter I'd like to ask for your help with." Lin Yuan got straight to the point without beating around the bush. President Liao's expression became serious, but he felt relieved inwardly. For him, having a request from Lin Yuan was better than Lin Yuan having no desires or requests at all. "I want a virtual world cabin," Lin Yuan stated. A virtual world cabin scans the entire body, perfectly simulating the physical form, synchronizing it with the virtual world's body. Lin Yuan's strength had increased significantly after this recent journey, but his virtual world body remained at its state before the journey. While other evolvers might not find a need for a virtual world cabin, since their progress tends to be slow, Lin Yuan, with his unparalleled insight, experienced constant improvement in his abilities. Therefore, he needed the virtual world cabin to update his strength within the virtual world constantly. Virtual world cabin, no problem. I'll have someone deliver it to you shortly. Still at the Water Moon community, correct. President Liao agreed without hesitation. The virtual world cabin was not a restricted item, and any evolver had the right to apply for and use one from the association. With the goal achieved, Lin Yuan chatted a bit more with President Liao before returning to the Water Moon community. In the afternoon of the same day, Lin Yuan received the virtual world cabin. Following the instructions, he scanned his entire body and immediately connected to the virtual world. Inside his personal room, Lin Yuan unleashed a full-powered strike, a terrifying force spreading and piercing through a distant mountain. Now this is comfortable. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. On the Kanglin star, he couldn't even release a full-powered strike without risking the lives of countless citizens. However, in the virtual world, he could ignore all consequences. I'll check the number of practitioners in the Martial Dao evolution path now. Lin Yuan opened his personal interface and checked under the Martial Dao evolution path for more details. Evolution path, Martial Dao cultivating the innate part, 2,598 practitioners mastering the master part, 0 practitioners. Increased by over 1,000 people. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. A few days ago, the number of practitioners in the innate part was just over 1,200. However, he quickly speculated that it might be due to the publicity effect of the Kanglin evolution ranking. Now, let's check the private messages. If someone offers a reasonable price for guidance, I'll take on a few. Lin Yuan continued to browse through his private messages. Many people were interested in the Martial Dao evolution path, willing to pay a considerable sum for guidance from the founder himself. This would also help Lin Yuan understand the characteristics of this evolution path and determine if it truly suited him. Ah, how many bodies is this now? Which evolution path is truly suitable for me? In a spacious hall, the young man, Lulan He, complained as he crawled out of a nutrient tank. He stood at about 1.5 meters tall, with mysterious patterns covering his forehead. Young Master Lulan, among the various evolution paths of human civilization, none are smooth sailing. A respectful old man in a black robe standing beside him spoke. I know. Lulan He's voice sounded helpless. He glanced at his brand new body, pursed his lips and said, starting over again. Several years ago, Lulan He was attracted to the strange blood evolution path. He purchased a large amount of precious stardust beast blood to cultivate. The strange blood evolution path could accommodate the bloodlines of various giant beasts, and when mastered, it allowed one to easily transform into any starry sky exotic or ferocious beast they had encountered. This evolution path was exceptionally powerful, especially in the early stages. However, it came with risks. There was mutual rejection between the blood of different ferocious beasts. Any slight negligence could lead to the body exploding. Lulan He died in such a manner because of this evolution path. However, Lulan He constantly synchronized his consciousness in the cloud and had prepared in advance, replicating a body that had not undergone cultivation. After exploding and dying, his consciousness transferred into the body, perfectly avoiding true death. Although he survived, the cost was enormous. The various investments made in cultivating the strange blood evolution path were all in vain. However, Lulan He didn't care about this. His father held a high position and money was not an issue. Just pick an evolution path, this time within the range that does not rely on external objects and forces. A gentle female voice entered his ears. Lulan He knew this was his mother reminding him. All right, Lulan He sighed. He wasn't suitable for his parents' chosen evolution path, so he had to find one that suited him from the others. But after trying more than 10 times in a row, he died in the middle of cultivation each time. This time I'll just randomly pick one. Lulan He was a bit resigned, but still followed his mother's instructions and skipped those evolution paths that relied on external forces or objects. Lulan He casually browsed through them. The potential of this evolution path is unexpectedly at the 6th rank. Lulan He's gaze suddenly stopped as he looked at an evolution path named Martial Dao. The currently revealed parts are only the 1st and 2nd ranks, yet the theoretical potential reaches the 6th rank. Lulan He was amazed. It wasn't unusual for a 5-rank evolution path to have theoretical potential up to the 6th rank, as the difference wasn't significant. However, for a 4-rank evolution path to have theoretical potential up to the 6th rank was somewhat unbelievable. What surprised Lulan He even more was that the Martial Dao evolution path, which he was looking at, only had the 1st and 2nd ranks revealed. yet its theoretical potential reached the 6th rank. My father said that the goddess of wisdom doesn't lie. Let's take a look at this evolution path. Lulan he bought both the 1st and 2nd ranks of the Martial Dao evolution path and began reading them carefully. Lulan he looked serious. He couldn't understand. I'll ask the founder of this evolution path to give me some guidance. After thinking for a while, Lulan he, feeling that the Martial Dao evolution path might suit him, decided to pay a reward to the founder for guidance. Let's make it 100 million. Lulan he came up with a figure. If someone was guiding him, the price wouldn't be low. 100 million should be about right. The founder of this path is named Yuan. Lulan he checked the detailed information of the Martial Dao evolution path and directly sent his requirements and reward through private messages. Water Moon Community. Lin Yuan was browsing through private messages when a new message arrived. I'm Lulan he. I hope to receive guidance on the Martial Dao evolution path and am willing to pay 100 million civilization credits. How much? Lin Yuan read through it again. 100 million civilization credits. Lin Yuan blinked. He could also come up with 100 million civilization credits. For other entering rank evolvers, it might be a struggle, but they could still manage to scrape together that much money. However, this 100 million civilization credits were only for an hour of guidance. It seemed a bit extravagant. Agree. Lin Yuan immediately chose to agree. Why not take free money? Just as Lin Yuan agreed, another request came from the virtual world. Lulan he invites you to visit his personal space. Do you agree? Agree. Lin Yuan agreed once again. Out of caution, before heading there, he adjusted his appearance. In the next moment, the surrounding space changed, and Lin Yuan found himself in a vast golden hall. In the center of the hall, on a throne, sat a figure draped in a purple robe. This figure was only 1 meter and 5 centimeters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, Lulan he immediately descended from the throne. He then slightly bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "Greetings, Teacher Yuan." Derived from the teachings of his parents, Lulan he respected any teacher who pioneered an evolution path. Hello. Lin Yuan smiled and looked at the other person with curiosity. Very little of Lulan he's personal information was revealed. Besides his name, only his place of residence was known. Thunder Rain Star Field, or Thunderstorm. This is a highly distant star field from the Red Kun star field. Lin Yuan knows little about it. However, offering 100 million civilization coins for just an hour of guidance, Lulan he is undoubtedly wealthy. How does Master Yuan plan to guide? Lulan he asked. You've paid, so you call the shots, Lin Yuan said very politely. 100 million for an hour means nearly 30,000 civilization coins per second. Lin Yuan received tens of thousands of civilization coins with just the sentence he said a moment ago. Then let's have a battle. Father said that powerful evolution paths surely have excellent combat capabilities. Lulan he took a few steps back and his gaze gradually became sharp. Master Yuan, be careful. Although this body hasn't been specifically cultivated, it is naturally powerful and not inferior to most second-rank evolvers. Lulan he reminded. Come on, Lin Yuan said with a calm gaze. Lulan he didn't give him a dangerous feeling. Swoosh. Lulan he's figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared by Lin Yuan's side and threw a punch. So fast, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He could see that this was pure physical speed without using any other abilities. Facing the punch from Lulan he, Lin Yuan lifted his right hand to block it, and then activated the Tao of Taikai, borrowing all the force from the punch and directly slamming it onto Lulan he. Bang! Lulan he's figure flew backward and landed fiercely dozens of meters away. He immediately got up from the ground and stared at Lin Yuan with widened eyes. What kind of technique is this? Why does it feel so soft? Why do I feel like the punch I just threw ended up on my own body? Lulan he was somewhat annoyed. If he had been absolutely crushed by force, he could accept it. However, the feeling of just falling short made Lulan he feel like he could have one. Come again. Lulan he's figure disappeared once more. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The Tao of Taikai excels at borrowing force to strike back. Lulan he, who only knows how to use strength and speed without any skill, is easily countered by the Tao of Taikai. Although one force can overcome 10, Lulan he is far from reaching that level at this moment. Lulan he roared loudly and his speed soared again. The mysterious patterns on his forehead faintly lit up. Kimichia. This time Lulan he became smarter and didn't immediately attack Lin Yuan. Instead, he approached from behind Lin Yuan, completely in the blind spot of his vision before striking. Bang! As expected, without any surprises. Lulan he flew backward once again. I don't believe it. With a swift motion, Lulan he stood up. If this were in the real world, Lulan he's body would have been severely damaged by now. However, this is a virtual world, and with just a thought, his body is restored to its original state. Chirp. Lulan he rushed to Lin Yuan, threw a punch at his shoulder, but for some reason, Lulan he felt as if there was a vortex within Lin Yuan's body. All external forces were completely absorbed into the vortex and returned unchanged. Bang. Lulan he crashed 100 meters away. Don't rely only on strength, Lin Yuan reminded. In a normal fight, an opponent like Lulan he wouldn't even be able to enter Lin Yuan's range. However, since Lulan he spent a considerable amount of money to consult Lin Yuan, it was not possible to treat him like an ordinary opponent. Lin Yuan tried to guide him, allowing him to experience the vortex of the Tao of Tai Kai up close. To make Lulan he have a more profound understanding, Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed his strength to the first rank level. Boom, 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 time after time, each time Lulan he was sent flying, spitting blood. This made Lulan he feel exceptionally frustrated. Why does it always fall just short, just a little bit more? Finally, stop, no more, no more. Lulan he sat on the ground. Then he had the AI assistant analyze the footage of their recent battle. Are you saying Master Yuan used only first-rank strength throughout? Through the AI assistant's analysis, Lulan he was suddenly astonished. He was well aware that his body's prototype, derived from an extremely rare and special race deep in the universe, was exchanged by his father at a great cost. With this special race's replicated body, his potential was immense, and his talent was terrifying, reaching the level of a second-rank evolver without any formal cultivation. Yet Master Yuan used only first-rank strength to hang him up and beat him. Master Yuan, is this the path of martial arts evolution? Lulan he immediately ran to Lin Yuan. Yes, this is the Tao of Tai Kai. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The Tao of Tai Kai is not a path of strength that leans more toward the grand trend. Lin Yuan patiently explained. Understood. Lulan he seemed to understand vaguely. In that case, I will infuse a trace of Tai Kai power into your body. It can last for a month, and you can ponder this Tai Kai power in your daily life, which will be beneficial for practicing the Tao of Tai Kai. Lin Yuan smiled. This method is somewhat similar to sensing the sun and moon within the true martial sword. However, with Lin Yuan's current strength, it is challenging for Tai Kai power to exist outside the body for an extended period. Still, it is sufficient for Lulan he. Good, Lulan he nodded. At this moment, he developed a strong interest in the path of martial arts evolution. He, Lulan he, also wanted to be as cool as Lin Yuan, being able to send enemies flying with ease while standing still. So cool. Seeing that Lulan he agreed, Lin Yuan placed his right hand on Lulan he's shoulder. A strand of Tai Kai power, combination of yin and yang forces, slowly entered Lulan he's body. As Tai Kai power entered Lulan he's body, Lin Yuan's perception naturally extended into it. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. Lulan he's body, while similar to a normal human body, is fundamentally different. Lin Yuan sensed that countless blood vessels in the body intertwined, forming a special pattern. Deep within the organs, at the microscopic level of cell layers, countless runes were flowing. All of this formed a perfect balance, tightly bound within one body. Perfect, truly perfect. Lin Yuan couldn't help but become immersed. Your insight is extraordinary. Watching an unknown body, you gain some understanding. Countless spiritual lights flowed into Lin Yuan's mind as he began to comprehend Lulan he's unique physique. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once he thoroughly understood this body, he could enhance the essence of his own physical body. This had great significance for Lin Yuan. On a closer note, improving the physique in the main world would boost his basic strength and speed in the future. On a broader scale, every time Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into a body during his interdimensional travels, he could benefit from this. In the second interdimensional travel, if Lin Yuan could comprehend the essence of such a body, it would be impossible for him to be thrown into the wilderness and encounter a life-threatening situation shortly after birth. With this body as a prototype, Lin Yuan would only need a few hours to complete the transformation of a baby's body. At that time, he might not be as strong as an adult, but at least he wouldn't be much weaker. Master Yuan, are you okay? Seeing that Lin Yuan hadn't removed his right hand from Lulan he's shoulder for a long time, Lulan he became somewhat puzzled. I'm fine. Your physique is somewhat special. It needs some time. Lin Yuan casually found a reason and looked at Lulan he's body, his eyes filled with excitement. This made Lulan he a bit nervous, but considering Lin Yuan's strength in beating him just now, he stood obediently in place. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand. Done. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't completely understood Lulan he's physique, Lin Yuan had memorized all the structures of the body. The rest was to go back and continue comprehending. Lulan he also felt the trace of Tai Kai power in his body. The time is up. Have any questions in the future, I will still consult Master Yuan. Lulan he felt that he had gained a lot. Little did he know that Lin Yuan had seen through everything, including his underwear. Water Moon Community. Residence number 32. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan severed his connection to the virtual world. Lulan he's various mysteries within his body still lingered in Lin Yuan's mind. This is truly heaven-defying. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Using the gate to traverse two worlds, he spent 100 years in cultivation, reaching the second rank. In contrast, this body, born not long ago, could effortlessly grow to the second rank. It was simply abnormal. This body probably isn't a pure human body. Lin Yuan speculated. During his comprehension, he could vaguely sense the ancient and vast meaning contained within. Regardless, as long as I comprehend it, it's mine. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. In the following time, Lin Yuan allocated some of his energy for comprehending the third rank, specifically for understanding the mysteries of this body. He aimed to completely comprehend this body's essence before the third interdimensional travel. This way, even if his consciousness landed in a baby's body, he wouldn't be as defenseless as during the last interdimensional travel. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lulin he sought Lin Yuan's guidance twice, paying a total of 200 million. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to observe Lulin he's body carefully, getting closer to comprehending the essence of this body. One day, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, concluding today's closed-door cultivation, because the arena competition in Kanglin Star had begun. The arena matches are not only popular on Kanglin Star, but are also one of the most heated and widely observed events across the entire Universe-Human Alliance. Only evolvers under the age of 100 can participate in the arena matches, making them the future of the Universe-Human Alliance, and they naturally carry a certain celebrity effect. In the interstellar era, citizens are no longer interested in those with no combat power. Evolvers with great strength become the focus of attention. In the virtual world of Kanglin Star, there is a massive arena similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. It is surrounded by densely packed seats, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. At the top of the arena, on a high platform, President Liao, Lin Yuan, and others appeared. This is the arena in Dongning City. If Dongning City is drawn in the upcoming arena matches, it will be held here, President Liao says, addressing Lin Yuan, while Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and others, having participated in multiple arena matches, are already familiar with the setup. Understood. Lin Yuan nods as he gazes down at the arena. Don't be too nervous. Just play normally and don't put too much pressure on yourselves, President Liao consoles them. Putting too much pressure before the arena matches can be counterproductive. President Liao, I wonder who our opponents from Dongning City are this time. Could you arrange someone to predict it? Asks Lu Ziguang in a low voice, causing the interest of Cao Rong and Zhang Bai to peak. Knowing the opponent in advance would provide a significant advantage. Since most evolution paths have strengths and weaknesses, being able to prepare in advance gives a substantial tactical advantage. How can we predict with so many cities in the eastern continent? President Liao rolls his eyes. While predicting specific opponents is impossible, the general range can be determined. The initial opponents in the arena matches are selected based on past performances. In simple terms, the strength of Dongning City's opponent shouldn't be much higher. All right, go and prepare. There are still 2 hours left before the arena matches begin, and the opponents will be announced then, President Liao says. The start of the arena matches is a grand event throughout Kanglin Star. Even though the majority of citizens cannot enter the virtual world, they can watch the matches through broadcasts. Wow, Mom, Dad, come quickly and watch the arena matches. Linyi sits on the sofa, surrounded by 4 holographic screens displaying the arena scenes. Okay, we're coming. Lin Xiaocheng and his wife walk over with smiles on their faces. They are both evolvers and have the right to enter the virtual world. However, since Linyi isn't an evolver, they can't abandon her to enjoy the virtual world alone. Where's my brother? Linyi keeps looking around. Lin Yuan is also participating in the arena matches, representing Dongning City. Lin Xiaocheng and his wife are naturally aware of this. Will he appear only after it starts? Lin Qiang smiled. I hope my brother does well. Linyi clenched her fist. In this arena match, I must show my father that I'm not much weaker than Lin Yuan. In the virtual world in the arena area, Lin Yan's figure appeared, secretly making a decision. A year ago, at the Lin family banquet, his father, Lin Hao, intended to give Lin Yuan the opportunity to undergo cultivation. However, because he spoke a few more words, it created an awkward atmosphere. The presence of several dignitaries made Lin Hao embarrassed. Lin Hao, holding a grudge against Lin Yan, scolded and even personally beat him that night after returning from the family banquet. With this experience, Lin Yan finally entered the ranks of evolvers several months later. Today, although he has not advanced to the next stage, he is qualified to participate in the arena matches. The target audience of the arena matches is all evolvers. City representatives face each other, and so do independent evolvers. Although Lin Hao knows that his strength is still far from that of Lin Yuan, the reason President Liao personally attended the family banquet has been investigated by his father. Now Lin Yan at least has the possibility of looking up to Lin Yuan. Since he can look up, he can surpass in the future. The arena match has started. Hurry, go watch. I don't know what achievements Dongning City can make in this arena match. Ha, just don't finish at the bottom like the last time. The citizens of Dongning City opened the real-time broadcast and watched attentively. In the virtual world of Kanglin Star, in the arena area, it's over. The opponent for Dongning City this time is actually Zhaijing City. Cao Rong, who learned about the opponent as the arena match officially began, felt a sudden panic. Beside him, Lu Ziguang was also the same. Zhaijing City was the opponent they least wanted to face among the predicted opponents. In the last arena match, Dongning City was ranked 9,985, while Zhaijing City was 7,652, a difference of more than 2,000 places. It is said that the strongest evolver in Zhaijing City followed the giant evolution path. Once fully unleashed, his body could expand to a height of 5 meters. Although his strength was also at the first rank and 12th stage, his true combat power was close to the second rank. Dealing with such an evolver was not easy, especially since the giant evolution path's evolvers typically had a weakness in speed. However, running away on the arena was challenging. Giant Lu Ziguang sighed. This evolution path required innate divine power and a physique stronger than ordinary evolvers to practice. It is indeed troublesome. Zhang Bai, who had been silent, furrowed his brows. He seemed to think of something, and his brows slightly relaxed. But don't panic, we still have Mr. Lin. Intercity arena competition is divided into individual and team matches. The individual matches are easy to understand. As for the team matches, it's a 4v4 battle between 4 evolvers and 4 evolvers. Therefore, team matches test the coordination among members. At the arena in Dongning City, the host Sun Bin appears. As a well-known local host, Sun Bin can be considered a regular at various arena competitions. His ability to do so comes from Sun Bin's own skills. Having a deep understanding of many evolutionary paths, he can often comment on the situation and provide his judgment in the first instance. Coupled with a humorous and not stiff language, his position as the arena host is naturally unshakable. Standing next to Sun Bin is a young woman, also a host of the arena competition. Throughout the history of the arena competitions in Dongning City, hosts have always been a pair, one male and one female. This female host is evidently commenting on the arena competition for the first time, with a slightly nervous expression. Today is the day the arena competition begins. In Dongning City, we will face opponents from other cities. I believe that our representatives, the evolvers of Dongning City, will surely surpass previous records in this arena competition. Sun Bin's tone is enthusiastic regardless of whether they can surpass the past. The momentum must not be lacking. All right, let me introduce them. Our representatives from Dongning City, first is Zhang Bai, a familiar face to everyone with the strength of rank 1 stage 12. I believe Zhang Bai is very close to rank 2 by now. The second is Cao Rong, the third is Lu Ziguang, the fourth. Sun Bin paused intentionally at this point, then continued. The fourth representative is participating in the arena competition for the first time. However, since they can stand here, they surely have extraordinary qualities. Next, host Sun Bin introduced the 4 representatives of the opponent, Zhaijing City. Finally, the host began to summarize. The opponents are strong. Everyone is familiar with the past records of Zhaijing City. However, I believe in the 4 players from Dongning City. Sun Bin said loudly, now let the arena competition begin. Go, big brother. Lin Yi clenched her small fist to cheer for Lin Yuan. I see that everyone's emotions are not that great. They say Dongning City is destined to lose, Zhaijing City is too strong, and there's even a newcomer added. Isn't this mocking our little Yuan at home? Mother Lin Qiang looked at the continuously floating bullet comments and couldn't help but say, Zhaijing City's strength is indeed very strong, especially that giant captain. Father Lin Xiaocheng belongs to the old audience, objectively commenting, looking at the records of previous competitions. The hope of Dongning City winning is very small, almost negligible. After Lin Xiaocheng finished speaking, seeing Lin Qiang frowning, he hurriedly explained, but this has nothing to do with Little Yuan. Even if Little Yuan doesn't play, with the configuration of Dongning City in previous arena competitions, they can't win. These people nowadays just like to shift blame. Our Little Yuan hasn't done anything, but he's been given a hat. Can't you say something good about Little Yuan? Lin Qiang glared at Lin Xiaocheng. I have confidence in Little Yuan. Lin Xiaocheng immediately smiled and said, yes, I also have confidence in our Little Yuan. With Little Yuan, Dongning City will surely win. Lin Xiaocheng looked flattering. In the central arena, Lin Yuan, Zhang Bai, and the other 4 appeared on one side. Mr. Lin, how do we play now? Zhang Bai immediately asked in a low voice. He knew very well that, normally speaking, they had no chance of winning against the 4 from Zhaijing City. Lin Yuan is their only opportunity. Therefore, Zhang Bai and the other 3 decided without hesitation to focus on Lin Yuan. Lu Ziguang and Cao Rong also closely watched Lin Yuan. How do we play? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. You guys go first. Directly crush them head on. Lin Yuan spoke. Really? Zhang Bai responded without hesitation. Immediately he realized. Are we going first? Zhang Bai glanced at the 4 evolvers from Zhaijing City on the opposite side, especially the robust figure standing in the center, towering at a height of 2 meters. He couldn't help but swallow saliva. If Lin Yuan doesn't join and they go first, let alone crushing them head on, they might be the ones getting crushed. Lu Ziguang and Cao Rong also wore puzzled expressions. evolvers on the giant, evolutionary path excel at head-on collisions. Should they go directly at them? Isn't that a case of attacking the strong head-on? Do as I say. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. All right. Zongbai gritted his teeth. After all, this is a virtual world. Even if they die here, their real bodies won't be affected. At worst, they'll lose this arena match. After learning that their opponents were from Zijing City, Zongbai didn't have much hope to begin with. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zongbai, Lu Ziguang, and Cao Rong charged directly at the four evolvers from Zijing City. At the same time, within Lin Yuan's body, the forces of yin and yang formed Tai Kai, and the rotating yin and yang fish transformed into invisible forces, enveloping in all directions. The Tai Kai field. This was an ability Lin Yuan developed when incorporating the original force into the Tao of Tai Kai. Within the Tai Kai field, he could easily suppress opponents. Lin Yuan could also use the power of the field to observe everything about his opponents up close. On the other side, the four evolvers from Zijing City were also observing Lin Yuan and his team. When they saw Zongbai and the others charging towards them, an expression of astonishment appeared on their faces. Seeking death, the leader among them with a robust figure sneered. If Zongbai and the others relied on speed, he would be somewhat troubled, but charging directly, crush them together with me. The robust figure's body suddenly surged, growing until it reached 5 meters in height. He took large steps towards Zongbai and the others. Behind him, the other 3 evolvers from Zijing City also wore smiles on their faces. In their eyes, this should be the evolvers from Dongning City giving up, a suicidal charge. Let's see what method the players from Dongning City will use to deal with the 4 evolvers from Zijing City. My goodness, Zongbai, Cao Rong, and the others are actually taking the lead, charging directly at the opponents. What are they doing? Even the host Sun Bin, upon witnessing this scene, was astonished. He had commented on countless arena matches, and he had never seen this style of play. Facing an evolver on the giant path who excelled at frontal collisions, there was indeed a strategy of head-on crushing, but that was a choice made by evolvers who were also skilled in frontal collisions. Currently, neither Zongbai nor Lu Ziguang nor Cao Rong were evolvers specialized in head-on collisions. As for the newcomer, Lin Yuan, he was hiding in the back without making a move. It seems that our players from Dongning City think they can't win and intend to end this match in the most spectacular way. Host Sun Bin nodded slightly, thinking it was not bad. At least the momentum was there, better than running away frantically and ending up spectacularly crushed by the giant. No, this is not right. Host Sun Bin looked at the arena and thought it was going to be a one-sided situation, but when the 2 sides made contact, he widened his eyes suddenly. Originally, Zongbai and the others, who should have been torn apart by the giant from Zijing City, strangely suffered no injuries. Instead, the 4 evolvers from Zijing City suddenly seemed a bit awkward. They were unexpectedly being pressed and attacked by the former. How could this be? On the arena, Zongbai, Cao Rong, and the others were utterly confused. In close combat, they sensed that the 4 opponents from Zijing City had drastically decreased in speed and strength, especially the opponent on the giant path. Despite a full force strike, Zongbai easily evaded it. What's going on? Zongbai could see that the opponents were equally shocked, even a bit frustrated. Clearly, they didn't understand why this was happening. It's Mr. Lin. In the blink of an eye, the idea flashed in Zongbai's mind. As an evolver, his brain might not be exceptionally intelligent, but it certainly wasn't foolish. Combining Lin Yuan's instruction for them to go directly and the current performance of the 4 opponents, Zongbai first ruled out the possibility of their strength increasing. That left only Lin Yuan as the reason. Is Mr. Lin suppressing them? Is this the power of his domain? Zongbai speculated in his mind. The power of the domain involves some form of control over space within a certain range. Only a few special evolutionary paths touch upon this ability, typically emerging in the 2nd or 3rd stages. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the giant evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the fire evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the psychic master evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the bloodline evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Through the Tai Kai field, it was equivalent to close contact with the 4 evolvers from Zijing City. This helped Lin Yuan understand the strengths and weaknesses of their evolutionary paths in much greater detail than merely watching videos. For example, Lin Yuan deliberately increased the power of the field, pressing against the chest of the giant evolver, triggering various reactions from him and the others. Under the extraordinary insight, these reactions provided Lin Yuan with abundant inspiration. Additionally, Zongbai and the others constantly attacking caused various reactions from the 4 opponents, all of which fell into Lin Yuan's perception. In no time, the level of perfection in Lin Yuan's martial way evolutionary path was rapidly increasing. This is a domain power. Only rank 4 and rank 5 evolvers can master domain power. Host Sun Bin seemed to realize something, his expression excitedly declaring. Domain power, theoretically, can only be mastered by rank 4 or rank 5 evolvers. However, there are no absolutes, as certain special evolutionary paths and the evolver's fortuitous encounters can allow them to grasp domain power in advance. Of course, these prematurely acquired domain powers are at an initial stage and cannot be compared to the true domain powers of rank 4 or rank 5 evolvers. Even so, within rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 evolvers, possessing domain power in advance is akin to cheating. Through the domain, one can perceive everything in advance and then implement suppression, essentially sweeping through evolvers of the same level. I didn't expect that in this edition of the Dongning City Arena, there would be an evolver who has mastered the domain. Host Sun Bin was full of emotion. His gaze fell on Lin Yuan, who stood in the back and seemingly had never joined the battlefield. At this moment, he could also see that this newcomer, Lin Yuan, was the evolver who had mastered the domain. The use of the domain consumes a significant amount of energy, and Zhang Bai and the others are currently fighting with all their might, making it impossible for them to use the domain. Only Lin Yuan, who has been in the background from the beginning, has the ability to unleash the domain. At the same time, the citizens watching the arena were equally stunned, then erupted in excitement. So powerful, with his own strength, he is simultaneously suppressing the 4 evolvers from Zhaijing City, forcing them to only display 10 to 20% of their true strength. This is amazing. An evolver exclaimed softly, "Who is this newcomer? Which Big Shot's offspring from Dongning City is he?" Yeah, brother is amazing." Although Lin Yi couldn't understand, upon hearing the host's praise for Lin Yuan, she immediately cheered. "Domain, could our son really have the ability to defeat Zhaijing City?" Lin Xiaocheng murmured to himself. He had only flattered his wife just now and hadn't expected it to become a reality. On the arena, the battle continued. The 4 evolvers from Zhaijing City were suffering under suppression. They also realized that all of this was because of Lin Yuan. However, they had no way to deal with it. Under the ubiquitous Tai Kai field suppression, every step they took became extremely difficult. One evolver, skilled in speed, wanted to get close to Lin Yuan. However, the closer he got, the greater the pressure he faced, almost kneeling on the ground in the end. "What's going on?" The captain of the giant team panted heavily. He vaguely sensed that the pervasive domain power could instantly surpass his endurance limits if Lin Yuan wished. But why hadn't they been completely defeated yet and were instead being dragged on? Is he playing with us? The giant captain felt extremely frustrated, yet he didn't know what to do. Surrender voluntarily. He couldn't bring himself to do that. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. The arena's size was gradually shrinking. The rule of the arena match was to reduce the arena size after half an hour to prevent evolvers proficient in speed from intentionally delaying and avoiding direct combat. Almost there. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, slightly intensifying the Tai Kai field. Immediately, the 4 evolvers from Zhaijing City, facing the attacks from Zhang Bai and the others, began to die one after another. With Lin Yuan's strength, the Tai Kai field could crush opponents with just a single thought. However, doing so would leave no time to comprehend the evolutionary paths practiced by the opponents. That's why it had been dragged until now. This arena match is really worth participating in. Lin Yuan sighed lightly. Carefully observing everything on the 4 evolvers during this match was very helpful for Lin Yuan's martial way evolutionary path. The martial way evolutionary path was a completely new path created by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood at the peak, at the limit, and what lay ahead was a blank space. Lin Yuan needed to gradually explore and create in this space. During this period, he had to absorb various strengths and weaknesses from other evolutionary paths, integrating them and bringing forth new ideas. This couldn't be achieved by merely closing oneself off. Of course, with his unrivaled insight, even if he closed himself off, he believed he could gradually perfect his martial way evolutionary path. However, the time required would certainly be much longer than it is now, and the subsequent development of the martial way might not be as comprehensive without incorporating the strengths of numerous other evolutionary paths. We won. Even though they had expected it, Zhang Bai and the others felt like they were dreaming at this moment. They had actually defeated opponents they could never have defeated before. After a moment of relaxation, Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and the others respectfully approached Lin Yuan. "In this tournament, no matter how far we advance and whatever rewards we obtain, I'll give them all to Mr. Lin." Zhang Bai thought for a moment before speaking. Being content is essential, especially considering the strength Lin Yuan had just displayed. This time they had a good chance of reaching the top 5,000 or even the top 3,000, 2,000, and Zhang Bai felt he wasn't deserving of the official rewards. "I agree." Cao Rong and Lu Ziguang exchanged glances and said the same. In the following 2 months, the arena tournament continued. Besides the team competition, Lin Yuan also participated in the individual matches. As for the results, he would narrowly win in each match. Lin Yuan could undoubtedly finish off opponents quickly, but that would defeat the purpose of participating in the arena tournament. The goal was to extend the duration of each battle, carefully comprehend each evolver's path, and then perfect his own martial way by taking the essence and discarding the dross. Most evolvers participating in the arena tournament were quite powerful, especially as they progressed further. Every evolver could be considered a genius. The top 500 evolvers were mostly at the peak of rank 2, and occasionally there would be a few rank 3 evolvers. Soon, the Dongning City team's ranking in the team competition entered the top 100 on the vast Wave Star. In a match against opponents from the Central Continent, they lost. The opponents were from one of the most prosperous cities in the Central Continent, Blue Moon City. Among their 4 players, 3 were at the peak of rank 2, and 1 was at rank 3. Moreover, they practiced extremely powerful evolutionary paths. Especially the rank 3 evolver who cultivated the Dream Realm evolutionary path. So at the beginning of the match, Zhang Bai and the others hadn't reacted before being eliminated by the gaze of the Dream Realm evolver, falling into a deep-level dream and disqualified. Only Lin Yuan remained. Nevertheless, even in this situation, Lin Yuan withstood the frenzied attacks from the 4 evolvers for a full half hour, relying on the Tao of Tai Kai. In the end, when the arena size shrank, Lin Yuan still held on. If it weren't for the rules of the team competition stating that if a clear winner wasn't determined, the number of remaining evolvers on the field would be used as a basis for judgment, Lin Yuan could have persisted. On the Blue Moon City side, there were 4 remaining evolvers. On the Dongning City side, only Lin Yuan was left. Therefore, Blue Moon City won. I didn't expect Dongning City to actually enter the top 100 globally. President Liao seemed to be in a dream. This was a ranking he hadn't dared to think about before. Not only him, even if all the past presidents of the Evolver Association were gathered together, they couldn't have dreamed of entering such a rank. All of this is because of Mr. Lin, relying solely on Lin Yuan. Zhang Bai and the others also spoke up. It's Mr. Lin. President Liao nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't a fool. He personally watched the match and naturally noticed that Lin Yuan was the one driving the storm. Zhang Bai and the others were mere accessories. How is Mr. Lin now? President Liao asked with concern. Since losing to the 4 evolvers from Blue Moon City, Lin Yuan had left the virtual universe. Mr. Lin said he wants to seclude himself for a while. Zhang Bai replied truthfully. Lin Yuan had indeed said something along those lines before leaving. I see Mr. Lin must be exhausted. President Liao nodded. After all, the opponents from Blue Moon City were too powerful, especially the rare evolver who followed the Dream Realm evolutionary path, reaching the rank 3 level. In the real world, a full-force attack from such an evolver could put a small city, with nearly 1 million residents, into a simultaneous sleep. Dealing with such a terrifying opponent did require a lot of mental and physical effort. Water Moon Residential Area. Residence number 32, Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After dozens of arena matches and encountering hundreds and thousands of different evolvers, the strengths and weaknesses of countless evolutionary paths surged in his mind. Simultaneously, with his unrivaled insight, he comprehended and integrated them. At some point, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The interweaving yin-yang Tai Kai pattern flashed deep in his pupils. Rank 3. Lin Yuan let out a breath. The aura within his body began to change rapidly. Finally, the martial way evolutionary path reached rank 3. Is this the 3rd rank? Feeling the rapid transformation of his body, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After the 2nd transmigration, Lin Yuan had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. Later, he comprehended the original force evolution path and almost stepped into the 3rd rank. Even so, Lin Yuan was still not in the 3rd rank. For other evolvers at the peak of the 2nd rank, there were clear indications on how to advance to the 3rd rank. Their own evolution paths provided detailed guidance, how to reach the conditions, and what to do after reaching the conditions. However, as the pioneer of the evolution path, everything was unknown to Lin Yuan. Even with his unparalleled insight, if he hadn't engaged in battles with numerous evolvers in recent months, gaining close-range insights into various evolution paths, Lin Yuan's advancement to the 3rd rank would have been significantly delayed. 3rd rank evolvers are also called city-destroying level. With a full force strike, they can pierce through almost half of a city. The 3rd rank of my martial evolution path, with the Tai Kai field covering several miles, a mere thought can annihilate everything within its range. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yuan's Tai Kai field faintly expanded, enveloping the entire Water Moon district. It could be said that at this moment, the lives of all the people in the Water Moon district were in Lin Yuan's hands with just a single thought. In the entire Kanglin Star, there are definitely fewer than 20 evolvers below 100 years old who have reached the 3rd rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a medium life planet, Kanglin's star had a permanent population of over 50 billion citizens. With such a vast population base, there would inevitably be some incredible geniuses. For example, in this tournament, Lin Yuan attached great importance to a third-rank opponent who was struck by lightning at birth. Thousands of people around him died from the lightning, but he survived. Moreover, his physique was baptized by thunder, naturally possessing thunder attributes and could even transform into thunder. Hence, other participating evolvers referred to him as the Thunder God. The power of thunder, extremely pure and intense. Although Lin Yuan hadn't fought against the Thunder God, he felt that his Tai Kai field might not be able to restrain the opponent. Evolvers like the Thunder God belonged to the unique type-powerful individuals that couldn't be popularized, only suitable for that one person, Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan contemplated for a while and connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. The solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Now that I have stepped into the third rank of my martial path, can I display my full strength in the upcoming arena matches? Lin Yuan inquired. Previously, the Goddess of Wisdom had warned him not to expose his identity as the founder of the martial evolution path, as it might attract the attention of extraterrestrial races, potentially putting him on their assassination list. Please rest assured, exceptional evolvers don't attract the attention of extraterrestrial races until they break into the star region rankings. The Goddess of Wisdom explained in a soft tone. The territory of the human alliance was vast, with an enormous population. Just on Kanglin's star alone, there were 5 billion citizens. Kanglin's star, as a medium-life planet, was just one of many star regions subordinate to the human alliance's civilization territory. Extraterrestrial races didn't have the energy or strength to focus on the top 100 or even the top 10 human evolvers on a specific planet. Compared to the evolution paths that could be permanently inherited, individual humans were indeed somewhat insignificant. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then asked the Goddess of Wisdom if others could perceive that he was practicing the martial evolution path. The explanation from the Goddess of Wisdom was that it was very difficult to perceive, to be precise, almost impossible. Currently, there isn't a single person who has cultivated the martial evolution path to the Grandmaster realm, not to mention mastering the Tai Kai way of Yin and Yang realm. Without reaching this realm, it's impossible to comprehend the true mysteries of the Tai Kai way. How could others discern that Lin Yuan is using the Tai Kai way? The Human Alliance has announced countless evolution paths, similar to the martial evolution path and the Tai Kai way. Unless Lin Yuan voluntarily reveals it, how could others guess? In the arena matches, Lin Yuan knows a lot about his opponent's evolution paths because these individuals disclosed that information themselves. As long as Lin Yuan doesn't openly announce that he practices the martial evolution path, others cannot accurately guess the specific evolution path. At most, they can determine a general range. One must understand that evolution paths are extremely personal matters. Knowing someone's evolution path allows targeting the weaknesses of that specific path, making it possible to counter the evolver personally. Therefore, except for extremely confident evolvers, normal ones won't publicize the evolution path they follow. Incidentally, I'll raise my citizen level. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan directly consumed merit points to elevate his citizen level. Half a year ago, after completing the second transmigration and uploading the follow-up of the martial evolution path, Lin Yuan received enough merit points to advance to the 4th level. However, he delayed it until now just to maximize the loan limit from the Central Bank of Human Civilization. Ding. With the consumption of merit points, Lin Yuan's citizen level officially rose to level 4. A 4th-level citizen was already considered the pinnacle of Kanglin's star, only comparable to the ruling officials. The privileges of a 4th-level citizen were more profound than those of a 3rd-level citizen. One newly added privilege allowed Lin Yuan to mobilize Kanglin's star's fleet to protect himself if he felt his life was threatened. In addition, Lin Yuan's loan limit at the central bank increased to 1 billion, and he received a transfer of 20 million from the central bank. Raising to a 5th-level citizen requires 50,000 merit points. Lin Yuan frowned. No wonder there were no 5th-level citizens on the entire Kanglin star. The merit points required to advance to a 5th-level citizen surpassed the sum of the previous 4 levels. Take it slow. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. The martial evolution path was only at the 3rd rank now, and it had already brought him so many merit points. When he eventually opened this evolution path to the 5th or 6th rank in the future, wouldn't the merit points be even more abundant? Just achieving a theoretical potential of the 6th rank had already given Lin Yuan 20,000 merit points. If the martial evolution path truly became a 6th rank evolution path, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly receive far more than 20,000 merit points. Liao President has contacted 3 times. Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor records, closed off for 3 days. Lin Yuan stood up and sent a message to President Liao, I'm fine. During the breakthrough to the third rank, Lin Yuan's physical body and soul were undergoing transformation, so the process took a bit longer. Lin Yuan had just sent out the message when President Liao responded almost instantly. If there's anything you must tell me, that person, Lu Meng, has attack methods that can penetrate dream realm souls. Even in a virtual world, complete isolation is impossible. President Liao expressed concern in his tone. In Lin Yuan's final match before entering seclusion, he faced Lu Meng, a third-rank evolver with a dream evolution path. President Liao was worried if Lin Yuan might have been affected. Over the past few months of the arena matches, President Liao had come to fully realize Lin Yuan's unparalleled evolutionary talent. With the strength of second rank and 12th stage, Lin Yuan had resiliently withstood the attacks of a third-rank evolver for half an hour. If not for the time limit, Lin Yuan might have been able to continue holding his ground. This potential, placed even within the entire Eastern continent, was top-notch. It was a level of talent that couldn't be produced even over dozens of arena matches. I really am fine, Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and continued with another message. I have reached the third rank. Entering the third rank wouldn't remain a secret for long. In the upcoming individual arena matches, facing opponents of the third rank, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly showcase his corresponding strength. At the Evolutionary Association of Dongning City, President Liao sat in his seat, staring blankly at the virtual screen in front of him, especially those 6 words, I have reached the third rank. These words turned President Liao's mind into a mess. Reached the third rank. Lin Yuan had entered the third rank. In Dongning City, he had produced a third-rank evolver. Dongning City had hosted over 1,000 arena matches. In its prime, there were only 2 or 3 second-rank evolvers. As for third-rank evolvers, President Liao didn't even dare to think about such a thing. One of the conditions for the arena matches was being under 100 years old. Although Dongning City had once witnessed the birth of a third-rank evolver, adding the constraint of being under 100 years old made it almost unheard of. Even for the entire Eastern continent or the entire Kanglan Star, the number of evolvers meeting this condition was extremely limited. Now in the arena matches, an evolver explicitly revealing third-rank strength is just a little over 10. Dongning City has produced a dragon. President Liao's eyes turned red as he muttered to himself. Soon, the team competition in the arena on Kanglan Star came to an end. Due to Lin Yuan's power, Dongning City unexpectedly secured the 100th position. It's worth mentioning that this ranking encompasses the entire Kanglan Star. Kanglan Star is divided into 5 continents, East, West, North, South, and the powerful Central Continent. Over 20,000 cities participated. Achieving a top 100 position among so many cities undoubtedly attracted envy. Everyone could see that Dongning City achieved its current ranking primarily because of Lin Yuan. This evolutionist, who to some extent rivaled a third rank, was the core of Dongning City's participating team. As for the other 3 members, saying they were accessories was actually praising them. If our city had an evolver like Lin Yuan, we could probably break into the top 50. True, an evolver who masters the power of domains is well suited to control the entire field. Such abilities are incredibly rare. I wonder what luck Dongning City had. In the previous few arena competitions, I hadn't even heard the name of this city. Now it suddenly emerges. By the way, do any of you know this Lin Yuan person? Countless spectators were rapidly discussing. In the team competition, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the most eye-catching figure. His presence even overshadowed the more than 10 third-rank evolvers. After all, resisting a third-rank evolver for over half an hour with only second-rank strength was a scene rarely seen in previous arena competitions. Next is the individual competition. I wonder how well Lin Yuan can rank in the upcoming matches. I believe he can make it to at least the top 50. I think top 20 just below those 10+ third-rank evolvers. The excitement of the arena competition further escalated. Compared to the team competition, the individual competition generated even more enthusiasm. Dongning City Arena. The individual competition was delayed by more than half a month after the team competition ended. Until then, the competition had reached the top 500. Lin Yuan stood on one side of the arena, quietly awaiting his opponent for this match. The seats around him were filled with spectators. After hundreds of matches, Lin Yuan had accumulated a large number of fans, especially in the final battle of the team competition, single-handedly resisting a third-rank evolver and 2 second-rank pinnacle evolvers for over half an hour. He gained numerous supporters. Now every match Lin Yuan participated in attracted a large audience, including millions of ordinary citizens who watched through the live broadcast. I never thought this arena competition could come this far, remarked the host Sun Bin with deep emotion. As the host of Dongning City, Sun Bin could only commentate on Dongning City's matches. If all Dongning City participants were eliminated, he naturally wouldn't have anything to do. Sun Bin had only commentated on one match the most in previous arena competitions, which was decades ago, and it was incomparable to the current situation. It should be noted that the arena competition had now reached the top 500, which was close to the final stage. Sun Bin felt like he was dreaming. No, even if he were dreaming, he wouldn't dare to dream this kind of dream. All right, now our contestant Lin Yuan has arrived, the one who has created miracles all the way. Sun Bin generously praised Lin Yuan, then began introducing Lin Yuan's opponent. In this match, the opponent is from Heiyuan City, Sima Yun, also a second-ranked pinnacle evolver pursuing the water element evolutionary path. Sun Bin looked around at the filled seats, his voice enthusiastic. In terms of historical records, Lin Yuan undoubtedly has a higher chance of winning, but Sima Yun cannot be underestimated. On the arena, Lin Yuan looked at the opponent who appeared in the distance. Sima Yun was a woman with blue-colored pupils, and looking at her was like looking into an ocean. Water element evolutionary path. Interest appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The water element evolutionary path was one of the elemental evolutionary paths. Elemental evolutionary paths included 5 major mainstream paths: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition, there were special paths like shadow and ice. In the previous matches, Lin Yuan encountered some evolvers with different elemental evolutionary paths, but the water element evolutionary path is relatively rare. Soon, the match began. Lin Yuan was about to unleash the Tai Kai domain, intending to carefully study Sima Yun. At this moment, Sima Yun, standing opposite Lin Yuan, raised her hand without hesitation. I concede. Sima Yun deeply looked at Lin Yuan. If it were any other opponent, she, Sima Yun, would try to resist to some extent. She wouldn't directly admit defeat. But Lin Yuan. Sima Yun had been paying attention to Lin Yuan for a long time, understanding his fighting style. Opponents who fought against Lin Yuan often managed to hold on until the last moment, enduring various manipulations and probes from Lin Yuan. This was true when fighting against first-rank opponents and second-rank opponents alike. After a long time, Sima Yun began to sense that something was off. Therefore, she chose to concede directly. After all, Sima Yun believed that it was absolutely impossible for her to resist a third-rank evolver for over half an hour. If Lin Yuan could achieve that, it proved that his strength surpassed hers. Rather than being continuously toyed with after the match, it was better to concede gracefully. Concede. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He sighed. Lately in the individual matches, there were more and more evolvers without the will to progress. Before leaving, Sima Yun curiously asked Lin Yuan, "Are you also like them, aiming for those 10 spots?" 10 spots. Lin Yuan didn't answer. When he returned to the resting room, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. Sima Yun, as an evolver who could make it into the top 500, definitely wouldn't say something without a basis. 10 spots. Is it the top 10 or something else? Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and simultaneously connected to the goddess of wisdom. I want to know about the matter of the 10 spots in the arena competition. Lin Yuan inquired directly. Rather than laboriously investigating the issue of the 10 spots, it was better to ask the goddess of wisdom. The goddess knew everything that humanity should and shouldn't know. Beep. If the authority is sufficient for the so-called 10 spots, it refers to the 10 spots in the Kanglin Star Arena competition that have been selected for Red Kun Star Lord's viewing. Evolvers who rank in the top 10 of the individual arena competition have the chance to attract the attention of Red Kun Star Lord. The solemn and cold voice of the goddess of wisdom slowly echoed. Red Kun Star Lord. Lin Yuan looked somewhat surprised. This was an eminent figure who ruled over a star domain, an absolute authority. The Red Kun Star domain, including the 8 major star systems, all fell within the influence of this Red Kun Star Lord. Kanglin Star, central continent, within a private space. A man with thunderous shadows in his pupils sat on a sofa. Just by sitting there, faint lightning seemed to flow in the surrounding void. This is the list of notable participants and detailed information for the upcoming arena competition. Thunder God, take a look to avoid problems during the encounters. Beside the man with thunderous shadows in his pupils, a middle-aged man stood. He lightly tapped the virtual screen in front of him and stepped back to the front of the sofa. Most of the participants on this list had reached the 3rd rank in strength, and a few were exceptional 2nd-rank evolvers. Lin Yuan's name was also among them. I don't need these. Thunder God's expression remained calm. He was struck by lightning in his childhood, and everyone around him died. He was the only one who survived, and his body was later modified into a body of thunder. Casually choosing a thunder-related evolutionary path, he made rapid progress. In just a few decades, he advanced to the 3rd rank. His combat power surged as he swept through enemies with summoned thunder, mastery over thunder, and transforming into thunder. Facing other evolvers, he possessed overwhelming advantages. Analyzing opponents is the behavior of the weak. I don't need it. Thunder God rose slowly, walked to the window, and his eyes lit up slightly. I've never regarded these opponents on the arena as worthy adversaries because they are all ordinary people, while I am Thunder. Thunder God stood by the window, speaking with great confidence and assurance, his words carrying immense conviction. Rest area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, a virtual screen appeared, flashing profiles of various evolvers. These evolvers had all made it into the top 50 of the arena tournament, and even though they weren't third rank, the difference wasn't too significant. Each had their own trump cards. Lin Yuan carefully observed and even pulled up combat videos from their previous matches. With his unparalleled insight, watching these videos could provide a certain level of enlightenment. Of course, compared to real-time combat, these videos were merely appetizers. Fang Qing, Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. Looking at the information in front of him, it belonged to a young man. He appeared gentle and harmless, but was a strong contender for the championship in this tournament. So far, no one knew the evolutionary path Fang Qing was pursuing. However, every time Fang Qing made a move, the battle ended within 1 or 2 moves, even against third-rank evolvers. This was quite the opposite of Lin Yuan's approach. In the eyes of most spectators, Lin Yuan enjoyed playing around with his opponents. Even when facing first-rank evolvers, he would drag the match into overtime. This had caused a considerable number of evolvers to fear Lin Yuan inherently. Apart from Fang Qing, there were a few other evolvers that Lin Yuan needed to pay attention to. For instance, there was the Thunder God who could summon and control thunder. Lin Yuan wasn't too worried, but the ability to transform the entire body into thunder, making it immune to most physical attacks, was noteworthy. Then there was a third-rank evolver who followed the path of poison. The path of poison was quite niche, with very few evolvers practicing it. However, once someone achieved success in this path, the techniques they mastered could cause headaches for evolvers of the same level or even higher. Poison not only affected the physical body, but also influenced and suppressed the soul and spirit. A third-rank evolver following the path of poison could easily annihilate millions or tens of millions of citizens in a city if they wished. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. The virtual world arena tournament invited Lin Yuan to participate. The tournament had now reached the top 50 contestants. Each contestant was either a third-rank evolver or a second-rank peak evolver with unique abilities. Ordinary second-rank evolvers had been eliminated long ago. Out of the current 50 contestants, 19 were clearly third-rank evolvers. In the rest area, Lin Yuan agreed to the official invitation from the arena tournament. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the center of the arena. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, cheers and applause erupted from all directions, creating a deafening roar. So many people, Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings and found that nearly 10 million seats in all directions were filled with spectators. The arena tournament had now moved to the most prosperous city arena in the central continent. As for the number of matches, it had decreased from the initial 8,000 matches per day to the current 5 matches per day. This had caused the spectators to converge. For this match, the audience had reached nearly 10 million. It's worth noting that the spectators who could enter the virtual world were either evolvers or citizens of second level or higher. As for ordinary citizens watching through real-time broadcast, their numbers probably exceeded a 10 billion. There was no other way. Now there are only 2 matches in a day, and they are scheduled at different times. Audiences who want to watch the arena tournament can only choose to watch this match. Lin Yuan appeared on the arena. This triggered a massive cheer from the audience. Lin Yuan is here. Torture King Lin Yuan. Why does it seem so sexy? Various cheers echoed. Although it wasn't a live match, the virtual world was a 1-to-1 simulation replica. Everyone's voices spread through the air, deafeningly loud. Before long, Lin Yuan's opponent also appeared. He was a slender man with ice-cold eyes, and an inexplicable chill spread wherever he stood. Third-rank evolver, Bing Yan. He followed the path of ice within the special element evolutionary path. Most of the evolvers who had faced Bing Yan before ended up as ice sculptures. Bing Yan's appearance garnered even more responses from the surrounding audience. Although Lin Yuan had broken through to the third rank, he had yet to reveal his true third-rank strength. Most of his previous opponents either voluntarily surrendered, or those who didn't weren't very strong, and he didn't need to exert his full power against them. Therefore, in the eyes of the spectators, Lin Yuan was only seen as a special second-rank peak evolver. Bing Yan, on the other hand, was a genuine third-rank evolver. In the Kanglan Star, fewer than 20 individuals managed to reach the third rank within 100 years. Bing Yan was one of them. I've watched your match videos. I admit you're strong, but encountering me, it ends here. Bing Yan spoke calmly, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Up to this point, Lin Yuan's most prominent record was supporting himself against a third-rank evolver for over half an hour. However, that third-rank evolver was a rare Dream Realm evolver skilled in soul and spiritual attacks. Given Lin Yuan's cultivation path, achieving such endurance in soul and spirit wasn't surprising. Analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of normal evolutionary paths, one focusing on soul and spirit would likely have shortcomings in physical materialization. The ice evolutionary path excelled in freezing everything, including the physical body. Because of this, Bing Yan was very confident. In the audience area, sitting in the central position, was a seemingly gentle and harmless young man. He looked down at the battlefield below with a somewhat bored expression. Teacher, these two people, one is not yet third rank and the other follows an ordinary evolutionary path. Watching them fight is not as good as practicing more in the rest area. The young man was named Fang Qing, a popular candidate for the championship in this tournament. Idiot. On Fang Qing's shoulder, the figure of a palm-sized old man with a white beard appeared. This old man's figure was illusory, visible and perceptible only to Fang Qing. Until now, you still haven't figured out what's special about that evolver named Lin Yuan. Special, domain embryonic form, Fang Qing tentatively asked. Lin Yuan's most formidable ability revealed so far was the embryonic form of a domain. This was something that 4th and 5th rank evolvers could hope to master. However, even the embryonic form of a domain was extremely difficult for other evolvers. But in the eyes of ancient god lineage evolvers like Fang Qing, it was just that. If Fang Qing wanted to, he could also quickly master the embryonic form of a domain. It's not the embryonic form of the domain that's special, but the power evolved from it. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Also, the old master once roamed dozens of star domains, looking down on everything. In the end, he was besieged and killed by extraterrestrial beings. As the old master's successor, even though you follow the ancient god evolutionary path, if you remain complacent, underestimate your enemies, you'll sooner or later follow the old master's path. The white-bearded old man couldn't help but say, in the past, the old master was glorious, but he died and everything was gone. I understand. Fang Qing's expression normalized, and he began to carefully watch the battle below. If my guess is correct that Lin Yuan should already be at the third rank, the white-bearded old man continued. Already at the third rank, Fang Qing's expression changed. On the arena, the moment the host announced the start of the match, Bing Yan immediately took action. Although he was confident, he wouldn't be careless and went all out. A terrifying cold intent spread wildly, but the next moment, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the area. The Tai Kai field at the third rank was more perfected, and its restraining effect on the enemy was even greater. Facing a third-rank opponent, Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding his abilities, suppressing the opponent with his Tai Kai field. What's this? Bing Yan's face changed slightly. Lin Yuan had revealed the Tai Kai field in previous matches, but the power couldn't be this great otherwise. He wouldn't have been pressed by that third-rank Dream Realm evolver. You're already at the third rank. Bing Yan's expression became serious. Such a degree of suppression could only be achieved with the embryonic form of a third-rank domain. However, winning against me won't be that easy. Bing Yan came rushing towards Lin Yuan, almost turning into a 1,000-year-old iceberg crashing down. Even with the suppression and constraints of the Tai Kai field, Bing Yan's speed reached an unbelievable level, reaching thousands of meters per second. Boom, the two clashed directly. See that Lin Yuan isn't simple, right? The white-bearded old man sat on Fang Qing's shoulder, looking down at the battlefield with interest. Indeed, not simple. Fang Qing nodded slightly. He could see that Lin Yuan was using not just one but two completely opposite forces. These two completely opposite forces in Lin Yuan's hands reached a certain balance, perfectly merging together. If I were to fight Lin Yuan, I'd probably use the ancient god, true form, then suppress him in 10 moves and defeat him after 200 moves. The reason it required 200 moves was that Fang Qing could see that Lin Yuan's mastered two fused forces excelled in defense, capable of transforming the enemy's attack into his own. Fused forces are something achievable at the 6th rank. If you don't rely on the ancient god evolutionary path under similar conditions, you're not as good as this Lin Yuan, the white-bearded old man said, glancing at Fang Qing. Too uncomfortable. At this moment, Bing Yan was somewhat despondent. He felt that the surrounding Tai Kai domain was like a spider web, and he was the insect trapped inside. Every movement was under tremendous restraint. After completing the first outburst, only to be effortlessly blocked back by Lin Yuan, Bing Yan realized that he had no chance of winning. The following time was relatively long. Under the coverage of the Tai Kai domain, Bing Yan even lacked the ability to call out surrender. He could only be toyed with by Lin Yuan for more than half an hour before the battle came to an end. At the same time, the audience around erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Before the match, most of the audience believed that Bing Yan had the upper hand. After all, it was a third rank against a second rank, even though the latter had an impressive record of resisting a third rank for over half an hour. However, once the match began, with Lin Yuan revealing his third rank strength, the atmosphere reached its peak. The earlier skepticism, given the third rank against the second rank, vanished as the two third rank evolvers battled fiercely before them. Lin Yuan is invincible. Lin Yuan, can you come and torment me? Amidst the deafening cheers, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, returning to the rest area. Phew, Lin Yuan let out a light breath. Ice attribute power. Countless insights flashed in Lin Yuan's mind during the battle with Bing Yan. The ice techniques demonstrated by the opponent, terrifying killing moves to others, were in Lin Yuan's eyes enlightenments related to this type of power. Ice freezing everything. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, appearing contemplative. Second-rank ice evolvers only manifested the usage of ice power. However, third-rank ice evolvers could slightly delve into the essence of ice power. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Fighting against Bing Yan for over half an hour had been quite beneficial. It was comparable to his battle with the third-rank evolver who excelled in soul attacks. However, Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned heavy. As the rankings in the arena continued to advance, he felt a certain pressure. Fighting against Bing Yan required revealing his third-rank strength, and although he hadn't fully revealed his cards, Bing Yan made him unable to be careless. If even Bing Yan posed such a challenge, what about those third-rank evolvers who were closer to the front? Among the 19 third-rank evolvers, Bing Yan's strength tended to be toward the back. If Lin Yuan faced third-rank evolvers with higher rankings, could he still handle them as effortlessly? Just as Lin Yuan felt the pressure, something caught his attention. Lin Yuan's mind moved, sinking deep into the depths of his consciousness. There stood a towering gate, and at this moment the peripheral area had been completely illuminated. Can I travel through it now? Also, I wonder what kind of world it will be this time through the portal. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred as he began to extend a strand of his consciousness into the depths of the Gate of Myriad Realms. In the previous 2 transmigrations, Lin Yuan had invested his entire consciousness. However, this time, he attempted to allocate just a fraction of his consciousness. This minuscule portion of consciousness constituted only a millionth of Lin Yuan's total consciousness. Even if it suffered destructive attacks, it would have no significant impact on Lin Yuan. He could recover within 1 or 2 hours. As Lin Yuan's strand of consciousness delved in, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a vast world. This immense world was extraordinary, and at a glance, Lin Yuan saw a colossal phantom resembling a mountainous weapon. That's a weapon. Lin Yuan's expression was astonished, and then his awareness returned to his main body. At the same time, Lin Yuan received partial information about the world he would traverse this time. Time, 160 years. That world seems to be of a higher level than the Dragon-Tiger realm. With a time flow rate of 160 years there, only 2 or 3 days might pass in the main world here, Lin Yuan speculated. This attempt made Lin Yuan more prepared. At least it wouldn't be as perplexing as the previous 2 transmigrations. I have another match in half a day. After that, it's the finals for the top 10, scheduled half a month later. Lin Yuan decided to make the transmigration half a day later. This slight delay wouldn't cause any significant issues. During the waiting period, Lin Yuan remained active rather than idling. He watched the matches of other evolvers, starting with the one who followed the path of poison. This evolver's opponent was also a third-rank evolver. However, right from the beginning of the match, the opponent's face turned purple and green, clearly affected by some potent poison. After more than 10 minutes, the opponent's body completely decayed. During this time, the poison path evolver only symbolically defended for a while, watching the opponent fall to the ground. Next, Lin Yuan watched the match of the Thunder God. It was again a contest between third-rank evolvers. The Thunder God controlled thunder and eventually transformed into thunder, directly overwhelming the opponent. The Thunder God's matches were basically devoid of suspense. Regardless of how powerful the opponent was, when the Thunder God chose to transform into thunder, the match concluded. Finally, Lin Yuan watched the match of someone named Fang Qing. Fang Qing's opponent was formidable, ranking high among the third-rank evolvers, just below the Thunder God. However, this powerful third-rank evolver, when faced with Fang Qing, couldn't withstand even 5 moves. In the 5th move, a towering figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Qing. An ancient and vast aura permeated the arena. The opponent's mind shook, and he was directly trampled into a pile of flesh. Path of Ancient Gods. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This pathway was extremely rare and renowned in the Red Kun star region and surrounding star regions. The majestic figure behind Fang Qing surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him with a deep impression. Honestly, even if he revealed all his cards, Lin Yuan had no confidence in defeating Fang Qing. After watching Fang Qing's match, Lin Yuan heard another piece of news. A second-rank peak evolver during the competition had a breakthrough in bloodline and directly entered the 3rd rank. This third-rank peak evolver turned out to be a bloodline evolver. Originally thought to be an ordinary third-rank bloodline, the breakthrough revealed a hidden 6th-rank bloodline. A 6th-rank bloodline. This was the descendant of a fallen star-level existence. Now with the bloodline awakening, this evolver instantly became the most popular candidate for the championship. It almost suppressed Fang Qing, who had revealed the path of ancient gods. Half a day later, Lin Yuan finished his match, returned to the rest area and sat cross-legged. His face showed a solemn expression. Up to this point in the arena, every evolver who had participated was no ordinary person. Thunder God possessed a unique physique. able to transform into thunder with unparalleled aptitude. Feng Qing cultivated the path of ancient gods, with a vast background and predecessors paving the way. The Evolver with a 6th-rank bloodline had ancestors who had even encountered fallen star-level powerhouses, making his bloodline sufficient to make him fearless among the 3rd-rank Evolvers. Compared to them, Lin Yuan seemed somewhat inconspicuous, with an ordinary background and no powerful bloodline. The path of evolution depends on effort, and while background, resources, and bloodlines are important, they are not necessary. Even without a remarkable background, abundant resources, or a powerful bloodline, Lin Yuan will still achieve future accomplishments that are no less than anyone else's through my own efforts. Oh, how cool. Lin Yuan severed his consciousness from the virtual world, lay down in the nutrient cabin, and closed his eyes. Gate of myriad realms, begin the transmigration. New world coming. Between the hazy moments, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Where is this? Was his first thought. I haven't been born yet, was his second thought. That's right, at this moment, Lin Yuan is still in the womb. Warm amniotic fluid flows around him. Why does it seem to get smaller with each transmigration? Lin Yuan felt a bit puzzled, even though he didn't have teeth yet. The first time he transmigrated, Lin Yuan was a little over 3 years old. The second time, he had just been born. Now, for the 3rd transmigration, he finds himself inside the womb. Even though Lin Yuan knew that the transmigration through the gateway of the myriad realms were entirely random, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Quickly adapting to his current situation, Lin Yuan began to contemplate. Before the transmigration, Lin Yuan had studied the flesh of Lulan He, who hailed from the Thunder Rain starfield. As the offspring of a prominent figure in the Thunder Rain starfield, Lulan He's flesh had its roots in an extremely rare and unique life found deep in the cosmos. Using his parents' genes as a carrier, the core genes of this special life were introduced. The flesh cultivated from this process, regardless of its potential or other aspects, far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Even without any cultivation, Lulan He's flesh could quickly grow to the strength of the 2nd rank. In the new world, half a year's time had passed. Apart from pondering the subsequent paths of comprehending the martial way evolution, Lin Yuan had dedicated all his remaining energy to understanding the mysteries of this type of flesh. With the help of his unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan had already comprehended a complete set of techniques for the transformation of the flesh. This technique could slowly transform the flesh, achieving the effect of enhancing the essence of life. As for the efficiency of the transformation of the essence of life, the younger one was, the better. Lin Yuan's flesh in the main world had already matured, and the progress of practicing this technique was slow. It had taken nearly half a year to complete only a tenth of the transformation progress. However, now, Lin Yuan had not yet been born, and his body was in its initial state. It was the perfect time to practice this bodily transformation technique. In fact, Lin Yuan had deliberately devoted some of his energy to comprehend this transformation technique for the body to prevent a repeat of the extreme situation he faced during the last transmigration, being born and immediately finding himself in a dire predicament without any ability to resist. This way of transforming the body would, at least, give Lin Yuan the power to protect himself ahead of time. Let's not rush the transformation of the flesh. First, let's see how the status and background of my parents are in this life. The transformation of the flesh requires energy. Since Lin Yuan has not been born yet, he naturally cannot serve as a source to obtain energy. If Lin Yuan starts the transformation of the flesh, he will instinctively absorb the energy of the mother's body. The specific manifestation is that the mother's appetite will increase dramatically, requiring various nourishing foods. If it were an ordinary poor family, facing this situation would be an additional burden. If that were the case, Lin Yuan could only honestly wait until after birth before making plans. Compared to the transformation of the flesh, Lin Yuan is even more unwilling to prematurely die. The method of transforming the flesh can be cultivated after birth, absorbing the yin and yang between heaven and earth, and it only takes a few hours to see results. Time passed. A little over half a month passed. It seems like this life is not bad, Lin Yuan thought to himself. During this period, he vaguely sensed that there were dozens of servants just attending to his mother. How could an ordinary family afford such treatment? Additionally, Lin Yuan could feel that his mother consumed expensive supplements daily. This information was confirmed by the energy transmitted through the umbilical cord. This time, my identity should be that of a prince of a nation. My father is the current emperor, my mother is a noble concubine, and my grandfather is also a distinguished official, Lin Yuan silently speculated. In the past half-month, Lin Yuan often heard conversations coming from the outside. These conversations inadvertently revealed many secrets. Initially, Lin Yuan didn't understand the language of this world and couldn't comprehend it. However, with repeated exposure, his unrivaled insight naturally allowed him to learn. The same pronunciation that others needed to hear hundreds or thousands of times to remember, Lin Yuan could grasp after hearing it just once. This was the power of his unrivaled insight. By combining the tone used when saying a word, the reactions of others, and listening to a few more sentences, Lin Yuan could understand the meaning. Learning a language was just that simple. In the Palace of 100 Flowers. A palace maid hurriedly entered. "Your Highness," this servant inquired with the imperial physician. "This time you are definitely carrying a prince." The palace maid spoke excitedly, casting a cautious glance around as if afraid of being overheard. Well, Wang Shengfeng didn't mind much. "Whether it's a son or a daughter, they are both the children of His Majesty and me. I will be happy either way." "Oh, Your Highness, why don't you understand anything?" The palace maid's tone was somewhat anxious. "His Majesty currently does not have a son. If you give birth to a prince, some things aren't for you to say." Wang Shengfeng's expression suddenly turned cold and she calmly looked over. "Yes, yes." The palace maid turned pale and trembled as she knelt on the ground. "It seems that my mother in this life is very intelligent." Lin Yuan, inside the womb, quietly listened to the commotion outside. He held a high opinion of his mother this time. At least she knew how to keep a low profile. No. Lin Yuan suddenly felt an urgency. In the depths of the palace, it's easy to avoid an obvious threat, but hard to guard against a hidden one. I need to focus on accelerating the transformation of my flesh. This sense of urgency arose when he realized that he was in the imperial palace, especially after learning that the current emperor had no sons. Lin Yuan felt an even stronger urgency. Even the palace maids knew that Wang Shengfeng was likely carrying a prince. Did the other consorts not know? Especially the empress, any slight suspicion from her could endanger Lin Yuan. Of course, Lin Yuan's transformation of the flesh was entirely based on Wang Shengfeng's reactions. He wouldn't absorb without limits, and the energy formed by the transformation would gently nourish the mother. As Lin Yuan began his transformation, Wang Shengfeng immediately felt a hunger, as if she hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, being in the imperial palace and having a strong background, she lacked nothing in terms of nourishing foods, so there were no issues. 8 months later, Wang Shengfeng caressed her belly. "You little guy have consumed so many supplements from your mother." Wang Shengfeng sighed. Being able to eat was indeed a good thing, but eating excessively was strange. Even so, rumors circulated within the palace about Wang Shengfeng's incredible appetite. The emperor himself had heard about it, but he didn't inquire much. After all, before entering the palace, Wang Shengfeng was a formidable cultivator. "What's wrong with eating a bit more during pregnancy?" "Almost there. My difficult days are about to end." Wang Shengfeng faintly sensed the movements of her child in her belly, occasionally kicking her. Calculating the days, it was almost time to give birth. In the Great Yan dynasty, within the imperial palace, Emperor Liu Shizheng sat at the desk dealing with state affairs. Your Majesty, concubine Wang has given birth. Concubine Wang has given birth." At this moment, a eunuch rushed over, respectfully reporting, "Oh, gave birth to another daughter, right?" Emperor Liu Shizheng didn't even lift his eyes, casually asking. Since Liu Shizheng ascended the throne, he favored many concubines but had not fathered an heir. Be precise, he had not produced a prince. As for princesses, there were many, but without a prince who would inherit the throne in the future. Should he adopt one from another imperial family? Liu Shizheng was naturally unwilling to do so. He had worked hard to seize the throne, and he wanted to pass it on to his own son. However, regardless of Liu Shizheng's efforts, all of his offspring were princesses and daughters. Counting the years, he had ennobled over 60 princesses in the past 20 years. After more than 2 decades on the throne, without even one prince, rumors abounded both inside and outside the court. Bloody hell, 60. He really worked hard, didn't he? If this is not the ancestors' punishment for me." Liu Shizheng's eyes appeared somewhat distracted. In his youth, in order to ascend the throne, he had killed all of his brothers. After becoming the emperor to consolidate his power, he had imprisoned those few princes, his uncles, to death. While Liu Shizheng's thoughts were drifting, the trembling voice of the eunuch brought him back to reality. "Your Majesty, it's a dragon's son. Concubine Wang has given birth to a son." "I know. Wait a moment." Emperor Liu Shizheng waved his hand, unexpectedly stopping. "What did you say?" Liu Shizheng's gaze suddenly revealed a glint, staring straight at the eunuch. Word by word, "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, the servant means concubine Wang has given birth to a dragon son." The eunuch's scalp tingled, fearing he had angered the emperor. He hurriedly explained. Dragon son. Ripples surged in Liu Shizheng's heart. He had indeed heard from the imperial physician that Wang Shengfeng was likely carrying a son. However, he had heard such claims many times before. Most of the previous princesses were born with similar claims. He just didn't expect it to be true this time. "Your Majesty." After a while, with no response from Liu Shizheng, the eunuch gathered courage to look up, only to find that the emperor, who had been sitting at the desk, had already left. Outside the Hall of 100 Flowers, the Hall of 100 Flowers was concubine Wang's residence. Emperor Liu Shizheng stood outside the hall. "I have a son." Emperor Liu Shizheng didn't immediately enter. Instead, he hesitated a bit. "Your Majesty, this is the dragon son." At this moment, a chubby royal physician walked out, holding a newborn baby, stopping in front of Liu Shizheng. Your Majesty, after examining him, the dragon's son possesses a robust physique from birth, a talent unseen since the founding of the Great Yan dynasty. The plump royal physician was excited, his hands holding the baby trembling, a talent from heaven. My son is a heaven-gifted talent. Emperor Liu Shizheng was somewhat lost in thought for a moment. Originally, he was already overjoyed that Wang Shengfeng gave birth to a son. He never expected this son to be a heaven-gifted talent. Emperor Liu Shizheng glanced at the royal physician. Finding his expression calm and his eyes showing excitement rather than flattering, Liu Shizheng believed him to a great extent. With thoughts surging, Emperor Liu Shizheng stared at the baby, Lin Yuan, with slightly trembling hands. In the end, Liu Shizheng still took Lin Yuan into his arms, lifting him up carefully. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of the dragon's son. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of the dragon's son. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of the dragon's son. All the eunuchs and palace maids inside and outside the Hall of 100 Flowers knelt on the ground, loudly shouting, I have a son. I, Liu Shizheng, finally have a son, and he's a heaven-gifted talent. Emperor Liu Shizheng laughed heartily, carefully lifting Lin Yuan as if he were holding up the world. Lin Yuan's birth seemed to transform Emperor Liu Shi. Even his attendance at court became more active. After all, before Lin Yuan's birth, Emperor Liu Shi once doubted whether he could have a son. In the absence of a son, the imperial throne would eventually pass to someone else. Although that person would be adopted into his lineage, treated as a true son, and provided for as a biological father would, having a son who was not his own blood felt somewhat strange. This uncertainty led Liu Shi to a lack of motivation in handling state affairs. What's the use of trying so hard now? In the end, won't the throne fall into someone else's hands? However, everything changed with Lin Yuan's birth. Emperor Liu Shi had a son who could inherit everything from him. Moreover, this son possessed such a powerful physique that even after a postnatal examination, Liu Shi found it unbelievable. With such innate physical strength, he might be tearing apart tigers and leopards at the age of 2 or 3. However, Liu Shi understood that being a successful emperor required more than just martial prowess. Political strategies were equally crucial. In the current world, there were 36 states in the Central Plains. Great Yan was just one of them, located in the southern part of the Central Plains. It was not the weakest, but it had no significant advantage over the strongest. Especially in this generation, the most important foundation of Great Yan, the Divine Armament Master, had not yet been cultivated. This situation left Liu Shi somewhat distressed. Without a Divine Armament Master, Great Yan would always be at a disadvantage against other nations. Liu Shi planned to cultivate a Divine Armament Master during his reign, so that by the time he passed the throne to Lin Yuan, the Great Yan dynasty would be a stable and powerful nation. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to realize all his political ambitions. Whether it was reform or innovation, Liu Shi would leave the decision to Lin Yuan. But all of this was contingent on Lin Yuan knowing how to be an emperor. If he knew nothing and made decisions solely based on personal preferences, wouldn't Liu Shi be delivering Great Yan into the hands of an incompetent ruler? Therefore, Lin Yuan was designated as the crown prince when he turned 5. Starting from the heir to the throne, he began his education. Lin Yuan did not disappoint Liu Shi's expectations. He started reading and writing at the age of 3 or 4. At 6 years old, he left the highly educated prime minister speechless. It was noteworthy that Lin Yuan's prime minister was a top scholar, not only born as a top scholar, but also hailing from a family renowned in the Great Yan dynasty's literary world. Such a person, regardless of the era, was someone who could lay the foundation for literature and leave a lasting legacy. As a result, this scholar was left dumbfounded by a 5-year-old child, causing quite a stir among scholars outside. In the imperial court, Prime Minister, with a helpless expression, complained to Emperor Liu Shi, Your Majesty, I really don't know how to teach him. What's going on? Has Yuaner made you angry again? Emperor Liu Shi immediately asked with concern. In order to persuade the Prime Minister to teach Lin Yuan, Liu Shi had exerted considerable effort. After all, threatening scholars with their lives would not work. Most scholars, especially those pursuing literary fame, welcomed death bestowed by the emperor because it guaranteed a place in history. Meanwhile, the emperor might have to bear some not-so-positive historical evaluations. Moreover, with the prime minister standing behind him, a majority of scholars in the Great Yan dynasty would be affected. A move affecting a part would impact the whole. Since the direct approach didn't work, it was time for a softer approach. After Emperor Liu Shi made various promises and painted grand visions, the prime minister finally agreed to teach Lin Yuan. However, what Emperor Liu Shi didn't anticipate was that within a year, the prime minister was considering quitting. If it's just about making me angry, then there's nothing much to it. The prime minister sighed lightly. He had lived for decades and encountered all sorts of students. His mindset was already extremely calm. Even when dealing with troublesome students, he was confident in correcting them. However, Lin Yuan was not troublesome at all. Instead, he could be considered remarkably talented. All the concepts taught by the Prime Minister were easily understood by Lin Yuan without any doubt. This initially left the Prime Minister waiting for Lin Yuan to raise questions in confusion. I explained it once and you understood. Then, what do I need to do? At first, the Prime Minister thought Lin Yuan was pretending not to understand, so he carefully prepared some questions with the intention of exposing Lin Yuan. However, what the Prime Minister didn't anticipate was that Lin Yuan not only explained his questions, but also expanded on many aspects that the Prime Minister hadn't considered. This unexpected turn of events turned into a nightmare for the Prime Minister. In the subsequent teaching sessions, the Prime Minister became nothing more than a tool. He only needed to read the contents of those classics. There was no need for him to explain how to interpret them. Lin Yuan understood the meaning after hearing it once. Moreover, Lin Yuan sometimes noticed the Prime Minister's confusion and would reinterpret more obscure content for him. After hearing these reinterpretations, the Prime Minister felt enlightened, realizing that he had wasted decades of reading. This led to a strange scene. In front of the bookshelf, the elderly Prime Minister seemed more like a student, spending most of his time listening attentively. Meanwhile, the few-year-old Lin Yuan spoke eloquently, revealing many unknown facets of countless sage texts throughout history. Most importantly, the Prime Minister surprisingly found Lin Yuan's words very reasonable. Countless sages and scriptures throughout history, when spoken by Lin Yuan, revealed many unknown aspects. Although the Prime Minister was fascinated by this feeling, he immediately realized that this couldn't continue. If he continued to stay with Lin Yuan, he might not be able to resist bowing to him as a teacher. Even if he restrained this thought, what would other passing palace maids and eunuchs think? Was he teaching Lin Yuan, or was Lin Yuan teaching him? Precisely because of this, the Prime Minister formally resigned early in the morning and sought an audience with Emperor Liu Shi. He really couldn't face it anymore. What do you mean by this, Prime Minister? Emperor Liu Shi sat on the dragon throne, carefully examining the Prime Minister. Initially, he thought the Prime Minister came to complain or perhaps wanted to raise some conditions. However, after looking for a while, he found that the bitterness and helplessness on the Prime Minister's face were not a facade but genuine. This made Emperor Liu Shi very curious. What had his son done to make the esteemed Prime Minister, a literary giant, show such an expression? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's grasp of the situation and his approach to major matters far surpasses the old minister. We ordinary folks have no qualifications to teach him, the Prime Minister said with a bitter smile. Surpasses you? Emperor Liu Shi blinked. Being praised like this by the Prime Minister, a literary giant, would probably be a joy for anyone else. But for Liu Shi, his 6-year-old son, couldn't you praise him in a more reliable way? Emperor Liu Shi suddenly felt like the Prime Minister might be playing with him. If the Prime Minister wants to propose other conditions, feel free to do so. No need to be hesitant. Emperor Liu Shi frowned slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the Prime Minister smiled with difficulty. If it weren't for personal experience, he himself would think he was taking advantage of the situation to propose conditions. But that was really not the case. The Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said solemnly, "With my virtue, I am no longer worthy of teaching the Crown Prince." In order to make Emperor Liu Shi believe in what he was saying, the Prime Minister had already begun to abandon his dignity, directly admitting that he was not as good as Lin Yuan. The Prime Minister's words. Emperor Liu Shi was slightly surprised. It's crucial to note that scholars value their reputation the most, striving not just for fame in their lifetime, but for a lasting legacy. Especially for someone like the Prime Minister, a literary giant, even if he was unwilling to teach Lin Yuan, he wouldn't openly admit that he was inferior to a 6-year-old mischievous child. Acknowledging oneself as inferior to such a child would be a significant blow to the reputation of any scholar, particularly one of the Prime Minister's stature. Prime Minister, what do you mean by this? Emperor Liu Shi remained silent for a while before finally speaking. I, as the Prime Minister, have ushered in a holy emperor for the great Yan dynasty. Holy emperor. Emperor Liu Shi found it somewhat unbelievable. Since ancient times, the highest praise for an emperor has been holy emperor. Emperor Liu Shi did not expect the Prime Minister to hold such a high opinion of Lin Yuan, predicting him to be a holy emperor even before ascending to the throne. Your Majesty, the old minister takes his leave. The Prime Minister, seeing that Emperor Liu Shi didn't respond, bowed and took his leave. Emperor Liu Shi did not stop him, silently watching the Prime Minister leave the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Once the Prime Minister had completely left, Emperor Liu Shi waved his hand, dismissing the attending palace maids and eunuchs. Alone in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Emperor Liu Shi sat there, lost in thought. After a while, unrestrained laughter echoed from the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Ha ha ha. My son Liu Shi will be a holy emperor. Ha ha ha. May our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us. I, Liu Shi, will also have a holy emperor as my son. Heaven bless great Yan. Heaven bless great Yan. Ha ha ha. Emperor Liu Shi's laughter reverberated through the hall as he contemplated the unexpected prospect of having a son who might become a holy emperor. Name, Liu Yuan Lin Yuan. Identity, guardian of the gate of myriad realms. Bound talent, unrivaled insight. Current state, conscious descent. Remaining residency time, 154 years. In the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan glanced at the panel of the Gate of Myriad Realms. Unconsciously, he had spent 6 years in this world. During these 6 years, Lin Yuan had enjoyed an incredibly comfortable life, getting whatever he wanted. With the Emperor Liu Shi's favor towards him, if Lin Yuan asked for the stars in the sky, Emperor Liu Shi would probably consider it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan walked out of the Eastern Palace and arrived in front of a wooden tower deep within the Imperial Palace. The tower appeared extremely ordinary, but there were numerous Imperial guards patrolling nearby. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and walked straight toward the entrance of the tower. Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, Crown Prince, Your Highness. When the patrol guards saw Lin Yuan, they immediately saluted respectfully. As the sole heir of the current emperor, Lin Yuan had been conferred the title of Crown Prince at the age of 5, an extremely rare occurrence in the history of the Great Yan dynasty. Even legitimate eldest sons usually received such a title only after reaching adulthood, and even then, they were often subject to the emperor's caution. If not for Lin Yuan's young age, Emperor Liu Shi would probably have Lin Yuan serve as a regent to familiarize him with imperial duties. Lin Yuan entered the wooden tower. This was a forbidden place within the Great Yan dynasty, containing the most powerful martial arts and secrets. A few years ago, Lin Yuan had requested Emperor Liu Shi's permission to explore the tower. Emperor Liu Shi readily agreed, thinking that Lin Yuan's curiosity would wane after a short time. However, Emperor Liu Shi could never have imagined that, in less than 2 years, Lin Yuan would comprehend and master all the martial arts and secrets stored in the tower, even innovating upon them. The cultivation system of this world. Lin Yuan found a place to sit down, his expression entering a brief contemplation. In the Great Yan dynasty and the entire Central Plains with its 36 states, the essence of the cultivation system was similar. It was divided into 7 stages: flesh refinement, tendon cultivation, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ cultivation, marrow refinement, and finally blood refinement. Corresponding to these stages were the realms: martial novice, martial disciple, martial warrior, martial master, innate martial master, grandmaster, and martial saint. In simple terms, flesh refinement corresponds to martial novice, tendon cultivation to martial disciple, skin refinement to martial warrior, bone refinement to martial master, organ cultivation to innate martial master, marrow refinement to grandmaster, and blood refinement to martial saint. According to Lin Yuan's judgment, the strongest, blood refinement, martial saint, whose qi and blood were fully integrated, was equivalent to the second-ranked pinnacle level of the main world. However, Lin Yuan sensed that something was amiss. That is the cultivation system of the Central Plains' 36 states at its core, merely refining the physical body and strengthening the blood and qi. As for the soul and spirit, there is not the slightest involvement. It's worth noting that even in the first world Lin Yuan traversed, spiritual powers were being developed at the Grandmaster level. It didn't make sense for a blood refinement martial saint, comparable to a second-rank pinnacle, to completely ignore such powers. Warrior commander, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. The cultivation system from martial novice to martial saint was just the common path for regular people. In this world, there was another system of cultivation, becoming a warrior commander. A warrior commander could activate divine weapons, and these divine weapons were the most powerful existences in this world. Each of the 36 states in the Central Plains had a guardian divine weapon. The power of divine weapons was unstoppable by mere mortals. When a warrior commander activated a divine weapon, even a slight trace of its power could easily crush tens or hundreds of blood refinement martial saints. This was the reason Emperor Liu Shi, upon learning of Lin Yuan's potential to become a holy emperor, was much more excited than when Lin Yuan first showed signs of robust physique and constitution. No matter how strong the physical body and constitution were, it would only lead to becoming a blood refinement martial saint in the future. What impact could blood refinement martial saints have on the overall situation in the face of a warrior commander? However, not everyone could become a warrior commander. To become one needed the recognition of a divine weapon. Additionally, the lifespan of each warrior commander was not long, and very few could live past 40 years. This situation led the 36 states in the Central Plains to always have a reserve of potential warrior commanders. Even so, occasional periods of vacancy among warrior commanders could still occur. Currently, the Great Yan dynasty was facing such a situation. However, with divine weapons in place and the treaties signed among the 36 states, there would be no major issues in the short term. The strength of a warrior commander comes from the divine weapon. Just a slight release of aura can easily crush tens or hundreds of martial saints. The power of divine weapons is at least at the third stage, perhaps even quasi-fourth stage. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. With his discerning eyes, he naturally saw that the so-called warrior commander was just a puppet. The real powerful entity was the divine weapon itself. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to a bookshelf deep within the wooden tower. He took down an ancient and worn-out scroll. The scroll recorded bits of information about divine weapons. This was one of the few sources Lin Yuan had on understanding divine weapons. As for directly asking Emperor Liu Shi about it, it would be straightforward, except when it involved divine weapons. Emperor Liu Shi seemed to be reluctant to let his son know too much about divine weapons at such an early age. Lin Yuan slowly flipped through the ancient scroll. Even though he had memorized the contents long ago, it still stirred ripples in his heart. The 36 states in the Central Plains each have a guardian divine weapon. Although it seems peaceful, every divine weapon requires a large number of living sacrifices. If it cannot be satisfied, all 36 divine weapons will actively revive and seek sacrifices. At that time, it will be a calamity for all living beings. I wonder if these are divine weapons or... The last part of the content in the scroll seemed to have been erased, but combining the context above and below, Lin Yuan easily deduced what had been erased. I wonder whether these are divine weapons or demonic weapons. Lin Yuan closed the scroll and placed it back on the bookshelf. The tower housed tens of thousands, if not millions, of scrolls and books. This particular one was tucked away deep inside, making it highly unlikely for ordinary people to stumble upon it. Only Lin Yuan, with his unrivaled insight, had the time to explore these miscellaneous records after comprehending all the martial arts secrets in the wooden tower. Divine weapons. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. There was no specific record about the origin of divine weapons in the books within the tower. It seemed that they were somehow related to the ancient era tens of thousands of years ago. All divine weapons were said to have originated during that time. However, the details of their creation and how they shaped the current situation were unknown. The passage of 10,000 years made it difficult to trace the past. While the main world was relatively stable, having entered the space age with the ability to pass down information through data, the world Lin Yuan currently found himself in was different. Even a slight disturbance or catastrophe could lead to discontinuity. This world. Lin Yuan's face revealed a hint of curiosity. Divine weapons required living sacrifices, and the more abundant the life force, the better. However, the mainstream cultivation system in this world solely focused on refining the physical body and enhancing blood and qi. Each aspect individually might not be peculiar, but Lin Yuan immediately sensed something else when they were combined. This world's people should be confined by the so-called divine weapons. The 36 states in the Central Plains are like 36 enclosures, and all the people are livestock waiting to be consumed by the divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He almost confirmed that the cultivation system, from martial novice to martial saint, was undoubtedly influenced by the divine weapons. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so abnormal. Weapons possessing spirituality didn't surprise Lin Yuan. In the dragon and tiger world, the true martial sword had its own spirituality. However, in this world, divine weapons began to herd humans, consuming them periodically. This wasn't just spirituality, it was sentience. 36 divine weapons equated to 36 quasi-fourth or even fourth-rank powerhouses. If they joined forces, massacring all human races would be a trivial matter, but these 36 divine weapons refrained from doing so. Instead, they opted for sustainable development and found their spokespersons members of the royal families of the 36 central nations. They supported their spokespersons, managing the masses of cattle. Every once in a while, suitable livestock were selected for consumption, forming a well-established process. Just from this, Lin Yuan concluded that not only did divine weapons possess sentience, but their intelligence was also considerable. However, I'm not in immediate danger, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even among livestock, there were hierarchical distinctions. For someone like Lin Yuan, chosen by the divine weapons as their spokesperson within the Great Yan imperial family, his status was undoubtedly the highest. Even if he couldn't escape the fate of being consumed, he would be the last to be devoured. As long as my strength is formidable, even divine weapons can be shattered with a single punch. Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of relief as he left the wooden tower. The living beings of this world were influenced by the divine weapons in their cultivation systems. Despite their outstanding talents, they could only reach the level of martial saints. Faced with the lofty divine weapons, they were nothing more than delicious food, but Lin Yuan was different. His foundation didn't come from this world, remaining unaffected by the influence of divine weapons. Returning to the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Today I can fully restore my strength. Lin Yuan's gaze lowered. After 6 years in this world, he had been regularly taking various supplements. In secret, he had already recovered almost entirely. In fact, given Lin Yuan's cultivation speed, he could have fully recovered within 5 years. However, this world's cultivation system had given him inspiration. Although the system of refining the body through stages flesh, tendons, skin, bones, organs, marrow, and finally blood was somewhat abnormal, it was perfect for forging the body. Every part of the body was thoroughly tempered. Lin Yuan had spent over a year integrating this unique cultivation system into his martial arts practice. Almost there, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and his body underwent profound changes. After half a day, Lin Yuan successfully restored his strength to the 3rd rank. At this moment, Lin Yuan's combat power surpassed his peak in the main world. Currently, he had perfected the transformation method for the body that he had comprehended from Lulan He, and he seamlessly absorbed the body refining technique from this world. In terms of physicality, he now exceeded the peak of the main world by a considerable margin. Take it slowly, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. According to his speculation, each of the 36 national divine weapons in the Central Plains possessed at least quasi-4th rank, or even true 4th rank, strength. In comparison to these divine weapons, Lin Yuan was currently inferior. One day, after finishing his cultivation, Lin Yuan saw his 7th sister waiting for him. Lin Yuan's 7th sister, more accurately his half-sister, was the 7th princess of the Great Yan imperial family. Despite being half-siblings, their relationship was amicable, often meeting and chatting. "Little Yuan, I'm going to the divine weapon ancestral land with the other sisters later." His 7th sister suddenly sounded concerned. The divine weapon ancestral land. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Divine Weapon Ancestral Land was where the national divine weapon of the Great Yan imperial family slumbered. As for why his 7th sister and other princesses were going there, it was likely related to cultivating warrior commander. To become a warrior commander, one needed the recognition of the divine weapon. It inevitably required close contact with the divine weapon. Traditionally, candidates for warrior commander in the Great Yan imperial family were chosen from the imperial descendants. After all, the short lifespan of warrior commanders wasn't a secret. If the reigning emperor had a choice, they would not send their own children. However, the Great Yan imperial family faced a shortage of warrior commander. After all the imperial descendants had been tested and none had been chosen, Emperor Liu Shi had no choice but to send his own daughters. Of course, this was limited to daughters. Princes like Lin Yuan were absolutely not eligible to become warrior commander. Being a warrior commander meant prolonged proximity to the divine weapon and a short life, eliminating any chance of ascending the throne. It shouldn't be a problem, Lin Yuan reassured her. I hope so. His 7th sister's eyes reddened. Although she didn't know what the fate of a warrior commander entailed, the Great Yan imperial family selected a new warrior commander every 30 to 40 years. It was evident that the previous warrior commander had most likely perished. Half a day later, his 7th sister came back to find Lin Yuan in tears. "Little brother, I have been chosen." Her voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. Not long after, the imperial guards entered, paid their respects to Lin Yuan, and escorted his 7th sister away. She didn't resist being chosen by a divine weapon meant her fate was already sealed. Even the emperor couldn't change it. She appeared here solely because she wanted to see Lin Yuan one last time. Divine weapons. Do they prefer those with powerful souls? Lin Yuan watched his 7th sister leave, pondering quickly. Compared to other imperial family members, his 7th sister had a naturally strong spiritual soul. Specifically, she had an excellent memory and was always energetic with little sleep. As to why divine weapons liked such qualities, perhaps, to divine weapons, those cultivators with vigorous life forces were just ordinary food. Individuals with powerful souls were a gourmet feast, and that might be why every warrior commander had a short lifespan. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged as he began to speculate on why divine weapons didn't release the shackles on the soul and spirit in their cultivation systems. Once the physical body and soul cultivate together, there is a chance of giving birth to an existence surpassing martial saints. Over time, it may even shake the dominance of the divine weapons. Yuan, your 7th sister being chosen by a divine weapon is her honor, and also a good thing for our Great Yan imperial family. Emperor Liu, she found Lin Yuan and whispered. Although the crisis of the Great Yan imperial family's warrior commander, generational gap, had been resolved, Emperor Liu Shi's mood wasn't good. He naturally knew what becoming a warrior commander meant. If it were any other imperial descendant, he would have turned a blind eye, but when it came to his own daughter. Even so, Emperor Liu Shi had no regrets. Despite the constraints of the alliance, even if the Great Yan imperial family didn't have a warrior commander for a short time, it wouldn't cause any serious consequences. However, a dynasty with a warrior commander and one without were entirely different concepts. When negotiating with other Central Plains dynasties, if the Great Yan imperial family didn't have a warrior commander, it was destined to be at a disadvantage. Facing other powerful dynasties, the Great Yan imperial family would undoubtedly suffer various setbacks, perhaps even having to sign some humiliating alliances. While warrior commander might not need to invoke divine weapons, their presence alone served as a significant deterrent. You could choose not to use it, but you couldn't afford not to have it. Now that the seventh princess had become a warrior commander, it meant the Great Yan imperial family's most significant weakness had been addressed. There would likely be no major issues in the next 30 to 40 years. As for the personal emotions of the seventh princess, as a princess of the dynasty, the seventh princess had lived a life of luxury since birth, always above tens of thousands. After enjoying so much, if she had to make sacrifices during the crisis facing the Great Yan imperial family, what was there to hesitate about? Yuener, I know you have a good relationship with Little Seven. But if we can cultivate a warrior commander, it's worth any sacrifice. Emperor Liu Shi consoled Lin Yuan. He had specifically come over, fearing Lin Yuan might have unwarranted thoughts. After all, he also knew about the relationship between Lin Yuan and the seventh princess. Father Emperor, actually. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. Actually, what? Emperor Liu Shi's spirit trembled slightly. He was curious about Lin Yuan's perspective on the matter. It was also a kind of test by Emperor Liu Shi. If Lin Yuan still harbored reluctance towards the seventh princess, Emperor Liu Shi would be very disappointed. Ordinary people could cherish sibling relationships, but emperors could not. If an emperor wavered due to personal feelings, it would be a disaster for the entire country. As the future Great Yan Emperor and the father of millions of subjects, Lin Yuan's perspective should be from the standpoint of the entire Great Yan imperial family. If he could secure decades of stability for the Great Yan imperial family, even if it meant sacrificing not just one princess but 10 or 100, Liu Shi would not hesitate. In fact, there's no need to cultivate a warrior commander. Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Liu Shi. Give me time and I will surpass the warrior commander. Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Emperor Liu Shi was momentarily stunned in place. He had considered various responses something more normal, pleading for seventh princess's sake, or perhaps expanding the selection range, attempting to prevent seventh princess from becoming a warrior commander. Alternatively, adopting a more ruthless stance and approving Emperor Liu Shi's actions. As a royal offspring, sacrificing for the country was as normal as it got. However, Liu Shi never imagined that Lin Yuan's response would be this: no need to cultivate a warrior commander. Give me time and I will surpass the warrior commander. It should be noted that every warrior commander had a divine weapon standing behind them, and in the 36 countries of the Central Plains, divine weapons were regarded as gods. Surpassing the warrior commanders was akin to surpassing the divine weapons themselves. Such a statement, if spread, would likely make the Great Yan dynasty the focus of the entire Central Plains. At that time, the court would be in turmoil, and Lin Yuan's position as the crown prince might even be in jeopardy. Of course, Emperor Liu Shi, as Lin Yuan's father, would never let such words be spread. Yuaner, your ambitions are truly vast, Emperor Liu Shi sighed. If Lin Yuan were already in his 30s or 40s and had witnessed the might of divine weapons, uttering such words would undoubtedly be seen as overestimating oneself. The higher one stood, the clearer the understanding of what divine weapons represented. However, Lin Yuan was only 6 years old. What was wrong with a 6-year-old child having some unrealistic aspirations? When I was 6, I wanted to shoot down the sun from the sky, Emperor Liu Shi chuckled. However, Yuaner, don't mention these words to anyone else, even the closest servants, Emperor Liu Shi reminded after praising Lin Yuan. As the crown prince, he had to be cautious with his words and actions. Despite Emperor Liu Shi's favoritism toward Lin Yuan, there were certain matters related to divine weapons that couldn't be touched. I understand. Lin Yuan glanced at Emperor Liu Shi, realizing that the latter didn't take his words to heart. Lin Yuan had anticipated this and wasn't surprised. Next, Emperor Liu Shi chatted with Lin Yuan for a while before taking his leave. Watching Emperor Liu Shi's departing figure, Lin Yuan remained calm. With his current abilities, if he revealed strength surpassing that of a martial saint, there was a high chance of gaining Emperor Liu Shi's trust. However, such a move came with significant risks. The main issue was that Liu Shi, as the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, had a deep connection to divine weapons. If Lin Yuan revealed abilities surpassing the warrior commanders, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Once Lin Yuan reveals his strength, it is possible to alarm that divine weapon, leading to irreversible consequences. It should be noted that divine weapons feed on the human race. The stronger the human's strength and vitality, the more delicious it is for divine weapons. Individuals with powerful innate souls are considered a feast by divine weapons, binding them as warrior commanders to savor slowly. Considering Lin Yuan's strength in both vigorous vitality and a powerful soul, who among the 36 countries of the Central Plains can surpass him? It can be anticipated that once Lin Yuan's aura leaks, the divine weapon of the Great Yan dynasty will undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Not only that divine weapon, but the national divine weapons of the other 35 countries will also collectively awaken, sharing the feast of Lin Yuan. Therefore, even before learning about the divine weapon, Lin Yuan tried to minimize the number of times he used his abilities. Even if he had to take action, he had to stay far away from the divine weapon's resting place and people like Emperor Liu Shi, who had been close to divine weapons. Not because Liu Shi would betray his son, but there were some things that Liu Shi couldn't know. He might not even know what exactly happened to Lin Yuan. Having perfectly integrated the cultivation system of this world into my martial path, my current realm surpasses that of a martial saint. Let's call this realm martial god, Lin Yuan thought silently as he sat cross-legged. The martial god realm had transcended the shackles of the physical body and demonstrated incredible achievements in the realm of divinity. The principles of Tai Kai transformed into a millstone, constantly refining his own divinity. If placed in the main world, the martial god realm would probably be equivalent to the third rank, second stage to the third stage. Lin Yuan's cultivation system, based on the physical body, the principles of Tai Kai as the framework, and the blood and flesh from countless evolution paths in the main world, was now further enriched by integrating the perfect body refining method of this world. This was akin to absorbing all the advantages of various cultivation systems from different worlds. However, the next step I want to take won't be so easy. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and thought to himself. In just 6 years since arriving in this world, Lin Yuan had stepped into the martial god realm, mainly relying on the accumulation from his travels. If he hadn't wasted some time on integrating the perfect body refining method of this world, Lin Yuan would have entered the martial god realm 1 or 2 years earlier. But these advantages reached their limit, and the path ahead required Lin Yuan to continue exploring. Even with his unparalleled insight, the efficiency of his future cultivation would not surpass the initial 6 years upon arriving. I will stay 160 years in this world, and only 6 years have passed. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The divine weapon was in the light, Lin Yuan was in the shadow. As long as Lin Yuan didn't actively court death, the divine weapon couldn't possibly detect his true strength. As Lin Yuan possessed the unrivaled insight, his strength was constantly improving every moment. Even with significant constraints and bottlenecks, it only required a bit more time. Along with the great Yan dynasty cultivating new warrior commanders, the situation among the 36 countries in the Central Plains stabilized once again. In negotiations with other countries, the great Yan dynasty regained its confidence. With external threats eliminated, the focus shifted to internal governance. Emperor Liu Shi was not an incompetent ruler. With Lin Yuan's occasional reminders and the gradual increase in the great Yan dynasty's national strength, Emperor Liu Shi managed to stabilize the empire. Lin Yuan actively proposed strengthening trade with other nations and opening various trade routes, enriching the lives of the great Yan dynasty citizens. Recognizing the potential for dynasties to rise and fall due to incompetent rulers, Lin Yuan, with his capabilities and political acumen, was fully capable of succeeding the current emperor. The entire court respected Lin Yuan, especially after the Grand Tutor admitted in front of Emperor Liu Shi that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. Attempting to salvage their pride, the courtiers had no choice but to praise Lin Yuan excessively. It wasn't a matter of them being incompetent. Lin Yuan was just too extraordinary. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Initially, some courtiers were unconvinced. How could a child of that age achieve such feats? The Grand Tutor was indeed getting old. He should retire. However, these courtiers were left speechless when confronted by Lin Yuan. After witnessing Lin Yuan's capabilities and methods, his prestige naturally rose. Emperor Liu Shi silently observed Lin Yuan, his face unable to conceal the growing satisfaction. In terms of governing people and maintaining balance, his son was truly remarkable. Back when he pacified the courtiers, it took a considerable effort. Although Emperor Liu Shi's accession to the throne was unconventional, Lin Yuan, at his young age, displayed an exceptional talent for leadership. As time passed, 20 years went by in this manner. Beyond the capital of the great Yan dynasty, 1,000 miles away, inside an inconspicuous mountain valley, a young man sat cross-legged. Before him lay a large quantity of precious spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were all rare treasures. Even a random one would be enough to make a blood-refining martial saint envious. But at this moment, they were piled in front of him like common weeds. If a minister of the great Yan dynasty were present, they would notice that compared to the abundance of spirit medicines, the young man sitting cross-legged before them was even more hair-raising, because this young man was none other than the actual ruler of the current great Yan dynasty. Not the emperor, but rather the crown prince Liu Yuan, who was more powerful than the emperor. I have achieved perfection in the martial god realm. It's time to break through to the next stage. Inside the valley, Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as he looked at the numerous spirit medicines before him. In 20 years, Lin Yuan had completed the martial god stage, relying on his unrivaled insight to deduce the specific path of the next stage. However, in Lin Yuan's predictions, breaking through the martial god stage might lead to the leakage of his aura and be detected by divine weapons. Therefore, before the breakthrough, he deliberately came to this remote location. This valley was thousands of miles away from the capital of the Great Yan Dynasty and over 1,200 miles from the divine weapon ancestral land of the Great Yan Dynasty. Such a remote distance was enough to conceal Lin Yuan's movements during the breakthrough. Let's begin. Lin Yuan breathed out lightly. All the precious spirit medicines before him turned into powder, and the most essential parts flowed into Lin Yuan's mouth. Exhale, inhale. With each breath, profound changes occurred within his body, and his essence, energy, and spirit began to transform, condense, and ascend to the utmost. The terrifying aura spread uncontrollably in all directions. For a moment, all the small animals in the valley felt an overwhelming, suffocating sensation. As if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and divine beings were descending. Fortunately, this suffocating feeling lasted only a moment. Half an hour later, all the auras completely converged. This is the celestial realm. Inside the valley, Lin Yuan stood up, carefully feeling the substantial increase in power within his body. Above the martial god is the celestial realm. The god in martial god refers to the spirit, a spiritual essence that all cultivators in this world have not yet touched. While the celestial realm transcends the martial god, the Tao of Tai Kai, Lin Yuan's thoughts subtly moved. An invisible fluctuation spread, easily covering a range of over 10 miles around him. Before the breakthrough, Lin Yuan's Tai Kai field could only cover a few miles. Now, it had directly increased several times, enveloping nearly 20 miles. In addition, the Tai Kai field not only expanded in range, but also increased in suppressing and binding power several times. Now, if Lin Yuan were to battle a third-rank evolver, he could directly suppress the opponent with the Tai Kai field, leaving no chance for resistance. Apart from the Tai Kai field, Lin Yuan's physical body, soul, and blood and spirit had also undergone qualitative changes. This breakthrough has enhanced my strength. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, satisfaction showing on his face. It's getting late. It's about time to go back. Lin Yuan walked out of the valley. Wherever he went, the air subtly distorted, and ordinary people could not detect Lin Yuan. With the ability of the Tai Kai field, as long as he slightly distorted the light, he could achieve an invisible effect. Of course, this kind of invisibility had little effect on true powerhouses. The perception of the strong was no longer solely reliant on sight. Eastern Palace. Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Not long after, a eunuch cautiously walked in. "Your Highness, this is what you requested." The eunuch respectfully presented a sealed letter. Lin Yuan took the letter, glanced at it, and turned it into powder. In the past 20 years, in addition to advancing his strength and opening up the celestial realm, Lin Yuan, using his transcendent insight, established a vast intelligence network, exploring the trade routes of the 36 central states and secretly building a massive intelligence force. This matter was unknown even to Emperor Liu Shi. Only the eunuch, whose life and death were controlled by Lin Yuan, knew a thing or two about it within the entire imperial palace. As for the purpose of establishing the intelligence force, it was naturally to investigate the divine weapons. As representatives of the divine weapons, most of the imperial family's descendants were loyal to the divine weapons. Relying on the power of the imperial family to investigate the divine weapons would be fruitless. Only by establishing his own force and cultivating wings could Lin Yuan hope to learn more about the divine weapons. Actually, Lin Yuan didn't harbor any ill will towards the divine weapons after all. There was no personal enmity between them. But unfortunately, the divine weapons always seemed intent on consuming him. In the eyes of the divine weapons, everyone was food, and Lin Yuan was a delicacy. The two positions were irreconcilable. Over the course of 20 years, Lin Yuan's understanding of the divine weapons had far surpassed the first 6 years when they arrived. Firstly, there was the origin of the divine weapons. Most of it was myth, without concrete evidence. The specific rumor was that tens of thousands of years ago, in ancient times, divine beings walked the world and eventually forged the divine weapons. Moreover, at that time, they didn't just create 36 pieces, there were more. However, due to some unknown incident, only 36 divine weapons remained, each guarding one of the 36 countries, forming the current situation. Thousands of years ago, ancient divine beings. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin, deep in thought. In Lin Yuan's view, the so-called ancient divine beings were nothing more than powerful evolvers. However, why did this ancient divine being forge these intelligent divine weapons remained unexplained. For the past thousands of years, the ancient divine being who forged the divine weapons had disappeared without a trace. This also puzzled Lin Yuan. Such a powerful being, even if their lifespan had reached its limit, would at least leave behind specific legends. If I can capture a divine weapon and scan its soul. Lin Yuan had an idea. Since the divine weapons had developed consciousness and souls, scanning the soul involved using his powerful mental strength to forcibly browse the opponent's memories. But this idea was quickly rejected by Lin Yuan. according to his current understanding of the divine weapons, combined with the scenes from the few times the divine weapons revived in history, Lin Yuan inferred that each of the central 36 states' guardian divine weapons possessed power close to the quasi-fourth rank. Such strength was beyond what Lin Yuan could handle at the moment. Perhaps reaching the perfect celestial realm rank would allow him to reach the quasi-fourth rank. Even so, it would still be on par with the divine weapons. Attempting to capture a divine weapon would undoubtedly create a huge disturbance, attracting the attention of other divine weapons. At that time, Lin Yuan might find himself facing 36 divine weapons at once. "How is the investigation by the Anti-God Society going?" Lin Yuan asked casually. The Anti-God Society was an extremely secretive underground organization. Its active range covered the entire central 36 states. If it weren't for the intelligence force Lin Yuan established, which once captured traces of the Anti-God Society, it would have been challenging to discover information about this organization. The purpose of the Anti-God Society was to overthrow the rule of the divine weapons. For thousands of years, the divine weapons had been feeding on the beings below them, inevitably causing some to resist. However, the might of the divine weapons was unmatched. These people can only hide in the shadows, establishing the Anti-God Society and waiting for the right moment. Lin Yuan aims to obtain specific information about the divine weapons through the Anti-God Society. As an organization that has been opposing the divine weapons for thousands of years, the Anti-God Society undoubtedly holds many secrets about the divine weapons, and these are precisely what Lin Yuan needs. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the key to victory. The more Lin Yuan understands the divine weapons, the more confident he becomes. "Reporting to Your Highness, we have located the approximate range of the Anti-God Society's main headquarters in the Great Yan Dynasty. In at most half a month, we will be able to determine its specific location," the eunuch respectfully answered. The next day, early in the morning, imperial guards arrived outside the Eastern Palace. "Your Highness, His Majesty wants you to come." The leader of the imperial guards respectfully said, "Emperor Father is fine, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately got up. Emperor Liu Shi was a late-born child. When Lin Yuan was born, Liu Shi was already close to 50. Now, 26 years later, Liu Shi was in his 70s. In his younger years, Liu Shi had paid a considerable price to contend for the throne, and his body had accumulated many hidden injuries. Now, in his old age, these injuries were starting to manifest. Lin Yuan had discovered this situation over a decade ago. He had even studied some medical books specifically and formulated prescriptions tailored to Liu Shi's condition. However, healing the foundational injuries required a significant amount of time. Coupled with his age, Liu Shi had gradually reduced his involvement in state affairs over the years. He should be fine, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The prescriptions he had devised for Liu Shi could, at the very least, slow down the progression of those hidden injuries. As long as nothing major happened, living to 100 was not an issue. Of course, certain symptoms associated with old age, such as mental fatigue, were unavoidable. It wasn't that Lin Yuan couldn't resolve them, but the existence of the divine weapons prevented him from using his true strength. In the hall, Lin Yuan met Emperor Liu Shi. Liu Shi's spirit was still decent, and he was currently drinking medicinal soup. "Yuaner." Seeing Lin Yuan approaching, Liu Shi waved. "Emperor Father." Lin Yuan walked over. "My body is getting weaker and my spirit is declining. I can no longer handle many state affairs," Liu Shi said, looking towards the ministers beside him. These ministers were all high-ranking officials in the court who had arrived before Lin Yuan. "Therefore, I want to abdicate and become a retired emperor. As for the Great Yan Dynasty, I'll leave it to Yuaner. What do you think, my beloved ministers?" Liu Shi looked at the ministers. The ministers exchanged glances, having anticipated this day long ago. Now they showed no signs of surprise. "Emperor Father." Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Liu Shi. "My son will become the wise ruler." Emperor Liu Shi didn't say much, patting Lin Yuan's shoulder with a relaxed expression. After 3,625 years in the Great Yan calendar, the new emperor, Liu Yuan, ascended to the throne. A new emperor ascends to the throne. A joyous celebration echoes throughout the land. Representatives from all 35 nations in the Central Plains send their congratulations. Lin Yuan handles each response adeptly, showing no signs of unfamiliarity. Although he has just ascended to the throne, for over a decade, Lin Yuan has been the acting crown prince, overseeing the military and political affairs of the nation. The only difference now is the official title. Half a month later, in the Hall of Supreme Heaven, Lin Yuan, dressed in imperial robes, contemplates deeply. After formally ascending the throne, the true secrets of the Great Yan Dynasty unfold before him. The main focus is on the matter of the divine weapons. The nation's guardian divine weapon is officially named the Sun Moon Spear. In the over 3,600 years of the Great Yan Dynasty, the divine weapon, Sun Moon Spear, was revived 3 times. Each revival was triggered by the influence of evil weapons, causing havoc among the people. The divine weapon would then be wielded to suppress all threats. Evil weapons, Lin Yuan strokes his chin. These so-called evil weapons must possess strength surpassing even that of martial saints to compel the divine weapons to intervene. The Anti-God Society, Lin Yuan ponders. According to the information held by the Great Yan Dynasty, there has always been a complex relationship between the Anti-God Society and the evil weapons. Every time evil weapons caused chaos, the shadow of the Anti-God Society loomed behind. Therefore, strictly speaking, it's not just the Great Yan Dynasty, but the entire central plains of the 36 nations that deal mercilessly with anyone associated with the Anti-God Society. This is a directive from each guardian divine weapon, and none dare defy it. It seems the Anti-God Society harbors significant secrets. Lin Yuan looks contemplative. His forces are on the verge of pinpointing the main headquarters of the Anti-God Society in the Great Yan Dynasty. The mysteries of the Anti-God Society will soon be revealed before Lin Yuan. In the court, Lin Yuan sits on the dragon throne. The Minister of Rights steps forward and respectfully says, "Your Majesty, as you have officially assumed the throne, it is customary for you to promptly visit the Divine Weapon Ancestral Ground to perform the ritual of worshipping the divine weapons. This tradition is common among the 36 nations of the Central Plains. Each new emperor must promptly visit the ancestral ground of their divine weapon to pay respects. This tradition makes sense, considering that guardian divine weapons are regarded as divine entities by each nation. Worship the divine weapons." Lin Yuan looks towards the Minister of Rights. The ancestral ground of the divine weapons is not in the capital city, but several hundred miles away. Lin Yuan has always been wary of the divine weapon's ancestral ground. Even when he was certain that the Sun-Moon Spear, the guardian divine weapon, was mostly in a dormant state, he was reluctant to approach. Not long ago, Lin Yuan broke through to the celestial realm. To ensure absolute safety, he deliberately left the capital and found a location far from the divine weapon's ancestral ground to achieve the breakthrough. "I have not been feeling well lately. We shall postpone the ritual to a later date." Lin Yuan casually provided an excuse, deflecting the request. Rituals for worshipping the divine weapons are part of tradition and cannot be easily altered, even by the emperor. But being unable to change doesn't mean it cannot be delayed. Lin Yuan isn't refusing to go, it's just that he claims to be unwell and intends to go after some time. Who could say anything about it? Yes, the Minister of Rights replied helplessly and retreated. Unwell, nonsense. Others might use this excuse, but when the current emperor does, it raises suspicions. The Minister of Rights has been a veteran courtier for 2 dynasties, aware that when Lin Yuan was born, court physicians determined his constitution to be the best among all monarchs in the history of the Great Yan Dynasty. Even if there was some exaggeration, it must have had a basis in fact. Given these circumstances, the Minister of Rights doesn't believe Lin Yuan's claim of being unwell. However, disbelief doesn't mean there's anything to be done. Continue to advise. If it were a normal newly enthroned emperor, the Minister of Rights might dare to do so. After all, during the initial period of a new emperor's rule, they usually listen to the opinions of the ministers to stabilize the court. But Lin Yuan, over these many years, has been the crown prince for over 2 decades, smoothly ascending to the throne. The Minister of Rights has some understanding. If he were to insist and push too hard, the emperor would likely indulge him. Not only that, the emperor might generously send him off along with his family and 9 generations. Forget it, we'll just delay it. I'll bring it up every now and then in due course. The Minister of Rights has come to terms with the situation. He doesn't believe the emperor can keep delaying for another 20 or 50 years. In Wuyan City, a prosperous city in the southern part of the Great Yan Dynasty, nestled against 100,000 mountains, more than 20 figures quietly appeared in a dense forest over 10 miles away from Wuyan City. Though they stood still, their surging vitality indicated that each of them was at the martial saint level in the blood refinement stage. The blood refinement martial saint is the limit an ordinary person can reach. Beyond this, there are various armed users, and they are no longer human. Over 20 blood refinement martial saints already rival the martial saints in the smaller nations with weaker national power. In addition to the martial saints, there were many other powerful individuals surrounding them. That dense forest should be the main headquarters of the Anti-God Society. The Master has instructed that all survivors of the Anti-God Society should be captured alive. Do you understand? The leading martial saint spoke without moving his lips, transmitting his words through the fluctuations of his vitality, reaching every martial saint's ears. Understood, we know, capture them alive. The martial saints nodded without dissent. The battle ended smoothly with over 20 blood refinement martial saints and hundreds to thousands of body tempering, innate martial artists, and bone forging grandmasters surrounding and attacking the main headquarters of the Anti-God Society. The Anti-God Society's headquarters was quickly subdued. The society's leader, Sikong Lun, had no chance to escape through the secret passages before 3 blood refinement martial saints blocked his way. Then everything went black, and when Sikong Lun regained consciousness, he found himself in a bright carriage. The meridians in his body were completely sealed, rendering him unable to mobilize even a trace of qi and blood. In simple terms, Sikong Lun was now a cripple, the kind that an ordinary person holding a knife could easily kill. Who on earth is it? Sikong Lun's mind roared like a stormy sea. As the leader of the anti-God society, he was considered a rat across the 36 nations of the Central Plains. Sikong Lun was well aware that he was no match for the 36 nations possessing the national treasure, the divine weapons. Precisely because of this, when Sikong Lun established the main headquarters of the anti-God society, he paid great attention to concealment. Beneath the headquarters, he constructed numerous secret passages. Even if signs of their activities were discovered, they could swiftly escape through the secret tunnels, preserving their strength. But now, Sikong Lun couldn't help feeling a chill. Over 20 blood refinement martial saints were exuding a powerful aura, and hundreds to thousands of innate martial artists and grandmasters of the body tempering and bone forging stages were swiftly attacking. Under this overwhelming suppression, even he, the leader, couldn't escape, let alone other members of the society. Which force made a move? Is it the Great Yan dynasty or the other 35 nations? That's not it. Sikong Lun frowned. If he had fallen into the hands of the 36 nations of the Central Plains, how could he still be alive now? The 36 nations dealt with remnants of the anti-God society, like him, by direct execution, leaving no room for future trouble. Torture and interrogation to inquire about the whereabouts of other remnants of the anti-God society were useless. As the leader, Sikong Lun possessed other means inside his body. If anyone dared to reveal crucial secrets, they would instantly perish. Normal society members wouldn't know much and therefore had no value in interrogation. Sikong Lun pondered, unable to figure out which force had acted against him. This place should still be Wuyan City. Sikong Lun reluctantly lifted the curtain and took a glance outside. Never mind. Whether I live or die, I can't decide. Sikong Lun had no intention of escaping. What a joke. To be able to mobilize over 20 martial saints with mysterious power, how could he escape from the carriage? Half an hour later, the carriage finally stopped. Sikong Lun immediately perked up. Subsequently, the carriage door opened and a man invited him out. Sikong Lun glanced at the man. He looked somewhat familiar, and Sikong Lun quickly recognized him. This man was one of the blood refinement martial saints who had acted earlier. A blood refinement martial saint, who held such a high position in the 36 nations, was now serving as a coachman. Sikong Lun took a deep breath. He now had a deeper understanding of the methods of the mastermind behind the scenes. Stepping down from the carriage, Sikong Lun followed the blood refinement martial saint coachman into the palace-like residence before him. In the deepest palace, Sikong Lun saw the mastermind behind the attack. It was a young man exuding an indescribable noble aura. Even just sitting there made Sikong Lun feel somewhat ashamed. Leave us for now. Lin Yuan raised his head and waved, instructing the martial saint coachman to leave. Yes, master. The coachman martial saint respectfully retreated from the grand hall. Sikong Lun swallowed nervously. A blood refinement martial saint, such a dignified figure, now recognizing this young man as his master. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sikong Lun wouldn't have believed it. After a moment of silence, Sikong Lun settled his mind and took the initiative to speak. I wonder, does your excellency have any demands for capturing me? At this moment, Sikong Lun also understood that he should have some value to this young man, otherwise he wouldn't have been brought before him. I want to know. Lin Yuan asked, how does your anti-God society resist the divine weapons of the 36 nations, and what exactly is the evil weapon? Upon hearing this, Sikong Lun's expression revealed surprise. He had thought that the young man wanted information about the other main headquarters of the anti-God society. Sikong Lun had prepared himself, ready to activate the internal method to commit suicide if Lin Yuan delved into that aspect. He never expected this. The divine weapons are far beyond our reach as ordinary mortals. Sikong Lun paused for a moment, organizing his words. Since ancient times, only divine weapons can contend against other divine weapons. This is an unchanging rule.